9:06 to Anastasia Steele.
I never thought of this.
My bed is too big without you.
Pam and
Looks like
Jim
I'll have
in
to
the
go to work
office.
after all. Even megalomaniac CEOs need something to do. X. Christian Gray, twiddling his thumbs, CEO, Gray Enterprises Holdings, Inc. And there's another from him from later this morning. From Christian Gray. Subject, discretion. Date, June 15th, 2011. 9:50.
Yeah.
To Anastasia Steele. Is the better part
Take
of
a
valor.
industrial
Means
representative.
discretion. Your work
See
emails
drops.
wonder, how many times do I have to tell you this? Yes, shouty capitals, as you say. Use your BlackBerry. Dr. Flynn can see us tomorrow evening. X. Christian Gray, still pissed CEO, Gray Enterprises Holdings, Inc. And an even later one. Oh no. From Christian Gray. Subject, crickets. Date, June 15th, 2011, 12:15. To Anastasia Steele. I haven't heard from you. Please tell me you are okay. You know how I worry. I will send Taylor to check. X. Christian Gray, over-anxious CEO, Gray Enterprises Holdings, Inc. I roll my eyes and call him. I don't want him to worry. Christian Gray's phone, Andrea Parker speaking. Oh, I am so disconcerted that it's not Christian who answers that it halts me in the street, and the young man behind me mutters angrily as he swerves to avoid bumping into me.
What's going on, girls?
I stand under the green awning of the deli. Hello,
Oh my God.
can I help you? Andrea fills the void of awkward silence. Sorry, I was hoping to speak to Christian. Mr. Gray is in a meeting at this time. She bristles with efficiency. Can I take a message? Can you tell him Anna called? Anna? As in Anastasia Steele? Yes? Her question confuses me. Hold 1 second, please, Miss Steele. And I listen attentively as she puts down the phone, but I can't tell what's going on. A few seconds later, Christian is on the line. Are you okay? Yes, I'm fine. He releases his held breath, relieved. Christian,
Hey, Chief Rabbi.
why wouldn't I be okay?
Hey,
I
Chief
whisper
Rabbi. How are you?
reassuringly. You're normally so quick at responding to my emails. After what I told you yesterday,
You should be like, you know
I
what
was
chief
worried.
means, right? Yeah.
He says quietly, and then he's talking to someone in his office. No, Andrea, tell them to wait, he says sternly. Oh, I know that tone of voice. I can't hear Andrea's response. No, I said wait, he snaps. Christian, you're obviously busy. I only called to let you know that I'm okay. And I mean that, just very busy today. Jack has been cracking the whip. I flush all silent. Christian says nothing for a minute. Cracking the whip, eh? Well, there was a time when I would have called him a lucky man. His voice is full of dry humor. Don't let him get on top of you, baby. Christian! I scold him, and I know he's grinning. Just watch him, that's all. Look, I'm glad you're okay. What time should I pick you up? I'll email you. From your BlackBerry, he says sternly. Yes, sir. I snap back. Later,
But
bye.
if
He's
like
still hanging on.
I met someone
Hang
from
up,
another country
I scold,
and they're like,
smiling.
from where are you?
He
And they
sighs
did very
heavily
little
down
about the
the
United
phone.
States.
I wish
And
you'd never
they
gone
were
to work
like,
this morning. Me too.
I don't
But
know a
I
lot
am
about
busy.
the United States. And like,
Hang
maybe
up.
your English is really good.
Hang up.
And like, yeah,
I
I know.
hear
I
his
only know
smile.
this sentence and this
Oh,
one.
playful Christian.
This one.
I love
And
playful
that's almost
Christian.
it. And like, that's all you know. You
I love
okay?
Christian.
And be like, wow, that's it?
We've
And
been
be
here
like,
before.
no, just kidding. I know these
Why do you
sentences
live?
too, and I know
Sure.
this sentence.
He's right.
Be like, really?
How does
You'd
he
be like,
know? You see,
okay.
you think
Be
I
like,
don't know
really?
you,
You'd be like, no,
Anastasia.
psych. I know
But
that
I
one.
know you better.
I know this one too.
You
But then
murmur seductively
my vocabulary is
in that
about
way
to
that
end
makes
right
me
about now.
weak and wet.
And I'd be like, do you
Christian,
know anything else?
I'll talk to you later. Right now, I really wish I hadn't left this
And
morning
he'd
too.
be like, oh, okay.
I'll wait for your
Do you know
emails.
English?
day, Mr. Gray. Hanging up, I lean against the cold, hard glass
So I
of the
can just
deli store
fucking end
window.
this sentence.
Oh my.
And now I
Even on the phone, he owns me. Shaking my head to clear it of all
Really?
thoughts gray, I head into the deli,
Okay.
depressed by all thoughts
And he'd
Jack.
be like,
He's scowling when I get back.
I don't even know
Is it
Spanish.
okay if
I
I
know
go to
no
lunch
English.
now? I
I know
ask
no Spanish
tentatively.
aside from
He
these
gazes
sentences.
up at me and his
Where's
scowl
that issue?
deepens. If you
That is
must.
the
He
entirety of all
snaps.
the language.
45 minutes. Make up the
I'd be
time
like-
you lost this morning.
Really? You're like,
Jack, can I ask you something? What? You seem kind of out of sorts today. Have I done something to offend you?
huh?
He blinks at me momentarily. I don't think I'm in the mood to list your misdemeanors right now. I'm busy. He continues to stare at his computer screen, effectively dismissing me. Whoa, what have I done? I turn and leave his office, and for a minute I think I'm going to cry. Why has he taken such a sudden and intense dislike to me? A very unwelcome idea pops into my head, but I ignore it. I don't need his shit right now. I have enough of my own. I head out of the building to the nearby Starbucks, order a latte, and sit down in the window.
Yeah.
Taking
This
my
kid is
iPod
the
from my
horniest
purse,
individual I've ever
I
met,
plug
really.
my headphones in.
Yeah, he's blind and
I
deaf.
choose a song
So
haphazardly
he
and press
doesn't have like
repeat,
a lot of
so it will play
stimulation,
over
but he
and over
loves
again.
tits. Really, yeah, and so he
My
always had
mind
women
drifts.
when he was a little boy.
Christian
Little
the
boy.
sadist,
He always have women
Christian the
hold him or
submissive,
anybody.
Christian the
And
untouchable,
he's always feeling because he's blind and deaf.
impulses.
So very,
Christian
very,
baby
he's all about his feeling and taste.
I groan and close my
That's it,
eyes while
right?
that last
So he
image
feels
haunts
it.
me. Can I really
Love
marry this man?
But he loved
He's
it.
so much to take in. He's complex and difficult.
Really?
But deep down, I know I don't want to leave him despite all his issues. I could never leave him. I love him. It would be like cutting off my right arm. Right now, I have never felt so alive, so vital. I've encountered all manner of perplexing, profound feelings and new experiences since I met him. It's never a dull moment with 50.
Kind of
Looking back on my life before Christian,
So that
it's as if everything was in black and white, like Jose's pictures. Now, my whole world is in rich, bright, saturated color.
That 90s show.
I am soaring in a beam of dazzling light.
Really?
Christian's dazzling light.
Toes.
I am still
Are you
Icarus,
done?
flying too close to his sun. I snort to myself,
He grows in the
flying
fire.
with Christian. Who can resist a man who can fly? Can I give him up? Do I want to give him up? It's as if he's flipped a switch and lit me up from within. It's been an education knowing him. I have discovered more about myself in the last
Shout out to
few weeks
Buckle.
than
Matthew
ever
Buckle
before.
was just like one of
I've
them.
learned about my body,
Really?
my hard limits, my soft limits, my tolerance, my
He
patience,
dated Don
my
Shula's
compassion,
granddaughter. Buckle
and my
is
capacity for love.
Buckle had a 4.0
And
at
it strikes
the
me
university. I
like a
think he's
thunderbolt.
Really?
That's what
Yeah.
he needs from me, what he's entitled to. Unconditional love. He never received it from the crack whore. It's what he needs. Can I love him unconditionally? Can I accept him for who he is regardless of his revelations last night? I know he's damaged, but I don't think he's irredeemable. I sigh, recalling Taylor's words. He's a good man, Miss Steele. I've seen the weighty
love
evidence
that
of his
Cosby show.
goodness, his
Really?
charity
Yeah.
work, his business ethics, his
I have this friend
generosity,
of mine, Lori,
and yet
and she and I
he doesn't
love
see it in himself. He doesn't feel deserving of any
the
love.
Golden Girls.
Given
and
his
Cosby
history
Show.
and his predilections,
Like,
I
deep.
haven't eaten
Like, I could say
his
this right now.
self-loathing.
She's like,
That's why he's never let
but we
anyone in.
love those shows.
Can
And
I get past this? He said once
We
that I
love-
couldn't
we just
begin to
love
understand the
Cosby,
depths
really.
of his depravity.
yeah,
Well,
and she was
he's
cool.
told me now,
Really?
and given the first few years of his life, it doesn't surprise me,
How is she?
though it was still a shock to hear it out loud. At least he's told me. And he seems happier now that he has.
Do you have a Mel's home?
I know everything.
Can't you have a Mel's home?
Does it devalue his love for me? No, I don't think so. He's never
Anyway,
felt this
what do
way
you think
before, and neither have
Did you
I.
ever watch the Cosby Show with
We've
her?
both come
Yeah.
so far.
But it's funny because
Tears
the
prick
Cosby Show is very.
my eyes as I recall
At
his
least
final
us.
barriers crumbling last
I
month
would be like,
when he let
and
me
then
touch
we
him.
watch the Cosby Show
And
together.
it took Layla
I would
and
be
all
like,
her craziness
I
to
love
get
this
us
one.
to
She'd be like,
there.
I love this one. And I'd be like,
Perhaps I should be grateful.
well, I love the
fact
grandfather.
they
And
bathed
she's
her
like, I love
is
the grandfather. But I love the
not
grandmother.
quite such a bitter
I like the
taste on my
grandmother.
tongue now.
But yeah.
I wonder
I
which
love,
blues he
I'd
gave
be like,
her.
I love
I hope it wasn't the plum dress.
Heathcliff's
I like
office
him.
in the way back. And she'd
So,
be like,
can
oh,
I
his
love
private
this man
practice.
with
And
all
I'd be
his
like, oh,
issues
yeah. She'd
unconditionally?
be like, I already said I
Because
love that
he
one in my head.
deserves nothing less. He still needs to
And
learn
then I'd be
boundaries
like, well, I
and
love the
little
one with
things like
Stevie beat me to Stevie Wonder.
and
Fuck.
to be less
You're like, oh,
controlling.
man. I'd be like,
He
well,
says
I
he no
love the
longer
one
feels
with,
the compulsion to hurt me. Perhaps Dr. Flynn will be able to cast some light on that.
oh, no. What?
Fundamentally, that's what concerns me most. That he needs that, and has always found like-minded women who need it too.
What did she
I
call him?
found.
What
Yes,
does Rudy call
this
him?
is a reassurance I need.
Cheeks
I
or some
want to
bubbles
be
or
all
something?
things to
Oh,
this
so
man. His
cute.
alpha
Yeah.
and his omega, and everything
I'd be
in
like, I like the
between.
one with Lena Horne.
Because he is all
Really?
things
Yeah.
to me.
Why?
I hope Flynn
Why
will
not?
have
I'd be like,
answers,
I like the one
and
where
maybe
it's
then
like,
I can say yes. Christian and I can find our own slice of heaven close to the sun. I gaze out at
and
bustling
what did she
lunchtime
do? They like
Seattle.
watching MTV.
This is Christian Grey.
They said, hey,
I
boy.
glance at my watch.
I
Shit!
said, hey,
I
man.
leap up from my
That's
seat
what it is.
and dash to
I
the door.
said, hey,
Where
man.
did the time
Hey,
go?
man. Is that the first
Jack
time you ever heard
is going
Jamaican
to go
music?
ballistic.
That's right.
I
That's part
slink
of
back
that.
to my desk.
It's the first time you ever heard
He's not in
Jamaican
his
music.
office. It looks like I've gotten away with
I
it.
probably heard it on
I
Sesame
gaze
Street at
intently at
some
my
point,
computer screen.
maybe
I'm
some kind of Caribbean music.
trying to reassemble my
But
thoughts into work mode.
that was,
We're working.
is that
I
Jamaican
jump.
reggae?
Jack is standing,
Amen.
arms
I mean, yeah,
crossed,
that's
behind me. I was in the basement,
yeah, that's
photocopying.
Jamaican.
I lied.
Yeah.
Jack's lips pressed into a thin, uncompromising line. I didn't put my
What
tongue
other
in his
ones?
throat.
Dude, they had some
I needed
fucked
to
up
stay until
Cosby
then.
shows. There's this
Okay.
one
I
where
smile
it's
as
like
sweetly
he
as I
eats
can
all these
manage.
hoagies.
I'd like my itinerary for
Really,
New York
yeah.
printed out and
And
photocopied 10 times. And get the
what about
brochures
the
packaged
hoagies?
up. And get me some coffee.
The hoagies are
He
big.
snarls.
And
Stalks
something
into
else
his
about the
office.
hoagies.
I breathe a sigh of relief and stick my tongue out at him as he closes the door. Bastard.
He eats so much food that
At
he
4
gets
o'clock, Claire
like
rings from reception.
Bill Cosby gets stomach ache,
Ian Ray on the line for you?
and they have all these like weird creatures in their house.
I hope
And
she
poor
doesn't want to
Felicia's
hang
house
at the
was
mall.
so hot. It was her.
Hi, Mia. Hi,
It's
Anna.
like
How are you?
she's like
Her
taking
excitement
over in
is
their bed.
stifling.
Yeah, really
Good.
good.
Busy today?
Is it the end of your story?
I am
No,
so bored. I need to find something to
I
do.
love Dio.
So,
You
I'm
love him.
arranging a birthday
Yeah,
party
I
for
mean,
Christian.
first time I learned about
Christian's
dyslexia,
birthday?
and
Jeez, I had no idea.
I tried to talk to my mom about it, and
I
she
knew
didn't.
it.
I was like,
I
Mom,
knew you would tell me.
like, what did you
It's
say?
on Saturday.
He's not,
Mom and
like,
Dad want everyone
better
over for
switch.
a meal to celebrate.
And that happens to me
I'm
a lot. And like
officially
the word chief,
Oh,
the I
that's
before E
lovely.
is a lot. And like what
Yeah.
else?
I've already called Christian and told him, and he
I
didn't
don't know,
remember
like,
here.
I mean, I can read pretty well. But
My mind
read
is
the
in a flat
first
spin.
but
What the hell am I going to get Christian for his birthday? What do you buy the man who has everything? And maybe sometime next week we can go out for lunch? Sure. How about tomorrow?
I tried talking
My
to her
boss
about
is
it.
away
First
in
thing
New York.
that was,
Oh, that would be cool,
she
Anna.
said, you're
What
just
time?
saying that. You just saw her.
12:45?
And I said,
I'll be there.
correct.
Bye, Anna.
Oh, what a fucking thing.
Bye. I hang up.
But she
Christian.
said, you're just saying.
Birthday.
Really, yeah. And there was like no
What
hope
on
for
earth
that.
should I get him? From Anastasia Steele. Subject, antediluvian. Date,
I like,
June
then they got
15th,
Cousin Pam.
2011.
Cousin Pam's on it. You like?
2.
You like
Christian
Cousin
Grey.
Pam? Yeah, I like Cousin
Dear
Pam.
Mr.
Why?
Gray,
Did you really?
exactly were you going to tell me? What shall I get
Well, to
my
be honest with you,
man
Cousin
for his
Pam,
birthday?
I hated your
Perhaps some
episodes.
new batteries for his
Did you
hearing
know
aid?
how good the fucking
A.
Cosby Show was?
Anastasia Steele. This is the Jack
It's like
Hyde,
trying to remake that magic. It's really hard to do in my season, but it wasn't because of her character. Her character was cool, funny, and
June 15th, 2011.
she had cool hats, and she was really funny. Really, yeah. I mean, not like the funniest fucking character. She hurts or something, but she was.
Batteries are always useful. I don't like celebrating my birthday. X. Christian Grey. Chef as a post. CEO.
She brought some new elements to the show, new aspects. She probably was, they were testing it out to see if it could be a spin-off,
2011.
which they probably do some more. But anyway,
Christian Grey. Dear Mr. Gray,
why
I can imagine
by
how
that
you
show?
guys
Why was
wrote
she
that last
a
sentence.
big thing? Well,
That
it's like
does things to me.
when you have a really big show like that,
XOX.
you can spin off other
Anastasia
shows.
Steele.
And be
Assistant to Jack
What's the
Hyde.
one that had the
Editor.
most spin-offs?
SIE. From Christian Grey. Subject.
All in
Rolling
Family.
Eyes.
That's the
Date.
most spin-offs.
June 15th,
Really? Yeah.
2011. 16:29.
And that makes a lot of money. One of the biggest a lot of money. So, that's a lot of money.
X. Christian Grey.
But if the character isn't really liked all that much, then
I roll my eyes.
now, then I would talk to Corey about this and I'd say, oh yeah? Well then, did you like, oh shit.
Subject.
I'd be
Inspiration.
like, did you
Date. June
ever
15th,
watch, and she'd be like,
2011.
Cosby?
16.
On, and we'd say it at the same time, on CBS?
Christian Grey.
And I'd be like,
Dear Mr.
damn,
Gray,
you're good.
your twitchy palms can't stay still for long, can they? I wonder what Dr. Flynn would say about that. But now I know what to give you for your birthday. And I hope it makes me sore. Winking emoticon.
Really?
A. X. From Christian Grey. Subject, angina. Date, June 15th, 2011. 16:38. To Anastasia Steele. Miss Steele, I don't think my heart could stand the strain of another email like that. Or my pants, for that matter. A. X. Christian Grey. CEO, Grey Enterprises Holdings, Inc. From Anastasia Steele. Subject, trying.
Really?
Date, June 15th, 2011.
I'll never forget.
42.
Never forget.
Christian
She should
Grey.
like Night Williams
Christian.
was out of the picture. She'd be like, he knew that time like pretty well. Cosby Show went off the air, and she was not in the public spotlight until an episode of Fear Factor with Joe Rogan, and she was on this thing, and it was like, where the fuck have you been? Why does it keep Night Williams have a show? It's fucking Rudy, motherfucker.
To Anastasia Steele. Nothing would give me greater pleasure.
She's so hot.
Actually, I can think of it.
But it's Rudy. It's like,
greater pleasure, and they all.
do you know how big? I don't care. In America, a show about Rudy would be, oh my god.
I flush reading his response and shake my head.
Oh my
Email
god.
banter is all well and good.
Rudy is like,
To talk.
like Rudy's like a, it's kind of like one of those American, it's almost like a punch. It's almost like Tito. Rudy's like Tito. Why?
By 6:15,
Oh,
the
it's
office
just
is
kind of like
deserted. I have
family.
everything ready for Jack. His
And
cab to the airport
they
is
played a lot of
booked,
comic
and
relief
just
though.
have to hand
Tito's
him his
played
documents.
his own instruments and probably the most gifted of all
He's
the
still taking his telephone call, and I don't want to interrupt him.
Jacksons.
Not he's in today. As I wait for him to finish, it occurs to me that I am not eating
Shit,
today. Oh shit.
including Michael Jackson.
That's not going to go down well with 50.
Tito played his
I
own
quickly
instruments.
skip down to the kitchen to see if there are any cookies left. As I'm opening the refill cookie jar,
I don't know, get
Jack
Tito something.
appears
Anyway,
unexpectedly in the kitchen
Rudy
doorway,
and Tito.
startling me.
Tito
Oh,
played.
what's here?
Rudy.
He stares at me. Well,
Rudy makes a show.
I think this
Does it
might
have
be
to
a
be the
good
same
time to
thing you're
discuss
grown
your
up?
misdemeanors.
It doesn't even have to be the
He
same
steps
thing.
in, closing the door behind him. My
Fuck.
mouth instantly
But no,
dries
if
as
you
alarm
had
bells
good,
ring
good
aloud,
writers,
piercing
oh
my
my
head.
god, people would really fucking love that. Why? Because they grew
His
up with
lips
her.
twitch into a
She is one of the most
grotesque smile.
beloved. She might be one of the most
Dark cobalt.
beloved
Last,
children's characters of all time.
he says,
Just in your mind.
slowly
Just
raises his
big.
lower lip.
What?
Now,
Really? Dude, Look how hot she is.
Chapter 16.
Is she in that one thing? When Jack did this thing?
Flash the darkest blue.
You would have thought,
Smears as he casts a loop.
I'm telling you, you would have looked at this bracket that I did of March Madness with just hot chicks, and you would have been like,
What does
oh,
he want? From
this is
somewhere
like,
deep inside, despite my dry mouth, I find resolve.
you're just doing a thing of like, all people of color, but no, that's just who I thought were the hottest people, and it just turned out to be
Jack, now might not be the time for this. Your cab is due in 10 minutes, and I need to
look at her at the holiday.
My voice is quiet.
They have their own like real Cosby show going on.
He smiles, and it's a despotic.
Why the fuck aren't we live streaming Station Night Podium?
He glint in the harsh fluorescent glow of the strip light above us. The drab endless room. He takes a step toward me, glaring. His eyes never leave mine. His pupils are dilating as I watch. The black eclipsing the blue. Oh no. My fear escalates.
Well, I'm sleep. Everybody who shits on fucking Cookie. At least she's like.
His voice trails off as he takes another
Those
step
times in my
toward
life.
me. And
I'm
I step
glad that
back
it wasn't
into the
like.
dingy wall cupboards.
Why?
Him talking.
Dude, if you would fuck with Rudy.
Him talking. Jack, what exactly is your problem?
There's a certain connection.
If you want to air your grievances, then perhaps we should ask HR to get involved. We could do this with Elizabeth in a more formal setting.
But
Where is security? Are they in the building?
there's an inner city connection with Rudy.
We don't need HR to overmanage the situation.
That I really think America would just
When I hired you, I thought you would be a hard worker.
Why inner city?
Had potential, but now I don't know. You've become so distracted and sloppy, and I wondered, is it your boyfriend who's leading you astray? He says boyfriend with chilling contempt.
She's like an
icon.
icon.
Your email account to see if I can find any clues.
That,
And you know what I found, Anna?
the first time.
What was out of place? The only personal emails in your account were to your hotshot boyfriend.
Professional
Pauses, assessing my reaction. And I got to thinking, where are the emails from him? There are none. Nada.
Really,
Nothing. So what's going on, Anna? How come his emails to you aren't on our system? Are you some company spy planted here by Gray's organization? Is that what this is?
So, because of that,
The emails.
within that,
Oh no. What have I said?
well, wait, it wasn't the first time.
Jack,
You had the Jefferson.
What
You
are you
had some
talking
others.
about? I try for bewildered,
But
and I'm pretty convincing.
What made that one different?
This conversation
Jefferson's
is
wasn't a
not
family
going as I expected.
show.
And I
would say
don't
it wasn't
trust
about
him
a
in the
family.
slightest.
It was about
Some subliminal
George
pheromone that Jack is exuding
and
has me
their
on
life
high
as
alert.
it's
This man is angry,
their life
volatile,
in
and
more of
totally unpredictable.
world of
I
previous.
tried
They
to
had
reason
lived there,
with him.
but it was
You
an
just said
adult
that
show.
you had to persuade
There weren't
Elizabeth
children
to
in the
hire
show.
me.
This was
So
the
how
first
could I
time
be
you were seeing
planted as a
black
spy?
kids in a show, I
Make
guess.
up your mind,
Is that
Jack. Look, Gray booked the New York trip, didn't he? Oh, shit. How did he manage that, Anna? What did your rich Ivy League boyfriend do? What little blood remains in my face drains away, and I think I'm going to faint. I don't know what you're talking about, Jack. I whisper. Your cab will be here shortly. Shall I fetch your things? Oh, please, let me go. Stop this. Jack continues, enjoying my discomfort. And he thinks I'd make a pass at you. He smirks and his eyes heat. Well, I want you to think about something while I'm in New York. I gave you this job, and I expect you to show me some gratitude. In fact, I'm entitled to it. I had to fight to get you. Elizabeth wanted someone better qualified, but I saw something in you. So we need to work out a deal. A deal where you keep me happy. Do you understand what I'm saying, Anna? Fuck. Look at it as refining your job description if you like. And if you keep me happy, I won't dig any further into how your boyfriend is pulling strings, milking his contacts, or cashing in some favor from one of his Ivy League frat boy sycophants. My mouth drops open. He's blackmailing me for sex. And what can I say? News of Christian's takeover is embargoed for another 3 weeks. I can barely believe this. Sex with me. Jack moves closer until he's standing right in front of me, staring down into my eyes. His cloying sweet cologne invades my nostrils. It's nauseating, and if I'm not mistaken, the bitter stench of alcohol is on his breath. Ah, he's been drinking. When? You are such a tight-assed cock-blocking prick tease. You know, Anna, he whispers through clenched teeth. What? Prick tease? Jack, I have no idea what you're talking about, I whisper as I feel the adrenaline surge through my body. He's closer now. I am waiting to make my move. Ray will be proud. Ray taught me what to do. Ray knows his self-defense. If Jack touches me, if he even breathes too close to me, I will take him down. My breath is shallow. I must not faint. I must not faint. Look at you. He gives me a leering look. You're so turned on. I can tell. You really let me on. Deep down, you want it. I know. Holy fuck. The man is completely delusional. My fear rises to DEFCON 1, threatening to overwhelm me. No, Jack, I have never led you on. You have, you prick-teasing bitch. I can read the signs. Reaching up, he gently strokes my face with the back of his knuckles, down to my chin. His index finger strokes my throat, and my heart leaps into my mouth as I fight my gag reflex. He reaches the tip at the base of my neck, where the top button of my black shirt is open, and presses his hand against my chest. You want me? Admit it, Anna. Keeping my eyes firmly fixed on his and concentrating on what I have to do, rather than my mushrooming revulsion and dread, I place my hand gently over his in a caress. He smiles in triumph. I grab his little finger and twist it back, pulling it sharply down and backward to his hip. Ah! He cries out in pain and surprise, and as he leans off balance, I bring my knee, swift and hard, up into his groin and make perfect contact with my goal. I dodge deftly to my left as his knees buckle, and he collapses with a groan onto the kitchen floor, grasping himself between his legs. Don't you ever touch me again, I snarl at him. Your itinerary and the brochures are packaged on my desk. I am going home now. Have a nice trip. And in the future, get your own damn coffee. You fucking bitch! He half screams, half groans at me, but I am already out the door. I run full tilt to my desk, grab my jacket and my purse, and dash to reception, ignoring the moans and curses emanating from the bastard still prostrate on the kitchen floor. I burst out of the building and stop for a minute as the cool air hits my face. I take a deep breath and compose myself, but I hadn't eaten all day, and as the very unwelcome surge of adrenaline recedes, my legs give out beneath me, and I sink to the ground. I watch with mild detachment the slow-motion movie that plays out in front of me. Christian and Taylor in dark suits and white shirts, leaping out of the waiting car and running toward me. Christian sinks to his knees at my side, and on some unconscious level, all I can think is here. My love is here. Anna, what's wrong? He scoops me into his lap, running his hands up and down my arms, checking for any signs of injury. Grabbing my head between his hands, he stares with wide, terrified gray eyes into mine. I sag against him, suddenly overwhelmed with relief and fatigue. Oh, Christian's arms. There is no place I'd rather be. Anna, he shakes me gently. What's wrong? Are you sick? I shake my head as I realize I need to start communicating. Jack, I whisper, and I sense rather than see Christian's swift glance at Taylor, who abruptly disappears into the building. Fuck! Christian enfolds me in his arms. What did that sleazeball do to you? And from somewhere just to the right side of crazy, a giggle bubbles in my throat. I recall Jack's utter shock as I grabbed his finger. It's what I did to him. I start giggling, and I can't stop. Anna. Christian shakes me again, and my giggling fit ceases. Did he touch you? Only once. Christian's muscles bunch and tense as rage sweeps through him. He stands up swiftly, powerfully, rock steady, with me in his arms. He's furious. No! Where is that fucker? From inside the building, we hear muffled shouting. Christian sets me on my feet. Can you stand? I nod. Don't go in. Don't, Christian. Suddenly, my fear is back. Fear of what Christian will do to Jack. Get in the car, he barks at me. Christian, no! I grab his arm. Get in the goddamn car, Anna. He shakes me off. No, please, I plead with him. Stay! Don't leave me on my own! I deploy my ultimate weapon. Seething, Christian runs his hand through his hair and glares down at me, clearly racked with indecision. The shouting inside the building escalates and then stops suddenly. Oh no, what has Taylor done? Christian fishes out his BlackBerry. Christian, he has my emails. What? My emails to you. He wanted to know where your emails to me were. He was trying to blackmail me. Christian's look is murderous. Oh, shit. Fuck! He splutters and narrows his eyes at me. He punches a number into his BlackBerry. Oh no, I'm in trouble. Who's he calling? Barney. Gray. I need you to access the SIP main server and wipe all Anastasia Steele's emails to me. Then, access the personal data files of Jack Hyde and check they aren't stored there. If they are, wipe them. Yes, all of them. Now, let me know when it's done. He stabs the off button, then dials another number. Roach. Gray. Hyde. I want him out. Now. This minute. Call security. Get him to clear his desk immediately, or I will liquidate this company first thing in the morning. You already have all the justification you need to give him his pink slip. Do you understand? He listens briefly and hangs up, seemingly satisfied. BlackBerry, he hisses at me through clenched teeth. Please don't be mad at me. I blink up at him. I am so mad at you right now. He snarls, and once more sweeps his hand through his hair. Get in the car. Christian, please, get in the fucking car, Anastasia, or so help me, I'll put you in there myself. He threatens, his eyes blazing with fury. Oh, shit. Don't do anything stupid, please, I beg. Stupid? He explodes. I told you to use your fucking BlackBerry. Don't talk to me about stupid. Get in the motherfucking car, Anastasia. Now! He snarls, and a frisson of fear runs through me. This is very angry Christian. I've not seen him this mad before. He's barely holding on to his self-control. Okay, I mutter, placating him. But please, be careful. Pressing his lips together in a hard line, he points angrily to the car, glaring at me. Jeez, okay, I get the message. Please be careful. I don't want anything to happen to you. It would kill me, I murmur. He blinks rapidly and stills, lowering his arm while he takes a deep breath. I'll be careful, he says, his eyes softening. Oh, thank the Lord. His eyes burn into me as I head to the car, open the front passenger door, and climb in. Once I'm safely in the comfort of the Audi, he disappears into the building, and my heart leaps again into my throat. What's he planning to do? I sit and wait, and wait, and wait. 5 eternal minutes. Jack's cab pulls up in front of the Audi. 10 minutes. 15. Jeez, what are they doing in there? And how is Taylor? The wait is agonizing. 25 minutes later, Jack emerges from the building, clutching a cardboard storage box. Behind him is a security guard. Where was he earlier? And after them come Christian and Taylor. Jack looks sick. He heads straight for the cab, and I'm grateful for the Audi's heavily tinted windows, so he cannot see me. The cab drives off, presumably not to SeaTac, as Christian and Taylor reach the car. Opening the driver's door, Christian slides smoothly into the seat, presumably because I am in the front, and Taylor gets in behind me. Neither of them says a word as Christian starts the car and pulls out into the traffic. I risk a quick glance at 50. His mouth is set in a firm line, but he seems distracted. The car phone rings. Gray. Christian snaps. Mr. Gray, Barney here. Barney, I'm on speakerphone, and there are others in the car. Christian warns. Sir, it's all done, but I need to talk to you about what else I found on Mr. Hyde's computer. I'll call you when I reach my destination. And thanks, Barney. No problem, Mr. Gray. Barney hangs up. He sounds much younger than I expected. What else is on Jack's computer? Are you talking to me? I ask quietly. Christian glances at me before fixing his eyes back on the road ahead, and I can tell he's still mad. No, he mutters sullenly. Oh, there we go. How childish. I wrap my arms around myself and stare unseeing out the window. Perhaps I should just ask him to drop me off at my apartment. Then he can not talk to me from the safety of Escala and save us both the inevitable quarrel. But even as I think it, I know I don't want to leave him to brood. Not after yesterday. Eventually, we pull up in front of his apartment building, and Christian climbs out of the car. Moving with easy grace around to my side, he opens my door. Come, he orders as Taylor clambers into the driver's seat. I take his proffered hand and follow him through the grand foyer to the elevator. He doesn't let go of me. Christian, why are you so mad at me? I whisper as we wait. You know why. He mutters as we step into the elevator, and he punches in the code to his floor. God, if something had happened to you, he'd be dead by now. Christian's tone chills me to the bone. The doors close. As it is, I'm going to ruin his career so he can't take advantage of young women anymore. Miserable excuse for a man that he is. He shakes his head. Jesus, Anna. He grabs me suddenly, imprisoning me in the corner of the elevator. His hands fist in my hair as he pulls my face up to his, and his mouth is on mine, a passionate desperation in his kiss. I don't know why this takes me by surprise, but it does. I taste his relief, his longing, and his residual anger while his tongue possesses my mouth. He stops, gazing down at me, resting his weight against me so I can't move. He leaves me breathless, clinging to him for support, staring up into that beautiful face etched with determination and without any trace of humor. If anything had happened to you, if he'd harmed you. I feel the shudder that runs through him. Blackberry, he commands quietly. From now on, understand? I nod, swallowing, unable to break eye contact from his grim, mesmerizing look. He straightens, releasing me as the elevator comes to a stop. He said you kicked him in the balls. Christian's tone is lighter, with a trace of admiration, and I think I'm forgiven. Yes, I whisper, still reeling from the intensity of his kiss and his impassioned command. Good. Ray is ex-army. He taught me well. I'm very glad he did. He breathes and adds, arching a brow. I'll need to remember that. Taking my hand, he leads me out of the elevator and I follow, relieved. I think that's as bad as his mood is going to get. I need to call Barney. I won't be long. He disappears into his study, leaving me stranded in the vast living room. Mrs. Jones is adding the finishing touches to our meal. I realize I am famished, but I need something to do. Can I help? I ask. She laughs. No, Anna. Can I fix you a drink or something? You look beat. I'd love a glass of wine. White? Yes, please. I perch on one of the bar stools, and she hands me a glass of chilled wine. I don't know what it is, but it's delicious and slides down easily, soothing my shattered nerves. What was I thinking about earlier today? How alive I have felt since I met Christian. How exciting my life has become. Geez, could I just have a few boring days? What if I'd never met Christian? I'd be holed up in my apartment, talking it through with Ethan, completely freaked out by my encounter with Jack, knowing I would have to face the sleazeball again on Friday. As it is, there's every chance I'll never set eyes on him again. But who will I work for now? I frown. I hadn't thought of that. Shit. Do I even have a job? Evening, Dale. Christian says as he comes back into the great room, dragging me from my thoughts. Heading straight to the fridge, he pours himself a glass of wine. Good evening, Mr. Gray. Dinner in 10, sir? Sounds good. Christian raises his glass. To ex-military men who train their daughters well, he says, and his eyes soften. Cheers, I mutter, raising my glass. What's wrong? Christian asks. I don't know if I still have a job. He cocks his head to the side. Do you still want one? Of course. Then you still have one. Simple. See? He is master of my universe. I roll my eyes at him and he smiles. Mrs. Jones makes a mean chicken pot pie. She has left us to enjoy the fruits of her labors, and I feel much better now I've had something to eat. We are sitting at the breakfast bar, and despite my best cajoling, Christian won't tell me what Barney has found on Jack's computer. I drop the subject and decide to tackle instead the thorny issue of Jose's impending visit. Jose called, I say nonchalantly. Oh. Christian turns to face me. He wants to deliver your photos on Friday. A personal delivery. How accommodating of him, Christian mutters. He wants to go out for a drink with me. I see. And Kate and Elliot should be back, I added quickly. Christian puts his fork down, frowning at me. What exactly are you asking? I bristle. I'm not asking anything. I'm informing you of my plans for Friday. Look, I want to see Jose, and he wants to stay over. Either he stays here, or he can stay at my place. But if he does, I should be there too. Christian's eyes widen. He looks dumbfounded. He made a passing. Christian, that was weeks ago. He was drunk, I was drunk, you saved the day. It won't happen again. He's no Jack, for heaven's sake. Ethan's there. He can keep it company. He wants to see me, not Ethan. Christian scowls at me. He's just a friend. My voice is emphatic. I don't like it. So what? Jeez, he's irritating sometimes. I take a deep breath. He's my friend, Christian. I haven't seen him since his show, and that was too brief. I know you don't have any friends, apart from that god-awful woman, but I don't moan about you seeing her. I snap. Christian blinks, shocked.
New, I had one here.
I want to see him. I've been a poor
Fucking
friend.
Meg Ryan cream.
My subconscious is alarmed. Are you stamping your little foot? Steady now. Gray eyes blaze at me. Is that what you think? He breathes. Think about what? Eleanor, you'd rather I didn't see her? Exactly. I'd rather you didn't see her. Why didn't you say? Because it's not my place to say. You think she's your only friend. I shrug in exasperation. He really doesn't get it. How did this turn into a conversation about her? I don't even want to think about her. I try to steer us back to Jose.
Oh my god.
Just as it's not your place to say if I can or can't see Jose. Don't you see that? Christian gazes at me, perplexed, I think.
Fucking mosquitoes are itching me so badly.
You can stay here, I suppose, he mutters. I can keep an eye on him. He sounds petulant. Hallelujah.
It's okay. It's okay.
Thank you. You know,
Really?
if I am going to live here too, I trail off. Christian nods. He knows what I'm trying to say.
Oh my god, I got another one.
It's not like you haven't got the space. I smirk.
One there.
His lips turn up slowly.
Two.
Are you smirking at
There.
me, Miss Stew?
I think I
Most
have at least.
definitely, Mr. Gray.
Oh my god.
I get up just in case his palms start twitching, clear our plates, and then load them into the dishwasher. Neil will do that. I've done it now. I stand up and gaze at him. He's watching me intently. I have to work for a while, he says apologetically. Cool. I'll find something to do.
Every weekend. I've
He orders,
never
but his voice
ever
is soft and stuffy.
seen anyone
His eyes
with poison
I don't
sumac
hesitate
like
to
that.
walk into his arms, clasping him around his neck as he perches on his bar stool. He wraps his arms around me, crushes me to him, and just holds me.
What?
Are you okay? He whispers into my hair. Okay? After what happened with that fucker.
Dude,
After what happened yesterday? He adds, his voice quiet and earnest. I gaze into dark, serious eyes. Am I okay? Yes, I whisper. His arms tighten around me, and I feel safe, cherished, and loved
I got
all
one
at
here.
once. It's blissful.
One, okay.
Closing my eyes, I enjoy the feel of being in his arms. I love this man. I love his intoxicating scent, his strength, his mercurial ways. My 50. Let's not fight, he murmurs. He kisses my hair and inhales deeply.
I got one really good one right there. That's a bite? Yeah, it's
So
a
do you,
right.
I whisper, and kiss his neck. All too soon, he releases me. I should only
I have
be a
two
couple of
here.
hours.
Really? Oh my god.
I wander listlessly through the apartment.
Really? Yeah.
Christian is still working. I have showered and dressed in some sweats and a t-shirt of my own, and I'm bored. I don't want to read. If I sit still, I'll recall Jack and his fingers on me. I check out my old bedroom, the sun's room.
Oh my god.
Jose can sleep
Oh
here.
my god.
He'll like the view.
Oh my god.
It's about 8:15 and the sun is beginning to sink into the west. The lights of the city twinkle below me. It's glorious.
Got one here.
Yes, Jose will like it here. I wonder idly where Christian will hang Jose's pictures of me. I'd rather he didn't.
Yeah.
I'm not keen on looking at myself.
Two.
Back down the hallway, I
got
find
one here
myself outside the
and one here.
playroom,
Two.
and without thinking,
Really?
I try the door
Yeah.
handle.
Then one.
Christian normally keeps it locked, but to my surprise, the door
Then
opens.
on the leg.
How strange.
Three. A really good one.
Feeling like
oh
a
my
child
God.
playing hooky and straying into the forbidden forest, I walk
And
in.
then four.
It's dark.
One.
I flick the switch, and the lights
Three,
under the cornice light up with a soft glow. It's as I remember it, a womb-like room. Memories of the last time I was in here flash through my mind. The belt. I wince at the recollection. Now it hangs innocently, lined up with others, on the rack beside the door.
So fun.
Tentatively, I run my fingers over the belts, the floggers, the paddles, and the whips. Sheesh. This is what I need to square with Dr. Flynn. Can someone in this lifestyle just stop? It seems so improbable. Wandering over to the bed, I sit on soft red satin sheets, gazing around at all the apparatuses. Beside me is the bench. Above that, the assortment of canes. So many. Surely one is enough. Well, the less said about that, the better. And the large table. We never tried that, whatever he does on it. My eyes fall on the Chesterfield, and I move over to sit on it. It's just a couch. Nothing extraordinary about it. Nothing to fasten anything to. Not that I can see. Glancing behind me, I spy the museum chest. My curiosity is piqued. What does he keep in there? As I pull open the top drawer, I realize my blood is pounding through my veins. Why am I so nervous? This feels so illicit, as if I'm trespassing, which, of course, I am. But if he wants to marry me, well, holy fuck, what's all this? An array of instruments and bizarre implements. I don't have a clue what they are or what they're for, are carefully laid out in the display drawer. I pick one up. It's bullet-shaped with a sort of handle. What the hell do you do with that? My mind boggles, though I think I have an idea. There are 4 different sizes. My scalp prickles and I glance up. Christian is standing in the doorway, staring at me, his face unreadable. How long has he been there? I feel like I've been caught with my hand in the cookie jar. Hi,
Did she tell you a story?
I smile nervously, and I know my eyes are wide and that I'm deathly pale. What are you doing? He says softly, but there's an undercurrent in his tone.
She just told me a story.
Oh shit, is he mad?
That,
I flush.
so
I was bored and curious, I mutter, embarrassed to be found out. He said he'd be 2 hours. That's a very dangerous combination. He runs his index finger across his lower lip in quiet contemplation, not taking his eyes off me. I swallow, and my mouth is dry.
This is like really common for people.
Slowly, he
People
enters the
really
room
don't
and
know
closes
this,
the
but
door
they have
quietly
it.
behind him.
There was some vaccine
His
that was
eyes
given out
liquid gray fire.
between,
Oh my. He
I
leans
don't know the
casually
years,
over the
but
chest
up
of
until
drawers, but
during
I
the
think his stance is
let's say
deceptive.
60s,
My
1970s,
inner goddess doesn't know
1980s
whether it's
in the
fight or
United
flight
States,
time.
and maybe 90s,
So,
on a
what
person's
exactly
right
are
arm,
you
there's
curious
usually
about
a right
this
ear.
deal?
This is
Perhaps
not
I could
on
enlighten you.
American.
The door was
People
open.
who are like from the United States. It's like
I
only
gaze at
people who
Christian
came
as I
from
hold
other
my
countries
breath and blink,
are vaccinated.
uncertain
There was
as
some
ever of his
vaccine that
reaction
causes a
or
scar
what
on
I
your
should
arm.
say.
Really?
His
I
eyes
don't
are
know
dark.
why,
I think
but
he's amused, but
these two
it's
girls were
difficult to
together,
tell.
and this one girl
He
said
places his
to the other
elbows on
girl,
the
"You
museum
are
chest and rests his
so
chin on his
beautiful."
clasped hands. I was in here earlier today,
And
wondering what to
the
do
other
with it
girl
all. I must have forgotten to lock it.
and
He scowls momentarily,
she
as
said,
if leaving the door
"I
unlocked
noticed
is a
though
terrible
that
lapse
you
in
had
judgment.
at night,
I
I'm
frown.
not to see
It's not like him to be forgetful.
is it
Oh, but now, here you are,
a vaccine that you
curious as
got
ever.
when you came to the
His
United
voice
States?"
is
That's like a
soft,
tough question to
puzzled.
ask someone, but they were
You're
friends,
not mad?
and
I
she said,
whisper.
"Actually, it absolutely is," and they showed each other.
He cocks his head to one side and his lips twitch.
Really?
Why would I be mad?
And it's on.
I
Is it
feel
on?
like I'm
It's
trespassing,
on. It's on
and
mid.
you're always mad at me. My voice is quiet,
Is
though
it
I'm
anything?
relieved. Christian's brow creases
I
once
mean,
more.
it's just.
Yes, you're trespassing, but I'm not mad. I hope that one day you'll live with me here, and all this. He gestures vaguely around the room with one hand. Yours, too. My playroom? I gape at him. That's a lot to take in. That's why I was in here today, trying to decide what to do. He taps his lips with his index finger. Am I here with you all the time? I wasn't this morning. Oh, that's true.
I think they were.
I smile at the memory of Christian when he woke, and it distracts Perhaps if you thought of what
I
was
think I
coming.
said something like, I don't know,
He was such fun 50
I
this
thought,
morning.
did
You
I
were
notice it?
playful.
I don't know.
I
I
like
actually
playful
don't think I
Christian.
did. But,
No. He arches an eyebrow, and his lovely mouth curves up in a smile. A shy smile. Wow. What's
I
this?
think it was like,
I hold up the silver bullet thing.
I was
Always
thinking
hungry
like,
for information to steal.
well, they've showed each
That's
other or
a
something,
butt
and
plug.
like maybe one of them was like,
He
oh,
says
you're just
gently.
one friend.
Oh,
And
bought for you.
I said something
What?
like,
For
maybe
me?
because it was
He
like,
nods slowly, his
it
face
it
now
just looks like
serious
a
and
little
wary.
whiskey
I
bite
frown.
or
You buy
something
new,
like that. Is that what it looked like?
toys
Just like something
for
like
each
that.
submissive?
And
Some things, yes.
one of them said, oh,
Butt
don't say that. I
plugs?
was like, why? And
Yes.
she said, because whenever I hear about
I
something
swallow.
biting me, it brings back these memories of a
Butt
brown
plug.
recluse spider that bit me.
It's solid
And I was
metal.
like, Jesus Christ,
Surely
you got
that's
this fucking vaccine
uncomfortable.
thing because this
I
girl.
remember our discussion about sex toys and hard limits after I graduated.
Oh my god, it was so
I
painful.
think at the time I
She's like,
said I would
it
try.
was the most
Now,
painful. It was like a gunshot
after
in my
seeing
arm.
one,
Is that where it hit
I don't
her?
know
I
if
don't
it's
know,
something
maybe
I
on the
want
leg or
to
something.
do.
I don't know.
I examine it
But
once
she said
more
how
and
painful
place
it
it
was.
back
It
in the
just
drawer.
scared me that brown pepper was
And
shit
this?
out.
I
Really?
take out a
Yeah,
long,
and it's
black
out here.
rubbery object
Is it?
made of
Yeah.
gradually diminishing
Not a recluse
spherical
spider.
bubbles
They don't
joined
have them where
together.
you are.
The first one large,
Um,
and the last much smaller. 8 bubbles in
the
total.
biggest thing you can get is like a bull spider or something like
Says
that.
Christian,
It's
carefully.
like, those are big,
Oh.
but like
I
brown
examine them
recluse.
with
After I
fascinating
heard this
horror.
girl say how beautiful
All
it was,
of these
it has freaked me out.
inside me?
Incredible.
There? I had no idea.
They used to
They have quite the fight
advertise. Used to have
orgasm.
I wasn't
He adds matter of fact.
like on the radio. It wasn't like
This is for me. I whisper.
it says get boosted,
He
with
nods
COVID-19, get
This is
boosted,
the butt drawer?
stay healthy
He
and strong,
smirks.
get
Easy like.
boosted. It wasn't that
I
bullshit.
close it
It
quickly,
would be like
feeling myself turning red as a stoplight.
uh,
Don't you like the butt drawer? He asks innocently.
you know, be careful when
amused.
clearing
I gaze at him and shrug,
brush for the
trying
brown
to bring
recluse
him out my
spider.
shock.
It likes, it
It's
really
not
does.
top
It
of my
likes
Christmas
to
card list,
make nests,
I mutter nonchalantly.
make leaves and stuff.
Tentatively, I open the second drawer. He grins. Next drawer down holds a selection of vibrators.
It's very,
I
very
shut the
big.
drawer quickly.
Will it kill you?
And the next.
It's a very big
I
place.
whisper.
And then they have
Ask
another
him
thing out
once
here. So
more,
I would always ask
but
my
this
grandpa,
time with
Grandpa,
embarrassment.
what's the most,
That's more
like, what's the most poisonous
Oh,
snake? What's the most
hesitantly, I
poisonous
pulled the
spider?
drawer open,
What's the most
not taking
poisonous
my eyes off his
spider?
beautiful
Because I would
but
ask them
rather
all the
smug
questions that
face.
anyone could ask. Like,
Inside,
I asked them,
there are an assortment of metal items and some clothespins. Clothespins.
So,
I pick up a large metal
what's the
flick-like
biggest
device.
shark? What's
Legitimate
the
plan, Christian says.
Okay, so
He stands up and moves casually around so that he's beside me.
well, he
I
said
put it back immediately and choose something more delicate.
but
2
more
small
would be
clips
like,
on a
so
chain.
when it came to spider,
Some of these are for pain, but most are for
and
pleasure.
I was really scared. I was always scared of
What's
spiders.
this?
And I was around insects a lot because
That's
he had a
for
garden, and so I had to.
nipples?
I was
Christian
exposed
smirks
very
at me.
early on to insects.
Well, there are 2 clamps,
In
baby.
a good
Yes,
way,
both
and like
nipples.
catching
That's
them,
not what I meant.
in a good way,
These are for both
and like
pleasure
releasing them
and
and like
pain.
you know
Oh.
butterflies.
He takes it from me. Hold out your little finger.
Those are it.
I do as he asks, and he clamps one clip to the tip of my finger. It's not too harsh.
Bees,
The sensation is
bumblebees and
very
stuff. They
intense,
pollinate the
but
flowers
it's
and
when
get
taking
everything
them
back.
off that they are at their
That's
most
really
painful
good,
and
but,
pleasurable. I remove the clip. That might be nice. I squirm at the thought.
It's like,
I like the look of these, I murmur, and Christian smiles. For you now, Miss Steele. I think
and
I
then
can
he had
tell.
other thoughts.
I nod shyly and put the clips back in the drawer. Christian leans forward to pull out 2 more. These are adjustable. He holds them up for me to inspect. Adjustable?
I
They wear them very tight,
but when like
or not, depending on your mood.
mom and
How does he make that sound so neurotic?
kids,
I
I
swallow,
think their backyard
and to
has
divert his
grass,
attention, pull
but
out a
they
device
removed the
that looks
grass
like a
and made
spiky
a big
pastry
garden
cutter.
for my grandfather retired.
This?
Why?
I
It was
frowned.
less small,
No
but that was
baking in the
enough. They had a
playroom,
fun
surely.
garden, a nice yard.
That's a
They
Waterbury
had
pinwheel.
he
Or
didn't have anything to do,
he reaches
so he
over and
was bored.
takes it from me.
So he built a garden, a really big garden,
Palm up.
and
I offer him my left hand,
flowers,
and he takes it gently, scanning his thumb over my
really,
knuckles.
yeah. So when I was a
The
kid,
shiver runs through
that's what I would do is I'd play
his
this garden.
skin against
Really,
mine.
yeah. Did
It
you
never
like it?
fails to thrill me.
No.
He
Why?
runs the wheel over my palm.
To play,
The
and
prongs
whenever we
bite
were in the
into
garden,
my skin.
that meant we were
There's
headed
more
to
than just
yard
pain.
work and shit.
In fact, it
I wanted to
tickles.
play. And
Imagine
now I
that.
gotta water the
He
flowers and
breasts.
shit. Would you
Christian
water the
murmurs
flowers?
lasciviously.
What would he
Oh,
do?
I flush and snatch my hand back.
He
My
would.
breathing and heart rate increase.
Allow me to use the
There's a
water
fine line
hose, and it had this
between
weird.
pleasure
It was a cool thing. It wasn't like
He
the
says
modern day
something
kind.
as he
They
leans
have
down
like
and puts the
a
device
jet
back
spray
in
and
the
it has
drawer.
all these kind of settings. They make this
Close
one fun.
curtains.
And
I
this
whisper,
side too, that's like a stretch.
You can do a great deal.
But it's like wrapped around.
His eyes burn.
Um,
I
yeah,
lean against the drawer so it
this
closes.
hose, and at the very end, it had like
Christian looks amused.
a whole kind of
No.
attachment that
I
allowed
pull
you
open
to
the
shoot
fourth drawer to be
in
confounded by
a
a
spray
mass of leather
or
and
in
straps. I
a
tug
jet.
at one of
And
the
I
straps.
used to
It
absolutely love
appears to be
to
attached
shoot
to a ball.
and just change it. Oh my god, it's so much fun.
To keep
Why?
it quiet,
There's
says Christian,
nothing to do.
and used once more.
So
Soft lemon,
you don't have like shooting water,
I
and you
remember,
can make it like
says, but you can still breathe.
and they have the ability to change it. And it's like you can make whatever.
Taking it from me,
It's just
he
water.
replicates
Gives
a
a
mouth
shit. But
hanging
as a
down
child,
the wall
it
with
was like you had a
fingers.
choice.
Have you worn one
Something
of
you
these?
had control
I
over
ask.
something. And as a
He
child, you
stills
barely ever
and
had
gazes
control
down
over
at me.
anything. So to be able to have control over the
To master
spray of
the
the stream
screams.
was
He closes his eyes, and I think it's an
exciting. Caused
exasperation.
a little
No,
really?
that's not what
Yeah.
they're about.
Okay, are you done?
No,
So then what?
it's about control and extinction.
Yoshi.
How helpless would you be if you were tied up and couldn't speak?
Oh,
How trusting would you have to be, knowing I had that much power over you? That I had to read your body and your reaction rather than
so
hear your
you stream
words.
that thing.
It makes you more dependent, puts me in ultimate
Well,
control.
why are you telling me?
I swallow. You sound like you miss it.
Oh, it's okay.
It's what I
So
know.
there's around insects a lot.
Murmurs. His eyes
Not
are
like
wide
crazy
and
amounts,
serious, and the
What
atmosphere
in
between
what
us has changed.
Well, that's the
As
thing.
if he's
Oh my
at
god, did I just
confessional.
catch something?
You have power over me. You know you do. I whisper. Do I? You make me feel helpless. No.
What's that?
Oh, thank you. Why? Because
Oop.
you're the only person I know who could really hurt me. He reaches up and tucks my hair behind my ear. Oh, Christian,
Well, that's
that
the thing.
works
When I'm a
both
little kid,
ways.
I don't know what
You
any of
want
the bugs
me?
are. So I
I
have to
shudder,
catch them.
glancing down
And
at my
then show them to
twisting
my grandfather.
fingers.
And he'd have to tell them, yeah.
Therein lies
Really?
my other dark
So what with big
reservation
bugs?
about us.
Lightning bugs.
If
Catching
it
lightning
wasn't
bugs is so big.
broken,
Really?
would you
Oh
want me?
my god.
I
That
shake
was
my
such
head.
a big deal in it.
I must try not to think like that.
When you do that, like,
The last thing I want to do is hurt you. I
She
love
did,
you, I
but
murmur,
there's nothing. We
reaching
have
up with both
cartoon
hands to run
channels.
my fingers through his sideburns and gently stroke his cheeks.
I shouldn't say that. We were
He leans his
fortunate.
face into my touch,
Convention.
drops
There
the
was no
gag
Cartoon
back
Network.
in the drawer,
Really?
reaches for
Yeah.
me.
But
His
you'd have like
hands
some
around my
big
waist.
cartoons.
He pulls me
So there
against him.
were some occasions.
Have we finished show
But
and tell? He
it's
asks,
not like you could
his
just
voice soft and seductive.
really. There was no way to
His
do
hand
that.
moves up
It
my
was
back
impossible
to
to sit and
feel
watch
my neck.
cartoons all day then.
Why?
Unless you had them all on VHS, which some people did.
He bends and kisses me gently, and I melt against him, grasping his arms.
Yeah, no, there was no one channel. There was not like a Cartoon Network that only
His
showed
voice is
channel,
soft and
cartoons.
wary.
That didn't come until the 90s.
So,
So
I
then
ask, enjoying
So
the feel
we
of
would
his
catch
hand at my back
fireflies
and
at
his
night. That was a
proximity.
big thing.
He
I
pulls
can
his
tell
head
you, we
back
used to
and
catch
scowls
fireflies
down at
every
me.
single night.
Wouldn't you?
Really?
So, he
Yeah, I
repeats.
don't see them here.
I gaze up into
But,
his lovely, grumpy face, and I'm dazzled.
From where I am, every
Christian,
night there are
I'm fine.
fireflies. Really?
He wraps me in his arms,
Well, they
holding me
used to be when I
close.
was a kid. They were
When I
everywhere.
think what might have happened,
Everywhere.
he breathes, burying his face in my
Almost
hair.
annoying. Really?
Finally,
Yeah,
fart
they get
that's
annoying.
stronger than I
Absolutely.
look.
Why?
I whisper reassuringly into his neck,
Because they'll crawl
inhaling
on
his
shit.
delicious
God
scent.
damn it, get off me.
There is
But
nothing
usually
better
it's
on
kind
the
of a
planet
neat little
than
thing.
being in Christian's arms.
So what would you do as a
I
little
know
kid?
you're strong, Christian muses quietly.
I don't know. Sometimes the
He
girls
kisses
like
my hair,
there were
and then
neighbor
to my
kids. We
great
had some friends. I had
disappointment,
some friends.
releases me.
Yeah, but usually at night they were.
Bending
their-
down, I
their
fish another
families.
item out of the
But
open
sometimes
drawer.
the girl from next door
Several
would come
cuffs
over
attached
and
to a
we
bar.
would catch
I
fireflies
hold it
together.
up.
But then she'd have to go
That,
back.
says Christian, his eyes darkening. It's a spreader bar with
So what?
angled and twisted
It's
strings.
our grandparents lived right next door to each
How
other.
does it
and
work?
we were friends.
I
We were
asked,
friends from about
genuinely.
She's probably born in
Want me to show you?
1960s.
He breathes in surprise,
She was
closing
maybe
his eyes briefly.
it's Kate March.
I blink at him. When he opens his eyes, they are
I would
blazing.
say I was like 6.
Yes,
She was
I want
4 or
a
5.
demonstration. I like
And we
being
used
tied up.
to
I whisper as my inner
we used
goddess
to
full
play,
vaults
and I
from
would
the
just like
number of her
this
shades long.
because she would always come over and we'd always play. We were like 2 pieces of fun.
He looks pained all of a
And
sudden.
then
What?
my grandparents started calling it my
You're
girlfriend,
not here.
and I would hang out.
What do you mean?
Why?
I want you
Because
in
I
my
didn't want
bed,
to girlfriend.
not in here.
I didn't want to.
Come. He grabs the
I-
bar in my hand
Yeah.
and leads me
But they thought
promptly
it was
out
cute,
the
like
room.
this guy with a girlfriend. And
Why
I
are
did
we
not
leaving?
like that at all.
I glance behind me as
Why?
we exit.
It made me feel
Why not
awkward
in there?
that like I couldn't
Christian
just have
stops
a
on the
friend.
stairs
It
and
has to
gazes
be
up at me.
it
His
has to
expression
be
gray.
like
Ready to go back in there, but I'm not.
so she would come over to play and I would say I would tell her friends
Tell
that
him.
and
You understand.
Kate would say, get your ass out there and go play with
Releasing
her.
his fingers to stimulate his free hand.
And I
My whole attitude has changed as a result.
yeah, but I remember a few
My
times
life has radically shifted. I've told you this.
she came
What
over
I haven't
and
told you is.
I
He stops and runs his hand to his hair, searching for the correct words.
did
I'm
not
like a recovering alcoholic, okay? That's the only comparison I can
I
draw.
didn't want it
The
wasn't
compulsion has gone,
I feel really sorry.
but I don't want to put temptation
Now
in
your
my way.
grandparents,
I don't
they were
want to
just
hurt
teasing
you.
me, but I did not
He looks so remorseful,
like that. Really?
and in that moment,
What would
a
you do
sharp,
with it?
nagging
We just
pain
ride the big
glances through me.
and
What have I done to this man? Have I?
neighbor
He was
Lucy's
happy
house,
before he met me.
our house, and
I can't bear to hurt you.
my
Because I love
shout out
you.
to Lucy.
He adds,
She's my
gazing up at me.
grandparents'
His expression one of absolute sincerity,
daughter.
like a small boy telling
She's a
a very
teacher.
simple truth.
I think she's a teacher.
He is
for
completely
40
guileless,
years. Yeah,
and he
was
takes my breath
really,
away.
yeah.
I
But she
adore
might
him
have been
more
a
than
teacher.
anything or
Something
anyone.
like that, like really, really
I
long time.
do love this man
Yeah.
unconditionally.
And
I launch myself at him
they were
so
both
hard
like Lucy.
that he has to drop
Big
what he's
Lucy,
carrying
little
to
Lucy.
catch
Big
me
Lucy,
as I
little
push him
Lucy.
against the wall. Grabbing his face between my hands, I pull his lips to mine, tasting his pie as I push my tongue into his mouth. I am standing on the step above him. We're at the same level, and I feel euphoric and empowered. Kissing him passionately, my fingers twisting into his hair. I want to touch him everywhere, but restrain
neighbor
myself.
did not want us
Regardless, my desire
riding too
unfurls
quickly.
hot
Why?
and
Because
heavy,
we're little kids
blossoming
and we're
deep
gonna get
inside
hurt.
me.
And
He
she's
groans and grabs my shoulders, pushing me away.
and
You want me to fuck you on the
my
stairs?
grandparents were like,
He mutters.
we were watching. Don't worry.
Because
Were they
right
watching?
now, I
Yeah.
will. Yes, I
And
murmur, and I'm sure my dark gaze
so
matches
we would just
his.
ride big wheels
He glares at
around
me, his eyes hooded and heavy.
the sidewalk.
I want you.
I'll never forget.
He scoops me up suddenly over his shoulder,
I
making me
was speaking
squeal
of,
loudly, and smacks me hard on my behind,
it was,
so that I
I
squeal
was at my
again.
grandparents' house
As he heads down the
That's
stairs,
what I
he
was
stoops to pick up the falling spreader
every
bar.
day. No,
Mrs.
but
Jones is
sometimes.
coming out of the utility room when we pass through the hall. She smiles at us, and I give her an apologetic upside-down wave.
We
I
went
don't
to
think
swim.
Christian notices her. In the bedroom, he sets me down on my feet and drops the spreader onto the bed.
Like, it's kind of weird. I'm like, one of my grandma. One of my grandma. Really?
He says,
Yeah,
he takes my head in his hands and kisses me. Long and hard, night already, but
like, you know,
so much.
like,
He whispers against my mouth.
so what did you do?
Are you sure about this? After today? Yes.
And I'll say this:
I want you
when
to.
they died,
I want to undress you.
I was just.
I can't wait to get my hands on
I was
him.
turning 12.
My fingers
Right,
are
sorry,
itching
I
to
was
touch
12 when
him.
they died.
His eyes widen, and for
Or
a
you
second
turning 12.
he hesitates,
I was 11.
perhaps to consider my
I
request.
think I was just starting to get ready. So I can tell you, as a kid, I was just starting to get ready.
Catch his breath.
Why?
I won't touch
When my
you.
grandparents were alive, I was not ready.
I whisper.
And
No. He responds quickly.
why? For
It's
lots of
fine.
reasons, but
I'm good.
it was like
He
I
mutters.
couldn't deal.
I
It was
gently
very hard
undo
for
the
me to
button,
deal
and my
with
fingers
them.
glide down his
My
shirt to the
grandparents
next.
being
His
critical
eyes
of
are
me.
large and
They
luminous.
never ever
His
yelled at
lips
me.
parted as
They
his
never
breathing
ever
shallows. He
ever.
is so
Why?
beautiful.
Because I was always really, really
Fear.
critical. So it's
Because
like
of his fear.
it would
I
have
undo the third button
traumatic
and notice his soft
to ever
hair
get
poking
yelled
through
at.
the large V of the shirt.
Oh my god, it
I want to kiss you
not
there, I murmur.
once. It never was.
He inhales sharply.
Why?
Because
I just didn't do anything wrong.
yes, I murmur.
But this one time,
He gasps as I undo
I,
the next button and very slowly lean forward, making my
I
intention
had
clear.
seen that my
He's holding his breath, but stands stock still as I
so my
plant a
grandpa
gentle
had
kiss
shown
among
me.
the soft,
I knew where he
exposed
kept the
pearls.
raid, the
I undo
meat
the
killer,
final button and lift my
and
face to him.
he had
He's
shown me
gazing at me,
where to keep
and
it.
there's a look of
And he had shown me
satisfaction,
how to use it.
calm, and wonder on his
If
face.
I ever saw wasps, I
It's
had permission to use it.
isn't it?
Really?
I whisper.
Yeah. Why?
He nods as I slowly push his shirt off his shoulders and let it fall to the floor.
Because, you didn't know wasps and things like that. So what was he doing? He was taking a nap. And so I didn't want to wake him up. But there was a wasp
thrust both his hands into my
a yellow
hair
jacket
and
next,
pulling my head
that
right
was
back,
like in
so
the
that he can have easy access to my throat. He
aluminum
runs his
siding
lips
of their
up to my
house.
jaw, nipping
And I
softly.
saw it,
I groan.
and
Oh, I want this man.
especially because it was
My
in their
fingers
house. It was
fumble
like
at his waistband,
it was like
undo the
connected
button,
to their house.
pulling down
It
his
wasn't
zipper.
like out in the garden or the garage or something.
He breathes as he kisses me
I'm
behind
like
my ear.
immediately.
I
So
feel his
you're
erection,
saying you
firm
got
and hard,
the
straining against me.
how old was
I want him.
I
I know.
normally
I step back abruptly and drop to my
around these kind
knees.
of
Oh, he gasps. I tug his hands
It's
across
not
his
like I was
shoulders.
drinking them and I was using them appropriately.
Before he can stop
So
me,
what would you
I
do?
take it into my mouth, sucking hard, enjoying
I
the
took
shocked
the
astonishment as his
rain
mouth
and I
felt so
sprayed
big.
it
He gazes down at me,
in
watching my
between the
every
cracks of his
eyes so dark and filled with carnal bliss. Oh my.
aluminum
I
siding.
sheath my teeth
And
and
when
suck
you know it,
harder. He closes his eyes and surrenders
it's
to his
sprayed
blissful
right back
carnal
in.
pleasure.
It's like I sprayed it
I
in
know
there
what I do to
and
him,
it's
and it's hedonistic,
right into my
liberating.
eye.
He's
And I
sexy as hell.
screamed
The
because it
feeling
was
is heavy.
painful,
I'm
but
not just
I was
powerful.
I don't say I was making a bigger deal than it was because it went right in my eye.
He hisses and
And
gently
it's like,
cradles my head,
insecticide.
flexing his hips so he moves deeper inside my mouth.
But
Oh,
I
yes.
screamed and the
I
grandmother
want
came
this.
out.
And I
And it
swirl
was the
my
one
tongue
time she
around
like
him, pulling
I
hard
ever remember
over
she
and
was
over.
like,
He tries to step back.
She's
Oh no,
so
Ray. I want
and
you. I grab his hips firmly, doubling
what
my
did she
efforts. And I can tell he's close. Please.
I think she said you should
I'm gonna call you.
really. Yeah,
He
and I
groans.
think, but
Good.
they didn't yell at me.
My inner
I think
goddess's
they,
head is thrown
like I
back
had
in
permission
ecstasy.
to use that stuff.
He comes
It's not like
roundly
I used it
directly
without
into my
their
mouth.
permission. It was just like
He opens his bright gray eyes, gazing
normally
down
when
at
I
me.
would do it,
I smile
I would get them like
He grins back at me, a wicked,
I'd
salacious
spray them in
grin.
the air or something like that.
Oh,
It wasn't like
so this is the game we're playing.
this was like a nest,
Steve.
I guess, a little bigger than
He hooks his hands under my arms and pulls me to my feet. Suddenly,
I
his
remember
mouth is
spraying
on
this thing,
mine.
and it went in and right back out, right into my
I
eye,
can taste
and
myself.
I
Taste better.
she took me into the
He
bathroom,
murmurs
washed
against
my
my lips.
eye,
He tucks my
and
t-shirt off and throws it carelessly onto the floor, then picks
no,
me up and tosses me onto the bed. Grabbing the end of my sweats, tugs abruptly so that they come off in one swoop. I pick it up and sprawled across his bed. Wait,
something else.
what? His eyes brimming red.
Maybe berries are
Slowly,
chewy.
closed,
There's like a
not keeping his eyes
red
off me.
berries. I never ate them. I just didn't know what they were. But I think they may be. But I think they're only poisonous if you eat like
I tilt my head perpetually to one side.
But I was always like, oh my god, if you ever touch a berry, it's like a little bush they had. You're probably
He gives me a wicked grin and reaches for the
But it was
spreader
right in
bar.
the same spot.
Grabbing my left ankle,
There was
he quickly
something
cuffs
about
it,
that though.
strapping the buckle tightly, but
Super
not too
tight.
tight.
Oh, I
He
remember.
tests how much
So
room
I
I have
always
by
thought they were
sliding
going
his
to
little
get
finger
robbed.
between
I
the
always
cuff
thought my
and my
grandparents were
ankle.
going to get robbed, and I'd
He
always
doesn't
spend the
take
night
his
there.
eyes off mine.
And so I always knew they were going to get robbed when I was there. Why were they going to get
He's
robbed
done
when
this
you were there?
before.
Their
We'll
neighborhood
have to
wasn't
see how he
as
tastes.
well.
If I recall,
We
you're
moved
rare.
to a nicer neighborhood
Delicacy.
where it was very suburban.
Oh.
But where my grandparents lived, it
Grasping
was
my
a little
other
more.
ankle,
It was suburban.
he
It was a
quickly
little
and
more
efficiently cuffs that one
inner
as well,
city.
so that my
A
feet
little
are about 2 feet apart. The good thing about
And
this spreader is,
why
it's
it was
theirs.
closer to downtown.
He murmurs. He clicks
It
something
wasn't.
on the
It
bar
wasn't
and pushes, so my
It
legs
wasn't
spread further.
urban.
Oh, 3 feet apart.
It wasn't a
My
downtown.
mouth drops open,
You saw
and
a
I
yard.
take a deep breath.
But
Fuck, this is hot.
there
I'm on
was
fire,
there were like
restless,
blocks,
and bleeding.
like city blocks, as
Christian licks
opposed
his
to
lower lip. Oh, we're
subdivisions.
going to
So,
have some fun with this.
but still very very nice.
Reaching down, he grasps the bar
Very
and twists
nice,
it,
very very
so I
nice.
flip
place.
onto my front. It takes me by surprise.
And it was a nice
See what I
neighborhood,
can
really,
do for
yeah.
you.
Especially
He
in our
says
Riverside.
darkly,
I like
and twists it again abruptly.
the houses
So I
behind
am
like
once more
those
on my
houses,
back, gaping at him, breathless. These
I don't know,
cuffs
10
are
feet
for
away.
wrists.
There's an
I'll
alley.
think about that.
And those houses
Behave or not.
were, I don't want to say
When do
super
I not
nice,
behave?
but
I can
they had a
think
few
of
good
different fractions. He says softly, running his fingers up the soles of my feet. It tickles, but the bond holds into place. Though I try to ride away from his fingers. Blackberry, for one. I gasp. What are you going to do? I never disclose my plans.
every
He smirks,
single time I
his
say
eyes
that, I
alight
would get
with
so
chemistry.
scared. Why?
Wow,
Well,
he's
they
so
had
mind-bogglingly sexy.
a neighborhood
It
watch
takes my breath away.
in their
It
neighborhood.
crawls up the back
What
so
did
that
that
he's
mean?
kneeling between my legs.
I mean,
Gloriously
like,
naked.
what's a neighborhood watch? Back in the day, it would be like,
Worse,
hey, we're going out of
he
town
runs the fingers of both his hands
on
up the
vacation.
inside to my
Can you
legs.
keep an eye on our house?
Slowly,
Just in case you see anything out of
slides
the ordinary,
circular patterns. Never
you
breaking
just,
eye contact.
call the police or
It's
go
all
check it out.
anticipation.
Absolutely. Neighbors would do that
What
for
will I do
generations.
to you? His
All the
softly
time.
spoken words
People get
penetrate
mail for
right
each
to the
other.
deepest,
People
darkest
would,
part of me.
I used to
I
feed
wriggle
our
off the
neighbors
bag and
birds,
His fingers continue
taking
their
their
slow
mail,
assault
taking their
up my
newspaper.
legs,
What
past
else?
the backs of my
That's
knees.
just things neighbors did for each
Instinctively,
other.
I want
And,
to close my legs, but I can't.
And people did that for us.
If you don't like something, just
So what?
tell me to stop.
They're just things that
He
you did.
murmurs.
So they
Bending
would
over,
watch yourself.
he kisses my belly. Soft,
But there was
sucking
this sign
kisses.
of this guy
His
who looks like
hands
this.
continue
It's
their
like
slow,
it looks like
flexious
I
journey
do on that
up my
fucking
inner thighs.
Carly
Touching
Simon video.
and teasing.
There's something.
Oh,
That's what
yes, Christian.
like. It was like a picture of a cow like this,
Yes,
and
I've discovered you can be merciless.
it was kind of a scary looking guy. And
Usually turn with me. My fingers clutch the comforter as I surrender myself to him. His mouth gently heading south, his fingers north. The vulnerable
Well, no, I just
exposed
be like, Mom,
apex of
what's
my
the neighbor?
thighs.
What is that sign?
I groan as
And
he
she
eases
goes,
his
oh,
fingers
there's
inside
a
me
neighbor who's watching
and
you.
buff my pelvis
And
up
I'd be
to
like, what does that mean?
Christian moans.
Why
in
don't we have one of
response.
those signs?
You never cease to
like,
amaze me,
oh,
Anna.
well,
You're so wet. He murmurs against the
the
line
neighbors
where my
got together in
finger
this
joins my
neighborhood
belly.
and
My body
they
bows as his
look out
mouth
for
finds me.
each other
Oh my.
more
He begins a
than
slow and sensual assault. His
in some
tongue
neighborhoods,
swirling
or
around
it's
and
thought to
around
be,
while his
because
fingers move inside me.
there's
Because I can't close my legs or
somewhat
move.
like a verbal
It's
agreement, or at least
really
an
intense.
I don't want to say undiscussed, but perhaps it is discussed. But there's some type of communication. We'll look out for you, you look out for us. And in a ceaseless something kind of environment, yeah, sort of. And I said,
I beg, say my name. Commands. Christian! I call.
why would you want to
voice? It's so high-pitched.
Imagine, somebody breaking into your house.
I call out loudly.
Maybe you have a neighbor come help you, or maybe a neighbor might call you and you're gone.
I fall
So,
spectacularly, embracing my orgasm.
I find
Because my
out.
legs are so
And
far apart,
also, shut up,
it goes on and on.
It's all
I'm lost.
and
Vaguely, I'm aware that Christian has hooked me onto my stomach.
no, I don't actually. He's actually, I think we have
We'll stop.
Oh, really? He's an asshole. Why?
I am too lost in the afterglow to form any sentient or
But
coherent
nevertheless,
thoughts.
he had
I am
a
sitting on Christian's lap.
German Shepherd,
How did that happen?
and I would always walk. So my grandma and I would go on this walk
He murmurs at my ear.
every day. You
Head
know,
and
yeah,
chest
like
on
a daily contribution.
In a daze,
Basically,
I
people
do
send
as I'm
women.
told. He
But
pulls
basically,
both my hands backward and cuffs
so
me to a
what
bar
this is,
next to my
we
ankles.
just walk
Oh,
and we
my
walk
knees
through
are
the
drawn up, my
no.
ass in the air.
He had a walk. No, his sister lived at the end of the street, so we'd walk to their house every day,
He looks so
or
beautiful.
about it, and he'd go
His
talk to
voice
his
is
sister,
full of wonder,
and they would talk
and I hear the rip of
and
foil.
I would just
He runs his fingers from the base of my spine down toward my sex and pauses it over my
what would
ass.
you do? Color,
When you're ready,
draw
I
pictures.
want this too. His finger is hovering over me. I
Um,
gasp loudly as I feel myself tense under his gentle probing. Not
I
today, sweet Anna, but one day. I want you every way. I want to possess every inch of you. You're mine.
Wait,
I think
so
about the butt plug and everything tightens deep inside me.
the
His words make me groan and his
thing
fingers
that I
move
would do when I
down
would
and
stay at my
round
grandparents'
toward
house
familiar
was I would
territory.
take
Moments later,
I would
he's
go under
slamming
this thing
into me.
and
Ah!
take all their
Gently,
chemicals, every
I
single one,
cry.
and take a
And he
little bit
stills.
of each one of them
Okay,
and put it in
gently. Let me get used to this. He eases slowly out of me, then
Tupperware
eases gently
container.
back,
Why?
filling me, stretching me. Twice.
I was making the
thrice,
ultimate pepper
and I
spray
am helpless.
mace combination.
Yes,
Look
good.
at this.
I
When
got
you
it
do
now.
that,
I
it
murmur,
layers
relishing
perfectly.
the feeling. He
All
groans
different
and
colors.
picks up his
It
rhythm.
bands. Like if you put, what would you put in there? I'd put
Relentless,
vinegar in there.
onward,
I'd put
inward,
curry, like paprika,
exquisite.
lots of paprika. My
There's
grandpa
joy
knows,
in
like,
my
oh, if
helplessness,
we're gonna get
joy
robbed
in my
and
surrender to
then
him,
somebody's gonna
and to
break
know
into the
that
house, make sure you have lots of paprika in there. Why? Because it was like a spicy thing in there. I was gonna blind
these
these
dark
kids.
places,
Really? Yeah. What else
places
would
I
you put in
didn't
there?
know existed.
Oh my god, I put
And together
just
we fill them with blinding light.
what's
Oh,
it?
yes,
It's like
blazing,
like powders
blinding
in
light.
there. But no.
And I let go,
I
glorying
forget.
in what he does to me, finding my sweet, sweet release as I come again, loudly screaming his name,
I
and he
everything I
stills,
could find. Beef
pouring his
bouillon,
heart and soul into me.
fucking lemon juice.
Anna,
I
baby,
put Sprite in
he
there.
cries
I
and collapses beside me.
any liquid they had in their house, basically.
His
I would
fingers
take a little
deftly
bit
undo the straps
and put it in
he
there.
rubs
And
my
if you do
ankles,
that,
then my
it
wrists.
creates like an
When he's
amazing
finished and I'm
layered
finally free,
concoction
he
of
pulls me
maybe
into his
like
arms and I
16
drift,
different
exhausted.
different.
When I
Liquid
surface
you
again,
have in it?
I'm curled
Oh,
beside him
I
and he's
put
gazing
dish
at
soap
me.
in there.
I
Dish
have
soap was
no
really,
idea
really
what the time is.
Why? Because you could always
I
see
could
that
watch you
shit like
sleep
kind of
forever
create its own special layer.
Murmurs,
And it was always a
and
different
kisses my
color.
forehead.
What would they use? I think
I
my
smile
grandparents
and shift
used
languorously beside him.
whatever, probably palm olive. I think
I never
but
want to let you
Dawn
go.
was too.
He
Really
says
cool.
softly and wraps his arms around
But
me.
why palm olive?
I never want to go.
Dawn was the big one.
Never let
So
me
I don't
go.
know. My mom was
I
Dawn,
mutter
but
sleepily.
my grandparents.
My eyelids
I just remember that I
refusing
think
to
probably
open.
that's the first time I ever saw palm olive. Like that, like lady's hand or whatever.
But
with
his
that
voice
green
is a
glass.
distant, ethereal part of my
Cascade,
dreams.
something like that. Was big. Why would your mom?
And as I
Dawn.
finally
I don't think
slip
I ever
into
saw
the
it have
darkness,
anything but
my
Dawn.
last thoughts
And
are of a small boy with gray eyes, dark messy, copper-colored hair, smiling shyly at me.
Anyway, so if you put enough of that shit in a Tupperware container, it'll layer.
Chapter 17.
Really? Yeah, so then what you do?
Christian is nuzzling my neck as I slowly wait.
So then we go to bed.
He
And
whispers and nips at my earlobe.
how would you
My
say?
eyes flutter open and close again quickly. Bright early morning light floods the room,
Well,
and his hand is softly caressing my breast, gently teasing
but then I got
Moving down, he grasps my hip as he lies behind me, holding me close. I stretch out beside him, relishing his touch, and feel his erection against my behind.
they had a guest room. They created a guest room
A Christian
in
Grey
their
wake-up call.
office, and so when I would sleep
Pleased to see me,
over,
I mumble sleepily, squirming suggestively against him. I feel his grin against my
sometimes I
jaw.
would sleep.
I'm very
I wouldn't
pleased
sleep
to see
alone.
you, he
Why?
says as he skates
I
his
would always
hand
sleep
over my stomach
We're
and down to cut my sex
but I
and
was kind
explore
of
with
afraid
his
to
fingers.
as well to sleep
There are
like in a
definite
different
advantages
house,
to waking
in
up
a
beside
different
you,
place,
Stu,
without my
he
parents.
teases, and gently
So
pulls me around so that I'm lying on my
especially
back.
because I was. This is not when I was old.
He
I mean,
asks
they
as
died
his
when I was
fingers
11.
continue their
So this is
sexual
when I was
torture.
maybe like anywhere from
He's
ages
smiling down at me.
6,
His dazzling, all-American,
although I can't
drop-dead
say I was
male
like dying.
model, perfect-teeth smile.
Sleeping over.
He takes my breath away. My hips begin to sway to the rhythm of the
But
dance his
that
fingers
stopped.
have
Why?
begun.
Because they got sick.
He kisses me chastely
My
on the
grandpa
lips
got
and
sick.
then moves down my neck,
And then he came to live
slowly,
with us.
hissing
So
and
then
sucking
I
as he goes.
would just
I
spend the
moan.
night with
He
him.
is gentle and his touch is light and
And
heavenly.
because
His
he lived in
intrepid
our
fingers
house.
move down and
And
slowly
we had like a
gaze
special
one inside me,
And as I
hissing
recall,
quietly
I didn't
in
sleep
awe.
in.
Oh, Nana.
Yeah.
He murmurs
We used to
reverentially against my throat.
take turns
You're always ready.
staying with him.
He moves his finger in time with his kisses as his lips journey leisurely across my clavicle and then down to my breast. He torments first one, then the other nipple
Really?
with teeth
Yeah.
and lips,
When it got really
but
bad,
oh so
my
gently,
mom
and they tighten and lengthen as he responds.
a mattress
I groan.
in there.
He growls softly and raises his head to give me a blazing gray-eyed
I want
look.
to say I
want you
I
now.
would do that. But
He reaches over to the bedside table. He shifts on top of me, taking his weight on his elbows, and rubs his nose along mine while easing my legs
if he
apart
needed
with
anything,
his.
he would
He kneels up and rips open the foil packet.
yeah,
I can't wait until Saturday, he
Here's
says,
here's
his eyes glowing with salacious delight. Your party? I pant.
faculties. Why is that?
Stop using these
Yeah.
fuckers.
No, it was never
Aptly named.
It was,
I giggled. He smirks at me as he pulls on the condom. Are you really going to steal? No. I try and fail to straighten my face. Now is not the time for giggling. He shakes his head in admonishment, and his voice is low, stern, but his expression, holy cow, is glacial and volcanic at once. My breath catches in my throat. I thought you liked it when I giggle. I whisper hoarsely, gazing into the dark depths of his stormy eyes. Not now. There's a time and a place for giggling. This is neither. I need to stop you.
Wait, so that's the end of your story. You said like a finger
He says ominously.
and if any robbers ever came to throw their face, that's exactly right. It was like mace.
What would you like for breakfast, Anna?
Was it?
I'll
Yeah,
just have
so
some
my
granola.
grandparents and I used to watch
Mrs.
the cops all the
Jones.
time.
I flush as I take my place at the breakfast bar beside Christian. The last time I set eyes on the very prim and proper Mrs. Jones, I was being unceremoniously dragged into the bedroom over Christian's shoulder.
Well, I would think that.
You love me, Christian says softly. I'm wearing my gray pencil skirt and gray silk blouse again. So do you.
Why?
I smile
There's
shyly
a
at him.
certain population.
He's wearing a pale blue shirt and
exists.
jeans, and he looks
Yeah.
cool and fresh and perfect, as always.
If you're not having a good time on Saturday night, you're pretty good.
He says matter-of-factly. In fact, I'd love to take you shopping. Shopping. I hate shopping. But with Christian, maybe it won't be so bad. I decide on distraction as the best form of defense. I wonder what will happen at work today.
So
They'll have to
that's
replace
the idea
this
of getting banding of that shit.
Christian frowns, scowling as if he's just stepped in something
Scarlet
extraordinarily
Carter is
unpleasant. I hope they take on a woman as my new boss. What? Well, you're less likely to object to me going away with her. I tease him. His lips twitch and he starts on his omelet. What's so funny? I ask. You are. Eat your granola, all of it. That's all you're having. Bossy as ever. I purse my lips at him and dig in. So, the key goes here. Christian points out the ignition beneath the gear shift. Strange place, I mutter, but I'm delighted with every little detail, practically bouncing like a small child in the comfortable leather seat. Christian is finally letting me drive my car. He regards me coolly, though his eyes are alight with humor. You're quite excited about this, aren't you? He murmurs, amused. I nod, grinning like a fool. Just smell that new car smell. This is even better than the submissive special. The A3.
All they ever do is talk
I add
about
quickly, blushing. Christian's mouth twists. Submissive special, eh? You have such a way with words, Miss Stu. He leans back with a faux look of disapproval, but he can't fool me. I know he's enjoying himself. Well, let's go. He waves his hand toward the entrance of the garage. I clap my hands, start the car, and the engine purrs to life. Putting the gear shift into drive, I ease my foot off the brake, and the Saab moves smoothly forward. Taylor starts up the Audi behind us, and once the garage barrier lifts, follows us out of Escala onto the street. Can we have the radio on? I ask as we wait at the first stop sign. I want you to concentrate, he says sharply. Christian, please, I can drive with music on. I roll my eyes. He scowls for a minute and then reaches for the radio. You can play your iPod and MP3 discs as well as CDs on this, he murmurs. The two loud, dulcet tones of the police suddenly fill the car. Christian turns the music down. King of Pain. Your anthem, I tease him, then instantly regret it when his mouth tightens in a thin line. Oh no. I have this album somewhere, I continue hastily to distract him. Somewhere in the apartment I have spent very little time in. I wonder how Ethan is. I should try to call him today. I won't have much to do at work. Anxiety blooms in my stomach. What will happen when I get to the office? Will everyone know about Jack? Will everyone know of Christian's involvement? Will I still have a job? Sheesh. If I have no job, what will I do? Marry the gazillionaire, Anna. My subconscious has her snarky face on. I ignore her.
You know, I talk about him so much, I don't really know anything about him.
This smart mouth.
Really? I mean, it's funny. It's like I've told you
Christian
that.
drags me into the here and now
It's not
as I
that
pull
much.
up at the next
What do you
traffic
know
light.
about it? Aside from like the
You're
stories,
very distracted. Concentrate, Anna. He
I don't know when
scolds.
it was high school,
Accidents happen when you don't concentrate.
number.
Oh, for heaven's sake. Suddenly, I'm catapulted back in time to when Ray was teaching me to drive. I don't need another father. A husband, maybe. A kinky husband. I'm just thinking about work. Baby, you'll be fine. Trust me. Christian smiles. Please, don't interfere. I want to do this on my own. Christian, please. It's important to me. I say as gently as I can. I don't want to argue.
I actually
His mouth sets once more into a hard, stubborn line, and I think he's going to berate me again. Oh, no. Let's not argue, Christian. We've had such a wonderful morning, and last night was... Words fail me.
Well, when I first met him, his hair was like down to here,
Heaven.
and then he donated it to Oxalot,
He says nothing.
and then
I glance over at him, and his
all
eyes are closed.
wasn't called. It was like really, really short.
He says softly. I meant what I said. What? I don't want to let you go. I don't want to
So
go.
how did he work?
He smiles.
I think he came in
He
with
shines smile and solves everything in his path.
Lure.
He's powerful.
I think he got hurt.
says simply, and visibly relaxes. I drive into the parking lot half a block from SIP. I'll walk to work. Taylor will take me from there. Christian offers. I climb awkwardly out of the car, restricted by my fancy skirt, while Christian climbs out gracefully at ease with his body, or at least giving the impression of someone at ease with his body. Someone who can't bear to be touched can't be that at ease. I frown at my errant thought. Don't forget we're seeing Flynn at 7 this evening, he says as he holds his hand out to me.
I mean,
I press the remote door lock and
did
take
you
his hand.
know
I won't forget.
I mean, but like
I'll
literally,
compile
when
a
it
list
comes
of
to like
questions for him. Questions
his
about
interests,
me.
I mean, I guess
nod.
it's almost like I know everything
Answer
about
any
him.
questions you have
Really?
about me.
I
Christian
mean, they're all
looks
the same
confronted.
like
I smile
Xbox,
at him.
Monster Energy,
Yes,
and
but I want the unbiased,
Dippin' and
expensive
fucking.
charlatan's opinion.
I mentioned
He
last
frowns and
time.
suddenly pulls me into his embrace, holding both my hands tightly behind my back. Is this a good idea? He says, his voice low and husky. I lean back to see the anxiety moving large and wide in his eyes. It tears at my soul.
Cardboard.
If you don't want me to, I won't. I stare at him blankly, wanting to caress the concern out of his face.
I mean,
I
that's the
tug
funny
on
thing
one
is
of my
like, I
hands
kind
and
of
he
like,
frees
I
it.
kind of know
I
everything.
touch his cheek.
Wait, no, he's married. I don't know Christ. He's got kids. I don't know their name.
I ask, my voice soft.
So I know everything about him. I'm telling you.
Christian, how many times do I have to tell you? I'm not going anywhere. You've already told me the worst. I'm not leaving.
I mean, like, what else more do you know? I mean, here's the thing. What more do you want to know?
Answer you?
You know his brother
I
and sister.
murmur disingenuously.
Really? What you didn't know?
You know what I'm
You
talking
couldn't
about.
remember. I was
I sigh.
Katie,
I want to know that I'm enough for you, Christian. That's all.
We were so excited.
And you won't take my word for it? He says, exasperated, releasing me. Christian, this has all been so quick.
And
by your own
Katie
admission,
has a child.
you're 50 shades of fucked up. I can't give you what you need, I mutter. It's just not for me. But that makes me feel inadequate, especially seeing you with Layla. Who's to say that one day you won't meet someone who likes doing what you do? And who's to say you won't, fall for her?
No,
someone
but I mean, here's
much
the thing.
better suited
I'm
to your
trying to think, like,
needs.
what don't I know
The
about
thought
you?
of Christian
You got
with
Lyle
anyone
Jeff. I mean, I know everything about him. And that's the thing, but I'm like, I know nothing about him. But that's because I know everything.
I knew several
There's no much. There's nothing. He's kind of a shallow person. There's nothing more to learn. Like,
I've never had an
like,
emotional connection.
you talking about Xbox? Yeah. You're talking about him? Yeah.
Because you never gave him a chance.
Lyle? Yeah.
You've spent too long locked up in the fortress, Christian. Look, let's discuss this later.
Really?
I have to go to work.
I mean,
maybe Dr.
yeah,
Flynn
I know.
can
Like,
offer
what's
us
his biggest
insight.
fear?
This is all far too
he didn't
heavy
have
a
a lot.
discussion for a parking lot
Really?
at
No,
8:50
he's good.
in the morning.
He was
Christian, for
kind of.
once,
He's good
seems
like
to
public
agree.
speaking.
He nods, but his eyes
Was
are
he good
wary.
at it? No, but he could like come off
Orders,
in.
holding out his hand. When
I
I
mean,
reach my
he's
desk,
happy with
I
software
find a
too,
note
so he's
asking
in
me to
front
go
of
straight to Elizabeth's office.
standards and stuff.
My heart leaps into my mouth. Oh, this is
Why?
it.
I really fucking
I'm going to get fired.
No.
Anastasia. Elizabeth
Anyway,
smiles
are
kindly,
you done?
waving me into a
I
chair
know
before her desk.
Are you done?
I sit and gaze at her expectantly, hoping that she can't hear my thumping
You can
heart.
masturbate.
She smooths her thick
Yeah, no,
blonde
I need to
hair
answer
and
that.
regards me with somber, clear blue eyes. I have some rather sad news.
Are you done?
Sad? Oh no. I've called you in to inform you.
What is the name of it?
Jack has
What
left
were
the
you gonna
company
say?
rather suddenly. I flush. This isn't sad for me. Should I tell her that I know? His rather hasty departure has left a vacancy, and we'd like you to fill it for now, until we find a replacement. What? I feel the blood rush from my head. But I've only been here for a week or so. Yes, Anastasia, I understand. But Jack was always a champion of your abilities. He had high hopes for you.
I don't give a flying
I
fuck
stopped
about his
breathing.
family right now.
had
His
high
wife can
hopes
kiss
of
my
being
white
on my
ass.
back.
His
Sure.
kids can suck my nuts.
Here's a detailed job description. Have a look through it, and we can discuss it
I have
later
to.
today.
Hey, friends.
But
I'm gonna steal your father and take him back.
I know this is simple, but you've already made contact with Jack's key authors. Your chapter notes haven't gone unnoticed by the other editors. You have a shrewd mind, Anastasia.
Coach.
We all think you can do it. Okay, this is unreal. Look, think about it. In the meantime,
Coach.
take Jack's office. She stands, effectively dismissing me, and holds out her hand. I shake it in a complete daze.
Out of
I'm glad
all your
he's
friends,
gone. She
Yoshi
whispers,
included,
and a haunted look
which one do you
crosses her
think
face. Holy shit. What did he do to her?
most emulated
Back at my desk,
the
I grab my
essence
BlackBerry
of
and call
Alex
Christian.
Yoshi?
He answers on the second ring.
Yoshi.
Anastasia.
Aside from Yoshi.
Okay? He asks,
Who was most like
"Sir,
Yoshi?
they've just
Of
given
all
me
my
Jack's
friends,
job.
who was most like
Well, temporarily. I blurt out.
Of all my friends,
You're
who was like
kidding.
Yoshi?
He whispers,
That's
shocked.
not a question. It's hard
Did
to
you
be
have
like,
anything to do with this?
why?
My voice is sharper than I mean it to be. No,
Well, it's kind of like
no,
saying,
not at all. I mean,
of all the houses
with all
on your
due
street,
respect, Anastasia,
which one's the one
you've
that's
only
most
been
like
there
the
for
one
a
that's
week
on
or
fire?
so. And I don't mean that unkindly. I know.
Most of the
I
houses are
frowned.
normal, and there's only
Apparently,
one
Jack
house on
really
fire.
rated me.
None of the houses are really anything like that. If I had to pick one, maybe it's the
Christian's
one that's
tone is
almost
frosty, and then he sighs.
close to fire.
Well, baby, if they think you can do it, I'm sure you can. Congratulations. Perhaps you should celebrate after we've seen Flynn.
Koshi.
Are you sure you had nothing to do with this? He is silent for a minute, and then he says in a low, menacing voice, "Do you doubt me? It angers me that you do." I swallow. Boy, he gets mad so easily.
You don't want that. Listen,
I'm sorry.
close the
I breathe.
What would you-
Jason.
Really? Oh my
If you
god.
need anything,
You should be like,
let me
oh
know.
man, it's
I'll
something
be here. And
You're
Anastasia. What?
pregnant? It's just because I'm
Blackberry.
They just said
Adds tersely. Yes, Christian. He doesn't hang up as I expect him to. He takes a deep breath. I
Yoshi?
mean it. If you
So anyway,
I'm
who
here.
looks like Yoshi?
His words are
Again,
much
it's
softer.
the
So
analogy I
mature.
gave about the house.
Oh, he's so mercurial. His mood swings are like a metronome
most
set in
like Yoshi?
presto.
They're
Okay,
not even close.
I murmur.
Maybe, you know. They're even,
I'd better
maybe,
go.
'cause it's
I have to
somewhere
move
in
offices.
California.
If you
How
need
they
me,
go?
I mean it. He murmurs. I know. Thank you, Christian. I love
Megan's
you.
pretty quiet. Really.
I sense his grin at the other end of the phone. I
If
point
anything,
it back.
then probably so.
I love you too, baby.
Megan
Oh,
would kind of
will I
just like
ever tire of him saying those words to me? I'll talk to you later. Later, baby.
Really?
I
He would
hang
want
up
to
and
maybe
glance at
text
Jack's
people
office.
and like,
My office.
no, he wants to be around people, but like,
Anastasia Steele, acting editor. Who would have thought?
he would also say people
I should
a lot.
ask
And
him
he'd
for more
say
money.
people a lot. Really? Oh yeah.
What would Jack think if he knew?
Really? Yeah.
I shudder
He
at the
dated a
thought
super
and
hot
wonder
girl.
idly.
What was
He's
her
spending
name?
his morning. Obviously not in New York as he
There
expected.
were two super hot girls.
I stroll into my new office,
One of them,
sit down at the
what's her
desk, and start reading the job description.
there's one named Leslie.
At
She's,
12:30,
yeah.
Elizabeth buzzes
her
me.
parents owned an island. or
We
something.
need you in a meeting
Really?
at
Yeah.
1 o'clock.
And that's how she juniors.
And Vice
And
President,
she
all the
couldn't
editors
pull
will be
them out
attending.
really,
Shit.
at lunch.
Do I need to prepare anything?
So it would be like 7 guys and 1 girl.
This is just
It
an
was like,
informal gathering we do once a month. But
oh, see, it
I'll
was
be
okay
there.
for her to be around.
I hang
Really?
up.
Yeah.
Holy shit. I
And you
check
ate
through
with
the
her
current
every day?
roster of Jack's authors.
Like a semester?
Yes, I've pretty much got those
Really?
nailed.
Yeah.
I had the 5 manuscripts he was championing, plus
Did you
2
like
more,
it?
which
Like
should
her?
really be considered for publication. I take a deep breath. I cannot believe it's lunchtime already. The day has flown by, and I'm loving it. There has been so much to absorb this morning. A ping from my calendar announces an appointment. Oh no! Mia! In all the excitement, I have forgotten about our
Really?
lunch.
Why are you thinking
I
about
fish out my BlackBerry and try frantically to find her
the
phone
book? Very
number.
pretty.
My phone buzzes.
I forget what her name was.
It's
but,
him. In reception.
face.
Claire's voice is hushed.
Why?
Who? For a
She has like
second,
an
I think it
extreme
might be
baby
Christian.
face. Really?
The blonde god.
Maybe
Ethan?
like it's just
Oh, what does he want? I immediately feel guilty for not having called him. Ethan, dressed in a checked
not
blue shirt,
physically, but
white
face
t-shirt,
thing.
and
Really
jeans,
care.
beams at me when I appear. Wow,
Yeah, but it's just
you look hot, Steve, he says, nodding
done?
appreciatively. He gives me a
But
quick
she's from
hug.
Texas, yeah.
Is everything okay? I ask.
For sure,
Frowns.
girl.
Everything's
Good.
fine,
What was her
Anna.
name?
I just wanted to see you. I haven't heard from you in a while, and I wanted to check how Mr. Mogul was treating you.
But you look like
I
that tiny
flush
girl
and
in
can't
the
help
road.
but smile.
Really? Yeah.
Okay,
Really? Yeah.
Ethan exclaims,
Who else did
holding
she
up his
look?
hands. I can tell by this secret smile. I don't want to know anymore. I came by on the off chance you could do lunch.
Where I stand.
I'm enrolling at Seattle for site
But
courses in
from all
September.
time
From
from
the
all
Nestings. Oh, Ethan,
The city's so nice
so
they
much
need
has
the touch.
happened. I have a ton to tell you, but right now I can't. I have a
Jersey City
meeting.
within the city.
An idea
Jersey
hits
City
me
within the
hard.
state limits of
And
New Jersey.
I wonder if you can do me a really big favor. I clasp my hands together in supplication. Sure, he says, amused by my pleading. I'm supposed to be having lunch with Christian and Elliot's sister, but I
I
can't get
hate
hold of
this
her,
kind
and this meeting's just been
Is it
sprung
waste
on
of
me.
money?
Please, will you take her for lunch? Please? Aw, Anna, I want to babysit some brat. Please, Ethan. I give him the biggest, bluest, longest eyelash look that I can manage. He rolls his eyes, and I know I've got him. You'll cook me something, he mutters. Sure, whatever, whenever. So, where is she? She's due here now, and as if on cue, I hear her voice. Anna! She calls from the front door. We both turn, and there she is, all curvaceous and tall with her sleek black bob,
So what else did you
wearing a
want
mint
to
green mini dress
Well,
and
that's
matching
interesting.
high-heeled
I knew
pumps
it.
with straps around her slim
Really?
ankles.
I
She
mean,
looks
what would you
stunning.
ask? I don't know.
The brat,
I mean,
he
he wasn't a
whispers,
very good student
looking at
growing
her.
up.
Yes, the brat that needs babysitting, I whisper back. Hi, Mia. I give her a quick hug as she stares rather blatantly at Ethan. Mia, this is Ethan, Kate's brother. He nods, his eyebrows raised in surprise. Mia blinks several times as she gives him her hand. Delighted to meet you, Ethan murmurs smoothly, and Mia blinks again. Silent for once. She blushes. Oh my, I don't think I've ever seen her blush. I can't make lunch, I say lamely. Ethan has agreed to take you, if that's okay. Can we have a rain
Would
check?
anyone like that?
Sure, she says
Do I
quietly.
think anyone would have done?
Mia, quiet. This is novel. Mia, I'll take it from here.
Like, you always
Later,
would have
Santa,
gotten
Ethan says, offering Mia his arm. She accepts it with a shy smile. Bye, Anna. Mia turns to me and mouths, oh my God, giving me an exaggerated wink. She likes him.
Yeah, I don't think
I wave at them as they leave the building. I wonder what Christian's attitude is about his sister
friends that
dating.
you have.
The thought makes me uneasy. She's my age, so he can't object, can he?
No, is that true?
This
No,
is Christian
I know.
we're dealing with. My snarky subconscious is back, hatchet mouth, cardigan on, and purse in the crook of her arm. I shake off the image. Mia is a grown woman, and Christian can be reasonable, can't
There
he?
were some
I dismiss the thought and head back to Jack's,
who were
my
varsity
office to prep
athletes,
for the meeting.
who were scholarship
It's
athletes.
3:30 when I return. The meeting went well. I have
Who were
even
smart.
secured approval to accept the two
Not just
manuscripts I
smart,
was
I'm saying
championing. It's a
So
heady
smart
feeling.
that they were like,
On my desk is an enormous wicker
I'm saying
basket
this.
crammed with
Actually,
stunning
I have a
white
lot of
and
friends like
pale
that.
pink roses.
I don't know what their GPAs
Wow.
were. That's
The
the thing.
fragrance alone is
Nobody really
heavenly.
knew anybody.
I smile as I pick up the card. I
Really?
know you
Nobody
sent
knew
them.
shit.
Congratulations, Miss Steele.
Unless you were
And
at
all
4,
on
like
your
a
own.
4-0, no
No
one
help
knew shit.
from your over-friendly neighborhood megalomaniac
I always wanted
CEO.
to just have a
Love,
3-0
Christian.
and a pretty
I pick up my BlackBerry to email him. From
And
Anastasia Steele.
then when I had that, I sort
Subject,
of went
megalomaniac.
because he was
Date, June 16, 2011. 15:43.
Is that the end of your story?
Christian Grey. Is my favorite type of maniac. Babies and beautiful flowers. They arrive in a huge wicker basket that makes me think picnics and blankets.
What?
X.
Do
From
you think
Christian
anyone
Grey.
could have now?
Subject, fresh air. Date, June 16, 2011.
Well, here's the thing. Getting
15:55.
in is different than
2.
being able to take
Anastasia
the
Steele.
classes.
Maniac
Yeah.
A.
The hardest part
Dr.
about
Flynn
getting
may
in
have
is
something to say about that.
once you're in, oh,
Want to go
yeah.
on a picnic? We could have fun in the great outdoors, Anastasia. How was your day going,
Depends, but
baby?
it could.
Christian Grey, CEO, Grey Enterprises Holdings, Inc.
Just too competitive.
Oh my. I flush reading his
Consider
response.
someone's average grades.
From Anastasia Steele. Subject, hectic. Date, June 16th, 2011. 16:00. 2. Christian Grey. The day has flown by. I have hardly had a moment to myself to think about anything other than work. I think I can do this. I'll tell you more when I'm home. Outdoors sounds interesting.
But, so there are a couple
Love
things.
you.
I don't know if they're scholarship athletes,
X.
and I
P.S.
don't know
Don't worry about
if
Dr. Flynn.
they were.
My phone buzzes. It's Claire from reception. Desperate to
But I
know
will
who
say
sent the
this, I had
flowers
some
and what
friends
happened to Jack. Holed up in the
could have
office all
done
day. I've missed the
without
gossip. I tell her quickly that
But-
the flowers are from my boyfriend and that I know very little about Jack's departure.
Why?
My BlackBerry buzzes and I have another
Well,
email
usually
from
those kids
Christian.
were such good athletes. They were
From
like,
Christian Grey.
I don't
Subject,
know,
I'll try.
at the top.
Date, June 16,
Like one of them was a top
2011,
football player.
16:09.
Okay?
2.
University really
Anastasia
didn't shit.
Steele.
What is high school?
Not to worry.
Really? Even though they were pretty good.
X. Christian
Now,
Grey,
there were other kids,
CEO,
top
Grey Enterprises Holdings.
recruits out of like South Carolina,
At 5:30,
Florida.
I clean up my desk.
Give a shit.
I can't believe how quickly the day is
Just
gone.
give them.
I have to get back to Escala and prepare to meet
How'd they
Dr.
do in
Flynn.
school?
I haven't even had time to think of questions. Perhaps today we can have an initial meeting and maybe Christian will let me see him again. I shrug off the thought as I dash out of the office, waving a quick goodbye to Claire.
The
I've
university
also
has
got
that,
Christian's birthday to
and I
think about.
understand.
I know what I'm going to give him. I'd like him to have it
It's not a
tonight
fair
before we
environment
meet Flynn, but
Take
how?
some kid who
Beside the
never
parking
really
lot
spent
is
that
a
much
small
time
store selling
with their head
touristy
in the books
trinkets.
because they're always playing
Inspiration
football,
hits me
and
and I
then
duck inside.
have them compete academically with a kid
Christian
and
is
all
on
that
his
kid
BlackBerry,
his
standing
entire
and
life
staring
or
out the
her
glass wall as
studies.
I enter the break
That's
room
not
half an
fair.
hour later.
So how does the
Turning, he
university?
beams at me and wraps up his call. Ross,
I don't want to
that's
say there's
great.
easier class
Tell
load,
Barney and we'll go
but
from there.
they had easier ways to choose
He strides
classes,
over to me
which
as I
could
stand
make
shyly
easier
in the
classes. So
entryway.
basically, if you're an
He's
athlete,
changed
the
now
university
into a
gives
white
you the
t-shirt and
opportunity to take
jeans.
classes
All
first,
bad
which
boys.
was a major advantage. I'm not saying I'm against it. I understand it. Why? Because they have practice during the day,
Congratulations on
and the
your promotion.
university has to ensure that they
He
can
wraps
attend
his
that
arms
practice.
around me.
So
He smiles
because of that, they
delicious.
give them first access to any of the classes. So that means they can take the classes with easier professors, or the classes that they know aren't that difficult,
Christian beans, boyish,
and then it gets to the kids at the end of the line, and those kids have to take
That
the classes
doesn't
that
happen
have
often.
those difficult professors and things like that.
Very satisfying
But
when it does.
did that mean that they had classes that were like no-show classes?
What?
I would say no, there weren't no-show
I'm
classes.
nervous about Dr. Flynn.
Well, hold on. That's not true.
How was
I
your
knew
day?
kids who had no-show.
He
But
releases
this is
me
what
and I give him a brief summary. He listens attentively.
you could take it past
Oh,
bail.
there's one more thing I
And-
should tell you. I add. I was supposed to
There
have
wasn't
lunch
a
with
no-show
him yet.
class.
He
It
raises
was
his
like, I had
eyebrows in
one friend his
surprise.
senior year. He
Never
only had one
I
class.
know. I forgot. I
Like
couldn't
kind
make
of
it because of the meeting,
like
and
well,
Ethan
yes,
took her out to lunch instead.
And-
His face darkens. I see. Stop
Did,
biting your lip.
what was it?
I'm going
He
to
just
freshen
had
up,
to
I
read
say,
a book or something
changing the
like
subject
that,
and turning to
he
leave
had
before
like
he can
read
react
it.
any
It
further.
was really good. I think that would. I don't know
Dr.
if
Flynn's
they ignored
office
that,
is a short drive from Christian's
but,
apartment. Very handy.
that
I
was the-
use,
that
for
was the-
emergency sessions. I
and that
usually
wasn't
learn
a
here
no-show.
from home.
I can tell you, these
Christian
kids were in the
says
same
he parks
classes
my
that I was
sob.
in.
This is a
And we
great
were
car.
taking
He smiles at me.
the
I think so
opportunities
too.
are the same. They're taking the
I
same
smiled back at
tests, we're in
him.
the same group projects,
Christian,
everything's the same.
I
Are they as good?
gaze anxiously at him.
Or are they
What
as
does it mean?
academic? No.
Here,
Are
I pulled a small black gift box from my
talented? Oh,
purse.
absolutely. They're more talented
This
than
is
other
for
ones,
you
absolutely.
for your birthday.
Are
I
some
wanted to give it to you now, but only if you promise not to open it until Saturday,
They've been
okay?
there, they're exceptional usually.
He blinks at me in surprise and swallows. Okay, he murmurs cautiously.
House neighbors.
Taking a deep breath, I hand it
This
to
is
him,
great. They provided
ignoring
tutoring
his
services
bemused
to them,
expression.
and they would
He shakes
force
the box, and it
some
produces a
students
very
to go to
satisfactory
tutoring
rattle.
services if they didn't
He
have a
frowns.
certain GPA.
I know he is desperate to see what it contains.
Yeah.
Then he grins, his eyes alight with
No, but
youthful,
here's the thing,
carefree
university.
excitement.
Yeah,
Oh boy,
but
he looks his age,
Fonzo
and so
Alice,
beautiful. You can't open it
because of
until
grades,
Saturday, I warn him.
like, hey,
I
they
get
cannot
it,
play in
he
the
says. Why are you giving this to
or
me
they
now?
were threatened.
He pops the box into the inside
They
pocket
up
of
their
his
grades
blue
basically.
pinstriped jacket, close to his heart. How apt, I muse. I smirk at him. Because I can, Mr. Gray. His mouth twists with wry amusement. Why, Miss Steele, you stole my line. We are ushered into Dr. Flynn's presidential office by a brisk and friendly receptionist. She greets Christian warmly, a little too warmly for my taste. She's old enough to be his mother, and he knows her name. The room is understated, pale green with two dark green couches facing two leather-winged chairs, and it has the atmosphere of a gentleman's club. Dr. Flynn is seated at a desk at the far end of the room. As we enter, he stands and walks over to join us in the seating area. He wears black pants and a pale blue open-necked shirt, no tie. His bright blue eyes seem to miss nothing. Christian. He smiles amicably. John. Christian shakes his hand. You remember Anastasia? How could I forget? Anastasia, welcome. Anna, please. I mumble as he shakes my hand firmly. I do love his English accent. Anna, he says kindly, ushering us toward the couches. Christian gestures to one of them for me. I sit, trying to look relaxed, resting my hand on the armrest, and he sprawls on the other couch beside me, so that we're at right angles to each other. A small table with a simple lamp is between us. I note with interest a box of tissues beside the lamp. This isn't what I expected. I had in my mind's eye a stark white room with a black leather chaise long. Looking relaxed and in control, Dr. Flynn takes a seat in one of the winged chairs and picks up a leather notepad. Christian crosses his legs, his ankle resting on his knee, and stretches one arm along the back of the couch. Reaching across with his other hand, he finds my hand on the armrest and gives it a reassuring squeeze. Christian has requested that you accompany him to one of our sessions. Dr. Flynn begins gently. Just so you know, we treat these sessions with absolute confidentiality. I raise my eyebrow at Flynn, halting him mid-speech. I've signed an NDA, I murmur, embarrassed that he's stopped. Both Flynn and Christian stare at me, and Christian releases my hand. A non-disclosure agreement. Dr. Flynn's brow furrows. He glances quizzically at Christian.
Dude, oh my
Christian
god, I have a
shrugs.
good memory.
You start all
January of 91, Fonzo was Notre Dame's leading scorer was declared academically ineligible for the rest of the season. Now, I haven't heard of a player to be academically ineligible in so many years.
He asks, and he looks amused.
I've heard kids like getting caught for
Christian
cheating and things
answers
like
after a
that.
beat, and he looks amused too. As I thought. Dr. Flynn turns his attention back to me. Well, I guess we don't have to worry about confidentiality, but may I suggest that the two of you discuss this at some point? As I understand, you're no longer entering into that kind of contractual relationship. Different kind of contract, hopefully. Christian says softly, glancing at me.
It might be
I
called
flush
Ellis.
and Dr. Flynn narrows his eyes.
They should just call it Ellis. Like they call St. Louis Nellyville and call East St. Louis Ellis.
Christian has been
You
very
call it Ellisville. Nellyville and Ellis.
I glance nervously at Christian. What has he
Ellisville
said?
sounds good.
An NDA.
And then
He continues. That must have shocked you. I blink at him. Oh,
So this
I
is from
think
the
the
LA
shock
Times
of that
archives.
has paled into insignificance, given Christian's most recent revelations. I answer, my voice soft and hesitant. I sound so nervous. I'm sure. Dr. Flynn smiles kindly at me. So, Christian, what would you like to discuss?
Alice in Time
Christian
and
shrugs like a surly
University.
teen. Anastasia wanted to see you. Perhaps you should ask her.
Now here's
Dr.
another
Flynn's
thing.
face
The
registers
university
surprise
also used to
once
have this
more,
fucking stupid
and
rule.
he
Remember,
gazes
it used to roll this up to such a high degree. You had to at least have a 2.0
This is
and for
mortifying.
the NCAA.
I gaze
But they
down at my
changed it, and the
fingers.
university would make you to have a 2.2 because they wanted to make sure that they were always a little bit better than everyone
My
else, and
eyes
they
dart to
would
Christian
really shoot
and he
themselves in the
gazes
foot
at me
with that.
expectantly.
Yeah, they'd lose some really good
Yes.
guys who were just
I
almost
whisper.
there. Could have played
Christian
anywhere else in the
frowns and
country,
opens
but
his mouth,
because of
but
that,
closes
and
it
they wanted
again
to have that
quickly and
a little bit
stands with
higher.
one swift, graceful
You know
movement.
anybody?
I'll be the leader, he says, his mouth a flat, grumpy line. Oh no. Thank you, Christian, Dr. Flynn says impassively. Christian gives me one long, searching look, then stalks out of the room. But he doesn't slam the door. Phew. I immediately relax. He intimidates you. Yes, but not as much as he used to. I feel disloyal, but it's the truth. That doesn't surprise me none. What can I help
So,
you with?
top 48 cases.
I stare down at my knotted fingers. What can I ask? Dr. Flynn, I've never been in a relationship before, and Christian is, well, he's Christian. And over the last week or so, a great deal has happened. I haven't had a chance to think things through. What do you need to think through? I glance up at him, and his head is cocked to one side as he gazes at me with compassion, I think. Well, Christian tells me that he's happy to give up. I stumble and pause. This is so much more difficult to discuss than I'd imagined. Dr. Flynn sighs. In the very limited time that you've known him, you've made more progress with my patient than I have in the last 2 years. You've had a profound effect on him. You must see that. He's had a profound effect on me, too. I just don't know if I'm enough to fulfill his needs. I whisper. Is that what you need from me? Reassurance? I nod. Needs change, he says simply. Christian has found himself in a situation where his methods of coping are no longer effective. Very simply, you're forced him to confront some of his demons and rethink. I blink at him. This echoes what Christian has told me. Yes, his demons, I murmur. We don't dwell on them. They're in the past. Christian knows what his demons are, as do I, and now I'm sure you do too. I'm much more concerned with the future and getting Christian to a place where he wants to be. I frown and he raises an eyebrow. The technical term is SFBT. Sorry. He smiles. That stands for Solution Focused Brief Therapy. Essentially, it's goal-oriented. We concentrate on where Christian wants to be and how to get him there. It's a dialectical approach. There's no point in breastfeeding about the past. All that's been picked over by every physician, psychologist, and psychiatrist Christian has ever seen. We know why he's the way he is, but it's the future that's important. Where Christian envisages himself, where he wants to be. It took you walking out on him to make him take this form of therapy seriously. He realizes that his goal is a loving relationship with you. It's that
So what's his proposition for
and
you? It's
that's what we're working on now. Of course, there are obstacles. Is pathophobia for one? Is what?
No, I don't know. These are arguments that used to be made. Right? So we had our seven husband entrepreneurs having that shit. But people would come in and be like, oh, yeah, but X, Y, Z. And people would be like, What is your football team's
I
average
flush
SAT
and
score?
nod. Oh, that. He hasn't worn himself forwards. I'm sure that comes as no surprise to you. And of course, there's the parasomnia.
Your grandson
Oh,
is struggling.
nightmares. Sorry to the layperson. I blink at him, trying to absorb all these long words.
That's enough
I
about
know about
NCAA
all of this,
regulations.
but Flynn hasn't mentioned my central concern.
You're still trying to figure out how
But
Yosh
he's a
stayed
sadist.
academic.
Surely, as
Really?
such,
No,
he
actually,
has
he had good
needs that
grades.
I can't
Really?
fulfill.
Well,
Dr. Flynn actually rolls his eyes, and his mouth presses into a hard line. That's no
it's
longer recognized as a psychiatric term. I don't know how many times I have told him that. It's not even classified as a paraphilia anymore. Not since the 90s. Dr. Flynn has lost me again. I blink at him. He smiles kindly at me. This is a pet peeve of mine. He shakes his head. Christian just thinks the worst of any given situation. It's part of his self-abhorrence. Of course, there's such a thing as sexual sadism, but it's not a disease. It's a lifestyle choice. And if it's practiced in a safe, sane relationship between consenting adults, then it's a non-issue. My understanding is that Christian has conducted all of his BDSM relationships in this manner. You're the first lover who hasn't consented, so he is not willing to do it. Lover? But surely it's not that simple. Why not? Dr. Flynn shrugs good-naturedly. Well, the reasons he does it. Anna, that's the point. In terms of solution-focused therapy, it is that simple. Christian wants to be with you. In order to do that, he needs to forego the more extreme aspects of that kind of relationship. After all, what you're asking for is not unreasonable, is it? I flush. No, it's not unreasonable, is it? I don't think so, but I worry that he does. Christian recognizes that and has acted accordingly. He's not insane. Dr. Flynn sighs. In a nutshell, he's not a sadist, Anna. He's an angry, frightened, brilliant young man who was dealt a shit hand of cards when he was born. We can all beat our breasts about it and analyze the who, the how, and the why to death. Or Christian can move on and decide how he wants to live. He'd found something that worked for him for a few years, more or less. But since he met you, it no longer works. And as a consequence, he's changing his modus operandi. You and I have to respect his choice and support him in it. I think at him. That's my reassurance? As good as it gets, Anna. There are no guarantees in this life. He smiles. And that is my professional. I smile too.
This is known
Doctor jokes. Please.
as
But he thinks of himself as a recovering alcoholic. Christian always looking towards to himself. As I said,
depending on the
it's
time.
part of his self-awareness.
But you can't just buy one. That's purchasing in mass. Yes.
Dr. Flynn pauses. I don't need to stress how important a role he had in his opposite conversion. His road to process. But Christian is personally, I don't know how the world is going to play out. But if it was now, then I think we should down. Christian never down. I frown at the thought. Emotionally, Christian is my present now. He bypassed that phase of his life. He was checking all his energies into this business world. Has, beyond all expectations. His emotional world has to play catch-up. So, how do I help? Dr. Flynn laughs. Just keep doing what you're doing. He grins at me, Christian is head over heels. It's a delight to see. I flush, and my inner goddess is hugging herself quickly, but something bothers me. Can I ask you one more thing? Of course. I take a deep breath. Part of me thinks that if he wasn't this broken, he wouldn't want me. Dr. Flynn's eyebrows shoot up in surprise. That's a very negative thing to say about yourself, Anna. And frankly, it says more about you than it does about Christian. It's not quite up there with his self-loathing, but I'm surprised by it. Well, look at him, and then look at me. Dr. Flynn frowns. I have. I see an attractive young man, and I see an attractive young woman. Anna, why don't you think of yourself as attractive? Oh, no. I don't want this to be about me. I stare down at my fingers. There's a sharp knock on the door that makes me jump. Christian comes back into the room, glaring at both of us. I flush and glance quickly at Flynn, who is smiling benignly at Christian. Welcome back, Christian, he says. I think time is up, John. Nearly, Christian. Join us. Christian sits down, beside me this time, and places his hand possessively on my knee. His action does not go unnoticed by Dr. Flynn. Did you have any other questions, Anna? Dr. Flynn asks, and his concern is obvious. Shit. I should not have asked that question. I shake my head. Christian? Not today, John. Flynn nods. It may be beneficial if you both come again. I'm sure Anna will have more questions. Christian nods reluctantly. I flush. Shit, he wants to delve. Christian clasps my hand and regards me intently. Okay, he asks softly. I smile at him, nodding. Yes, we're going for the benefit of the doubt, courtesy of the good doctor from England. Christian squeezes my hand and turns to Flynn.
Yoshi,
How is she?
you could have
He asks softly.
a piece.
She'll get there, he says reassuringly. Good. Keep me updated of her progress. I will. Wholly forgotten. They're talking about Layla. Should we go and celebrate your promotion? Christian asks me pointedly. I nod shyly as Christian stands. We say our quick goodbyes to Dr. Flynn, and Christian ushers me out with unseemly haste.
Shit.
In the street, he turns to me. How was that? His voice is anxious. It was good. He regards me suspiciously. I cock my head to one side. Mr. Gray, please don't look at me that way. Under doctor's orders, I am going to give you the benefit of the doubt. What does that mean?
Why? Oh,
You'll
it was a
see.
shit.
His mouth twists and his eyes narrow. Get in the car, he orders while opening the passenger door with a sob. Oh, change of direction. My BlackBerry buzzes. I haul it out of my purse. Shit. Jose.
Especially his friends. He had a lot of respect. Highly of his friends.
I stare at him, whose
But he had
eyes
one
suspiciously.
friend who respected high too.
I mouth at him. He stares impassively at me,
Like that.
but his eyes hard.
Of all my dad's
Does he
friends,
think I don't notice? I turn my attention back to Jose. Sorry I haven't called you. Is it about tomorrow? I ask Jose, and stare up at Christian. Yeah. Listen,
But I've known this
I
for my
spoke
whole
with some
life.
guy in raisins, so I know where I'm delivering the funds. And I should get there between 5 and 6. After that, I'm free.
Very classy man. Really
Well,
good looking man.
I'm actually staying with Christian right now,
I
and
can't
if
say
you want
enough.
to, he says you can stay at his place.
Yes.
Christian presses his mouth in a hard line. Some host he is. Jose is silent for a minute, absorbing this news. I cringe. I haven't had a chance to talk to him about Christian. Okay, he says eventually. He's staying with Ray.
So right
Serious.
there,
I turn away from the car and pace to the other side of the sidewalk. Yes. How serious? I roll my eyes and pause. Why does Christian have to be listening? Serious. Is he with you now? That's why you're speaking in monosyllables? Yes. Okay. So, are you allowed out tomorrow? Of course I am. Oh, I automatically cross my fingers. So, where should I meet you?
Well, I
You
could
could
say
pick me up
this,
from
right?
work,
I could say.
I offer. Okay.
I remember.
I'll text you the address. What time? 6? Sure.
My dad.
I'll see you then, Anna.
Yeah.
Looking forward to it.
Like,
I miss you. I grin.
you know, even to this end,
I'll see you then. I switch the phone off and turn. Christian is leaning against the car, watching me carefully. His expression impossible to read. How's your friend? He asks.
He's going
He's well. He'll pick me up from work, and I think we'll go for a drink. Would you like to join us? Christian hesitates, his gray eyes cool. You don't think he'll try anything? No! My tone is exasperated, but I refrain from rolling my eyes. Okay. Christian holds his hands up at the feet. Hang out with your friend, and I'll see you later in the evening. I was expecting a fight, and his easy acquiescence throws me off balance.
Whenever
He smirks.
going off at someone or something.
We'll see about that.
Oh my god, nobody can make
Can I drive?
my brother.
Christian blinks at me,
He's really
surprised by my request.
Shut up, Batman! And it was so fucking funny.
Because I don't like to be driven. You managed this morning, and you seem to tolerate Taylor driving you. I trust Taylor's
Yeah,
driving
why'd
you
you like,
this week.
if somebody would stand up to my
And
dad.
not mine?
No one ever stood up to me.
I put my hands on my hips.
Why?
Honestly, your controlled freakishness knows no bounds. I've been driving since I was 15. He shrugs in response, as if this is of no consequence whatsoever. Oh, he's so exasperating.
Really?
Benefit of the doubt? Well, screw that. Is this my car? I demand. He frowns at me. Of course it's your car. Then give me the keys, please. I've driven it twice, and only to and from work. Now you're having all the fun. I am in full-on pout mode. Christian's lips twitch with a repressed smile.
I know when I give people shit, it's like, I get to the point where like, nobody can say
sure
this shit
you
back.
can
And
enlighten
it's
me,
like,
Mr. Gray. You've done
like
a great
I won
job
the
of it
game.
so
Nobody
far.
can say this shit back.
He gazes at me, stunned, and then smiles. His new shy smile that totally disarms me and takes my breath away. Great job, eh? He murmurs. I blush. Mostly, yes. Well, in that case. He hands me the keys, walks around to the driver's door, and opens it for me. Left here, Christian orders, and we head north toward I-5. How? Gently, Anna. He grabs hold of the dashboard. Oh, for heaven's sake. I roll my eyes but don't turn to look at him. Van Morrison croons in the background over the car's sound system. Slow down. I am slowing down. Christian sighs. What did Flynn say? I hear his anxiety reaching into his voice. I told you, he says I should give you the benefit of the doubt. Damn, maybe I should have let Christian drive. Then I could watch him. In fact, I signaled to pull over. What are you doing? He snaps, alarmed. Letting you drive. Why? So I can look at you. He laughs. No. You wanted to drive. So, you drive, and I'll look at you. I scowl at him. Keep your eyes on the road, he shouts. My blood boils. Right. I pull over to the curb just before a traffic light and storm out of the car, slamming the door and stand on the sidewalk, arms crossed. I glare at him. He climbs out of the car. What are you doing? He asks angrily, staring down at me. No, what are you doing? You can't park here. I know that. So why have you? I've had it with you barking orders. Either you drive or you shut up about my driving. Anastasia, get back in the car before we get a ticket. No. He blinks at me, at a total loss, and runs his hands through his hair, and his anger becomes bewilderment. He looks so comical all of a sudden, and I can't help but smile at him. He frowns. What? He snaps once more. You. Oh, Anastasia, you are the most frustrating female on the planet. He throws his hands in the air. Fine, I'll drive. I grab the edges of his jacket and pull him to me. No, you are the most frustrating man on the planet, Mr. Gray. He gazes down at me, his eyes dark and intense. Then he snakes his arms around my waist and embraces me, holding me close. Maybe we're meant for each other then, he says softly, and inhales deeply, his nose in my hair. I wrap my arms around him and close my eyes. For the first time since this morning, I feel myself relax. Oh, Anna. He breathes, his lips pressed against my hair. I tighten my arms around him, and we stand, immobile, enjoying a moment of unexpected tranquility on the street. Releasing me, he opens the passenger door. I climb in and sit quietly, watching him walk around the car. Restarting the car, Christian pulls out into the traffic, absent-mindedly humming along to Van Morrison. Whoa, I have never heard him sing, not even in the shower, ever. I frown. He has a lovely voice, of course. Has he heard me sing? He wouldn't be asking you to marry him if he had. My subconscious has her arms crossed and is wearing verbal in check. The song finishes and Christian grins. No, if we had gotten a ticket, the title of this car is important. Well, good thing I've been promoted. I can afford the fine. I say smugly, staring at his lovely profile. His lips twitch. Another Van Morrison song starts playing as he takes the on-ramp to I-5 heading north. Where are we going? It's a surprise. What else did Flynn say? I sigh. He talked about FFFSTV or something. SFBT, the latest therapy option. He mutters. You've tried others? Christian snorts. Maybe. I've been subjected to them all. Cognitivism, Freud, functionalism, Gestalt, behaviorism. You name it, over the years, I've done it. He says, and his tone betrays his bitterness. The rancor in his voice is distressing. Do you think this latest approach will help? What did Flynn say? He said not to dwell on your past, focus on the future, on where you want to be. Christian nods but shrugs at the same time, his expression cautious. What else? He persists. He talked about your fear of being touched, although he called it something else, and about your nightmares and your self-abhorrence. I glance at him, and in the evening light, he's pensive, chewing on his thumbnail as he drives. He glances quickly at me. Eyes on the road, Mr. Gray, I admonish, my eyebrow cocked at him. He looks amused and slightly exasperated.
Are you done?
We were talking forever, Anastasia. What else did he say?
What was
I swallow.
I was thinking about woman.
He doesn't think you're a sadist? I whisper. Really? Christian says quietly. Atmosphere in the car takes a nosedive.
They be talking about something.
He says the term's not recognized in psychology. 90s. I mutter, quickly trying to rescue
And my dad
between us.
Yeah.
Face
Oh yeah.
darkens.
What you shoot?
Exhales slowly.
Why don't you shut the fuck up?
He says quietly. You said you always think the worst
Yeah.
of yourself. I know that's true. I
Yeah.
murmur.
I was trying to think what
He
words
also
you
mentioned
like that were
sexual
different than no one
sadism,
else. No
but
one
he
ever
said
ever
that was a
called me.
lifestyle choice,
That
not a
had no one ever
psychiatric
called me.
condition.
That was my favorite one.
Maybe
Yeah.
that's what you're thinking about.
Did he
His
ever
eyes
get called?
flash toward me.
Did he ever get
His
called
mouth sets in a grim line. So,
honky or
would
cracker?
talk with a good doctor and you're an expert? He says easily. and
In
turns
like
his
a
eyes
funny
forward.
way, like
Oh, dear. I sigh. Look, You don't want to hear what he said?
Like in a
Don't ask
funny
me.
way.
I muttered softly.
But I mean, they were friends. They were like these are on both sides.
What the hell do I know about all this shit?
Very not
I even
racist
want to know?
at all.
I can list the salient points. His
It's
control
very
freakishness, his possessiveness, his jealousy,
intertwined
his
friendship of
overprotectiveness.
many years.
And I completely understand where he's coming from. I can even understand why he doesn't like to be touched.
It's just xenophobia,
I've
so I
seen
don't
the physical scars.
But
I can only imagine the mental ones. And I've only
So,
glimpsed his nightmares
sometimes,
once.
but it wasn't like
Dr. Flynn said,
It'd be like,
I want
listen
to know
here,
what you discussed.
honky.
Christian interrupts my thoughts as he heads off I-5 on exit 172, heading west toward the
But,
slowly
it
setting sun.
was not like
He called me your lover. Did he
it
now?
was.
His tone is conciliatory. Well,
I don't think
he's
I
nothing
ever
if
heard
not
you
fastidious about his terms.
really.
I think that's an accurate description, don't you?
Maybe,
Did you think of
but that
yourselves
wasn't
as
like.
lovers? Christian's brow creases once more, but this time he's thinking.
I mean, what was it? Like,
He turns the
it's
sob
only an
smoothly
ongoing
north
effect
once
if
again.
you've got, like,
Where are we going? No, they
it's
were
not like them
sexual partners.
using any kind of
Murmurs.
word up there.
His
There were
voice
just these
cautious
specific
again.
words that I'd never heard. I heard fathead,
And I want
but fathead was so funny to me. And then when that company came out with those
there's
fathead
that
things,
magical word
it was so
again.
funny to me. Fathead
With
was so
possibility.
cooler.
It makes me smile, and inside
Sit here,
I hug
fathead.
myself, trying
But,
to
yeah.
contain my joy. I know, I whisper, trying hard to hide my excitement. I just need some time, Christian, to get my head
What do you call
around these
him?
last few days.
You know, I want to say no, really. Cracker and hunky. I'm saying like I'm thinking in my head, but
After
no, those would have been like too racist for them. Really?
He nods and
You
turns
might
the
have said
music up.
hunky being funny in a way, like
Van Morrison is still singing, more optimistically now, about it being a marvelous night for mood dancing. I gaze out the windows at the pines and spruce dusted gold by the fading light of the sun, their long shadows stretching across the road. Christian has turned onto a more residential street, and we're heading west toward the sound. Where are we going? I ask again as we turn onto a road. I catch a road sign. 9th Avenue Northwest. I am baffled. Surprise, he says, and smiles
so it's hunky,
mysteriously.
a pejorative term. Yeah,
Chapter 18.
for honky tonk.
Christian continues to drive
Yeah, did you
past
ever hear him?
single-story, well-kept,
Well,
clapboard houses where
I'll
kids play
say,
basketball in their
actually,
yards
when
or
you check
cycle
back
and
inside,
run around in the
I don't
street.
think.
It all looks affluent and wholesome with the houses nestling among
I
the
think
trees.
I'm like kind
Perhaps
of like
we're going
trying
to
to
visit someone?
rehear the conversation in my head, and it was
A few
that
minutes
kind of
later,
tone.
Christian turns
It was
sharply
absolutely that
left,
kind of tone,
and we're
but I don't
confronted
think he
by
actually
two
said
ornate
it.
white
Really?
metal gates
Yeah.
set in a 6-foot-high sandstone wall.
He might have said the word.
Christian presses a button on his door handle, and the electric window hums quietly down
You know
into
what?
the door frame.
This is how
He
I might
punches a
hear
number
something.
into the
If
keypad, and
anything,
the gates swing
if anything,
open
it
and
would be
welcome.
like
He
we
glances
might
at
be
me,
telling a
and his
story.
expression has
And he might be
changed.
saying,
He
you know,
looks
we were in the wrong
uncertain.
neighborhood, and you got some punk, some
What is
cracker
it?
who
I ask,
hasn't seen some
and I can't
folks like us
mask the
before.
concern
You know,
in
we're
my
from,
voice.
you know,
An idea.
we're not from these
He
parts.
says
He'd be
quietly,
telling a story like
and
that.
eases
Maybe
the
I might
sob
hear it
of the
like
gates.
that, but
We head up a tree-lined lane just wide enough for two
not when I hear
cars.
that.
On one side, the trees ring a densely wooded area,
But
and on the other, there's a
it wasn't
vast
like-
area of grassland where a once cultivated field has been left fallow. Grass and wildflowers
ever
have
hear
reclaimed
that
it,
word?
creating a rural idyll.
Yeah,
A
no, I
meadow
heard it.
where the late
I
evening
did.
breeze
To the
softly
point
ripples
where,
through the grass, and the evening
when's the
sun
first time
gilds the wildflowers.
Mom said,
It's lovely.
she's reading
utterly
hunky, and
tranquil.
it's not like my
And
mom
suddenly,
used.
I imagine myself lying in the grass and gazing
Like,
up
yeah.
at the clear blue
But,
summer sky.
What
The
was
thought
it?
is tantalizing, yet makes
Well, my
me
mom
feel
had to make a
homesick
decision.
for some strange reason.
Was she going to read
How odd.
Huck Finn?
The lane
Yeah.
curves around and opens into a sweeping driveway in front of an impressive Mediterranean-style house of soft pink sandstone.
And say
It's
Edward
glacial.
every single time.
All the
Or
lights
she
are
was a
on,
nigger.
each window
Yeah.
brightly illuminated in the dusk. There's a smart black BMW parked in front of the 4-car
I think
garage.
she called her
When
mom
Christian
and
pulls
asked
up
what to do.
outside the grand portico,
So my grandma, yeah.
I wonder
my
if he
grandma.
lives here.
I think so.
Why are we visiting?
It's kind of creepy stuff.
Christian glances anxiously at me as he switches off the car engine.
But I could be wrong
Will
with that
you
one.
keep an open mind?
And my mom
He
just
asks.
made the decision.
I
Really.
frown.
Yeah.
Christian, I've needed an open
And
mind
so she
since the
just
day I
decided to
met
read
you.
whatever was written in the book.
He smiles
is what she
ironically
was going to
and
read.
nods.
And I hated it.
Steal. Let's go.
So she had explained to me what that word
And a
meant.
woman with dark brown
And
hair, a sincere
that I
smile,
wasn't going to use
and a
it.
sharp lilac
And
suit stands
Then
where
I
I'm
cried.
She's dressed and pressed up in front.
And
Okay, I'm not wearing killer heels like her.
I would throw her out of my room just because of work.
Mr. Gray. She smiles warmly, and they shake
Eventually,
hands.
we get to the point where it's like, okay,
He says
I really want
politely.
to know what happened in the book.
She smiles
I
and
really
holds out her hand, which I shake.
Yeah, it's a good book.
Isn't he dreamily gorgeous? Wish he were
Well,
mine
I can
flush.
say
Does
that,
not
but
go
I've never
unnoticed.
read it from like a
Oh,
black
Kelly,
person,
she announces breezily.
an Asian person.
Anna Steele.
So other
I
persons,
mutter
some
back
other
at
people
her.
says words from
Who is this woman?
um,
She stands aside, welcoming us into the house. It's a shock when I step in. The place
She read
is
it.
empty. Completely empty.
she said it.
We find
And
ourselves
we
in
did
a
it
large
both
entrance
ways.
hall.
What was it?
The walls are faded primrose yellow, with scuff marks where pictures must once have hung. All that remains are
She
the
was reading
old-fashioned
it.
crystal light fixtures.
And I think it got to the point
Floors
where
are dull
I would fight her
hardwood.
too much on it,
There are closed
and we wouldn't
doors
get
to
into it.
either side of
And
us.
then she was
Christian gives me no time to assimilate what's happening.
really, yeah.
Come.
Like, I got the point.
And
That's the
taking
thing.
my
They
hand,
said it so
leads
much in
me
the
to the
book
archway in front of us,
that
into a
it's just like, I
larger
get what I
vestibule.
get it. Every time she read
It's
it, it
dominated
just was
by a
like,
curved,
it
swinging
triggered.
staircase with an intricate iron
But it
balustrade.
wasn't, it
But
was a
still,
big,
he doesn't
so,
stop. He takes me through to
she
the
wouldn't
living
keep
area,
forcing it on me,
which is empty
but she did
save for a
legit
large
just
pink gold rug. The biggest rug I have ever seen. Oh, and there are 4 crystal chandeliers. But Christian's intention is now clear as we head across the room and outside the open French doors to a large stone terrace. Below us, there's half a football field with manicured lawn. Beyond that is the view. Wow. The panoramic, uninterrupted vista is breathtaking, staggering even. Twilight over the sound. In the distance lies Bainbridge Island, and farther still
You know
is
any other
crystal
African American
clear.
people?
The setting sun sinks slowly, glowing blood and flame orange, beyond
My
unconventional
dad found
park.
out a couple of
Vermilion
months we were
hues
African
lead to the cerulean
American,
sky, with
who were
opals
just
and
about people.
aquamarines, and meld with the
Which I'm
darker
so glad. I mean, I would
purples
just say to
and
them,
wispy clouds
well,
that
shut up.
land beyond the sound.
Wilbur
It is
and
nature's best,
Jimmy
a
and
visual symphony
Cinnamon
orchestrated in the sky and reflected
I
in the
can't
deep,
remember the
still
man's
waters of the
right now.
sound.
It's escaping me.
I am
But
lost.
he was my dad's friend, Lenny Odom.
Staring,
Lenny
trying
Odom?
to absorb
Really?
such
Yeah.
beauty. I realize I'm holding my breath in awe, and
And
Christian is still holding my hand. As I reluctantly turn my eyes away from the
my
view, he's
mom's
gazing
friend.
anxiously at me.
I
You
love
brought
his
me here to admire the
So
view.
that was an
I
interesting.
whisper.
So I
He
didn't
nods,
have
his
anyone
expression
like
serious.
school or anybody
It's
knowing like
staggering, Christian,
since we went to school with
I
no
murmur,
black people.
letting my
Really?
eyes feast on it
Not one.
once more. He releases my
And I
hand.
was,
How
if
would
I'm
you
wrong,
like to look at it for the rest of your life? He breathes.
you know,
What?
I think when I
I
was in
whip my face back to his.
kindergarten,
Startled blue eyes
there
to
were no
hints
black
of
kids
gray.
up to 8th grade.
I think my mouth drops open, and I gape at him blankly. I've always wanted to live on the coast. I sail up and down the sound, coveting these houses. This place hasn't been on the market
I'm
long.
not gonna
I
totally
want to
want
buy it, demolish it, and build a new house.
Is that true?
Roughs, he whispers, and his eyes glow, translucent
Some
with
kids
his
were
hopes and
adopted.
dreams.
And so maybe they came
How?
from families that were like
Somehow I've
Latin
been
that we didn't
right.
know.
I
Or something.
really
I mean,
live
it
here
wasn't.
in this
I'm talking
beautiful
every single
haven
kid was white.
for the rest of my life.
Oh, is that true?
It's just an idea, he adds cautiously. I glance back to assess the interior of the house.
When I was
How
in
much is it
kindergarten,
worth? It must be what, $5-10 million?
it's
I
not
have
that.
no idea. Holy shit. Why do you want to
I
demolish
don't think
it?
there was ever
I ask, looking back at him. His face falls.
Really?
No. I'd like to make a more sustainable home using the latest
It might have been
technological
one girl,
techniques. Elliot will
maybe.
I gaze back at the room again. Miss Olin Kelly is on the far side, hovering by the entrance. She's the realtor, of course. I notice the room is huge and double height, a little like the great room at Escala. There's a balcony above. That must be the landing on the second floor. There's a huge fireplace and a full line of doors opening onto the terrace. It has an old world
She was a
charm.
Clearasil model, like
Can
one
we
of those
look around the house?
Yeah.
He blinks at me. Sure.
Well,
He shrugs, puzzled. Miss Kelly's face lights up like Christmas when we head back in. She's delighted to take us on a tour and gives us the spiel. The house is enormous, 12,000 square feet on 6 acres of land, as well as the main living room. There's the banquet kitchen with family room attached. Family,
You taught her how
a music room, a library, a study, and, much to my amazement, an indoor pool and exercise suite with sauna and steam room attached.
I just remember he was
Downstairs in the basement, there's a cinema, jeez, and a game room. What sort of games could we play in here?
Was there anybody else?
Miss Kelly points out all
was
sorts of
definitely the first
features,
person.
but basically the house is beautiful
For
and
most
was
of the kids,
obviously at one time a happy family
and it
home.
was.
It's a little
How did
shabby
it
now,
work out?
but nothing that's some TLC.
No, I would say he didn't have an opportunity
As we
to
follow
really
Miss Kelly up the
do his
magnificent
job
main stairs to the
and
second
as
floor,
far as that
I can hardly
Here,
contain
like,
my excitement.
at
This
that
house
time,
has
I had some tough
I
times
could
in
ever
junior
wish
and
for in
school.
a home.
We lost the house.
Could we make the
I heard
existing
my
house
parents
more
fighting.
ecological
It was
and
very, very stressful. We
self-sustaining?
didn't have any money.
Christian blinks
There
at me,
was
nonplussed.
like food,
I'd have to ask Elliot. He's the expert in all this.
but I was able to at
Miss
least
Kelly leads us
undergo that
into
at
the
a little
master
bit
suite,
older age.
where
I had
full
the
height
two
windows
parents.
open onto a balcony.
I
The
think
view is still
maybe
spectacular.
a single parent.
I could sit in bed and gaze out
Though he
all
might
day,
have had
watching the sailing boats and the changing weather.
I shouldn't say maybe
There are
he
5
had a
additional
dad
bedrooms on this floor.
I think he did
Kids.
actually something
I
like
pushed the
that.
thought hastily to
But
one
maybe his
side.
parents were divorced or something.
I had too much to
That was
process
new.
already.
Not many people.
Miss Kelly is busily suggesting to Christian how the grounds could accommodate riding stables and a paddock.
That was-
Horses?
And
Terrifying images of my few riding lessons flash through my
it was
mind,
really hard.
but Christian doesn't appear to be listening.
And
The paddock would be where the
were you
meadow
guys
is now?
racist against
I
him?
ask. Yes, Miss Kelly says brightly. To me, the meadow looks like somewhere to lie in the long grass and have picnics. Not for some four-legged being of Satan to roam.
Isn't it the fact that
Back
you
in the
read
main
this
room,
music?
Miss Kelly
No, I'm
discreetly
trying to think like what was
disappears,
I'm trying to
and
find
Christian
out.
leads me out once more onto the terrace. The sun has set, and lights from the towns on the
You'd
Olympic
hear
Peninsula
racist
are
things.
twinkling on the far side of the sound. Christian pulls me into his arms and tips my chin up with his
I would
index
just say to
finger,
him like
staring intently down at me.
he was kind of hard to friends. Kind of hard to be friends
His
with him.
expression
What?
unbelievable.
Oh, April Knox, which was
I wanted to check that you liked it.
yeah. I mean, I could tell you all the blankets. So a bunch.
Nods.
But yeah, not a bunch actually. I think I just named every blanket in school. April Knox,
I smile shyly.
the second March.
Christian, you had me at the meadow. His lips part as he inhales sharply, then his face transforms with a grin, and his hands are suddenly thrusting into my hair and his mouth is on mine.
As I would get older,
Back in the car, as we head for
Chris-
Seattle, Christian's mood has lifted considerably.
Right.
So, you're going to buy it?
sister,
I asked.
very pretty girl.
Yes.
Really, yeah.
You'll put Escala on the market?
Yeah.
He frowns. Why would I do that?
They were younger than I was.
To pay for
One girl in my
my
school though
voice
was
trails
very
off.
impressive.
Of course, I
When
flush.
I was a senior, I think
He
it was
smirks at
7th or 8th grade.
Trust me, I can afford it.
Very,
Do
very
you like
impressive.
being rich? Yes. Show me someone who doesn't.
But
He says darkly.
I remember she had glasses.
Okay, get off that subject quickly. Anastasia, you're going to have to learn to be rich too, if you say yes. He says softly.
there were
Love isn't something I've ever aspired to, Christian.
when I actually had class,
I
it
know.
was Latin.
I
Was
love that about you. But then again, you've never been hungry.
but
He says
now
simply. His words are sobering.
he went to the
Where are we going? I asked
we were
Frank.
we were in grade, so like he would be the
Christian
masters
relaxes.
as well.
Oh,
If I had to,
celebrate
like,
what? The house?
raise people on
Have you
but
forgotten already?
why?
Your
I would just say
active
this was the
editor.
only
Oh,
exposure
yes.
that I
I
had to
grinned.
anyone. When you can
Unbelievably,
literally
I
name
had
every
forgotten.
single person in your life.
Where?
But it wasn't like
club at my club.
fleeting. No. These were like
Your
our
club?
friends.
Yes, one of them. The Mile High Club is on the 76th floor of Columbia Tower,
They weren't all
higher even than Christian's apartment.
Would you go out?
It's very trendy and has the most head-spinning views over Seattle. Cristal, ma'am? Christian hands me a glass of chilled champagne as I sit perched on a bar stool. Why, thank
Well,
you, sir.
That's the thing. It was a boys' school,
I
so
stress
we
the
go
last
at it with
words
each other, but it wasn't
unconsciously,
face.
batting my
Yeah,
eyelashes at
we just
Christian
make fun of
Rabbi.
each other.
He gazes at me and his face darkens. Are you
Like what? I don't know.
Yes,
Chris
Mr.
Records
Gray,
might say
I am.
me, like,
What are you
you
going
need
to
to
do
lose
about
some
it?
weight. I say, you play basketball like a girl. Like,
He says, his voice low. Come, our table's ready. As we approach the table, Christian
but
stops
too.
me, his hand on my elbow.
Wash your
Take your panties off.
Yeah.
He whispers,
But,
oh. A delicious
yeah,
tingle runs down my
very
spine.
good.
Go,
Yeah.
he commands
What did you like?
quietly.
I mean, he had a tough road. He made it the whole way.
He's not smiling. He's dead serious. Every muscle below my waistline
He
tightens.
was,
I hand him my glass of champagne, turn sharply on my heel, and head for the restroom.
You know, at times the only
What's he going to do?
African American kid.
Perhaps this club is aptly named.
Oh, no. There's somebody else too.
The restrooms are the height of modern design. All dark wood, black granite, and pools of light strategically placed houses. In the privacy of the stall, I smirk as I divest myself of my underwear. Again, I'm grateful I changed into the blue shift dress. I thought it appropriate attire to meet the good Dr. Flynn. I hadn't expected the evening to take this unexpected course.
Yes. How'd you know him?
I
knew him
am
better.
excited already.
I knew.
Why does he affect me so?
At least when I was in
I slightly resent how
Rich
easily I
and
fall
I
under his spell.
studied.
I know now that we won't be spending the evening talking through all our issues and recent events. But how can I resist him?
Chris Records.
Checking my appearance in the mirror, I am bright-eyed
And
and
we would
flushed with
just,
excitement.
we'd
Issues
snap at
and
each other.
shoes.
But just like
I
boys.
take a
And
deep
it
breath
wasn't
and head back out into the club.
And
I mean,
I felt like,
it's
oh, now
not
I'm
as if I hadn't
like,
gotten into us before. My inner goddess is draped in a pink feather boa and diamonds, strutting her stuff in funky
I'm not
shoes.
saying I did not like Rich. I like
Christian stands politely when I
was
return to the
envious of
table.
a lot of guys.
His expression
Younger
unreadable.
and he's picking up girls.
He looks his usual,
Really,
perfect,
yeah.
cool, calm, and
And
collected self.
Lori,
Of course, I now know differently.
date.
Since
You weren't supposed to date
he
period.
says, I slide into the seat and he sits.
Really, yeah.
I've ordered for
But to
you.
date a younger
I
guy.
He hands me my half-finished glass of champagne, regarding
So
me
that was an
intently,
interesting one.
and under
Really,
his
yeah.
scrutiny, my
Anybody else?
blood beats anew.
Tom Love.
He rests his hands on his thighs. I tense and park my legs slightly.
To just
The waiter
whatever
arrives
person
with a
was
dish of oysters on crushed ice. Oysters.
I'm sure there's
The
someone
memory
I'm
of the
missing,
two of us in the private dining room
but
at the
if
evening
someone's better
fills
than
my mind.
I forgot
We're
you because
discussing
of
his contract.
Remember,
Oh
this
boy, we've come a long way since then.
but I remember
think
they
he liked oysters
kind of
the
were
last time
bad
we tried them.
carriers.
His voice is low and seductive. Only time I've tried them. I'm all breathy, my voice
Were
exposing
they
me.
like their classes?
His lips
Yes.
twitch with a
Were they
smile.
like,
Oh, this deal. When
were all of
will
them
we
like,
learn? He muses. He takes an oyster from
I
the
think
dish
some of
and
them had
lifts
a
his
hard
other
time.
hand from his
Really?
thigh.
Yeah,
I
think
flinch in
April Johnson
anticipation,
had a hard time on it.
but he reaches
Why?
for a
She
slice
was
of
a
bread.
girl.
Learn
Yeah.
what? I ask. Cheese, my pulse is racing.
There's something about
His long, skilled fingers gently squeeze the liver from the shellfish.
as a guy, being very good at sports and yourself, kind of.
Shell close
That's
to
what
my
she
mouth.
went through this where she
I part my
she
lips
plays soccer a little
and
bit.
gently places the shell on my
Yeah.
bottom lip. Tip your head back
And
slowly.
believe it or not, for her to be older than I was,
I do as he asks, and the oyster slips down
the
my
only reason why I
throat.
knew her
He
was she
doesn't
had
touch me,
children.
only the shell does. Christian helps himself to one, then feeds me another. We continue this torturous routine until all 12 are gone.
But I think
Still,
there's
never relax for fun. It's driving me crazy. Still like oysters? He asks as I swallow the final one.
I just think
I
sports
nod,
allow people
flushed,
to
craving his touch.
include diverse because
I
it's
squirm
like
in my seat.
no one cares if you
Why
if you
is
score the
this
big
so
goal.
hot?
No one cares that your
He
grandfather
puts his hand casually on his own thigh again, and I melt.
was
Now, please, touch
Creole.
me.
No one gives a
My
shit.
inner goddess is on her knees, naked except for her panties, begging.
That's
He
why
runs
sports
his
are
hand
very
up and down his thigh,
when it comes
lifts
to
it, then places it back where it
at my
was.
school. They're just worried.
The waiter tops up our champagne glasses and whisks away our plates. Moments later, he's back with our entrees. Sea bass.
I don't say
I
it's
don't
girls sports
believe
anymore.
it.
April
Served
didn't
with
like
asparagus, sauteed
Oh,
potatoes,
yeah. Hold on.
and a holiday
There was
sauce.
an ad.
A favorite of yours, Mr. Gray?
There were ads.
Most definitely.
Yeah, I just didn't know it.
Though I believe it was cod. His hand moves up and down his thigh. My breathing spikes, but still, he doesn't touch me.
She was a lot.
It's so frustrating. I try to concentrate on our
I was
conversation.
on her field day team, though. She was a really good captain.
I seem to remember we were in a private dining room that
So I
discussing
think she might have
contracts.
been. I'm not saying might have been. There's just now that I think
He
about
says,
it. So maybe there were some other people you just didn't know.
I hope to get to know you. He moves his hand to pick up his knife. Ah! He takes a bite out of his sea bass. He's doing this on purpose. Don't count on it. I mutter with a pout, and he glances at me. Speaking of contracts, I add, the NDA.
No, he's one
Teared
of
up.
the
He says
classmates
simply.
when we started being like 60 kids.
What?
Of 60
Really?
kids,
Yes.
one or two were he's one
You're
of
sure
one or
I'm
two
not going
kids
to run to the Seattle Times with an expose? I tease.
there were maybe some in the
He laughs, and it's a wonderful sound. He looks so young. No, I trust you. I'm
Everybody
going
else
to give
came
you the
from
benefit of the doubt.
So we were already,
Oh,
some of us knew
I
each other,
grin shyly at him.
but we were
Ditto.
already
I
of the
agree.
same
His eyes light up.
academic makeups. Like we had used the same
I'm
books.
very glad
We knew
you're
the same
wearing
kind
a
of
dress.
teachers.
He murmurs.
We went to the same places of worship. These
Desire
the kids who were in the
courses
public
through my
school were
already overheated blood.
and
Why
people.
haven't you touched me then? I hiss. Missing my
So
touch.
when we
He
came
asks,
in, we were all very
He's
religious.
amused. Bastard.
He's not religious.
Yes? I see.
He hasn't been forced to learn all this stuff.
You're
So
not going to touch
when
me,
we're
are you?
when we're studying,
No. He
when we
shakes his
study
head.
Bible, we're studying
What?
Torah. At least I
gasp
had
out loud.
like a basic
Just
understanding.
imagine how you'll
He has
feel when
nothing
we're home.
when
He
it comes to
whispers.
So like, how's he even supposed to hang when it comes to any basic
Your fault if I
understanding
bust here on the 76th floor. I mutter, gritting
from my
teeth.
voice? Now I could say I empathize with you from other sound.
We find a way
We got
to
to
put the fire
music
out.
class in 7th
He
grade. I've never
says,
played piano.
grinning salaciously
And
at
all the
me.
kids are playing piano, and I don't know how to play
Fuming,
piano.
I
He didn't
dig
either.
into my
There were a couple of
sea
us who didn't know how
and
to
my
play piano,
inner
and
goddess
we were
narrows
fucked.
her eyes in quiet,
What should we have
devious
done?
contemplation.
The school should tell you the summer
We can
before
play
you
this
start,
game, too.
it'd be best for your kid to take
I
some
learned
piano.
the basics
But they
during our
don't.
film.
Really? Yeah.
I take
And
a
I'm
bite
not
out
gonna
of my
blame
sea
my
bass.
7th grade teacher as
It
well.
is
No, she had
melting in
her
my mouth,
shit.
delicious.
She didn't have time to teach
I
us
close my
music
eyes,
and piano.
savoring the taste.
Really.
When I open
She
them,
taught us enough
I
just to
begin
get
my
by,
seduction of Christian Grey,
which I would say
very
that she
slowly
was successful
inching my
at.
skirt up, exposing more of
Using
my
the piano,
thighs.
I find those.
Christian pauses momentarily,
Like,
a forkful of fish suspended in midair. Touch me. After a beat,
really, yeah. And her daughter was
I take another bite of sea bass, ignoring him. Then,
that
putting down my knife, I run my fingers up the inside of my lower thigh.
tease Bill, yes, I had a cousin.
It's distracting even to me. especially as I am craving his touch.
But
Christian pauses once more.
like,
I know what you're doing.
well, your
His voice
cousin's
is low.
yeah, that doesn't count. Let's talk about your cousin.
I
Always
know that you
always
know,
direct
Mr. Gray.
the
I reply
attention
softly.
away from yourself.
That's the
Yeah.
point. I pick up an asparagus stalk, gaze sideways at him, my
Is that the end
lashes,
of your story?
and dip the asparagus into the hollandaise sauce,
What else?
swirling the tip around and around. You're not turning the tables on me, Miss Steele. Smirking, he reaches over and takes the spear from me, amazingly and annoyingly managing not to touch me again. No, this isn't right. This is not going according to plan. Ah!
Well, I would wonder,
He commands.
I thought of you.
I am losing this battle of wills.
Really? Yeah. Well, at least
I glance up at him
some
again,
people like
and his eyes blaze bright gray. Parting my lips a fraction, I run my tongue across my lower
I don't
lip.
want to say.
Christian smiles, and his eyes darken
I'm very
further.
glad you were here.
Wider. He breathes, his lips parting so that I can see his tongue. I groan inwardly and bite my bottom lip, then do as he asks. I hear his sharp intake of breath. He's not so immune. Good. I am finally getting to him. Keeping my eyes locked on his, I take the spear in my mouth and suck gently, delicately, on the end. The hollandaise sauce is mouth-watering. I bite down, moaning quietly in appreciation. Christian closes his eyes. Yes! When he opens them again, his pupils have dilated. The effect on me is immediate.
I know.
I groan and reach out to touch his thigh. To my surprise, he uses his other hand to grab my wrist. Oh, no, you don't,
And so
Miss Steele.
when we were,
He murmurs
was he on
softly.
Dr. Too?
Raising my hand to his mouth, he gently brushes my knuckles with his lips,
And
and I squirm.
he was
Finally,
very
more,
uncoordinated.
please.
Almost
Don't
to the
touch.
point where it was
He scolds me quietly and places my hand back on my knee.
He was the
It's so
worst person.
frustrating.
But we were on like
This
people
brief,
tours.
unsatisfactory contact.
Baseball team.
You don't play fair,
And,
I pout. I
but,
know. He picks
again,
up his
we were in
champagne
the same
glass to
boat.
propose a toast,
It was the only
and I
time any
mirror
of us
his
were ever
actions.
academically eligible. After that, none of
Congratulations
us
on your
ever
promotion,
again were
Miss Steele.
academically eligible.
We clink glasses, and I blush.
I'd say
Yes, kind of unexpected.
of my graduating
I mutter.
class,
He frowns as if some unpleasant thought has crossed his mind. Eat,
well,
he orders. I am not taking you home until you've finished your meal. And then
but I don't know. Maybe
really
like
celebrate.
yeah.
His expression is so heated, so raw, so
That a lot.
demanding.
No,
I
mean,
am melting. I'm not hungry. Not
it was
food.
like
He shakes his
there was
head,
a big drop off. There were all
thoroughly
these kids who
enjoying
signed up
himself,
for something, and
and
no
narrows
kids
his eyes at me just the same.
really.
Eat, or I'll put you across my
Some
knee
kids could,
right here, and we'll entertain the other diners.
the school would change. Who
His
could make
words
me
make me
thinking?
squirm.
Kids who had
He wouldn't
siblings
dare.
who went to the school
Him
would
and
tell
his
them not to
twitchy
do
palm.
shit. But if you were brand
I
new to the
press my
place,
mouth
it was
into a
like,
hard line and stare at him.
it's fine. When
Picking up an
we were
asparagus
having to
stalk,
compete with some kid,
Just
and
the
he had his
head
older
into
brother
the
teach him all this shit.
this,
Really? Yeah, it's just no
murmurs,
fair.
his voice low and seductive.
That's the thing.
I
When
willingly
kids had
comply.
siblings, and the siblings could teach the kids all the answers,
Lost
it's like
weight since I've known you.
you can't really compete.
His
with
tone
kids.
is
You just
gentle.
have to have other siblings.
I don't want to think about my
Really,
weight.
it gets to
Truth
the point
is,
where these families
I like
can
being
teach.
this slim.
They've seen a
I
mother has
swallowed
seen
the asparagus.
a mother with 8 kids
I
has
just
seen
want to
in
go
school
home and make
this
love.
test that this teacher's
I
given out
muttered
8 fucking
disconsolately.
times. She's had to
Christian
sign this test.
grins.
If you ever even remember signing the test, and that was the thing too. I started learning
Reluctantly,
when my
I
grades
turned back
started
to
to
my
take shit.
food and
I
started.
started learning how to print my mom's
Honestly,
signature. I
I've taken
scanned
my
it in the
panties off
computer,
and
and I was able
everything.
to print it
I
on,
feel like a child who has
tests.
been denied candy.
and then
He is such a tease.
I would take a marker
Delicious,
and
hot,
go over her
naughty
signature,
tease.
so it looked just like her
He
signature,
quizzes me about
to
Ethan.
the point where she
As
couldn't
it
tell.
turns out, Christian does business with Ethan's
I
father.
would have known he got
It's
40%.
a small world.
Really, yeah.
I'm relieved
But
he
it was
doesn't
so
mention
good that, like,
playing with the house,
I had
as
it
find it
down
difficult
pat
to concentrate
to the
on
point
our
where it's this
conversation.
total shock to my parents. They come in and evaluation like, yeah, you didn't get any of the stuff we sent to your house. No,
referral
He was
between us.
a lot.
He's so
And then
good at this. Making you wait. Between bites, he places his hand on his thigh, so
I
close
would
to
print
mine.
my mom's
He
signature
still doesn't touch me, just to tease me further. Bastard.
Some of it.
Finally, I finish my food and
I
place my
remember when
knife
I
and
scanned
fork
her
on the plate.
signature and I was like,
Girl,
oh shit, I could use
he
this.
murmurs, and those two words
Did you ever use
hold
that
so
signature?
much
No.
promise.
Why? It was
I
always
frown
too
at him.
sloppy to ever
What
look
now?
like a
I
real
ask,
signature on a
desire
test.
clawing at my belly.
A teacher might have been like,
Oh,
what is this? I'd be like,
I
oh, that's my
love
dad's
this man.
signature.
Now,
My mom had a perfect signature. So,
I believe you have certain expectations of this state, which
when
I
you're done,
intend to fulfill to the best of my ability.
no.
Whoa, the best
But,
of your,
so
ability?
I just remember keep
I stutter.
having tough homework.
Holy shit. He grins and
This
stands.
is the funny thing, but I'll never forget.
Don't we have to pay?
He's
I
like,
ask,
one day,
breathless.
he's like,
He cocks his head
I
to
think
one
his
side.
brother, he had an older
I
brother, who
remember
was
here.
like
They'll bill me.
Cockroach's older brother in the Cosby Show. Was like, oh, my older brother could, or Bus's older
He
brother.
steps aside, and I stand
My
to
older
leave.
brother could do all this. My older
Conscious
brother
that I
told
am
me
not
this. My older
wearing
brother,
my
oh yeah, and
panties.
he would go with Southern
He
Christian.
gazes at me
And they'd be
darkly,
going at whose
like
older
he's
brother was
undressing
better.
me.
Oh, they'd go at it. Whose older brother was better.
Appraisal.
Like, my older brother told me this. My
Just
older brother.
makes me
So,
feel so sexy.
Keith one day's like, oh
This
yeah.
beautiful
So
man desires me.
he goes, I'm gonna show you my older brother can get me. Really? Yeah, because Chris was saying like, oh, my older brother could get us like fireworks, and my older brother could get us like. Did you ever want to do that kind of shit?
Christian
Why
whispers
did
in
you
my
play it?
ear.
You don't want to do that shit.
I can't
But like,
wait to get
my older brother could get us like
but he still
candy,
doesn't
cigarettes, and
touch
like,
me.
oh yeah, you see, I'll show you what my brother can do.
On the way out, he
Keith
murmurs
comes in the
something
next
about the
day
car to the
with a
picture.
backpack full of
But I'm not
penthouses.
listening.
Like,
My inner
he
goddess
goes,
is
look,
incandescent with anticipation.
and it's like penthouses just
She
slide
can
out
light
of
up
his fucking
Seattle.
backpack. And
Waiting by the elevators, we are
he's like, you
joined
want
by
one?
two
I was like,
middle-aged
no.
couples.
Why? Because I'm in
Doors
Latin
open.
class.
Christian takes my elbow and steers me to the back.
Really?
I
Yeah.
glance around, and we're surrounded
And
by dark smoked glass mirrors.
I was sitting
As
right
the other
next to
couples
him,
enter,
so
one man in a rather unflattering
it's like
brown suit
there's
greets
just a bunch of
Christian.
penthouses right now.
Right.
And
He nods politely.
he's like,
Christian nods in
I'm
return,
ready.
but is silent.
like, what are you doing?
The
How many
couple stand
penthouses on
in
the
front of
That's
us,
for the front
facing
row.
the elevator
I
doors.
know.
They are obviously friends. The women chat loudly,
It puts it in
excited and
his
animated after
history
their
book,
meal.
math book, whatever
I
book
think
it is,
they're all
and he's
a little
holding his book
tipsy.
up like this, and he's reading the penthouse.
As the doors
And
close,
it's, nobody ever
Christian
is reading
briefly
a book
stoops
like
down
this.
beside me
Like,
to tie his shoelace.
it's always like
Odd,
that. Nobody's like
his
this.
shoelaces aren't
And
undone. Discreetly,
he's
he
reading
places
through.
his
And
hand
the teacher
on
is
my ankle,
wondering, he's doing
startling me.
something weird.
And as he stands,
But he's like,
his hand
I'm not
travels
gonna
swiftly
mess
up
with
my leg,
So,
skating deliciously over my skin. Whoa, right up.
a
I have
couple
to
other
stifle my
classes go
gasp of
by.
surprise as his hand
Then
reaches my backside. Christian moves
he's
behind
like,
me.
man,
I gaze
all
at
these
the view in
penthouses
front of
taking up
us,
too much space in
staring
my
at the
back.
backs of
I'm
their
gonna put them in my locker.
They
He
have
goes,
no
just
idea
takes
what we're
all these
up to.
fucking
Wrapping his free arm around my waist,
penthouses
Christian pulls
just
me
flying
to
out of his fucking
him.
backpack as he's trying to take us downstairs. And he gets caught. Really, yeah. I don't even remember what teacher caught him, but it was more than he just got like detention. They had
Stopping
plus
at the 53rd floor to let
You
some
can't
more people
ever
on.
keep bringing it
But
down.
I am not paying attention.
She had no idea.
I am
But yeah,
focused
because he got him from his brother, if I remember correctly. His brother, or his like mom's, he's
around now.
like his brother, stepbrother, there's an older brother, something like that. Yeah.
Again, I
And,
stifle a groan when his fingers find
Hey,
the
brother.
hole.
Oh, but what? Why was he doing this? Wait. He was trying to make friends.
Whispers
Really?
as he
At
slips
the
his
heart
finger
of it,
inside me.
he
I squirm.
he saw an opportunity where a bunch of cemetery employees said, oh my god, I bet I can make some friends this way. It's really sad. That's how it happened. But did it work? No. Why? Because that put us away from it. We don't want penalties. Penalties is fine, but you don't want that in school necessarily. And what else?
His finger slides in and out of me again and again. My breathing. Jeez, it's
Just didn't have a
embarrassing.
very stable home.
I want to tell him to stop
Who
and
perhaps I had
continue.
a 2-parent family.
And stop. I sat against
money
him,
for it.
and he tightens his arm around me. His erection
It's really hard to
against my
say.
hip.
And I know that
We halt again at the 44th floor.
situation
Oh,
is very difficult.
how long is this torture going to continue? in,
it just
out,
wasn't stable.
in,
I don't remember too much about the
out.
situation. I was
Subtly,
very vocal
I
about
grabbed
it. It
myself
just
against
wasn't
his
stable.
persistent finger.
Yeah.
After all this time of not touching me, he chooses now,
There might
here,
have been abuse.
and it makes me
I don't
feel
know.
so wanted.
I don't want to say like I don't
Seemingly
want
unaffected as yet two more people come aboard. The elevator is getting crowded.
I don't want to say that.
Christian moves us both farther back so that we're now pressed into the corner, holding me in place and torturing me further. He nuzzles my hair. I'm sure we look like a young couple in love, canoodling in the corner, if anyone could bother to turn around and see what we're doing. And he kisses his second finger inside me. Fuck! I groan, and I'm thankful that the gaggle of people in front of us are still chatting away, totally oblivious. Oh, Christian.
That's the funny thing.
I lean my head against his chest, closing my eyes and surrendering to his unrelenting fingers. Don't come, he whispers. I want that later. He sways his hand out on my belly, pressing it down slightly as he continues his sweet persecution.
And he'd be like, it's like, I'm American.
Finally, the elevator reaches the first floor. With a loud ding, the doors open, and almost instantly passengers start exiting.
That used to be something
Christian slowly slips his fingers
Who
out
would
of
say
me
it?
and kisses the back of my head.
Asian
I
people,
glance around at him,
Black
and he
people,
smiles,
white
then nods again at Mr. Badly
Latinx
Brown
people.
suit.
It was the thing that everyone had fucking worked so fucking hard. There was nothing cooler in the world than being American back then.
I barely notice, concentrating instead on staying upright and trying to manage my panting. Jeez, I feel aching and wrecked. Christian releases me, leaving me to stand on my own 2 feet without getting up him. Turning, I gaze up at him. He looks cool and unruffled, his usual composed self. This is so
But
not
I
fair.
want Israel to
Right.
America.
He asks.
You should be, oh, everyone should do black. Everyone should do black.
As he slips first his
Are you done?
fingers, then his middle finger into his mouth and sucks on them.
I really like the
Finds.
story about Keith. Oh, what did we call Keith? Queef? We call him Queef? Really? Yeah. Now, what was so funny about Keith?
And I'm practically
Hold on a second.
part of the scenes.
I say Keith.
Still.
Keith's father was involved. I just
Reaching
remember
out,
right
he
now.
tucks a long
Please
hair
keep him
behind
out
my
followed
ear.
a second,
A slight
and he
smile
would make sure
frames
he
his
knew.
amusement.
Really? Yeah.
I want to get
Meaning.
home, but maybe we'll only make it as far as the car. He grins down at me as
Again,
he takes
his
my
dad did not
hand
run
and
away.
leads me out of
I don't
the
know exactly what
elevator.
happened,
What?
but
Sex in the
he was
car?
there and proud of each. There's
Can't we
something
just
to
do it here
very
on
much
the
so.
cool marble of the
Where
lobby floor? Please?
there used to be a terribly racist
Yes,
show when I was a
I
kid.
want to.
Terribly
Yes,
racist.
too. He admonishes me with mock amused horror. I've never had sex in a car, I mumble. Christian halts
Why?
and
Because I
places
like
those same
racist jokes.
fingers under
And I
my
remember when
chin.
people would
Tipping my head
tell
back
jokes,
and
like when we were
glaring
kids,
down at
telling
me.
jokes was a thing.
I'm
And then
very
racist
pleased
jokes
to
started
hear
coming out. I was
that.
like, oh, these aren't
I have
fun.
to say,
Why?
I'd be
They were
very
depressing.
surprised
I
not
thought
to
they
say
were sad.
that if you
One of them
had.
was,
I flush, blinking up at him. Of course, I've already had sex with him. I frown. That's not what I meant.
okay.
What did you mean?
Went to a
His
pizza
tone is
and
unexpectedly harsh. Christian, it was
a
just an
disrepute
expression.
person had a comment.
The famous expression, I've never had sex in a car. Yes,
Went to a
it just
pizza.
trips off the tongue.
Went to a full-size pizza,
Not
and
that. Christian,
what's the difference
I
between a
wasn't
full-size
thinking.
pizza and a
For
person in
heaven's sake,
disrepute?
just,
A full-size
start
pizza
back
can
to
feed a family of
me.
4.
My wits are
It's just
scattered.
really, really sad.
He raises his eyebrows.
I remember I heard that joke, and I just was like,
He
that's
challenges.
not funny.
I scowl at him.
Really? I was pissed off when I heard it. I was like,
You turned
that's
me
a
on
mean
big
thing
time.
to say.
Now
I
take me home and fuck me.
It's not like we were. I
His
remember I
mouth
was a
drops
little kid
open.
the first time I
Then
started
he laughs,
racist jokes.
surprised. Now he looks young and carefree. Oh,
Really?
to
Yeah,
hear him laugh.
I like creative
I love
jokes,
it
but
because
not
it's so rare.
that was. But yeah,
You're
and
more romantic, Miss Steele.
why would you?
He
Why would
takes
you?
my hand and we head out of the building to where the valet stands by
We
my
were not
side.
where I was,
So,
even though there were
sex.
no black kids in the
Christian murmurs as he switches on the ignition. Quite frankly, I would have been happy with the lobby floor.
There
Trust
was
me, Anna. So would I.
also
But I don't
no one
enjoy
ever said
being
the
arrested
N-word.
at this time of night, and I
No
didn't
one
want
was
to
ever
fuck you in
racist.
the restroom.
We're little
Well,
kids.
not today. What?
Um,
You mean there was a possibility? Oh,
no,
yes.
I would say
Let's go back.
we actually
Turns
maybe
to music and
uniquely
laughs. His
adore
laughter is
black
infectious.
particularly.
Soon, we were both laughing. Wonderful, cathartic, head-held back laughter.
like
Reaching over, he places his hand on my
crazy.
knee, caressing it gently with skilled fingers. I stopped laughing.
I would say mine was more
He
subdued
murmurs
than
and
some of my
pulls
friends.
into
I
the
had some
Seattle
friends who were
traffic.
just my I had cousins. I wouldn't say he was a
He
black
parks the
person. No,
Saab
but
in
I
the
knew
Scala
kids who
garage and turns off the engine.
were. A lot of people were.
Suddenly,
I
in
know
the
adults now.
confines of the car, the atmosphere between us changes.
But
With wanton anticipation, I glance at him,
it was never.
trying to contain my
Oh, so when did you
palpitating
hear
heart.
that joke? I did hear it
He's
from someone
turned
from
toward
at
me,
that school,
leaning
but it
against
wasn't in
the
the
door,
school,
his
and
elbow propped
they
on
had
the
heard it from
steering
someone
wheel.
from the school. You would
He
hear
pulls
this kind
his
of shit
lower lip
from
with his thumb and index
as
finger.
we've come
His
to
mouth is
say,
so distracting. I want it on me.
in my experience,
He's
we would,
watching me intently, his eyes
racist
dark with
stuff
gray.
came from.
My
That's
mouth
not exactly
feels
how it
dry.
worked, but
He smiles a
we
slow,
just
sexy
didn't hear that
smile.
from where we were. Why?
We will fuck in the car at a time and place of my choosing. Right now, I want to take you on every available surface of my apartment.
Well, I can tell you, if
It's like
my
he's addressing
mom
me
ever
below
heard
the waist.
anyone
My inner goddess performs
say
4 arabesques and a pas de basque.
anything
Yes.
racist,
Jeez, I sound so
she kind of
breathy,
had a saying
desperate.
that she would say.
He leans forward a fraction.
It's like that
I
small
close
town
my
talk.
eyes, waiting
We
for
don't
his
just, we
kiss.
don't speak like that
Thinking,
here.
finally.
Yeah, that's just what she would
But
say.
nothing happens.
And
After an
whomever made
interminable
whatever
few
comment it was,
seconds, I open my eyes to find him gazing at me. I can't figure out what
I've
he's
said
thinking,
this.
but before I can say
Grandma's
anything,
grandmother.
he distracts me once more. If I kiss you now,
I
I'll
don't
make it into the
think
apartment.
so.
Come.
She's a very proud Jewish woman.
Ah,
And
could this man be any more frustrating?
Rita,
He climbs out of the car.
she said,
Once again, we wait for the elevator, my body throbbing with anticipation. Christian holds my hand, running his thumb rhythmically across my knuckles, each stroke echoing through me. Oh, I want his hands on all of me.
that person.
He's tortured me long enough. So,
I
what happened
actually,
to
you know
instant
how my name was
gratification?
originally spelled.
I
Sorry,
murmur
that's
while we wait.
I think they changed it
It's
a
not
little bit.
appropriate in every situation.
Jacob Meyer.
Anastasia.
Jacob
Since
Meyer
when?
was the Gonzalez,
Since this
chief
evening.
architect of the
Why
Mishkan,
are you torturing me so?
the Bible, and then somehow, somewhere,
How am I torturing you?
and
I
then
think you know.
Meyer is Yiddish.
I gaze up at him, and his expression is difficult to read.
Yiddish is strong woman, so
He wants my
her
answer.
name is strong
That's
woman.
it.
Number Gonzalez
I
is
need to delay
essentially, and the
gratification.
light person, light.
I whisper, smiling shyly.
So what is that?
He tugs my hand
Let's just pretend that
unexpectedly,
name meant.
and suddenly I am in his
but
arms.
Basically, what I'm
Grabs
trying
the
to say
hair
is,
at the nape of
women
my
at
neck,
least in my family
pulling
have
gently
dealt
so
with,
my head
or I've
tilts back.
heard of experience of how women have dealt
What
with
can I do
racism,
to make you say
Yeah.
yes? He asks fervently,
whether aimed
throwing
at
me off
them
balance
or
once
something,
more.
grandma's
I blink at
grandmother,
him,
or
at his lovely,
my
serious,
mother,
desperate expression. Give me some time,
and
please.
my
I
mother
murmur.
was
He groans
very,
and finally kisses me,
passive
long and
person, but
hard.
aggressive.
Then we're in the elevator, and we're all hands and mouths and tongues and lips and
And very
fingers
defensive
and
of,
hair.
um,
Desire, thick and strong, lances through my
I
blood,
was saying,
clouding all my reason.
so
He pushes me against the wall, pinning me with
My
his
mom's,
hips, one hand in
best
my
friend
hair, the other at my chin, holding me in place.
married to George,
Only,
George,
he whispers,
and Catherine.
my fate is in your hands, Anna. His words are intoxicating, and in
That's
my
a
overheated state,
yeah.
I want to rip off his clothes. I push off his
And
jacket,
particularly
and as the elevator arrives at the apartment, we tumble out into the foyer. Christian pins me to the wall by the elevator, his jacket falls to the floor, and His hand travels up my leg. His lips never leave mine. He hoists up my dress. He bursts loose. He breathes. And abruptly, he lifts me. Wrap your legs around me. I do as I'm told, and he turns and lays me down before the table. So he's standing between my legs. I'm aware that the usual vase of flowers is missing. Huh? Reaching into his jeans pocket, he fishes out a foil packet and hands it to me, undoing his flag.
I knew George
Oh,
was
how
back,
much you turn me on.
but it wasn't anything
What?
different.
I
It was
pant.
like,
No, well, he mutters all the time. He grabs the foil packet from my hands. Oh, this is so
I would just
quick.
like to share with
But after all his tantalizing
as
teasing,
a little kid,
I
like,
want him badly.
okay, so you're
Right
a kid.
now. He gazes down at me as he rolls on the condom and puts his hands under my thighs, spreading my legs wider.
I think I asked
himself,
my mom.
he pauses. Keep your eyes open. I want to see you. Then he whispers, and clasping both my hands with
I
his,
don't
he
specifically remember
sings
this,
his
but I remember asking my mom
I try.
when
I
people
really do.
mate,
But the
basically.
feeling is so exquisite. What I've been waiting
Pigmentation
for after all his
and
teasing.
I think my mom was explaining to
Fullness,
me
this feeling.
different
I
relationships
groan and arch my back off the table.
that
He growls, tightening his hands on mine and thrusting sharply into me so that I cry
I
out.
was trying to, like,
I blink my
I
eyes
didn't
open.
understand
He stares down at me wide-eyed. Slowly he withdraws, then sinks into me once more, his mouth slackening and then forming an ah, but he says nothing. Seeing his arousal, his reaction to me, I light up inside,
I just
my blood scorching through my veins. His gray eyes burn into mine. He picks up the rhythm, and I revel in it, glorying in it, watching him, watching me, his passion, his love,
there was
as
some
we
truth
come
in
apart
there.
together. I call out as I explode around him. Christian
And my mom
follows.
said,
Yes, Anna.
so
He
dad
cries.
has dinner.
He collapses on me, releasing my hands and resting his head on my chest. My legs are still wrapped around him, and under the patient, maternal eyes of the Madonna beams,
But
I
yours is
cradle
kind
his
of
head
middle.
against me,
You're
struggle
not
to catch my
super
breath.
thin here like Daddy.
He
You're
raises
not
his head to
super
look at me.
thick here like mine.
I'm
You're in the
not
middle.
finished with you yet. He
And
murmurs,
same way.
and leaning up, he kisses me.
Your skin
I lie naked in Christian's bed, sprawled over his chest, panting.
kind of in
How?
and it
Does
was
his energy ever wane? Christian trails his fingers up and down my back,
and that made complete sense.
satisfied.
What didn't make sense to me
I
is
murmur my assent. I
why
have no
they weren't
energy
like
left
super
for
dark,
talking.
and it just so happened.
Raising my head, I turn
like skin
unfocused
general.
eyes to
But
him
it was
and
like,
bask in his warm, fond gaze. Very deliberately,
it was
I
a
angle my
perfectly
head
natural
down so
scientific
he
question
knows I am going to kiss his chest.
or process,
He
but it was
tenses
like
momentarily,
it was not a
and I
big
plant
deal.
a
We
soft
just would go on
kiss in his
playing,
chest hair,
and we played
breathing
a
in
lot.
his
I remember playing
Christian
Chuck E.
smell,
Cheese with them,
mixed with sweat and sex. It's
and
heavy.
was
He rolls onto his side, so I'm lying beside him, and he gazes down at me. Is sex like
and I
this
see
for
this
everyone? I'm surprised anyone ever goes out.
with when he owned
I murmur, feeling
really,
suddenly
when I
shy.
was really
He
I
grins.
would say probably
I can't speak for everyone, but it's pretty damn special. Anastasia. He bends and kisses me. That's because you're pretty damn special, Mr. Gray. I agree,
but
smiling and caressing
because I
his
would know
face.
this,
He blinks down at me,
but
at a loss. It's late. Go to sleep, he says. He kisses me, then lies down and pulls me to him, so we're spooning in bed. You don't like compliments.
did you play with her?
Go to sleep.
Yeah, but she was a little
Anastasia.
older than I was, I think.
But he
And
is
I
pretty
just remember
damn
being
special.
at their
Jeez, why doesn't he realize
And-
this?
But I did play with
I
Kathy.
love the house,
Right.
I murmur.
A lot.
He says nothing for a minute, but I sense his grin. I love
More
you.
than I think you would
Go to
think,
sleep.
because our mom
He nuzzles my
so
hair,
it wasn't
and I
just like,
drift
I can
into
tell you a
sleep,
couple of
safe
them
in his arms,
with them. And
dreaming
I
of
think I remember that
sunsets
house
and
was,
French doors and
like,
wide
around there.
staircases. and a small copper-haired boy running through a meadow,
playing
laughing
with Lenny Odom's kids.
as I chase him.
My parents just had great kids.
Christian kisses me just below my
We
ear.
played with kids,
I
but it was
open
never
my eyes.
anything. It
It's
didn't ever seem
morning.
to be different.
I turn to face
They're
him,
just getting
but he's
closer.
up and
The
dressed
only
and
time it
fresh
looked
and
different
delicious.
is when,
Leaning over me.
frankly, you'd hear from.
What time is
I
it?
hate to say it,
Oh
but
no,
you'd hear from
I
kids
don't
from
want to be
public
late.
school
Don't
about
be. I have a breakfast meeting.
racist stuff,
He
and
rubs
then
his
that
nose
created
against
stuff.
mine.
Like then it like
You smell good,
I don't want to say created
I
stuff.
murmur,
There was an
stretching out
opportunity for it
beneath
to
him.
create stuff.
My limbs
Because we
pleasurably
were
tight
very
and creaky
innocent.
from all our exploits yesterday. I wrap my arms around his neck. Don't go.
And I just don't want this to be like,
He cocks his head to
and this
one
is the black
side
friend
and
I have
raises
here. This
his
is the black
eyebrow.
friend I have here.
Steve,
No,
are you trying
I'm
to
trying to
give
make
me
it so
remarks
like,
today's
which is what it was.
I nod sleepily at him, and he smiles his big shy smile. As tempting as you are, I have to go.
I'm trying to think
He kisses me and stands.
like pretty
He's wearing a really sharp, dark navy
I
suit,
don't think so.
white shirt,
But we had
and
a
navy
definite.
tie.
That
And
was
he looks every
there were
inch
like
the
little
CEO.
times where I
The
would
hot
learn something from someone
CEO. Leaders, baby.
that
He murmurs, and he's off. Glancing at the clock, I note it's already 7. I must have slept through the alarm.
like little experiences.
Well, time to get up. In the shower, inspiration hits me.
But what would it be?
I thought of another movement as a Christian.
Why?
It's so difficult to buy something from a man who has everything. I've already given him my
You're
name,
preschool,
and I still have the other item I
and
bought
all these
before
kids
she.
are all
This
from
is one
successful
present that
families.
really be
Yeah.
for me. I hug myself in anticipation as I switch off the shower. I
It
just
was
have
like
to
school
prepare
for
it.
spies. I swear to God, this was
In the walk-in
it was like a
closet,
sexual
I put on a dark red fitted dress with a square neckline, cut quite low.
Why?
Yes,
It wasn't like
this
kind
will do
of
for
was like
work.
preschool for spies. It was
Now,
a very,
for
very good
Christian's
school.
present. I start rummaging through his drawers, looking for his ties. In the bottom drawer, I find those faded ripped jeans.
But even
The ones he wears in the
outside,
playroom, the ones he looks so hot in.
I think
I
that's how
stroke
we
them
found out about
gently,
this.
using my whole hand. Oh
And
my, the material is so soft. Beneath them, I find a large, black, flat cardboard box. It piques my interest immediately. What's in here? I stare at it, feeling like I'm trespassing again. Taking it out, I shake it. It's heavy, as if it holds papers or manuscripts. I cannot resist. I open the lid and quickly shut it again. Holy fuck. Photographs. The red. The shock makes me sit back on my heels as I try to wipe the image from my brain. Why did I open the box? Why is he kept them?
I like knew it.
I shudder. My subconscious scowls at me.
Oh my God,
This is before you.
They were like my head.
Forget them. She's right. When I stand up, I notice his ties are hanging at the end of his clothes rail.
They moved to
I find my favorite and exit quickly. Those photos are before Anna. My subconscious nods with approval, but it's with a heavier heart that I head into the main room for breakfast.
Yeah.
Mrs. Jones smiles at me warmly, then frowns. Everything all right, Anna? She asks kindly.
But
Yes, I murmur, distracted. Do you have a key to the, playroom? She pauses momentarily, surprised. Yes, of course. She unclips a small bunch of keys from her belt. What would you like for breakfast, dear? She asks as she hands me the keys. Just granola. I won't be long. I feel more ambivalent about this gift now, but only since the discovery of those photographs. Nothing's changed. My subconscious barks at me again, glaring at me over her half-winked glasses. That one picture you saw was hot, my inner goddess chips in, and mentally, I scowl at her. Yes, it was.
That's like doesn't get
Hot
like
for me.
it's like a
What else does he have hidden away?
and they also make a ton of sand
Quickly,
that
I
you can
stare
just
at
take like a
the sand
magnet,
chest,
put it over it,
what I
like all
need,
sticks to
and
it,
lock the
and none of it
playroom
gets
door
in the
behind
carpet
me.
on the floor or anything.
Wouldn't do for
Sand
Jose
is
to
very
discover
interesting.
this.
Sand will break
I
down
hand the
carpet
keys
so
back to
quickly.
Mrs. Jones and sit
This is
down to devour my
It'll break
breakfast,
down floors so
feeling
quickly.
awed that
You
Christian
don't
is
really want
absent.
sand.
The photographic image dances unwelcome around my mind. I wonder who it was.
Why?
Layla,
It'll just break
perhaps?
stuff down.
On my drive into work, I debate whether or not to tell Christian I found his photographs. No, screams my
Like if you have
subconscious,
a wax
her
coated
Edvard
floor,
Munch
that
face on.
sand will get on it and it'll
I decide
create
she's
little
probably right.
scratches on the floor where it goes.
As I sit down at my
I
desk,
don't think
my
it's
BlackBerry
hard.
buzzes. From Christian
Glass
Gray.
is just sand.
Subject,
Don't forget that.
surfaces.
Sand is
Date,
just glass.
June 17th, 2011.
Just melt it down.
8:59.
Alright,
2.
are you done?
Anastasia Steele. I calculate that there are at least 30 surfaces to go. I am looking forward to each and every one of them.
I miss their friends.
Then there's the floors, the walls, and let's not forget the
Do you?
balcony.
I got sick of it. I'm sick of it. Really?
X. Christian Gray, Priapic CEO, Gray Enterprises Holdings, Inc. His email makes me smile, and all my earlier reservations evaporate.
What is it? They
It's
did a
me
perfect
once
job.
now, and memories of last night's sexcapades flood my mind.
I can't stand it.
Elevator, foyer, the bed. Priapic is right. I wonder what the female equivalent might be. From Anastasia Steele. Subject, romance. Date, June 17th, 2011.
So you never heard.
9:03.
You never heard.
2. Christian Gray.
Why would you?
Mr. Gray, you have a one-track mind. I missed you at
They wouldn't give
breakfast,
my
but
father
Mrs.
much.
Jones was
Well, I
very
should say
accommodating. A. X.
I
From
just
Christian
when it
Gray.
was over.
Subject, intrigued.
At least
Date,
once a month.
June 17th,
Every
2011.
at least once a month.
9:07. 2. Anastasia
But like
Steele.
maybe at least once
What
every
was
few
Mrs.
months.
Jones
My
accommodating
whole
about?
life. So I'd always and then they golf together.
Christian Gray.
And then we
Curious
I golf
CEO.
with Wilbur.
Gray
So it'd be
Enterprises
like
Holdings, Inc.
I got to know
How
Wilbur
does
really
he
well.
know?
So
From
I hear how
Anastasia
he
Steele.
was
Subject,
about
tapping
it.
nose.
I just loved it. I
Date,
loved it.
June
Why?
17th,
It's just like
2011.
nobody gave me
9:10.
that. No,
2. Christian Gray.
I was shocked, really.
Wait and see.
My mom,
It's a surprise.
really,
I need to work. Let me be. Love you. A. X. From Christian Gray. Subject, frustrated.
How did they
Date,
meet?
June 17th, 2011. 9:12. 2. Anastasia Steele. I hate it.
Well, it's a question. I don't
Christian
know.
Gray.
But most of them were my dad's
Gray Enterprises Holdings, Inc.
clients.
I stare at the small screen of
My
my
dad got to
BlackBerry.
know them. And like
The
back then,
vehemence implicit in his email takes me
you'd
by
book a client
surprise.
base and then
Why does he feel like
go to
this?
lunches
It's
or
not
go
like
to
I'm
sporting
hiding
events
erotic photographs of my exes.
and, you know, get
From Anastasia
business
Steele.
contacts.
Subject, indulging
But
you.
they were really nice
Date,
people too.
June
They
17th,
were
2011. 9:14. 2. Christian Gray. It's for your birthday. Another surprise. Don't be so petulant. A. X. He doesn't reply immediately, and I'm called into a meeting, so I can't dwell on it for too long.
Would my parents ever not like
When I
any
next glance at my
of
BlackBerry, to my horror, I realize it's 4 in the afternoon. Where has the day gone? Still no message from Christian. I decide to
I
email
would say
him
this
again.
the closest. And this was just American
Anastasia
in the
Steele.
90s.
Subject, hello.
Everyone needed to
Date,
speak English.
June 17th,
The red-
2011.
Why?
16:03.
For the society
2.
to work,
Christian Gray.
you need to speak
Are
the
you
same
not
language.
talking to me?
However,
Don't forget I'm going for a drink with Jose,
Most-
and then he's staying with us tonight. Please rethink about joining us.
non-English speaking
A.
people in the
X.
United States would agree with you
He
that
doesn't
everyone
reply,
needs to speak
and I feel if there's
the
some
same
unease.
language. It doesn't have to
I hope
necessarily
he's
be
okay.
English. That's
Calling
why I
his cell
think one
phone,
day it
I
becomes
get his
Spanish
voicemail.
in the United
announcement
States, or that
simply
there's some
says,
kind of
Gray,
English in
leave a
Spanish.
message.
It's not that
In
hard
his
to
most
correct.
clipped
It's
tone.
not. It really is.
Hi,
And
it's
you
me.
don't have to be like
Anna,
perfect at it.
Are you
People
okay?
don't know this.
Call
Spanish
me.
is the second
I
most
stuttered through
spoken
my message.
language in the world.
I've never had to leave one for him
There
before.
are more people speaking
I flush
Spanish
as I
right
hang
now
up.
than English. Way
Of
more.
course he'll know
So
it's
it's
you
more
My
advantageous.
subconscious
Meaning,
rolls her eyes
it would
at
be
me.
easier right
I
now
intended
if
to
all
bring
of
this
the
to
people in
Kay
the
and
world speak
Andrea,
English, learn
but
Spanish,
decide
than
that's
Spanish
too
people
far.
learn English. Way,
Reluctantly,
way, way.
I continue my work.
Far majority though.
My phone rings unexpectedly and my heart jumps. Christian. But no, it's Kate, my best friend. Finally,
And India
Anna!
is helping us.
She shouts from wherever she is.
But Spanish
Kate,
is so
are you back?
good. Anyway,
I've missed you. Me
and I'm
too.
trying to
I have
grasp it.
so
I'm
much
trying
to
to
tell
find
you.
something.
We're at SeaTac, me and my van. She giggles in a most un-Kate-like way. Cool. I have so much to tell you too.
I mean, I could
See
probably
you back at the
rephrase
apartment?
things, but
I'm
something that
having
was
drinks
like,
with
I would
Jose.
just tell, it wasn't
Join
ever
us.
against.
Jose's in town? Sure. Text me
In
when.
fact, it wasn't
Okay.
that.
I'm being.
Like, probably
You
most
good,
people
Anna?
think
Yeah.
we were to
I'm
say
fine.
people should
Still with
in the
Christian?
country speak the same way.
Yes.
That's just the communication thing. And it really
Laters.
wasn't like,
Oh, not
go
her
back to
too.
your own country. It
Elliot's
was nothing like
influence
that.
knows no bounds.
It was more,
Yeah.
how are we going to be able to
Laters,
communicate? You see
baby.
what the fuck we're doing
I
now.
grin,
And
she
they
hangs
didn't
up.
foresee having these kind
Wow.
of translators. That wasn't a
Take
thing.
this home.
That wasn't a thing. Nobody
How am I
was
going to tell her
that
all
wasn't
that has happened? I
that
should
was
write
not
it down so I
so
don't forget
what did that
anything.
um, they
An
were
hour
like
later, my
majority
office phone rings.
Americans
Christian?
and
No, it's Claire. You should see the guy asking
they're the
for you in
majority
reception. How come you know all
non-English
these
speaking
hot
people
guys,
as well
Anna?
in this country feel like we should
Jose
speak one
must be
language.
here.
It's just what
I glance at the clock. It's 5:55, and a small thrill of
What comes
excitement
out?
pulses through me.
In the world,
I haven't seen him
it's
in
Yiddish.
ages.
But
Anna,
Yiddish, it's
wow.
almost 50% of it.
Right.
Yiddish expands,
So grown
but a
up.
lot of it becomes
He
Chinese.
grins at
A lot
me.
of Yiddish
Just because I'm wearing a smart dress. Jeez. He hugs me
A
hard.
lot of Yiddish
That's
becomes
tall.
Chinese.
He mutters in amazement. It's just the shoes, Jose. You don't look so bad yourself. He's wearing jeans, a black t-shirt, and a black and white checked flannel shirt. I'll grab my things and we can go.
Semper means always, like Semper Fidelis.
I pick up 2 rolling rocks from the crowded bar
Semper
and
means
head over
always.
to the table where Jose
Where?
is seated.
So Semper Ubi.
You found
Where?
Christian's place okay?
Sub
Yeah.
means under,
I haven't
like submarine,
been inside.
underwater.
I just delivered the
Sub.
photos to the service elevator. Some
Contract.
guy named Taylor took them up. Looks like quite a place. It is. You should see inside. Heavenly. Seattle
City.
agrees with it. I flush as we clink bottles. It's Christian that agrees with me. Solid food. About your show and how it went.
Always Semper Ubi. Always
He
where?
beams and launches into the story. He
Under.
sold all but 3 of his photos, which has taken care of his student loans and left him with some money to spare. And I've been commissioned to do some landscapes for the Portland Tourist Board. Pretty cool,
I would
huh?
just be very honest with
He finishes proudly.
you. School got so
Oh,
difficult
Jose,
in Latin. I had to
that's
cheat, and I couldn't even
wonderful.
cheat correctly.
Not
I
interfering
couldn't
with
get my
your
hands on
studies,
the
though.
materials that she could.
I frown at
They
him.
didn't make a
Now
Caesar's
that
Gallic
you guys have
war
gone,
within 100
plus
miles.
3 of the guys I used to hang out with,
I
I
looked
have
at
more
it.
time.
Really, I looked at it.
No hot babe to keep you busy? Last time I saw you, you had half a
didn't
dozen
sell it
women
anywhere?
hanging on your
Hold on a
every word.
They sold
I
it,
arch an
but the
eyebrow
way
at
the
him.
translation
Yeah,
was,
Anna. None of them are
Did they
woman
sell
enough for me. He's all bravado. Oh, sure. Jose Rodriguez, lady killer. I giggle. Hey, I have my moments still.
they
He
did.
looks vaguely hurt,
But it was something
and I
like
am
this.
chastened.
We weren't
Sure you
reading
do.
in a book. We had
I mollify
handouts
him.
that the teacher had given to
So,
us that were like
how's the
copies
ray?
of the page.
He asks, his
And
tone changing. Becoming
because of
cooler.
that,
He's good. We're good.
I couldn't like
murmur. Serious,
have it
you say?
perfectly line up.
Yes.
And here's another
Serious.
thing. When
He's
you're
nothing
using
to me.
professional translations,
Oh,
they're
Jose,
too good. They're
know what
better
my
than
mom
what a
says.
sophomore in
I was
high
born
school
old.
is putting together.
Jose's mouth
And so,
twists wryly. How is your
I
mom?
remember,
And
I think
like
I got
that,
my hands on
we
a
are
copy
out
of my
of the danger zone.
sophomore last year.
Anna!
And,
I turn, and there's Kate.
my
with
translations
Ethan.
were too
She looks gorgeous. Bleached
This is
strawberry
like-
blonde hair, golden tan,
They're
and
gonna know.
beaming white
Nobody
smile.
goes from
And so
you're
she
dead silent
her
in
white
class to yeah, I
camisole
got
and
this
tight
one.
white
No one
jeans.
does that.
All eyes are on Kate. I leap up from my seat to give her a hug. Oh, how I missed this woman.
Like, not in a language course,
She pushes
in
me
a
away
dead
from
language
her and
course.
holds
It's not
me
like, oh yeah,
closely.
I went home and, you know, I started talking, speaking
I
with my parents.
flush under her intense gaze. You've lost weight. A lot of weight.
So then,
And you look different. Grown up.
well,
What's been going
I
on?
remember
She says, all mother hen.
by the
Like your
end,
dress suits you.
what happened? So here's the
A
thing,
lot's
again,
happened
kids
since
who
you
had
went away.
siblings in
I'll tell
higher
you
levels
later,
had their
when we're
notes,
on our
so they
own.
could just go to their
I
fucking
am not ready for
translations
the Catherine
and have
Kavanaugh
very
position just
accurate
yet.
translations, but they'd have a
She
guide,
regards me
basically.
suspiciously.
Would you have that fuck?
You're
I don't
okay.
have access to that
She
shit.
asks
So,
gently.
what would you do?
Yes.
Trying to
I
get my hands on
smile.
a book?
Though
And
I'd
did
be
you?
happier
No.
knowing you're a Christian.
Well, yeah, they had one of ours, and I remember we didn't buy it, but I remember finding it, and then somehow, some way,
Hi, Anna.
I think I was able to
Whispers
find
in my
it on the
ear.
internet.
Jose
Caesar's
frowns
Galaxy
at
was translated version, like
How was
maybe
lunch
by
with
last
Leah?
semester.
I
Like
asked
very, very,
Ethan.
like I was like, I finally found it. And it was like, you're not
He
gonna
says
get this at work.
cryptically.
We're-
Oh,
Oh, that's true.
Ethan.
Why? Because we started
You know Jose?
fucking translating Vatican II.
We've
It was
met
like the
once.
day that, like the
Jose
last day
mutters,
that I fucking
assessing
did it.
Ethan as they
The
shake
thing that I
hands.
really,
Yeah,
the
and he takes place in bed.
the thing that I really needed
Ethan
was
says,
the
smiling
last
pleasantly
part.
at Jose.
And then we started
Right.
translating Vatican II.
Who's for a drink?
And then
I
what?
make my way to the
Well, I
restrooms.
actually
While
like
there, I text
translating
Christian
Vatican
on
II more than
location.
I like
Perhaps
translating
he'll join
Caesar's
us.
Galaxy
There are
because
no missed calls from him
didn't we
and no
do
emails.
Guardian and Spez?
This is not like him. What's up, Anna? Jose asks as I come back to the table. I can't reach Christian. I hope he's okay. He'll be fine. Like another beer. Sure. Kate leans across. Ethan says some mad stalker ex-girlfriend is in the gun. Well, yeah. I shrug apologetically. Oh, jeez. We have to do this now? Anna,
Yeah.
what the hell's been
So
going
you
on?
translated this in Latin?
Kate stops abruptly and checks her phone.
Why?
Hi, baby,
The whole
she
thing?
says when she answers it.
Major portion.
Baby. She frowns and looks at me. Sure, she says, and turns to me. It's
So
Elliot.
here's the thing.
He wants
Once
to talk to you.
we had to do Latin, like Guardian and Spez
Elliot's
Latin,
voice
and
is clipped
Vatican II,
and
I was
quiet.
able to get my
My
hands on
scalp
Vatican
prickles ominously.
II. And
What's
then I had a
wrong?
guide.
It's Christian.
Here's the thing that
It's
would
not that
fuck
important.
every Latin student.
What?
You didn't have a translator like that. So you had to look it up in a book, and it took too long to look up all the words.
Charlie
It just
Tango?
takes too long to look
I
up all the
whisper.
words. It takes
As
a minute
all
or
breath
two.
leaves
And when
my
you're having
body.
to look up every single word,
No.
and you're not remembering them,
Chapter 19.
it's almost impossible.
I stare at the flames.
What helps is
mesmerized.
today's day and age. You can click on a fucking letter
Right
and know it in
orange,
10 different
with
languages and
tips
every
of
single.
cobalt
I mean,
blue in
it's
the
really
fireplace
such
in
an
Christian's
advantage.
apartment.
I know when
And
I
despite the heat pumping out of the
I'll
fire
show you
and
on
the blanket draped around my
Safari?
shoulders,
Shut up.
I'm cold.
Safari.com.
Chillingly cold. I'm
And I'll
aware
show
of
you the
hushed
Bible.
voices,
And when we click on a letter and how nicely it's translated,
but they're in the
we just didn't
background.
have that
A distant
opportunity.
buzz.
It's so much
I
easier
don't
for me
hear
to
the
learn
words.
Hebrew
All
than
I
it
can
was to
hear,
learn Latin just
all
because
I can focus on
of
is the soft hiss of the gas from the fire. My
resources.
thoughts turn to
Even
the
though
house
it's
we
not
saw
in it.
yesterday and the huge
There are
fireplaces. Real
there aren't
fireplaces
Latin
for burning wood.
symbols.
I'd like to make love
It's
with
a Hebrew
Christian in
script.
front of a real
That part of
fire.
it's much more difficult. There's
I'd
no
like to
getting
make love
around.
with Christian in
When
front
you're
of this
to my
fire.
friends who are working on my
Yes.
Hebrew on this, oh fuck yeah.
That would be fun.
There's no
No
getting
doubt
around.
we'd
You
think
have
of
to
some
learn
way to
a
make
new
it memorable.
set of symbols.
Like
But
all
at least I
the
can
times
tell you
we
this:
made
in
love.
Hebrew, there aren't
I snort
weird
wryly to
fucking
myself.
rules like there are in English
And the times
that are
when we
like
were just
I-40
fucking.
I've never seen. And they're
Yes, those were pretty memorable
exceptions.
too.
There are a couple like that actually.
Where
No,
is he?
there's like a
The
weird
flames
fucking thing
shimmy
in
and
Hebrew
flicker.
called the final letters are all fucked
I
up.
focus solely
Why
on
did
their
they do this?
flaring.
There's some.
scorching
I'll say
beauty.
this: Hebrew does have some fucked up things,
Anastasia.
and we're gonna change some of them. It's like you could.
He said that
Where's
the
an
first
example?
time he slept with me in my bed. Oh no.
You could spell a name.
I wrap my arms around myself.
I don't know
and the
a
world
specific
falls away
Hebrew
from
example.
me, and reality
I mean, I
leads
guess I
into my
could think of one,
consciousness. The
but
creeping emptiness
I don't want to be
inside
wrong about it and
expands
confuse
some
it. So
more.
I'll pick up a much of
Charlie
an English
Tango
example.
is missing. Anna, here. Mrs. Jones gently coaxes me. her voice bringing me back into the room, into the now, into the anguish. She gives me a cup of tea. I take the cup and saucer gratefully, the rattle betraying my shaking hands.
Okay, so
Thank you, I whisper, my
let's say
voice hoarse from unshed tears and a large lump in my
we're gonna
throat.
pick your Hebrew name,
Mia
and
sits
you can
across
choose
from me
any
on the
way you
larger
want.
than large U-shaped couch, holding hands with
You could
grace.
choose, I don't know, whatever,
They gaze at
Philip.
me,
So what's a
pain
name for
and
Philip?
anxiety etched
Generally
on their
in
lovely
Hebrew,
faces.
a name, a
Grace looks
replacement might be
older,
like
a
Pinchas
mother
or something
worried
like
for
that.
her son.
Okay, but
I blink dispassionately
because
at them.
I don't know
can't
the
offer a
nuances, some
reassuring
nuances
smile.
in Hebrew, and I don't want to make a mistake and
There's
give
nothing,
an incorrect
just
Hebrew example.
blankness
I'll
and
just
a
give
growing
an English
emptiness.
example. So let's
I
say
gaze at
you,
Elliot, Jose, and Ethan, who stand around the breakfast bar, all
well,
serious
fuck though.
faces,
Let's say Michael,
talking quietly, discussing something in soft,
So,
subdued
in Hebrew,
voices. Behind
it's like,
them,
well, how do you
Mrs.
spell
Jones
Michael?
busies
There
herself
are
in the kitchen.
a variety of ways to spell it.
Kate is in the TV
Um,
room, monitoring
but
the local news. I hear the
at
faint
least in
squawk
English,
from
it's
the big
like,
plasma TV.
well,
I can't bear
when
to
we're
see the
naming a
news
child,
item
we can name
again.
them anything
Christian
different.
Grey,
Like,
missing.
what way
His
should we
beautiful
choose
face
to
on
name
TV.
them? And a lot of times this gets
Idly,
into
it
gematria.
occurs
What's
to me
that?
that I've never seen so many people
Like
in this
us.
room. Yet, they are still dwarfed by its sheer size.
Like
Little
illuminated
islands
way
of lost, anxious people
count.
in my
It's
50s home.
and it's
What
a
would he think
it's
about
an
their
assert
being
it's
here?
a
Somewhere, Taylor and Carrick are talking to
it's
authorities
Jewish
who are drip feeding us
method
information,
of
but it's all
attributing
meaningless. The
numbers
fact is,
to letters.
he's missing. He's been missing for 8 hours.
That's what
No
gematria is.
sign,
At its
no word from him.
simplest.
The search has been
But
called off.
on top of that,
This much I
then
do
from
know.
there, those
It's
letters,
just
those,
too dark,
whatever numbers those
and we don't
to which
know
those
where
added up
he
could
is.
have
He could be
special
hurt,
significance within
hungry,
numerology
or
or
worse.
within
No. I offer another silent prayer
just
to
within
God.
a lot of different
Please
things.
let
Okay,
Christian be okay.
so what about
Please
that?
let Christian be okay.
Well,
I
let's say we're
repeat it
gonna name
over and over in my
you as
head,
a child.
my
Okay,
mantra, my lifeline.
how are we gonna
Something
spell your
concrete
name?
to cling to in my
Michael?
desperation.
Okay, fine.
I
But
refuse to
you
think
could
the
spell it
worst. No, don't
other
go
ways
there.
as well. You can
There
spell it
is
the way my landlord spelled it on the Wi-Fi with an E
my
at the end.
lifeline.
Have you ever seen people
Christian's
spell it that way?
words come back to haunt me.
Yeah, it's
Yes,
not, usually
there
that's
is
like a
always
female way to
hope.
spell it, but I've seen
I
it.
must not
Michaela becomes a
despair.
big name. That's a
His
different name.
words
But I
echo
don't that's
through my
it's kind of
mind.
it's a differential. Michaela
I'm
becomes a
now
very
a
big
firm
name. Really?
advocate of instant
Yeah.
gratification.
Um,
Carpe diem, Anna. Why
is
didn't
it the
I
same name
seize
though?
the
Michelle
day?
becomes a very big name.
I'm doing
What
this
is
because
Michael?
I finally
Who's
met
my
someone
God?
I want to spend the rest of my life with.
But it's really a very
I
popular
close
name
my
because
eyes
it's
in
emphasized
silent
with the
prayer,
last name. Who's that guy?
rocking
Whatever the
gently.
last name is.
Please let the rest of his life not be this
But it's a
short.
question.
Please. Please. We haven't had enough time. We need more time. We've done so much in the last few weeks. Come so far.
Are you
It
done?
can't end.
No.
All our tender
No, when my
moments.
parents were naming me, they couldn't name me.
When he made
Spelled
love
it
to
a
me
bunch
for
of
the
different
first
ways.
time at the Olympic Hotel.
Why did they choose the way they
On
did? It's
his
the
knees
most
in front
popular
of
way.
me,
It's the way
offering
my
himself
father
to
was,
me.
his father was, his father.
I love touching you.
Really good.
I
So
just
they just did it.
saying it.
Actually, it's not.
I love you.
And then it was Mikhail. Really,
Touch me.
something Russian at some point. I think.
Oh, I love him so.
But yeah.
I will be nothing without him. Nothing
So it
but
went from
a
Michael to
shadow.
Mikhail.
All the
Well,
light eclipsed.
back.
No,
Word.
no.
Yeah. But it was still
No.
Michael. It's
My
been Michael
poor
as far back as
Christian.
anyone knows. Really?
This is me, Anna,
At least
all
like
of
5
me.
generations.
And I'm all yours.
To my
What do
something
I
like
have
that.
to do to make
Really?
you realize that? Make you see
So,
that I want you any way I
what
can
about
get
that?
you. That I love you. And you, my
So,
beauty shades.
we could have. Well, there's an
I
example. We
open
could
my
have changed
eyes
it from
and
Mikhail to
gaze
Michael.
into the
Why was
fire
one
once
changed?
more.
I think my
Memories of our
grandfather was
time
here.
together flitting
Your
through
great
my mind.
grandfather. Mikhail was more the
His
European
boyish
spelling,
joy when
and
we were
Michael
sailing
was
and
the
gliding.
English spelling.
His suave,
Okay. Is
sophisticated,
that the end of
hot
the
as
story?
hell look
No.
at the masked ball.
In Judaism,
Oh yes,
they
dancing.
would have perhaps,
Here
well,
in the
they have
apartment to
different
Sinatra,
numbers. Okay, but
whirling
back to
around
Michael.
the room.
So,
His
maybe
quiet,
the way
anxious
Mikhail
hope
You could spell my name and say M-I-C-H-A-L, M-I-C-H-A-E-L, M-I-C-H-E-A-L-I-C, M-I-C-H-A-E-L-E, that was a lot of different ways. Okay. M-Y-K-A-L. I've seen, though the tradition was M-I-C-H-A-L, I've seen some differentiations. Those all have different numbers within halakha. Grammatically, they all have different numbers. So what? So sometimes you might spell a word differently for a given grammatical purpose. In Hebrew, it might throw off a word or two. It'd be like, oh, that's a little inconsistent. Why is that like that? And it's like, oh, the rabbis felt that it would be better to use that kind of ending. And it makes the gematria of the number 666 or something like that. It's a weird word. Well, that sounds like it's really fucking confusing. It's not that common. They are there, but it's not that common. So,
Grace rises to join the boys,
it's
distracted.
once you learn the
That
letters,
must be the longest she sat still.
really.
Mia comes to sit beside me too.
But
Grabs my other hand.
but it's almost like,
She says,
how do
her voice
there's only one word that I
but
always
cracking
know.
on the last
Israel.
word. Her eyes are wide and red-rimmed. Her face pale and pinched from lack of sleep. I gaze up at Ethan, who is watching
I'm
me
able to
at the
recognize it
who has his arms
from
around
its shape.
Grace.
So like the way that I see Hebrew, it's still not like letters. It's like the shape of a. I guess that's what letters are. It's like when you see the shape together. But when I see all these like little symbols together to see a word, my brain interprets those symbols together are the shape in my mind that becomes a word. But it's not like each letter. I know each letter means something, and I know what the letters are, and I know how to pronounce them, but it's still not like my mind looks at those as individual letters. It looks at them like a word, but that word is a picture. So wait, let's see. I know what I'm trying to say, or a little bit different than that. Words that I know become like a picture in my head that I recognize this pattern of symbols, and my mind is able to recognize that and
such a
communicate
boy with his toys.
or acknowledge
I
that
smile. His
in a
car,
positive
his
fashion.
boat,
When I don't know a word, that's when the letters feel all individual to me, and they don't.
my lost
I
boy.
guess you know what I'm saying, people.
Lost right now.
Is it
My
the same
smile
in English?
fades and pain lances through me.
If I don't know a
I
word
remember
in
him in the
English,
shower, wiping away the lipstick
it
marks.
usually still looks like a picture in
Anesthesia.
English.
I'm the
Whatever
husk
letters
of a
are.
man. I don't have a heart.
In Hebrew, it's different to me.
The lump in my
When I
throat
recognize something in
expands.
Hebrew, it's almost like it
Oh,
glows because I
Christian,
recognize the shape of the letters. When
you do
I
have a
don't know
heart,
what the word is,
and it's mine.
and for
I
anyone
want to
who's like,
cherish it forever. Even though he's so
I mean, when I,
complex,
what would you call this shit? It's called ball shit. It's a name. There's a name.
I will always love
Return
him.
to the master.
There
How
will
you return
never
the
be
master?
anyone else.
But
Ever.
basically,
I remember sitting
to my
in
friends,
Starbucks,
it's a
weighing out my
process
Christian
within
pros and
Judaism
cons.
that I've taken,
All those
which
cons, even those
is very
photographs I
unique,
found
and you'd
this
learn it
morning,
too.
melt
It's been a
into
unique way, but
insignificance
it's
now.
basically
There's just
um,
him and whether
whatever
he'll
the
come back.
in Christianity born again Christians are.
Please,
In
Lord,
Judaism, it
bring
has its
him
own
back.
name to it. It's called
Please let him be okay.
but it's different.
I'll
It's not
go to church.
throw yourself at the
I'll
Nazarene.
do
It's a
anything.
lot more become
Oh,
more
if I get
familiar
him
with the
back,
history
I
of
shall
Israel.
seize the day.
Really,
His
but it
voice
is a lot
echoes
more
around in my head once more.
praying and
Carpe
language
diem,
and stuff.
Anna.
But in a lot of ways,
I
how
gaze deeper
people
into
shit
the
on
fire.
the
The flames still licking
born
and
again
curling
Christian
around each
movement,
other, blazing
they don't do
brightly.
that in Judaism.
Then grace
It's like
shrieks,
a really respect.
and everything goes in slow motion.
Why is it so shit on in
I turn my head in time to see Grace
open
barreling across the
Christianity?
great room
Too
from
many
where she
times
had been pacing
people would
somewhere
fuck up
behind me.
and then come out and have a press
In
conference
the
and say,
entrance
I'm a born
stands a
again Christian,
dismayed Christian.
and that just
He's
people are
dressed
just
in
like
just his
sick
shirt
of hearing that
sleeves and
shit.
suit
At
pants,
least in
and
Judaism,
he's
people
holding
didn't
his navy jacket, shoes, and socks.
do that as
He
much.
looks tired.
There was some of that,
and
but
utterly beautiful. Holy fuck. Christian.
no.
He's
Now, I'm not
alive.
saying people did it of their own volition. Like,
gaze
oh,
numbly
I
at
want to
him,
be a better person.
trying
No,
to work
I would
out
say
if I'm
it's usually
hallucinating or if
financially
he's really here.
affected by
His
that. How is
expression
that?
is one of utter bewilderment.
A lot of
He
times
deposits
it's
his
people
jacket
who
and
want
shoes on the
their
floor in time to
parents
catch Grace, who throws her arms
want to
around
be in
his
good
neck and
graces with
kisses
their
him
parents
hard
around
on the
the
cheek.
time their parents are going to die from that inheritance. And
Christian
they
gazes
die
down
from
at her,
dogs.
completely at a loss. I
I'm not
thought I'd
saying
never
it's the
see
only
you
reason,
again,
and I'm not saying
Grace
that
whispers,
is
voicing our collective fear. Mom, I'm here.
by far.
I hear the
It's not
consternation in his
the
voice.
norm, but
I
it
died
does
a
happen.
1,000 deaths today, she
Because in
whispers,
society in
her
general,
voice barely audible,
less
echoing
religious.
my
It's very rare.
thoughts. She gasps and
And it's always
sobs,
like, why
no
would you
longer
get so
able
much
to
more
hold back
religious?
her tears.
Why would you go from nothing
Christian frowns,
to
horrified or
super
mortified,
religious?
I
Usually
don't know
financial
which.
implications.
Then,
When
after
they're
a
there,
minute,
when there are
envelops
opportunities
her
there.
in a huge
What are
hug,
my financial? I
holding
don't
her
have any. It's
close.
not like my parents are going to reward me
Christian.
for this. But
She
within
chokes,
Orthodox
wrapping her
Judaism,
arms
that
around
would
him, weeping into his neck. All self-restraint
be
forgotten,
more so
and
than
Christian
someone who
doesn't
moved
fall.
away from
He just holds her, rocking to and fro,
the thing
comforting her. Scalding tears
So
flow
is
in my
Shua.
eyes.
That's why
Eric hollers from the hallway.
yeah.
He's alive. Shit.
I am not bald to shoot.
He appears from Taylor's office, clutching his
But-
cell phone, and embraces both of them.
I would take
His
you
eyes
on what
closed
the
in
bald
sweet
to shoot
relief.
journey
Yeah.
would be. Really, yeah.
Mia squeals something unintelligible from beside me. Then she's up and
Why are you
runs to
not?
join her parents, hugging
I mean,
all
there's
of them
something to
too.
be argued, I think.
Finally, the tears start to cascade down my cheeks. He's here. He's fine. But I cannot breathe. Eric is the first to pull away, wiping his eyes and clapping Christian on the shoulder.
More
Mia
orthodox
releases them then, and Grace
as an
steps
adult.
back. Sorry, she mumbles.
Generally, with them.
Hey, Mom. It's okay. Christian
And it's
says,
really rare.
consternation
Really?
still evident on his face. Where were you?
Name someone who became
What
more
happened?
religious.
Grace
last
cries
10
and puts
years.
her head in her
I'm
hands.
like the only person.
Mom, Christian mutters. He draws her into his arms
No
again
one
and kisses
on
the
earth
top of
became
her
more
head.
religious than last
I'm
ever.
here. I'm good.
And I'm not
It's
saying my
just taken
religious
me a hell of a long
religiosity
time to get back from
was
Portland.
like
What's with the
divine
welcoming
power and things like no.
He
I was
looks
just trying
out
to
and
figure out history
scans
and
the room
language.
until his eyes lock
I'm trying to
in
put the
mine.
pieces together of
He
the
blinks
other
and
parts of
glances
theology.
briefly at Jose, who lets go of my hand.
And I feel like I have a
Christian's mouth
pretty good
tightens.
grasp on
I drink in the sight of
Islam,
him, and relief
Christianity,
courses through me,
Judaism,
leaving me spent, exhausted,
at least
and
represent them.
completely elated. Yet my tears don't stop.
Even
Christian
more
turns his
than
attention back to his mother. Mom, I'm good. What's
under the
wrong?
structure of
Christian
Judaism.
says
Why?
reassuringly.
Because that's their
She
structure.
places her hands on either side of his face. Christian, you've been missing. Your flight plan. You never
So
made it to
at the end of the
Seattle.
day, who would win
Why
out?
didn't you
What
contact
religion wins
us?
out? Judaism.
Christian's
But
eyebrows shoot up in
Christian,
surprise.
Christianity and Islam can
I didn't think it would take this long.
all of them.
Why didn't you call? No power in my cell. You didn't stop? Call collect? Mom, it's a long story.
Are you sure?
Oh, Christian,
I mean, if you're
Don't
watching
you
this in the
ever do
future,
that to
everything
me
I say
again.
comes true.
Do you
Except my
understand?
voice predictions.
She half shouts
That's
at him. Yes, Mom. He wipes her tears away with his thumbs and
Don't
hugs her
listen to what I
once
have to
more.
say.
When she composes herself, he releases her to hug
Embellish
Mia. He slaps him hard on the chest. You had us so
I'm telling you to
worried,
the point where like
she
I don't have
blurts
any
out,
money.
and she
But I'm
too
telling you
is
right
in
now,
tears.
let's say I had
I'm here
$10,000
now,
in my
for
bank
heaven's
account,
sake,
in my bank account,
Christian mutters.
I might bet $5,000.
As Elliot
I might
comes
bet half.
forward, Christian relinquishes Mia to Carrick, who already has one arm around his wife.
Why? They've
He
already
curls
lost.
the
Why are you
other
so
around
fucking
his
happy?
daughter.
I had this
Elliot
premonition.
hugs Christian
Brian Clay
briefly,
gets
much to Christian's surprise, and slaps him hard on the back.
Wait, no,
Great to see
I
you,
haven't tweeted.
Elliot says loudly, if a little gruffly, trying to hide his emotion.
Are you
As the
done?
tears stream down my face, I can see it all. The great room is bathed in it. Unconditional love. He has it in spades. He's just never accepted it before. And even now, he's at a total loss. Look, Christian, all these people love you. Perhaps now you'll start believing it. Kate is standing behind me. She must have left the TV room, and she gently strokes my hair. He's really here now, she murmurs comfortingly. I'm going to say hi to my girl now, Christian tells his parents. Both of them nod, smile, and step aside. He moves toward me, gray eyes bright, though weary and still bemused. From somewhere deep inside, I find the strength to stagger to my feet and bolt into his open arms. Christian! I sob. Hush, he says and holds me, burying his face in my hair and inhaling deeply. I raise my tear-stained face to his. He kisses me far too briefly. Hi, he murmurs. Hi, I whisper back, the lump in the back of my throat burning. Miss me? A bit. He grins. I can tell. And with a gentle touch of his hand, he wipes away the tears that refuse to stop running down my cheeks. I thought... I choke. I can see. Hush. I'm here. He murmurs and kisses me chastely again. Are you okay? I ask, releasing him and touching his chest, his arms, his waist. Oh, the feel of this warm, vital, sensual man beneath my fingers reassures me that he's here, standing in front of me. He's back. He doesn't so much as flinch. He just regards me intently. I'm okay. I'm not going anywhere. Oh, thank God. I clasp him around his waist again, and he hugs me once more. Are you hungry? Do you need something to drink? Yes. I step back to get him something, but he doesn't let me go. He tucks me under his arm and extends a hand to Jose. Mr. Gray, says Jose evenly. Christian snorts. Christian, please, he says. Christian, welcome back. Glad you're okay, and, thanks for letting me stay. No problem. Christian narrows his eyes, but he's distracted by Mrs. Jones, who is suddenly at his side. It only occurs to me now that she's not her usual smart self. I hadn't noticed it before. Her hair is loose, and she's in soft gray leggings and a large gray sweatshirt with WSU Cougars emblazoned on the front that dwarfs her. She looks years younger. Can I get you something, Mr. Gray? She wipes her eyes with a tissue. Christian smiles fondly at her. A beer, please, Gail. A far. And a bite to eat. I'll get it, I murmur, wanting to do something for my man. No, don't go, he says softly, tightening his arm around me. The rest of his family closes in, and Ethan and Kate join us. He shakes Ethan's hand and gives Kate a quick peck on the cheek. Mrs. Jones returns with a bottle of beer and a glass. He takes the bottle, but shakes his head at the glass. She smiles and returns to the kitchen. Surprised you don't want something stronger, mutters Elliot. So what the fuck happened to you? First I knew was when Dad called me to say the chopper was missing. Elliot, Grace scolds. Helicopter, Christian growls, correcting Elliot, who grins, and I suspect this is a family joke. Let's see, they'll tell me. Christian pulls me over to the couch, and everyone sits down, all eyes on Christian. He takes a long drink of his beer. He spies Taylor hovering at the entrance and nods. Taylor nods back. Daughter? She's mine now. Muscle marks, sir. Good. Christian smiles. Daughter? What happened to Taylor's daughter? Glad you're back, sir. Will that be all? We have a helicopter to pick up. Taylor nods. Now, good morning. Good morning, I think, Taylor. Very good, Mr. Gray. Anything else, sir? Christian shakes his head and raises his bottle to him. Taylor gives him a rare smile. Rarer than Christian's, I think, and heads out. presumably to his office or up to his room. Christian, what happened? Eric demands. Christian launches into his story. He was flying in Charlie Tango with Roz, his number 2, to deal with a funding issue at WSU in Vancouver. I could barely keep up. I was so dazed. I just hold Christian's hand and stare at his manicured fingernails, his long fingers, creases on his knuckles, his wristwatch, an Omega with 3 small dials. I gaze up at his beautiful profile as he continues his tale. Roz had never seen Mount St. Helens, so on the way back as a celebration, we took a crazy tour. I heard the temporary flight restriction was lifted a while back, and I wanted to take a look. Well, it's fortunate that we did. We were flying low, about 200 feet above ground level, when the instrument panel lit up. We had a fire in the tail. I had no choice but to cut all the electronics and land. He shakes his head. I set her down by Silver Lake, got Roz out, and managed to put the fire out. A fire? Both engines? Eric is horrified. Yep. Shit. But I thought... I know. Christian interrupts him. It was sheer luck I was flying so low. He murmurs. I shudder. He releases my hand and puts his arm around me. Cold? He asks me. I shake my head. How did you put out the fire? Asks Kate, her Carla Bernstein instincts kicking in. Jeez, she sounds terse sometimes. Extinguisher. We have to carry you, by law. Christian answers levelly. His words from long ago circle my mind. I thank divine providence every day that it was you who came to intervene, and not Catherine Kavanaugh. Why didn't you call or use the radio? Grace asks. Christian shakes his head. With the electronics out, we had no radio, and I wasn't going to risk turning them on because of the fire. GPS was still working on the BlackBerry, so I was able to navigate to the nearest road. It took us 4 hours to walk there. Roz was in heels. Christian's mouth presses into a disapproving flat line. We had no cell reception. There is no coverage at Newford. Roz's battery died first. Mine dried up on the way. Holy hell. I tense and Christian pulls me into his lap. So, how did you get back to Seattle? Grace asks, blinking slightly at the sight of the two of us, no doubt. I flush. We hitched and pooled our resources. Between us, Roz and I had $600, and we thought we'd have to bribe someone to drive us back. But a truck driver stopped and agreed to bring us home. He refused to do money and shared his lunch with us. Christian shakes his head in dismay at the memory. It took forever. He didn't have a cell. Weird, but true. I didn't realize. He stops, gazing at his family. That we'd worry? Grace scoffs. Oh, Christian, she scolds him. We've been going out of our minds. You made the news, bro. Christian rolls his eyes. Yeah, I figured that much when I arrived at this reception and a handful of photographers outside. I'm sorry, Mom. I should have asked the driver to stop so I could phone, but I was anxious to be back. He glances at Jose. Oh, that's why. Because Jose is staying here. I frown at the thought. Jeez, all that worry. Grace shakes her head. I'm just glad you're back in one piece, darling. I start to relax, resting my head against his chest. He smells outdoorsy, slightly sweaty, of body wash, of Christian, the most welcome scent in the world. Tears start to trickle down my face again. Tears of gratitude. Both engines? Eric says again, frowning in disbelief. Go figure. Christian shrugs and runs his hand down my back. Hey, he whispers. He puts his fingers under my chin and tilts my head back. Stop with the crying. I wipe my nose with the back of my hand in a most unladylike way. Stop with it disappearing. I sniff and his lips quirk up. Electrical failure. That's odd, isn't it? Carrick says again. Yes, crossed my mind too, Dad. But right now, I'd just like to go to bed and think about all that shit tomorrow. So the media know that the Christian Grey has been found safe and well, Kate says. Yes, Andrea and my PR people will deal with the media. Roz called her after we dropped her home. Yes, Andrea called me to let me know you were still alive. Carrick grins. I must give that woman a raise. Sure is late, says Christian. I think that's a hint, ladies and gentlemen, that my dear bro needs his beauty sleep. Elliot scoffs suggestively. Christian grimaces at him. Harry, my son is safe. You can take me home now. Harry? Grace looks adoringly at her husband. Yes, I think we could use the sleep. Carrick replies, smiling down at her. Stay, Christian offers. No, sweetheart. I want to get home, now that I know you're safe. Christian reluctantly eases me onto the couch and stands. Grace hugs him once more, presses her head against his chest, and closes her eyes, content. He wraps his arms around her. I was so worried, darling, she whispers. I'm okay, Mom. She leans back and studies him intently while he holds her. Yes, I think you are, she says slowly, glances at me, and smiles. I flush. We follow Carrick and Grace as they make their way to the foyer. Behind me, I'm aware that Mia and Ethan are having a heated, whispered conversation, but I can't hear it. Mia is smiling shyly at Ethan, and he's gaping at her and shaking his head. Suddenly, she crosses her arms and turns on her heel. He rubs his forehead with one hand, obviously frustrated. Mom, Dad, wait for me, Mia calls sullenly. Perhaps she's as mercurial as her brother. Kate hugs me hard. I can tell some serious shit's been going down while I've been blissfully ignorant in Barbados. It's kind of obvious you two are nuts about each other. I'm glad he's safe. Not just for him, Anna. For you too. Thank you, Kate, I whisper. Yeah, who knew we'd find love at the same time? She grins. Wow, she's admitted it. With brothers, I giggle. We could end up sisters-in-law, she quips. I tense, then mentally kick myself as Kate stands back to gaze at me with her "what aren't you telling me" look. I flush. Damn, should I tell her he's asked me? Come on, baby. Elliot summons her from the elevator. Let's talk tomorrow, Anna. You must be exhausted. I am reprieved. Sure. You too, Kate. You've traveled such a long distance today. We hug once more, then she and Elliot follow the Greys into the elevator. Ethan shakes Christian's hand and gives me a quick hug. He looks distracted, but he follows them into the elevator and the doors close. Jose is hovering in the hallway as we come out of the foyer. Look, I'll turn in. Leave you guys, he says. I blush. Why is this awkward? Do you know where to go? Christian asks. Jose nods. Yeah, the housekeeper. Mrs. Jones, I prompt. Yeah, Mrs. Jones. She showed me earlier. Quite a place you have here, Christian. Thank you, Christian says politely as he comes to stand beside me, placing his arm around my shoulders. Leaning over, he kisses my hair. I'm going to eat whatever Mrs. Jones has put out for me. Good night, Jose. Christian wanders back into the great room, leaving Jose and me at the entrance. Wow, left alone with Jose. Well, good night. Jose looks uncomfortable all of a sudden. Good night, Jose, and thank you for staying. Sure, Anna. Anytime your rich hotshot boyfriend goes missing, I'll be there. Jose! I admonish him. Only don't eat that. I'll be leaving early in the morning. I'll see you sometime, yeah? I've missed you. Sure, Jose. Soon, I hope. Sorry tonight was so shitty. I smirk apologetically. Yeah, he grins. Shitty. He hugs me. Seriously, Emma. I'm glad you're happy. But I'm here. I gaze up at him. Thank you. He flashes me a sad, bittersweet smile, and then he goes upstairs. I turn back to the great room. Christian stands beside the couch, watching me with an unreadable expression on his face. We're finally alone, and we gaze at each other. He's still got it bad, you know, he murmurs. And how would you know that, Mr. Gray? I recognize the symptoms of stew. I believe I have the same affliction. I thought I'd never see you again. I whisper. There, the words are out. All my worst fears packaged in one short sentence, now exercised. It wasn't as bad as it sounds. I pick up his suit jacket and shoes from where they lie on the floor and move toward him. I'll take that, he whispers, reaching for his jacket. Christian gazes down at me as if I'm his reason for living, and mirrors my look, I'm sure. He is here, really here. He pulls me into his arms and wraps himself around me. Christian, I gasp, and my tears start anew. Hush, he soothes, kissing my hair. You know, in a few seconds of sheer terror before I landed, all my thoughts were you were my topsy. I thought I'd lost you. I breathe. We stand, holding each other, reconnecting and reassuring each other. As I tighten my arms around him, I realize I'm still holding his shoes. I drop them noisily to the floor. Come, shower with me, he murmurs. Okay. I glance up at him. Don't want to let go. Reaching down, he tucks my chin up with his fingers. No, tears so beautiful in the stew. He leans down and kisses me gently. And your lips are so soft. He kisses me again, deepening it. Oh, my. And to think I could have lost. No. I stop thinking and surrender myself. I need to put my jacket down, he murmurs. Drop it, I murmur against his lips. I can't. I lean back to gaze up at him, puzzled. He smirks at me. This is why. From the inside breast pocket, he pulls out the small box I gave him that contains my present. He slings the jacket over the back of the couch and places the box on top. Seize the day, Anna, my subconscious prods me. Well, it's after midnight, so technically, it's his birthday. Open it, I whisper, and my heart starts pounding. I was hoping you'd say that, he murmurs. This has been driving me crazy. I grin impishly at him. I feel giddy. He gives me his shy smile, and I melt despite my thumping heart, delighting in his amused yet intrigued expression. With deft fingers, he unwraps and opens the box. His brow creases as he fishes out a small, rectangular plastic keychain featuring a picture made up of tiny pixels that flash on and off like an LED screen. It depicts the Seattle skyline with the word Seattle written boldly across the landscape. He stares at it for a minute and then gazes at me, amused, a frown marring his lovely brow. Turn it over, I whisper. whisper, holding my breath. He does, and his eyes shoot to mine, wide and gray, alive with wonder and joy. His lips part in disbelief. The word yes flashes on and off on the keyring. Happy birthday, I whisper. Chapter 20. Marry me, he whispers, incredulous. I nod nervously, flushing and anxious and not quite believing his reaction. This man, whom I thought I'd lost, how could he not understand how much I love him? Say it, he orders softly, his gaze intense and hot. Yes, I'll marry you. He inhales sharply and moves suddenly, grabbing me and swinging me around in a most un-50-like manner. He's laughing, young and carefree, radiating joyful elation. I grab his arms to hold on, feeling his muscles ripple beneath my fingers. His infectious laughter sweeps me up, dizzy, addled, a girl totally and utterly smitten with her man. He puts me down and kisses me, hard. His hands are on either side of my face, his tongue insistent, persuasive, arousing. Oh, Anna. He breathes against my lips, and it's an exultation that leaves me reeling. He loves me. Of that I have no doubt, and I savor the taste of this delicious man. This man I thought I might never see again. His joy is evident, his eyes shining, his youthful smile, and his relief almost palpable. I thought I'd lost you, I murmur, still dazzled and breathless from his kiss. It will take me more than a malfunction in 135 to keep me away from you. 135? Charlie Jacob. She's a hero copy of C-135. First mystery to class. Some unnamed but dark emotion crosses his face briefly, distracting me. What isn't he saying? Before I can ask him, he stills and looks down at me, frowning. And for a second, I think he's going to tell me. I blink up into his speculative gray eyes. Wait a minute. You gave this to me before we saw Flynn, he says, holding up the keychain. He looks almost horrified. Oh dear, where's he going with this? I nod, keeping a straight face. His mouth drops open. I shrug apologetically. I wanted you to know that whatever Flynn said, it wouldn't make a difference to me. Christian blinks at me in disbelief. So all yesterday evening, when I was begging you for an answer, I had it already? He is dismayed. I nod again, trying desperately to gauge his reaction. He gazes at me in stupefied wonder, but then narrows his eyes and his mouth twists with amused irony. All that worry, he whispers ominously. I grin at him and shrug once more. Oh, don't try and get cute with me, Miss Steele. Right now, I want. He runs his hand through his hair, then shakes his head and changes tack. I can't believe you left me hanging. His whisper is laced with disbelief. His expression alters subtly, his eyes gleaming wickedly, his mouth twitching into a carnal smile. Holy hell, a thrill runs through me. What's he thinking? I believe some retribution is in order, Miss Steele, he says softly. Retribution? Oh shit. I know he's playing, but I take a cautious step back from him anyway. He grins. Is that the game? He whispers. Because I will catch you. And his eyes burn with bloody playful intensity. And he adds threateningly. All of my insides tighten at once. Oh my future husband wants to play. I take another step back, then turn to run, but in vain. Christian grabs grabs me in one easy swoop while I squeal with delight, surprise, and shock. He hoists me over his shoulder and heads down the hall. Christian! I hiss, mindful that Jose is upstairs, though whether he can hear us is doubtful. I steady myself by clasping his lower back, then on a brave impulse, I swat his behind. He swats me right back. Ow! I yell. Shower time, he declares triumphantly. Put me down! I try and fail to sound disapproving. My struggle is futile. His arm is firmly clamped over my thighs, and for some reason, I cannot stop giggling. Bond these shoes, he asks, amused, as he opens the door to his bathroom. I prefer them to be touching the floor. I attempt to snarl at him, but it's not very effective as I can't keep the laughter out of my voice. Your wish is my command, Miss Steele. Without putting me down, he slips off both of my shoes and lets them clatter to the tile floor. Pausing by the vanity, he empties his pockets. Dead blackberry, keys, wallet, the keychain. I can only imagine what I look like in the mirror from this angle. When he's finished, he marches directly into his oversized shower. Christian! I scold loudly. His intent is now clear. He switches the water on to max. Jeez! Arctic water spurts over my backside, and I squeal, then stop, mindful once more that Jose is above us. It's cold, and I'm fully clothed. The chilling water soaks into my dress, my panties, and my bra. I'm drenched, and once more, I cannot stop giggling. No! I squeal. Put me down! I swat him again, harder this time, and Christian releases me, letting me slide down his now soaked body. His white shirt is stuck to his chest, and his suit pants are sodden. I am soaked too, flushed, giddy, and breathless, and he's grinning down at me, looking so unbelievably hot. He sobers, his eyes shining, and cups my face again, drawing my lips to his. His kiss is gentle, cherishing, and totally distracting. I no longer care that I am fully clothed and soaking wet in Christian's shower. It's just the two of us beneath the cascading water. He's back. He's safe. He's mine. My hands move involuntarily to his shirt as it clings to every line and sinew of his chest, revealing the hair scrunched beneath the white wetness. I yank the shirt hem out of his pants. He groans against my mouth. His lips do not meet mine. As I start to unbutton his shirt, he reaches for my zipper, slowly sliding the clasp down my dress. His lips become more insistent, more provocative, his tongue invading my mouth, and my body explodes with desire. I tug his shirt hard, ripping it open. The buttons fly everywhere, ricocheting off the tiles and disappearing onto the shower floor. As I strip the wet fabric off his shoulders and down his arms, I press him into the wall, hampering his attempts to undress me. Puff leaves, he murmurs, holding up his wrists where his shirt hangs sodden and limp. With scrambling fingers, I release first one, and then the other gold cufflink, letting him fall carelessly to the tiled floor, and his shirt follows. His eyes search mine through the cascading water, his gaze burning, carnal, heated like the water. I reach for the waistband of his pants. He shakes his head and grabs my shoulders, spinning me around so I'm facing away from him. He finishes the long journey south with my zipper, smooths my wet hair away from my neck, and runs his tongue up my neck to my hairline, and back again, kissing and sucking as he goes. I moan, and slowly he peels my dress off my shoulders and down past my breasts, kissing my neck beneath my ear. He unclasps my bra and pushes it off, freeing my breasts. His hands reach around and cup each one as he murmurs his appreciation. So beautiful, he whispers. hang unfastened below my breasts. My arms are still in the sleeves, but my hands are free. I roll my head, requesting better access to my neck, and push my breasts into his magical hands. I reach around behind me and welcome his sharp intake of breath as my inquisitive fingers make contact with his erection. He pushes his groin into my welcoming hands. Damn it! Why didn't he let me take his pants off? He tugs on my nipples, and as they harden and stretch under his expert touch, all thoughts of his pants disappear, and pleasure spikes sharp and limitless in my belly. I lean my head back against him and groan. Yes, he breathes, and turns me once more, capturing my mouth with his. He peels my bra, dress, and panties down, so they join the shirt in the sun on the shower floor. I grab the body wash beside us. Christian stills as he realizes what I'm about to do. Staring him straight in the eye, I squirt some of the sweet-smelling gel into my palm and hold my hand up in front of his chest, waiting for an answer to my unspoken question. His eyes widen. He gives me an almost imperceptible nod. Gently, I place my hand on his sternum and start to rub the soap into his skin. His chest rises as he inhales sharply, but he stands stock still. After a beat, his hands clasp my hips, but he doesn't push me away. He watches me warily. His look tense, more than scared, but his lips are parted as his breathing increases. Is this okay? I whisper. Yes. His short, breathy reply is almost a gasp. I am reminded of the many showers we've had together, but the one at the Olympic is a bittersweet memory. Well, now I can touch him. I wash him in gentle circles, cleaning my hair, moving to his underarms, over his ribs, down his flat, firm belly, toward his happy trail and the waistband of his pants. My turn, he whispers, and reaches for the shampoo, shifting us out of range of the stream of water and squirting some onto the top of my head. I think this is my cue to stop washing him, so I hook my fingers into his waistband. He works the shampoo into my hair, his firm, long fingers massaging my scalp. Groaning in appreciation, I close my eyes and give myself over to the heavenly sensation. After all the stress of the evening, this is just what I need. He chuckles, and I open one eye to find him smiling down at me. He grins. He says, and leans over to kiss my forehead, his fingers continuing their sweet, firm beating of my scalp. Turn around, he says authoritatively. I do as I'm told. His fingers slowly float over my head, cleansing, relaxing, loving as they go. Oh, this is bliss. He reaches for more shampoo and gently washes the long tresses down my back. When he's finished, he pulls me back under the shower. Lean your head back, he orders quietly. I willingly comply, and he carefully rinses out the suds. When he's done, I face him once more and hold on for his pants. I want to wash all of you, I whisper. He smiles that lopsided smile and lifts his hands in a gesture that says, I'm all yours, baby. I grin. It feels like Christmas. I make short work of his zipper, and soon his pants and boxers join the rest of our clothing. I stand and reach for the body wash and a freshwater sponge. Looks like you're pleased to see me, I murmur dryly. I'm always pleased to be still. He smirks at me. I soak the sponge and retrace my journey over his chest. He's more relaxed, maybe because I'm not actually touching him. I head south with the sponge across his belly, along the happy trail, through his heating hair, and over and up his erection. I peek up at him, and he regards me with hooded eyes and sensual longing. I like this look. I drop the sponge and use my hands, grasping him firmly. He closes his eyes, tips his head back, and groans, thrusting his his hips into my hands. Oh yes, it's so arousing. My inner goddess has resurfaced after her evening of rocking and moving in the corner. She's wearing harlot red lipstick. His burning eyes suddenly lock with mine. He's remembered something. Saturday, he exclaims, eyes alight with salacious wonder, and he grasps my waist, pulling me to him and kissing me savagely. Whoa, change of pace! His hands sweep down my slick, wet body, around to my sex, his fingers exploring, teasing, and his mouth is relentless, leaving me breathless. His other hand is in my wet hair, holding me in place while I bear the full force of his passion unleashed. His fingers move inside me. Ah! I moan into his mouth. Yes. He hisses and lifts me, his hands beneath my backside. Then he lets him up. My legs obey, and I create my rhythm to his nut. He braces me against the wall of the shower and pauses, gazing down at me. Eyes open. He murmurs, I want to see you. I blink up at him, my heart hammering, my blood pulsing hot and heavy through my body. Desire, real and rampant, surging through me. Then he eases into me, oh, so slowly, filling me, claiming me, skin against skin. I push down against him and groan loudly. Once fully inside me, he pauses once more, his face strained, intense. On my Anastasia, he whispers. Always. He smiles victoriously and shifts, making me gasp. And now, you can let everyone know, because you said yes. His voice is reverential, and he leans down, capturing my mouth with his, and starts to move, slow and sweet. I close my eyes and tilt my head back as my body bows, my will submitting to his, slave to his intoxicating slow rhythm. His teeth graze my jaw, my chin, and down my neck as he picks up the pace, pushing me onward, upward, away from this earthly plane, the teeming shower, this chilling fright. It's just me and my man, moving in unison, moving as one, each completely absorbed in the other. Our gasps and grunts equal. I revel in the exquisite feeling of his possession as my body blooms and flowers around him. I could have lost him, and I love him. I love him so much, and I'm suddenly overcome by the enormity of my love and the depth of my commitment to him. I will spend the rest of my life loving this man, and with that awe-inspiring thought, I detonate around him, a healing, cathartic orgasm, crying out his name as tears flow down my cheeks. He reaches his climax and pours himself into me, with his face buried in my neck. He sinks to the floor, holding me tightly, kissing my face, and kissing away my tears as the warm water spills down around us, washing us clean. My fingers are pretty, I murmur, post-coital incident as I lean against his chest. He raises my fingers to his lips and kisses each in turn. We should really get out of the shower. I'm comfortable here. I'm sitting between his legs and he's holding me close. I don't want to move. Christian murmurs his assent, but suddenly I'm bone-tired, world-weary. So much has happened this last week, enough for a lifetime of drama. And now, I'm getting married. A disbelieving giggle escapes my lips. Something amusing you, Miss Steele? He asks fondly. It's been a busy week. He grins. That it has. I thank God you're back in one piece, Mr. Gray. I whisper, sobering at the thought of what might have been. He tenses and I immediately regret reminding him. I was scared. He confesses, much to my surprise. Earlier? He nods, his expression serious. Holy shit. So you made light of it to reassure your family? Yes, I was too low to land well, but somehow I did. Crap. My eyes sweep up to his, and he looks grave as the water cascades over us. How close a call was it? He gazes down at me. Close. He pauses for a few awful seconds. I thought I'd never see you again. I hug him tightly. I can't imagine my life without you, Christian. I love you so much it frightens me. Me too. He breathes. My life would be empty without you. I love you so much. His arms tighten around me and he nuzzles my hair. I won't ever let you go. I don't want to go, ever. I kiss his neck, and he leans down and kisses me gently. After a moment, he shifts. Come, let's get you dry and into bed. I'm exhausted. Great. I lean back and arch an eyebrow at his choice of words. He cocks his head to one side and smirks at me. You have something to say, Miss Steele? I shake my head and rise unsteadily to my feet. I am sitting up in bed. Christian insisted on drying my hair. He is quite skilled at it. How that happened is an unpleasant thought, so I dismiss it immediately. It's after 2 in the morning, and I am ready to sleep. Christian gazes down at me and re-examines the keychain before climbing into bed. He shakes his head, incredulous once more. This is so neat. The best birthday present I've ever had. He glances at me, his eyes soft and warm. Better than my signed Giuseppe Di Natale poster. I would have told you earlier, but since it was going to be your birthday, what do you give the man who has everything? I thought I'd give you me. He puts the keychain down on the bedside table and snuggles in beside me, pulling me into his arms against his chest so that we're spooning. It's perfect. Like you. I smirk, though he can't see my expression. I am far from perfect, Christian. Are you smirking at me, Miss Steele? How does he know? Maybe. I giggle. Can I ask you something? Of course. He nuzzles my neck. You didn't call on your trip back from Portland. Was that really because of Jose? You were worried about me being here alone with him? Christian says nothing. I turn to face him, and his eyes are wide as I reproach him. Do you know how ridiculous that is? How much stress you put your family and me through? We all love you very much. He blinks a couple of times and then gives me his shy smile. I had no idea you'd all be so worried. I purse my lips. When are you going to get it through your thick skull that you are loved? Thick skull. His eyebrows widen in surprise. I nod. Yes, thick skull. I don't think the bone density of my head is significantly higher than anywhere else in my body. I'm serious. Stop trying to make me laugh. I am still a little mad at you, though that's partially eclipsed by the fact that you're home safe and sound when I thought. My voice fades as I recall those anxious few hours. Well, you know what I thought. His eyes soften and he reaches up to caress my face. I'm sorry, okay? Your poor mom, too. It was very moving, seeing you with her. I whisper. He smiles shyly. I've never seen her that way. He blinks at the memory. Yes, that was really something. She's normally so self-possessed. It was quite a shock. See? Everyone loves you. I smile. Perhaps now you'll start believing it. I lean down and kiss him gently. Happy birthday, Christian. I'm glad you're here to share your day with me. And you haven't seen what I've got for you tomorrow. Today. I smirk. There's more? He says, astounded, and his face erupts into a breathtaking grin. Oh yes, Mr. Gray, but you'll have to wait until then. I wake suddenly from a dream or nightmare, and my pulse is thumping. I turn, panicked, and to my relief, Christian is fast asleep beside me. Because I've shifted, he stirs and reaches out in his sleep, draping his arm over me, and rests his head on my shoulder, sighing softly. The room is flooded with light. It's 8 o'clock. Christian never sleeps this late. I lie back and let my racing heart calm. Why the anxiety? Is it the aftermath of last night? I turn and stare at him. He's here. He's safe. I take a deep, steadying breath and gaze at his lovely face. A face that is now so familiar, all its dips and shadows eternally etched on my mind. He looks much younger when he's asleep, and I grin because today he's a whole year older. I hug myself, thinking about my present. Ooh, what will he do? Perhaps I should start by bringing him breakfast in bed. Besides, Jose may still be here. I find Jose at the counter, eating a bowl of cereal. I can't help but flush when I see him. He knows I've spent the night with Christian. Why do I suddenly feel so shy? It's not as if I'm naked or anything. I'm wearing my floor-length silk wrap. Morning, Jose. I smile, brazening it out. Hey, Anna! His face lights up, genuinely pleased to see me. There's no hint of teasing or salacious contempt in his expression. Sleep well? I ask. Sure. Some view from up here. Yeah, it's pretty special. Like the owner of this apartment. Want a real man's breakfast? I tease. Love some. It's Christian's birthday today. I'm making him breakfast in bed. You wake? No, I think he's fried from yesterday. I quickly glance away from him and head to the fridge so he can't see my blush. Jeez, it's only Jose. When I take the eggs and bacon out of the fridge, Jose is grinning at me. You really like it, don't you? I purse my lips. I love him, Jose. His eyes widen momentarily, then he grins. What's not to love? He asks, gesturing around the great room. I scowl at him. Gee, thanks. Hey, Anna, just kidding. Will I always have this leveled at me? That I'm marrying Christian for his money? Seriously, I'm kidding. You've never been that kind of girl. Omelet good for you? I ask, changing the subject. I don't want to argue. Sure. And me, Christian says as he saunters into the great room. Holy fuck. He's wearing only pajama bottoms that hang in that totally hot way off his hips. Jose. He nods. Christian? Jose returns his nod solemnly. Christian turns to me and smirks as I stare. He's done this on purpose. I narrow my eyes, desperately trying to recover my equilibrium, and Christian's expression alters subtly. He knows that I know what he's up to, and he doesn't care. I was going to bring you breakfast in bed. Swaggering over, he wraps his arm around me, tilts my chin up, and plants a loud, wet kiss on my lips. Very un-50. Good morning, Anastasia, he says. I want to scowl at him and tell him to behave, but it's his birthday. I flush. Why is he so territorial? Good morning, Christian. Happy birthday. I give him a smile and he smirks at me. I'm looking forward to my other present, he says, and that's it. I flush the color of the red room of pain and glance nervously at Jose, who looks like he's swallowed something unpleasant. I turn away and start preparing the food. So, what are your plans today, Jose? Christian asks, seemingly casual, as he sits down on a bar stool. I am heading up to see my dad and Ray and his dad. Christian frowns. They know each other? Yeah, they were in the army together. They lost contact until Anna and I were in college together. It's kinda cute. They're best buds now. We're going on a fishing trip. Fishing? Christian is genuinely interested. Yeah, some great catches in these coastal waters. The steelheads can grow way big. True. My brother Elliot and I landed a 34-pound steelhead once. They're talking fishing? What is it about fishing? I have never understood it. 34 pounds? Not bad. Anna's father, though? He holds the record. A 43-pounder. You're kidding. He never said. Happy birthday, by the way. Thanks. So, where do you like to fish? I zone out. This I do not need to know. But at the same time, I'm relieved. See, Christian? Jose's not so bad. By the time Jose makes to leave, both of them are much more relaxed with each other. Christian quickly changes into t-shirt and jeans, and barefoot, he accompanies Jose and me to the foyer. Thanks for letting me crash here, Jose says to Christian as they shake hands. Anytime. Christian smiles. Jose hugs me quickly. Stay safe, Anna. Sure. Great to see you. Next time, we'll have a real evening out. I'll hold you to that. He waves at us from inside the elevator, and then he's gone. See? He's not so bad. He still wants into your panties, Anna. But I can't say I blame him. Christian, that's not true. You have no idea. He smirks down at me. He wants me. Big time. I frown. Christian, he's just a friend. A good friend. And I'm suddenly aware that I sound like Christian when he's talking about Mrs. Robinson. That is unsettling. Christian holds up his hands in a placating gesture. I don't want to fight, he says softly. Oh, we're not fighting, are we? Me neither. You didn't tell me you were getting married. No, I figured I ought to tell Mom and Ray first. Shit, it's the first time I've thought about this since I said yes. Jeez, what are my parents going to say? Christian nods. Yes, you're right, and I should ask my father. I laugh. Oh, Christian, this isn't the 18th century. Holy shit, what will they say? The thought of that conversation fills me with horror. It's traditional. Christian shrugs. Let's talk about that later. I want to give you your other present. My anger is to distract him. The thought of my present is burning a hole in my consciousness. I need to give it to him and see how he reacts. He gives me his shy smile, and my heart skips a beat. For as long as I live, I'll never tire of looking at that smile. You're writing your book again, he says, and pulls on my chin. A thrill runs through my body as his fingers touch me. Without a word, and while I still have a modicum of courage, I take his hand and lead him back to the bedroom. I drop his hand, leaving him standing by the bed, and from under my side of the bed, I take out the 2 remaining gift boxes. You too, he says, surprised. I take a deep breath. I bought this before the incident yesterday. I'm not sure about it now. I quickly hand in one of the parcels before I can change my mind. He gazes at me, puzzled, sensing my uncertainty. Sure you want me to open it? I nod, anxious. Christian tears off the packaging and gazes in surprise at the box. Charlie Tango, I whisper. He grins. The box contains a small wooden helicopter with a large solar-powered rotor blade. He opens it up. Solar-powered, he murmurs. Wow. And before I know it, he's sitting on the bed assembling it. It snaps together quickly, and Christian holds it up in the palm of his hand. A blue wooden helicopter. He looks up at me and gives me his glorious, all-American boy smile, then heads to the window so that the little helicopter is bathed in sunlight and the rotor starts to spin. Look at that, he breathes, examining it closely. What we can already do with this technology. He holds it at eye level, watching the blades spin. He's fascinated, and fascinating to watch as he loses himself in thought, staring at the little helicopter. What is he thinking? You like it? Anna, I love it. Thank you. He grabs me and kisses me swiftly, then turns back to watch the rotor spin. I'll add it to the glider in my office, he says distractedly, watching the blades spin. He moves his hand out of the sunlight, and the blades slow down and come to a stop. I can't help my face splitting grin, and I want to hug myself. He loves it. Of course, he's all about alternative technologies. I'd forgotten that in my haste to buy it. Placing it on the chest of drawers, he turns to face me. It'll keep me company while we salvage Charlie Tango. Is it salvageable? I don't know. I hope so. I'll miss her otherwise. Her? I am shocked at myself for the small pang of jealousy I feel for an inanimate object. My subconscious snorts with derisive laughter. I ignore her. What's in the other box? He asks, his eyes wide with almost childish excitement. Holy fuck. I'm not sure if this present is for you or me. Really? He asks, and I know I have piqued his interest. Nervously, I hand him the second box. He shakes it gently and we both hear a heavy rattle. He glances up at me. Why are you so nervous? He asks, confused. I shrug, embarrassed and excited as I flush. He raises an eyebrow. You have me intrigued, Miss Steele, he whispers, and his voice runs right through me, desire and anticipation spawning in my belly. I have to say I'm enjoying your reaction. What have you been up to? He narrows his eyes speculatively. I remain tight-lipped as I hold my breath. He removes the lid of the box and takes out a small card. The rest of the contents are wrapped in tissue. He opens the card, and his eyes dart quickly to mine, widening with shock or surprise. I just don't know. Do rude things to you, he murmurs. I nod and swallow. He cocks his head to one side warily, assessing my reaction, and frowns. Then he turns his attention back to the box. He tears through the pale blue tissue paper and fishes out an eye mask, some nipple clamps, a butt plug, his iPod, his silver gray tie, and last, but by no means least, the key to his playroom. He gazes at me, his expression dark, unreadable. Oh shit. Is this a bad move? You want to play? He asks softly. Yes, I breathe. For my birthday? Yes. Could my voice sound any smaller? Myriad emotions cross his face, none of which I can place, but he settles for anxious. Not quite the reaction I was expecting. For sure, he asks. Not the whips and stuff. I understand that. Yes, then, I'm sure. He shakes his head and gazes down at the contents of the box. Sex mad and insatiable. Well, I think there's something with this lot. He murmurs almost to himself, then puts the contents back in the box. When he glances at me again, his expression has completely changed. Holy cow. His eyes burn, and his mouth lifts in a slow, erotic smile. He holds out his hand. Now, he says, and it's not a request. My belly clenches, tight and hard, deep, deep down. I put my hand in his. Come, he orders, and I follow him out of the bedroom, my heart in my mouth. Desire races slick and hot through my blood as my insides tighten with hungry anticipation. Finally. Chapter 21. Christian pauses outside the playroom. You are sure about this? He asks, his gaze heated yet anxious. Yes, I murmur, smiling shyly at him. His eyes soften. Anything you don't want to do? I'm derailed by his unexpected question, and my mind goes into overdrive. One thought occurs. I don't want you to take photos of me. He stills, and his expression hardens as he cocks his head to one side and eyes me speculatively. Oh, shit. I think he's going to ask me why, but fortunately, he doesn't. Okay, he murmurs. His brow furrows as he unlocks the door, then stands aside to usher me into the room. I feel his eyes on me as he follows me inside and closes the door. Placing the gift box on the chest of drawers, he takes out the iPod, switches it on, then waves at the music center on the wall, so that the smoked glass doors glide silently open. He presses some buttons, and the sound of a subway train echoes around the room. He turns it down so that the slow, hypnotic electronic beat that follows becomes ambient. A woman starts to sing. I don't know who she is, but her voice is soft yet rasping, and the beat is measured, deliberate, erotic. Oh my. It's music to make love to. Christian turns to face me as I stand in the middle of the room, my heart pounding, my blood singing in my veins, pulsing, or so it feels, in time to the music's seduction. He saunters casually over to me and tugs on my chin so I'm no longer biting my lip. What do you want to do, Anastasia? He murmurs, planting a soft, chaste kiss at the corner of my mouth, his fingers still grasping my chin. It's your birthday. Whatever you want, I whisper. He traces his thumb along my lower lip, his brow creased once more. Are we in here because you think I want to be in here? His words are softly spoken, but he regards me intently. No, I whisper. I want to be in here too. His gaze darkens, growing bolder as he assesses my response. After what seems an eternity, he speaks. Oh, there are so many possibilities, Miss Steele. His voice is low, excited, but let's start with getting you naked. He pulls the sash of my robe so that it falls open, revealing my silk nightdress, then steps back and sits down nonchalantly on the arm of the Chesterfield couch. Take your clothes off, slowly. He gives me a sensual, challenging look. I swallow compulsively, pressing my thighs together. I'm already damp between my legs. My inner goddess is stripped naked and standing in line, ready and waiting and begging me to play catch-up. I pull the robe away from my shoulders, my eyes never leaving his, and shrug, letting it fall billowing to the floor. His mesmerizing gray eyes heat, and he runs his index finger over his lips as he gazes at me. Slipping the spaghetti straps of my gown off my shoulders, I gaze at him for a beat, then release him. My nightdress skims and ripples softly down my body, cooling at my feet. I am naked and practically panting. Oh, so ready. Christian pauses for a moment, and I marvel at the frank and carnal appreciation in his expression. Standing up, he makes his way over to the chest, picks up the silver gray tie. My favorite tie. He pulls it through his fingers as he turns and strolls casually toward me, a smile playing on his lips. When he stands in front of me, I expect him to ask for my hands, but he doesn't. You're undressed, he murmurs. He places the tie around my neck, and slowly but dexterously present in what I assume is a fine Windsor knot. As he tightens the knot, his fingers brush the base of my throat and electricity shoots through me, making me gasp. He leaves the wide end of the tie long enough so the tip skims my pubic hair. You look mighty fine now, Miss Steele, he says, and bends to kiss me gently on my lips. It's a swift kiss, and I want more, desire spiraling wantonly through my body. What shall we do with you now? He says, and then picking up the tie, he yanks sharply so that I'm forced forward into his arms. His hands dive into my hair and pull my head back, and he really kisses me, hard, his tongue unforgiving and merciless. One of his hands roams freely down my back to cup my behind. When he pulls away, he is panting too, and gazing down at me, his eyes melting gray. I'm left wanting, gasping for breath, my wits thoroughly scattered. I'm sure my lips will be swollen after his sensual assault. Turn around, he orders gently, and I obey. Pulling my hair free of the tie, he quickly braids and secures it. He tucks the braid so my head tilts up. You have beautiful hair, Anastasia, he murmurs, and kisses my throat, sending shivers running up and down my spine. You just have to say stop. You know that, don't you? He whispers against my throat. I nod, my eyes closed, and relish his lips on me. He turns me around once more and picks up the end of the tie. Come, he says, tugging gently, leading me over to the chest where the rest of the box's contents are on display. Anastasia, these objects. He holds up the butt plug. This is a size too big. As an anal virgin, you don't want to start with this. We want to start with this. He holds up his pinky finger, and I gasp, shocked. Fingers? There? He smirks at me, and the unpleasant thought of the anal fisting mentioned in the contract comes to mind. Just finger, singular, he says softly, with that uncanny ability he has to read my mind. My eyes dart to his. How does he do that? These clamps are vicious. He prods the nipple clamps. You'll use these. He places a different pair of clamps on the chest. They look like giant black hairpins, but with little jet jewels hanging down. They're just me, Christian murmurs, his voice laced with gentle concern. I blink up at him, wide-eyed. Christian, my sexual mentor. He knows so much more about all of this than I do. I'll never catch up. I frown. He knows more than me about most things, except cooking. Clear? He asks. Yes, I whisper, my mouth dry. Are you going to tell me what you intend to do? No. I'm deciding to go along. This is easy. How should I behave? His brow creases. However you want to. Oh. Were you expecting my alter ego, Anastasia? He asks, his tone vaguely mocking and confused at once. I blink at him. Well, yes. I like it. I murmur. He smiles his private smile and reaches up to run his thumb down my cheek. He breathes and runs his thumb across my lower lip. I'm your lover, Anastasia, not your doll. I love to hear your laugh and your girlish giggle. I like you relaxed and happy, like you are in Jose's photos. That's the girl that fell into my office. That's the girl I fell in love with. My mouth drops open, and a welcome warmth blooms in my heart. It's joy. Pure joy. But having said all that, I also like you, and my alter ego is Trinity. So, his eyes glint vividly, and the joy moves sharply south, seizing me tightly, gripping every seam below my waist. I do as I'm told. opens one of the drawers, and a moment later, he's in front of me again. He orders, and tugs on the tie, leading me to the table. As we walk past the couch, I notice, for the first time, that all the canes have vanished. It distracts me. Were they there yesterday when I came in? I don't remember. Did Christian move them? Mrs. Jones? Christian interrupts my train of thought. I want you to kneel up on this, he says when we're at the table. Oh, okay. What does he have in mind? My inner goddess can't wait to find out. She's already scissor-kicked onto the table and is watching it with adoration. He gently lifts me onto the table, and I fold my legs beneath me and kneel in front of him, surprised by my own grace. Now we are eye to eye. He runs his hands down my thighs, grasps my knees, and pulls my legs apart and stands directly in front of me. He looks very serious, his eyes darker, hooded, lustful. Arms behind your back. I'm going to cuff you. He produces some leather cuffs from his back pocket and reaches around me. This is it. Where is he going to take me this time? His proximity is intoxicating. This man is going to be my husband. Can one lust after one's husband like this? I don't remember reading about that anywhere. I can't resist him, and I run my parted lips along his jaw, feeling the stubble, a heady combination of prickly and soft, under my tongue. He stills and closes his eyes, his breathing falters, and he pulls back. Stop, or this will be over far quicker than either of us wants, he warns. For a moment, I think he might be angry, but then he smiles, and his heated eyes are alight with amusement. You're irresistible, I pout. Am I now? He says dryly. I nod. Well, don't distract me, or I'll gag you. I like distracting you, I whisper, looking foolishly at him, and he cocks his eyebrow at me. Or spank you. Oh, I try to hide my smile. There was a time, not very long ago, when I would have been subdued by this threat. I would never have had the nerve to kiss him, unbidden, while he was in this room. I realize now, I'm no longer intimidated by him. It's a revelation. I grin mischievously, and he smirks at me. Behave. He growls and stands back, gazing at me, and slaps the leather cuffs across his palm. And the warning is there, implicit in his actions. I try for contrite, and I think I succeed. He approaches me again. That's better. He breathes, and leans behind me once more with the cuffs. I resist touching him, but inhale his glorious Christian scent, still fresh from last night's shower. I should bottle this. I expect him to cuff my wrists, but he attaches each cuff above my elbows. It makes me arch my back, pushing my breasts forward, though my elbows are by no means together. When he's finished, he stands back to admire me. Feel okay? He asks. It's not the most comfortable of positions, but I'm so wired with anticipation to see where he's going with this that I nod, weak with wanting. Good. He pulls the mask from his back pocket. I think you've seen enough now, he murmurs. He slides the mask over my head, covering my eyes. My breathing spikes. Wow. Why is not being able to see so erotic? I am here, trussed up and kneeling on the table, waiting, sweet anticipation hot and heavy deep in my belly. I can still hear, though, and the melodic steady beat of the track continues. It resonates through my body. I hadn't noticed before. He must have it on repeat. Christian steps away. What is he doing? He moves back to the chest and opens a drawer, then closes it again. A moment later, he's back, and I sense him in front of me. There's a pungent, rich, musky scent in the air. It's delicious, almost mouth-watering. mine, he murmurs. It slowly unravels as he undoes it. I inhale sharply as the tail of the tie travels up my body, tickling me in its wing. Ruin his tie? I listen acutely to determine what he's going to do. He's rubbing his hands together. His knuckles suddenly brush over my cheek, down to my jaw, following my jawline. My body leaps to attention as his touch sends a delicious shiver through me. His hand flexes over my neck, and it's slick with sweet-smelling oil, so his hand glides smoothly down my throat, across my clavicle, and up to my shoulder. His fingers beating gently as they go. Oh, I'm getting a massage. Not what I expected. He places his other hand on my other shoulder and begins another slow, teasing journey across my clavicle. I groan softly as he works his way down toward my increasingly aching breasts, aching for his touch. It's tantalizing. I arch my body farther into his deft touch, but his hands glide to my sides, slow, measured, in time to the beat of the music, and studiously avoid my breasts. I groan, but I don't know if it's from pleasure or frustration. You are so beautiful, Ben, he murmurs, his voice low and husky, his mouth next to my ear. His nose follows along my jaw as he continues to massage me, beneath my breasts, across my back, down. He kisses me frequently on my lips. He runs his nose down my neck, my throat. Holy cow, I'm on fire. His nearness, his hands, his words. And soon you'll be my wife, to have and to hold. He whispers, oh my, to love, to cherish. He is, with my body, I will worship. I tip my head back and moan. His fingers run through my pubic hair, over my sex, and he rubs the palm of his hand against my clitoris. This is good, he whispers as his palm works against me. I groan. Yes. He breathes as his palm continues to tease me. My mouth is already open from panting. I open wider, and he slips a large, cool, metal object between my lips. Shaped like an oversized penis pacifier, it has small grooves or carvings, and what feels like a chain at the end. It's big, soft, and softly. I'm going to put this inside you. Inside me? Inside me where? My heart lurches into my mouth. So, he repeats, and stops calling me. No, don't stop. I want to shout, but my mouth is full. His oiled hands glide back up my body and finally cup my neglected breasts. Don't stop sucking. Gently, he rolls my nipples between his thumbs and forefingers, and they harden and lengthen under his expert touch, sending synaptic waves of pleasure all the way to my groin. Oh, such beautiful breasts, he murmurs, and my nipples harden further in response. He murmurs his approval, and I moan. His lips move down from my neck toward one breast, trailing soft bites and sucks over and over, down toward my nipple, and suddenly I feel the pinch of the clamp. Ah! I gobble my groan and relax in my mouth. Holy cow! This is exquisite. Raw, painful, pleasurable. Oh, the pinch! Gently he lays the restrained nipple with his tongue, and as he does so, he applies the cover. The bite of the second plant is equally harsh, but just as good. I groan loudly. Feel it, he whispers. Oh, I do, I do, I do. Give me this. He tugs gently on the ornate metal pacifier in my mouth, and I release it. His hands once more trail down my body toward my sex. He's re-oiled his hands. They glide around to my backside. I gasp. What's he going to do? I tense up on my knees as he runs his fingers between my feathers. Hush. Easy. face close to my ear. He kisses my neck as his fingers stroke and tease me. What's he going to do? His other hand glides down my belly to my sex, palming once more. He uses his fingers inside me, and I moan loudly, appreciatively. I'm going to put this inside me, he murmurs. Not here. His fingers trail between my buttocks, spreading oil. But here. He moves his fingers around and around, in and out, hitting the front wall of my vagina. I moan and my restrained nipples swell. Ah! Hush now. Christian removes his fingers and slides the object into me. He taps my face and kisses me, his mouth hitting mine, and I hear a very faint click. Instantly, the plug inside me starts to vibrate. Down there. I gasp. The feeling is extraordinary, beyond anything I've felt before. Ah! Easy. Christian calms me, stifling my gasps in his mouth. His hands move down and tug very gently at my lips. I cry out loudly. Christian, please! Hush, baby. Hang in there. This is too much. All this overstimulation, everywhere. My body starts to climb, and on my knees, I'm unable to control the buildup. Oh my, will I be able to handle this? Good girl, he soothes. Christian, I pant, sounding desperate even to my own ears. Hush, feel it, Nana. Don't be afraid. His hands are now on my waist, holding me, but I can't concentrate on his hands, what's inside me, and the clamps, too. My body is building to an explosion. With the relentless vibrations and the sweet, sweet torture of my nipples. Holy hell! It will be too intense. His hands move from my hips, down and around, slick and oiled, touching, feeling, kneading my skin, kneading my behind. So beautiful, he murmurs, and suddenly he gently pushes an anointed finger inside me. There, into my backside. Fuck! It feels alien, bold, forbidden, but oh, so good. And he moves slowly, easing in and out, while his teeth graze my upturned chin. So beautiful, Nana. I'm suspended high above a wide, wide ravine, and I'm soaring, then falling giddily at the same time, plunging to the earth. I can hold on no more, and I scream as my body convulses and climaxes at the overwhelming fullness. As my body explodes, I'm nothing but sensation, everywhere. Christian releases first one and then the other clamp, causing my nipples to sing with a surge of sweet, painful feeling. But it's oh so good, and causing my orgasm, this orgasm, to go on and on. His finger stays where it is, gently easing in and out. Ah! I cry out, and Christian wraps himself around me, holding me, as my body continues to pulse mercilessly inside. No! I shout again, bleeding, and this time he tugs the vibrator out of me, and his finger too, as my body continues to convulse. He unstraps one of the cuffs so that my arms fall forward. My head lolls on his shoulder, and I am lost to all this overwhelming sensation. I'm all shattered breath, exhausted desire, and sweet, welcome oblivion. Vaguely, I'm aware that Christian lifts me, carries me over to the bed, and lays me down on the cool satin sheets. After a moment, his hands, still oiled, gently rub the backs of my thighs, my knees, my calves, and my shoulders. I feel the bed dip as he stretches out beside me. He pulls the mask off, but I don't have the energy to open my eyes. Finding my braid, he undoes the hair tie and leans forward, kissing me softly on my lips. Only my erratic breathing disturbs the silence in the room, and it steadies as I float gently back to Earth. The music has stopped. So beautiful, he murmurs. When I persuade one eye to open, he's gazing down at me, smiling softly. "Hi," he says. I manage a grunt in response, and his smile broadens. "Rude enough for you?" I nod and give him a reluctant grin. "Geez, any ruder, and I'd have to spank the pair of us." "I think you're trying to kill me," I mutter. "Death by orgasm." He smirks. "There are worse ways to go," he says, but then frowns ever so slightly as an unpleasant thought crosses his mind. It distresses me. I reach up and caress his face. "You can kill me like this anytime," I whisper. I notice that he's gloriously naked and ready for action. When he takes my hand and kisses my knuckles, I lean up and capture his face between my hands and pull his mouth to mine. He kisses me briefly, then stops. "This is what I want to do," he murmurs, and reaches beneath his pillow for the music center remote. He presses a button, and the soft strains of a guitar echo around the walls. "I want to be loved to you," he says, gazing down at me, his gray eyes burning with bright, loving sincerity. Softly, in the background, a familiar voice starts to sing. "The first time ever I saw your face," and his lips find mine. As I tighten around him, finding my release once more, Christian unravels in my arms, his head thrown back as he calls out my name. He clasps me tightly to his chest as we sit nose to nose in the middle of his vast bed, me astride him. And in this moment of joy with this man to this music, the intensity of my experience this morning in here with him and all that has occurred during the past week overwhelms me anew, not just physically, but emotionally. I am completely overcome with all these feelings. I am so deeply in love with him. For the first time, I'm offered a glimmer of understanding as to how he feels about my safety. Recalling his close call with Charlie Tango yesterday, I shudder at the thought of tears pool in my eyes. If anything ever happened to him, I love him so. My tears run unchecked down my cheeks. So many sides of Christian, his sweet, gentle persona, and his rugged, "I can do what I fucking well like to you and you'll come like a train," dominant side. His 50 Shades. All of him. All spectacular. All mine. And I'm aware we don't know each other well, and we have a mountain of issues to overcome. But I know for each other, we will. And we'll have a lifetime to do it. "Hey," he breathes, clasping my head in his hands, gazing down at me. He's still inside me. "Why are you crying?" His voice is filled with concern. "Because I love you so much," I whisper. He half closes his eyes as if drugged, absorbing my words. When he opens them again, they blaze with his love. "And you, Anna, you make me whole." He kisses me gently as Roberta Flack finishes her song. We have talked and talked and talked, sitting upright together on the bed in the playroom, me in his lap, our legs curled around each other. The red satin sheet is draped around us like a royal cocoon, and I have no idea how much time has passed. Christian is laughing at my impersonation of Kate during the photo shoot at the Youthman. "To think it could have been her who came to interview me. Thank the Lord for the common cold," he murmurs and kisses my nose. "I believe she had the flu, Christian," I scold him, trailing my fingers idly through his chest hair and marveling that he's tolerating it so well. "All the canes have gone," I murmur, recalling my distraction from earlier. He tucks my hair behind my ear for the umpteenth time. I didn't think you'd ever get past that hard limit. No, I don't think I will, I whisper wide-eyed, then find myself glancing over at the whips, paddles, and floggers lining the opposite wall. He follows my gaze. You want me to get rid of them, too? He's amused, but sincere. Not the crop, the brown one, or that suede flogger. I flush. He smiles down at me. Okay, the crop and the flogger. Why, Miss Stephen, you're full of surprises. As are you, Mr. Gray. It's one of the things I love about you. I kiss him gently at the corner of his mouth. What else do you love about me? He asks, and his eyes widen. I know it's a huge deal for him to ask this question. It humbles me, and I blink at him. I love everything about you, even its 50 shades. I know that life with Christian will never be boring. This. I stroke my index finger across his lips. I love this, and what comes out of it, and what you do to me with it, and what's in here. I caress his temple. You're so smart and witty and knowledgeable, competent in so many things. But most of all, I love what's in here. I press my palm gently against his chest, feeling his steady beating heart. You are the most compassionate man I've met. What you do, how you work, it's awe-inspiring. I whisper, awe-inspiring? He's puzzled, but there's a trace of humor on his face. Then his face transforms, and his shy smile appears as if he's embarrassed. And I want to launch myself at him. So I do. I am dozing, wrapped in satin and gray. Christian nuzzles me awake. Hungry, he whispers. Famished. Me too. I lean up to gaze down at him sprawled on the bed. It's your birthday, Mr. Gray. I'll cook you something. What would you like? Surprise me. He runs his hand down my back, stroking me gently. I should check my BlackBerry for all the messages I missed yesterday. He sighs and starts to sit up, and I know this special time is over. For now. Let's shower, he says. Who am I to turn down the birthday boy? Christian is in his study on the phone. Taylor is with him, looking serious but casual in jeans and a tight black t-shirt. I busy myself in the kitchen fixing lunch. I have found salmon steaks in the fridge, and I'm poaching them in lemon, making a salad, and boiling some baby potatoes. I feel extraordinarily relaxed and happy, on top of the world, literally. Turning toward the large window, I stare out at the glorious blue sky. All that talking, all that sexing. A girl could get used to that. Taylor emerges from the study, interrupting my reverie. I turn down my iPod and take out an earbud. Hi, Taylor. Damn it. Nods. Your daughter okay? Yes, thanks. My ex-wife thought she had appendicitis, but she was overreacting as usual. Taylor rolls his eyes, surprising me. Sophie's fine, though she has a nasty stomach bug. I'm sorry. He smiles. Has Charlie Tango been located? Yes, the recovery team is on its way. She should be back at Mowing Field late tonight. Oh, good. He gives me a tight smile. Will that be all, ma'am? Yes, of course. I flush. Will I ever get used to Taylor calling me ma'am? It makes me feel so old. At least 30. He nods and heads out of the great room. Christian is still on the phone. I am waiting for the potatoes to boil. It gives me an idea. Fetching my purse, I fish out my BlackBerry. There's a text from Kate. See you this evening. Looking forward to a long chat. I text back. Same here. It will be good to talk to Kate. Calling up the email program, I type a quick message to Christian. From Anastasia Steele. Subject, lunch. Date, June 18th, 2011. 13:12. To Christian Gray. Dear Mr. Gray, I am emailing to inform you that your lunch is nearly ready, and that I had some mind-blowing kinky fuckery earlier today. Birthday kinky fuckery is to be recommended. And another thing, I love you. A.X. Your fiancé. I listen carefully for a reaction, but he's still on the phone. I shrug. Perhaps he's just too busy. My BlackBerry vibrates. From Christian Gray. Subject, kinky fuckery. Date, June 18, 2011. 13:15. To Anastasia Steele. What aspect was most mind-blowing? I'm taking notes. Christian Gray. Famished and wasting away after the morning's exertions. CEO. Gray Enterprises Holdings, Inc. Yes, I love your signature. Yes. What happened to the art of conversation? From Anastasia Steele. Subject, famished. Date, June 18, 2011. 13:8. To Christian Gray. Dear Mr. Gray, may I draw your attention to the first line of my previous email, informing you that your lunch is indeed almost ready? So none of this famished and wasting away nonsense. With regard to the mind-blowing aspects of the kinky fuckery, frankly, all of it. I'd be interested in reading your notes, and I like my bracketed signature too. A.X. Your fiancé. P.S. Since when have you been so loquacious? And you're on the phone. I press send and look up, and he's standing in front of me, smirking. Before I can say anything, he bounds around the kitchen island, sweeps me up in his arms, and kisses me soundly. That is all, Miss Steele, he says, releasing me, and he saunters in his jeans, bare feet, and untucked white shirt, back to his office, leaving me breathless. I've made a watercress, cilantro, and sour cream dip to accompany the salmon, and I've set the breakfast bar. I hate interrupting him while he's working, but now I stand in the doorway of his office. He's still on the phone, all thoroughly funked hair and bright gray eyes. A visually nourishing feast. He looks up when he sees me and doesn't take his eyes off me. He frowns slightly, and I don't know if it's at me or because of his conversation. Just let them in and leave them alone. Do you understand, Mia? He hisses and rolls his eyes. Good. I mind eating, and he grins at me and nods. I'll see you later. He hangs up. One more call? He asks. Sure. That dress is very short, he adds. You like it? I give him a quick twirl. It's one of Caroline Acton's purchases. A soft turquoise sundress, probably more suitable for the beach. But it's such a lovely day on so many levels. He frowns, and my face falls. You're fantastic, Anna. I just don't want anyone else to see you like that. Oh, I scowl at him. We're at home, Christian. No one but the staff. His mouth twists, and either he's trying to hide his amusement, or he really doesn't think that's funny. But eventually, he nods, reassured. I shake my head at him. He's actually being serious? I head back to the kitchen. 5 minutes later, he's back in front of me, holding the phone. I have Ray for you, he murmurs, his eyes wary. All the air leaves my body at once. I take the phone and cover the mouthpiece. You told him? I hiss. Christian nods and his eyes widen at my obvious look. Shit! I take a deep breath. Hi, Dad. Christian has just asked me if he can marry me, Ray says. The silence stretches between us as I desperately think of what to say. Ray, as usual, stays silent, giving me no clue as to his reaction to the news. photos. What did you say? I crack first. I said I wanted to talk to you. It's kind of sudden, don't you think, Annie? You've not known him long. I mean, he's a nice guy, no suspicion, but so soon. His voice is calm and measured. Yes, it is sudden. Hang on. Hastily, I leave the kitchen area, away from Christian's anxious gaze, and head toward the great window. The doors to the balcony are open, and I step out into the sunshine. I can't quite walk to the edge. It's just too far up. I know it's sudden and all, but, well, I love him. He loves me. He wants to marry me, and there will never be anyone else for me. I flush, thinking this is probably the most intimate conversation I have ever had with my stepfather. Ray is silent on the other end of the phone. Have you told your mother? No. Annie, I know he's all kinds of rich and eligible, but marriage? It's such a big step. You're sure? He's my happily ever after, I whisper. Whoa, Ray says after a moment, his tone softer. He's everything. Annie, you're such a headstrong young woman. I hope to God you know what you're doing. Hand me back to him, will you? Sure, Dad. And will you give me away at the wedding? I ask quietly. Oh, honey. His voice cracks, and he's quiet for a few moments, the emotion in his voice bringing tears to my eyes. Nothing would give me greater pleasure, he says eventually. Oh, Ray, I love you so much. I swallow to keep from crying. Thank you, Dad. I'll hand you back to Christian. Be gentle with him. I love him, I whisper. I think Ray is smiling on the other end of the line, but it's hard to tell. It's always hard to tell with Ray. Sure thing, Annie. And come and visit this old man and bring that Christian with you. I march back into the room, pissed at Christian for not warning me, and hand him the phone, my expression letting him know just how annoyed I am. He's amused as he takes the phone and heads back into his study. 2 minutes later, he reappears. I have your stepfather's rather begrudging blessing, he says proudly. So proudly, in fact, that it makes me giggle, and he grins at me. He's acting like he's just negotiated a major new merger or acquisition, which I suppose, on one level, he has. Damn, you're a good cook, woman. Christian swallows his last mouthful and raises his glass of white wine to me. I blossom under his praise, and it occurs to me I'll only get to cook for him on weekends. I frown. I enjoy cooking. Perhaps I should have made him a cake for his birthday. I check my watch. I still have time. He interrupts my thoughts. Why did you ask me not to take your photo? His question startles me all the more because his voice is deceptively soft. Oh, shit. The photos. I stared down at my empty plate, twisting my fingers in my lap. What can I say? I'd promised myself not to mention that I'd found his version of Penthouse Pets. Anna, he snaps. What is it? He makes me jump, and his voice commands me to look at him. When did I think he didn't intimidate me? I found your photos, I whisper. His eyes widen in shock. You've been in the safe? He asks, incredulous. Safe? No. I didn't know you had a safe. He frowns. I don't understand. In your closet. The box. I was looking for your tie, and the box was under your jeans. The ones you normally wear in the playroom? Except today. I flush. He gapes at me, appalled, and nervously runs his hand through his hair as he processes this information. He rubs his chin, lost in thought. but he can't mask the perplexed annoyance etched on his face. Abruptly, he shakes his head, exasperated, but amused too, and a faint smile of admiration kisses the corner of his mouth. He steeples his hands in front of him and focuses on me once more. It's not what you think. I'd forgotten all about them. That box had been moved. Those photographs belong in my safe. Who moved them? I whisper. He swallows. There's only one person who could have done that. Oh? Who? And what do you mean, it's not what I think? He sighs and tilts his head to one side, and I think he's embarrassed. So he should be, my subconscious snarls. This is going to sound cold, but their insurance policy, he whispers, stealing himself from my response. Insurance policy? Against exposure. The penny drops and rattles uncomfortably around and around in my empty head. Oh, I murmur, because I can't think of what else to say. I close my eyes. This is it. This is 50 Shades of Fucked Up. Right here, right now. Yes, you're right, I mutter. That does sound cold. I stand to clear our dishes. I don't want to know anymore. Do they know? The girls? The subs? He frowns. Of course they know. Oh, well, that's something. He reaches out, grabbing me and pulling me to him. Those photos are supposed to be in the safe. They're not for recreational use. He stops. He stops, imploring me. Who put them in your closet? Could only have been Layla. She knows your safe combination? He shrugs. It won't surprise me. It is a very long combination, and I use it so rarely. It's the one number I have written down and I haven't changed. He shakes his head. I wonder what else she knows and if she's taken anything else out of there. He frowns, then turns his attention back to me. I'll destroy photos. Now, what? They're your photos, Christian. Do with them as you wish, I mutter. Don't be like that, he says, taking my head in his hands and holding my gaze to his. I don't want that life. I want our life, together. Holy cow. How does he know that beneath my horror about these photos is my paranoia? Anna, I thought we exorcised all those ghosts this morning. I feel that way, don't you? I blink at him, recalling our very, very pleasurable and romantic and downright dirty morning in his playroom. Yes, I smile. Yes, I feel like that too. Good. He leans forward and kisses me, folding me in his arms. I'll show you, he murmurs. Then I have to go to work. I'm sorry that I have a mountain of business to get through this afternoon. It's cool. I have to call my mother. I grimace. Then I want to do some shopping and make you a cake. He grins and his eyes light up like a small boy's. Okay. I nod. Chocolate cake? You want a chocolate cake? His grin is infectious. He nods. I'll see what I can do, Mr. Gray. He kisses me once more. Carla is stunned into silence. Mom, say something. You're not pregnant, are you, Anna? She whispers in horror. No, no, no. Nothing like that. Disappointment slices through my heart, and I'm saddened that she would think that of me. But then I remember with an ever-sinking feeling that she was pregnant with me when she married my father. I'm sorry, darling. This is just so sudden. I mean, Christian is quite a catch, but you're so young, and you should see a little of the world. Mom, can't you just be happy for me? I love him. Darling, I just need to get used to the idea. It's a shock. I could tell in Georgia that there was something very special between you two. But marriage? In Georgia, he wanted me to be his submissive, but I won't tell her that. Have you set a date? No. I wish your father was alive, she whispers. Oh no, not this. Not this now. I know, Mom. I would have liked to know him too. He only held you once, and he was so proud. He thought you were the most beautiful girl in the world. Her voice is a deathly hush as the familiar tale is retold. Again, she will be in tears next. I know, Mom. And then he died. She sniffs, and I know this has set her off as it does every time. Mom, I whisper, wanting to reach down the phone and hold her. I'm a silly old woman, she murmurs and she sniffs again. Of course I'm happy for you, darling. Does Ray know? She adds, and she seems to have recovered her equilibrium. Christian's just asked him. Oh, that's sweet. Good. She sounds melancholic, but she's making an effort. Yes, it was, I murmur. Anna, darling, I love you so much. I am happy for you. And you both must visit me. Yes, Mom, I love you too. Bob is calling me. I have to go. Let me have a date. We need to plan. Are you having a big wedding? Big wedding? Crap. I haven't even thought about that. Big wedding? No, I don't want a big wedding. I don't know yet. As soon as I do, I'll call. Good. Take care now and be safe. You two need to have some fun. Plenty of time for kids later. Kids? And there it is again. A not-so-veiled reference to the fact that she had me so early. Mom, I didn't really ruin your life, did I? She gasps. Oh, no! Anna, never think that. You were the best thing that ever happened to your father and me. I just wish he was here to see you so grown up and getting married. She's wistful and maudlin again. I wish that too. I shake my head, thinking about my mythical father. Mom, I'll let you go. I'll call soon. Love you, darling. Me too, Mom. Bye. Christian's kitchen is a dream to work in. For a man who knows nothing about cooking, he seems to have everything. I suspect Mrs. Jones loves to cook too. The only thing I need is some high-quality chocolate for the frosting. I leave the two halves of the cake on the cooling rack, grab my purse, and pop my head around Christian's study door. He's concentrating on his computer screen. He looks up and smiles at me. I'm just heading to the store to pick up some ingredients. Okay. He frowns at me. What? You going to put some jeans on or something? Oh, come on. Christian, they're just legs. He gazes at me, not amused. This is going to be a fight, and it's his birthday. I roll my eyes at him, feeling like an errant teenager. What if we were at the beach? I take a different tack. We're not at the beach. Would you object if we were at the beach? He considers this for a moment. No, he says simply. I roll my eyes again and smirk at him. Well, just imagine we are. Laters. I turn and bolt for the foyer. I make it to the elevator before he catches up with me. As the doors close, I wave at him, grinning sweetly as he watches, helpless, but fortunately amused, with narrowed eyes. He shakes his head in exasperation. Then I can see him no more. Oh, that was exciting. Adrenaline is pounding through my veins, and my heart feels like it wants to exit my chest. But as the elevator descends, so do my spirits. Shit, what have I done? I have a tiger by the tail. He's going to be mad when I get back. My subconscious is glaring at me over her half-moon glasses, a willow switch in her hand. Shit. I think about what little experience I have with men. I've never lived with a man before. Well, except Ray, and for some reason, he doesn't count. And now, I have Christian. He's never really lived with anyone, I think. I'll have to ask him if he's still talking, but I feel strongly that I should wear what I like. Remember his rules. Yes, this must be hard for him, but he sure as hell paid for this dress. He should have given Nevens better instructions. Nothing too short. This skirt isn't that short, is it? I check in the mirror in the lobby. Man, yes, it is quite short. But I've made a stand now, and no doubt I'll have to face the consequences. I wonder idly what he'll do. But first, I need cash. I stare at my receipt from the ATM. $51,689.16. That's $50,000 too much. Anastasia, you're going to have to learn to be rich too, if you say yes. And so it begins. I take my paltry $50 and make my way to the store. I head straight to the kitchen when I arrive back, and I can't help feeling a frisson of alarm. Christian is still in his study. Geez, that's most of the afternoon. I decide my best option is to face him and see how much damage I've done. I peek cautiously around his study door. He's on the phone, staring out the window. And the Eurocopter specialist is due Monday afternoon. Good. Just keep me informed. Tell them that I'll need their initial findings either Monday evening or Tuesday morning. He hangs up and swivels his chair around, but stills when he sees me, his expression impassive. Hi, I whisper. He says nothing, and my heart free falls into my stomach. Gingerly, I walk into his study and around his desk to where he's sitting. He still says nothing, his eyes never leaving mine. I stand in front of him, feeling 50 shades of foolish. I'm back. Are you mad at me? He sighs, reaches out for my hand, and pulls me into his lap, wrapping his arms around me. He buries his nose in my hair. Yes, he says. I'm sorry. I don't know what came over me. I curl up in his lap, inhaling his heavenly Christian smell, feeling safe regardless of the fact that he's mad. Me neither. Where would you like? He murmurs. He runs his hand up my bare leg to my thigh. Besides, this dress has its advantages. He bends to kiss me, and as our lips touch, passion or lust or a deep-seated need to make amends lances through me, and desire flares in my blood. I seize his head in my hands, thrusting my fingers in his hair. He groans as his body responds, and he hungrily nips at my lower lip, my throat, my ear, his tongue invading my mouth. And before I'm even aware of it, he's unzipping his pants, pulling me astride his lap, and sinking into me. I grasp the back of the chair, my feet just touching the ground, and we start to move. I like your version of sorry, he breathes into my hair. And I like yours, I giggle, snuggling against his chest. Have you finished? Christ, Anna, you want more? No, your work. I'll be done in about half an hour. I heard your message on my voicemail. From yesterday. You sounded worried. I hug him tightly. I was. It's not like you not to respond. He kisses my hair. You're Cake should be ready in half an hour. I smile at him and climb off his lap. Looking forward to it. It smelled delicious, evocative even, while it was baking. I smile shyly down at him, feeling a little self-conscious, and he mirrors my expression. Geez, are we really so different? Perhaps it's his early memories of baking. Leaning down, I plant a swift kiss on the corner of his mouth and make my way back to the kitchen. I am all prepared when I hear him come out of his study, and I light the solitary gold candle on his cake. He gives me an ear-splitting grin as he saunters toward me, and I softly sing happy birthday to him. Then he leans over and blows it out, closing his eyes. I've made my wish, he says as he opens them again, and for some reason his look makes me flush. The frosting is still soft. I hope you like it. I can't wait to taste it, Anastasia, he murmurs, and he makes that sound so sexy. I cut us each a slice, and we dig in with small pastry forks. Groans of appreciation. This is why I want to marry you. And I laugh with relief. He likes it. Ready to face my family? Christian switches the RA ignition off. We are parked in his parents' driveway. Yes? Are you going to tell them? Of course. I'm looking forward to seeing the reactions. He smiles wickedly at me and climbs out of the car. It is 7:30, and though it's been a warm day, there's a cool evening breeze blowing off the bay. I pull my wrap around me as I step out of the car. I am wearing a emerald green cocktail dress I found this morning while I was rummaging through the closet. It has a wide matching belt. Christian takes my hand, and we head to the front door. Herrick opens it wide before he can knock. Christian, hello. Happy birthday, son. He takes Christian's proffered hand and pulls him into a brief hug, surprising him. Thanks, Dad. Anna, how lovely to see you again. He hugs me too, and we follow him into the house. Before we can set foot in the living room, Kate comes barreling down the hallway toward the two of us. She looks furious. Oh no, you two, I want to talk to you, she snarls in her better not fucking mess with the voice. I glance nervously at Christian, who shrugs and decides to ignore her as we follow her into the dining room, leaving Herrick confused on the threshold of the living room. She shuts the door and turns on me. What the fuck is this? She hisses and waves a piece of paper at me. Completely at a loss, I take it from her and scan it quickly. My mouth dries. Holy shit. It's my email response to Christian, discussing the contract. Chapter 22. All the color drains from my face as my blood turns to ice and fear lances through my body. Instinctively, I step between her and Christian. What is it? Christian murmurs, his tone wary. I ignore him. I cannot believe Kate is doing this. Kate, this has nothing to do with you. I glare venomously at her, anger replacing my fear. How dare she do this? Not now. Not today. Not on Christian's birthday. Surprised by my response, she blinks at me, green eyes wide. Eva, what is it? Christian says again, his tone more menacing. Christian, would you just go, please? I ask him. No. Show me. He holds out his hand, and I know he's not to be argued with. His voice is cold and hard. Reluctantly, I give him the email. What's he done to you? Kate asks, ignoring Christian. She looks so apprehensive. I flush as myriad erotic images flick quickly across my mind. That's none of your business, Kate! I can't keep the exasperation out of my voice. Where did you get this? Christian asks, his head cocked to one side, his face expressionless, but his voice so menacingly soft. Kate flushes. That's irrelevant. At his stony glare, she hastily continues. It was in the pocket of a jacket, which I assume is yours, that I found on the back of Anna's bedroom door. Faced with Christian's burning gray gaze, Kate's steeliness slips a little, but she seems to recover and scowls at him. She's a beacon of hostility in a slinky, bright red dress. She looks magnificent. But why the hell is she going for my clothes? It's usually the other way around. Have you told anyone? Christian's voice is like a silk glove. No, of course not, Kate snaps, affronted. Christian nods and appears to relax. He turns and heads toward the fireplace. Wordlessly, Kate and I watch as he picks up a lighter from the mantelpiece, sets fire to the email, and releases it, letting it float the fire slowly into the grate until it is no more. The silence in the room is oppressive. Not even Elliot? I ask, turning my attention back to Kate. No one, Kate says emphatically, and for the first time, she looks puzzled and hurt. I just want to know you're okay, Anna, she whispers. I'm fine, Kate. More than fine. Please, Christian and I are good. Really good. This is old news. Please ignore it. Ignore it? She says. How can I ignore that? What's he done to you? And her green eyes are so full of heartfelt concern. He hasn't done anything to me, Kate. Honestly, I'm good. She blinks at me. Really? She asks. Christian wraps an arm around me and draws me close, not taking his eyes off Kate. Anna has consented to be my wife now, he says quietly. Why? Kate squeaks, her eyes widening in disbelief. We're getting married. We're going to announce our engagement this evening, he says. Oh! Kate gapes at me. She's stunned. I leave you alone for 16 days and this happens? It's very sudden. So yesterday when I said, she gazes at me, lost. Where does that email fit into all this? It doesn't, Kate. Forget it. Please. I love him and he loves me. Don't do this. Don't ruin his party in our night, I whisper. She blinks, and unexpectedly, her eyes are shining with tears. No, of course I won't. You're okay? She wants reassurance. I've never been happier, I whisper. She reaches forward and grabs my hand regardless of Christian's arm wrapped around me. You really are okay? She asks hopefully. Yes, I grin at her, my joy returning. She's back on side. She smiles at me, my happiness reflecting back on her. I step out of Christian's hold, and she hugs me suddenly. Oh, Anna, I was so worried when I read this. I didn't know what to think. Will you explain it to me? She whispers. One day, not now. Good. I won't tell anyone. I love you so much, Anna. Like my own sister. I just thought... I didn't know what to think. I'm sorry. If you're happy, then I'm happy. She looks directly at Christian and repeats her apology. He nods at her, his eyes glacial. His expression does not change. Oh, shit. He's still mad. I really am sorry. You're right. It's none of my business, she whispers to me. There's a knock on the door that startles Kate and I apart. Grace pokes her head around. Everything okay, darling? She asks Christian. Everything's fine, Mrs. Gray, Kate says immediately. Fine, Mom, Christian says. Good. Grace enters. Then you won't mind if I give my son a birthday hug. She beams at both of us. He hugs her tightly and thaws immediately. Happy birthday, darling, she says softly, closing her eyes in his embrace. I'm so glad you're still with us. Oh, I'm fine. Christian smiles down at her. She pulls back, looks at him closely, and grins. I'm so happy for you, she says and caresses his face. He grins at her, his 1,000-megawatt smile. She knows. When did he tell her? Well, kids, if you've all finished your tete-a-tete, there's a throng of people here to check that you really are in one piece Christian, and to wish you a happy birthday. Oh, good there. Grace glances anxiously at Katie and seems reassured by our smiles. She winks at me as she holds the door open for us. Christian holds out his hand to me, and I take it. Christian, I really do apologize, he says humbly. Humble fate is something to behold. Christian nods at her, and we follow her out. In the hallway, I gaze anxiously up at Christian. Does your mother know about us? Yes. Oh, and to think, our evening couldn't be derailed by the tenacious Miss Kavanaugh. I shudder at the thought. The ramifications of Christian's lifestyle revealed to all. Well, that was an interesting start to the evening. I smile sweetly at him. He glances down at me, and it's back, his amused look. Thank heavens. As ever, Miss Steele, you have a gift for others. He raises my hand to his lips and kisses my knuckles as we walk into the living room to a sudden, spontaneous, and deafening round of applause. Wow, how many people are here? I scan the room quickly. All the Grays, Ethan with Mia, Dr. Flynn and his wife, I assume. There's Mac from the boat, a tall, handsome African-American. I remember seeing him in Christian's office the first time I met Christian. Mia's bitchy friend Lily. Two women I don't recognize at all, and... oh no. My heart sinks. That woman. Mrs. Robinson. Gretchen materializes with a tray of champagne. She's wearing a low-cut black dress, hair in an updo instead of pigtails, flushing and fluttering her eyelashes at Christian. The applause dies down, and Christian squeezes my hand as all eyes turn to him expectantly. Thank you, everyone. Looks like I'll need one of these. He grabs 2 drinks off Gretchen's tray and gives her a brief smile. I think Gretchen's going to expire or swoon. He hands a glass to me. Christian raises his glass to the rest of the room, and immediately everyone surges forward. Leading the charge is the evil woman in black. Does she ever wear any other color? Christian, I was so worried. Elena gives him a brief hug and kisses both his cheeks. He doesn't let me go despite the fact I try to free my hand. I'm good, Elena, Christian mutters coolly. Why didn't you call me? Her plea is desperate, her eyes searching his. I've been busy. Didn't you get my messages? Christian shifts uncomfortably and pulls me closer, putting his arm around me. His face remains impassive as he regards Elena. She can no longer ignore me, so she nods politely in my direction. Anna, she purrs. You look lovely here. Elena, I throw back. Thank you. I catch Grace's eye. She frowns, watching the 3 of us. Elena, I need to make an announcement, Christian says, eyeing her dispassionately. Her clear blue eyes cloud. Of course. She fakes a smile and steps back. Everyone, Christian calls. He waits for a moment until the buzz in the room dies down and all eyes are once more on him. Thank you for coming today. I have to say I was expecting a quiet family dinner, so this is a pleasant surprise. He stares pointedly at Mia, who grins and gives him a little wink. Christian shakes his head in exasperation and continues. Roz and I. He acknowledges the red-haired woman standing nearby with a small, bubbly blonde. We had a close call yesterday. Oh, that's the Roz that works with him. She grins and raises her glass to him. He nods back at her. So I'm especially glad to be here today to share with all of you my very good news. This beautiful woman, he glances down at me, Miss Anastasia Rose Steele, has consented to be my wife, and I'd like you all to be the first to know. There are general gasps of astonishment, the odd cheer, and then a round of applause. Geez, this is really happening. I think I am the color of Kate's dress. Christian grasps my chin, lifts my lips up to his, and kisses me quickly. You'll soon be mine. I am already, I whisper. He mouths at me and gives me a wicked grin. Lily, who is standing beside Mia, looks crestfallen. Gretchen looks like she's eaten something nasty and bitter. As I glance anxiously around at the assembled crowd, I catch sight of Elena. Her mouth is open. She's stunned, horrified even. And I can't help a small but intense feeling of satisfaction to see her dumbstruck. What the hell is she doing here anyway? Carrick and Grace interrupt my uncharitable thoughts, and soon I am being hugged and kissed and passed around by all the Grays. Oh, Anna, I am so delighted you're going to be family, Grace gushes. The change in Christian. He's happy. I am so thankful to you. I blush, embarrassed by her exuberance, but secretly delighted too. Where's the ring? Exclaims Mia as she embraces me. A ring? Geez, I hadn't even thought about a ring. I glance up at Christian. We're going to choose one together. Christian glowers at her. Oh, don't look at me like that, Gray, she scolds him, then wraps her arms around him. I'm so thrilled for you, Christian, she says. She's the only person I know who is not intimidated by the gray glower. It has me quailing. Well, it certainly used to. When will you get married? Have you set a date? She beams up at Christian. He shakes his head, his exasperation palpable. No idea. And no, we haven't. Anna and I need to discuss all that, he says irritably. I hope you have a big wedding. Here! She beams enthusiastically, ignoring his caustic tone. We'll probably fly to Vegas tomorrow. He growls at her, and he is rewarded with a full-on Mia Gray pouty grimace. Rolling his eyes, he turns to Elliot, who gives him his second bear hug in as many days. Way to go, bro. He claps Christian's back. The response from the room is overwhelming, and it's a few minutes before I find myself back beside Christian, with Dr. Flynn. Elena seems to have disappeared, and Gretchen is solemnly refilling champagne glasses. Beside Dr. Flynn is a striking young woman with long, dark, almost black hair, impressive cleavage, and lovely hazel eyes. Christian, says Flynn, holding out his hand. Christian shakes it gladly. John, Brian. He kisses the dark-haired woman on her cheek. She's petite and pretty. Glad you're still with us, Christian. My life would be most dull and penurious without you. Christian smirks. John, Brian scolds, much to Christian's amusement. Brian, this is Anastasia, my fiancée. Anna, this is John's wife. Delighted to meet the woman who has finally captured Christian's heart. Brian smiles kindly at me. Thank you, I mutter, embarrassed again. That was one goodly bolt there, Christian. Dr. Flynn shakes his head in amused disbelief. Christian frowns at him. John, you and your cricket metaphors. Brian rolls her eyes. Congratulations to the pair of you, and happy birthday, Christian. What a wonderful birthday present. She smiles broadly at me. I had no idea Dr. Flynn would be here, or Elena. It's a shock, and I rack my brains to see if I have anything to ask him. But a birthday party hardly seems the appropriate venue for a psychiatric consultation. For a few minutes, we make small talk. Rian is a stay-at-home mom with 2 young boys. I deduce that she is the reason Dr. Flynn practices in the United States. She's good, Christian. Responding well to treatment. Another couple of weeks and we can consider an outpatient program. Dr. Flynn's and Christian's voices are low, but I can't help listening in, rather rudely tuning out Rian. So, it's all playdates and diapers right now. That must take up your time, I flush, turning my attention back to Rhiannon, who laughs sweetly. I know Christian and Flynn are discussing Layla. Ask her something for me, Christian murmurs. So, what do you do, Anastasia? Anna, please. I work in publishing. Christian and Dr. Flynn lowered their voices further. It's so frustrating. They stopped when we're joined by the two women I didn't recognize earlier, Roz and the bubbly blonde, whom Christian introduces as her partner, Gwen. Roz is charming, and I soon discover they live almost opposite Escala. She is full of praise for Christian's piloting skills. It was her first time in Charlie Tango, and she said she wouldn't hesitate to go again. She's one of the few women I've met who isn't dazzled by him. Well, the reason is obvious. Gwen is giggly with a wry sense of humor, and Christian seems extraordinarily at ease with both of them. He knows them well. They don't discuss work, but I can tell that Roz is one smart woman who can easily keep up with them. She also has a great, throaty, too many cigarettes laugh. Grace interrupts our leisurely conversation to inform everyone that dinner is being served buffet style in the gray kitchen. Slowly, the guests make their way toward the back of the house. Mia collars me in the hallway. In her pale, pink, frothy baby doll dress and killer heels, she towers over me like a Christmas tree fairy. She's holding two cocktail glasses. Anna, she hisses conspiratorially. I glance up at Christian, who releases me with a best of luck I find her impossible to deal with too look, and I sneak into the dining room with her. Here, she says mischievously. This is one of my dad's special lemon martinis. Much nicer than champagne. She hands me a glass and watches anxiously while I take a tentative sip. Delicious, but strong. What does she want? Is she trying to get me drunk? Anna, I need some advice. And I can't ask Lily. She's so judgmental about everything. Mia rolls her eyes and grins at me. She is so jealous of you. I think she was hoping one day that she and Christian might get together. Mia bursts out laughing at the absurdity, and I quail inside. This is something I will have to contend with for a long time. Other women wanting my man. I push the unwelcome thought out of my head and distract myself with the matter in hand. I take another sip of my martini. I'll try and help. Fire away. As you know, Ethan and I met recently, thanks to you. She beams at me. Yes? Where the hell is she going with this? Anna, he doesn't want to date me. She pouts. Oh. I blink at her, stunned, and I think, maybe he's just not that into you. Look, that sounded all wrong. He doesn't want to date because his sister is going out with my brother. You know, he thinks it's all kind of incestuous, but I know he likes me. What can I do? Oh, I see, I mutter, trying to buy myself some time. What can I say? Can you agree to be friends and give it some time? I mean, you've only just met him. She cocks her eyebrow. Look, I know I've only really just met Christian, but I frown, not sure what I want to say. Mia, this is something you and Ethan have to work out together. I would try the friendship route. Mia grins. You've learned that look from Christian. I flush. If you want advice, ask Kate. She may have some insight as to how her brother feels. You think? Mia asks. Yes. I smile encouragingly. Cool. Thanks, Anna. She gives me another hug and scuttles excitedly, and impressively given her high heels, to the door, no doubt off to bother Kate. I take another sip of my martini, and I'm about to follow her, when I am stopped in my tracks. Elena breezes into the room, her face taut, set in grin and determination. She closes the door quietly behind her and scowls at me. Oh, crap. Anna, she sneers. I summon all of my self-possession, slightly fuzzy from 2 glasses of champagne and the lethal cocktail I hold in my hand. I think the blood has drained from my face, but I marshal both my subconscious and my inner goddess in order to appear as calm and as unflappable as I can. Elena? My voice is small, but steady, despite my dry mouth. Why does this woman freak me out so much? And what does she want now? I would offer you my heartfelt congratulations, but I think that would be inappropriate. Her piercing cold blue eyes stare frostily into mine, filled with loathing. I neither need nor want your congratulations, Elena. I'm surprised and disappointed to see you here. She arches an eyebrow. I think she's impressed. I wouldn't have thought of you as a worthy adversary, Anastasia, but you surprise me at every turn. I haven't thought of you at all. I lie. Christian would be proud. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have much better things to do than waste my time with you. Not so fast, missy, she hisses, leaning against the door, effectively blocking it. What on earth do you think you're doing, consenting to marry Christian? If you think for 1 minute you can make him happy, you're very much mistaken. What I'm consenting to do with Christian is none of your concern. I smile with sarcastic sweetness. She ignores me. He has needs you cannot possibly begin to satisfy. She gloats. What do you know of his needs? I snarl. My sense of indignation flares brightly, burning inside me as adrenaline surges through my body. How dare this fucking bitch preach to me? You're nothing but a sick child molester, and if it were up to me, I'd toss you into the 7th circle of hell and walk away smiling. Now get out of my way, or do I have to make you? You're making a big mistake here. She shakes a long, skinny, finely manicured finger. How dare you judge our lifestyle?
Is taking calls on wild card line at 702-727-1295. That's 702-727-1295. First time callers can reach our call at 702-727-1222.
Don't you dare tell me what I'm getting myself into, I shouted at her. When will you learn? It's none of your goddamn business.
Mel on the line. No thanks to all the Mel imitators.
Horror-struck,
On the special
wiped
Mel
the
line.
sticky drink off
I
her
finally
face.
picked up the phone during the newscast and
About to
called
lunch
Mel's
it,
number, and he
but
was
she
just coming in.
suddenly
So
shunted forward
I
as
got
the door
Mel on the line.
opens.
Mel's guy with
Christian
the
is standing in the
never-ending
doorway.
call. And
It
we're
takes
going to
him a
ask about your
nanosecond
call.
to assess the situation.
I have read that fax now twice on the air.
Her
And I've got a lot of
soaked
follow-up
living.
faxes.
His
Here's one
lovely
entitled
face
Yet
darkens.
Another Mystery
He
Hole in
contorts
Eastern
with anger
Washington.
as he comes to
You'll love
stand
this. It
between
was sent to me
us.
a couple days ago by
You'll
email.
look
And it's all about another one on the
says,
Indian
his
reservation in
voice
Colville,
glacial and laced
where
with
there's
menace.
another mystery hole.
She blinks up at him.
Anyway, we'll get to that.
She's not ready for you, Christian. She whispers. What? He shouts,
Well,
startling
all
both
right,
of
now
us.
to
I can't
Eastern
see his
Washington,
face,
and I
but
guess
his
this
whole
is
body is
Eastern
tense.
Washington. Mel, are
And
you
he
there?
radiates
Yes, I am.
animosity.
First of all, Mel, thank you for answering. What are you doing up at this time of the morning?
You have
Well,
it,
after I sent the fax,
she says, her
I'm
voice
living in
softening.
town here now because
I've told you
we had a
before.
couple of our
This is
buildings
none
up
of
there
your
caved
fucking
in and
business.
big snows that we had out
Reverse.
here last month.
Oh, yes. Very angry Christian has reared his not
There
so
might go
ugly
some of my
head.
construction debris into the hole. So,
All
What
right,
is
when did you
this?
discover this
He
hole?
pauses,
well,
glaring at her.
the hole has always been there. We've been out there for a couple of years now. And, the hole has been there since we've been there. It's been there since the previous owner was there. The previous owner there was quite elderly.
Suddenly,
And I'd say he was there for a good 30, 40 years before we took to up. And then,
And so there's been a thing of throwing stuff down this hole.
oh yeah, it's been going on
Elena swallows and seems to draw herself upright.
for as long
Her
as the hole has
stance
been there.
changes suddenly.
When nobody does that, I guess. All right,
She
how
steps
do you
toward him.
pronounce the name of your town,
I
Matt?
was the best thing
Oh,
that ever happened to you.
That's
She hisses arrogantly at me.
And actually, I
Now, one of the
right
richest,
now,
most successful entrepreneurs in the United
Oh, I know
States.
Ellensburg.
Controlled,
ROTHSCHILD then.
Oh, sure.
Nothing.
Okay. Well, so
Master
we've been there
of
for
the
several years.
universe.
We just take all
He
we
steps
take all
back
of our
as if he's been
trash,
struck
rubbish, anything we have to get rid of. We take,
outraged
throw it in the hole. Everyone's throwing their stuff in the hole.
Christian.
People from around there
Try
throw all
to
the
take
stuff in the
yourself.
hole.
You're on the road to
This thing going on for a
self-destruction,
long
and
time.
I saved you from
I
that.
got this
Saved you
thinking
from
one
a
day,
life
how come
behind
this hole
bars.
is filling up? There must
Believe
be an
me,
awfully deep hole.
that's
The
what
thing
would
to
have
consider,
been
sure, as you throw
I
stuff
taught
in
you
it for decades
everything you
literally.
know.
And so,
Everything.
I used to be
Christian blanches,
I would say pretty
staring
close
at
to a
her in
professional
horror.
shark
When
fisherman.
he
So I had a
speaks,
couple of
his
huge
voice is low and
fishing
incredulous.
reels, went out there and started letting the line down. I figure after one,
Did you weight the line?
oh yeah, there's, in fact, the original line is still down there. I've just been adding to the line and keeping track of how much line I've used.
But I'm frozen
So
to
I've
the spot.
not reeled it in.
How much weight is it?
Each other.
There's a 1 pound weight at the bottom.
Once helped me.
1 pound weight.
Christian
It's
whispers.
a triangular
You
1
never
pound
once
weight.
said you loved me.
And so that's at the bottom.
She narrows her
So in
eyes.
other words, it would go down kind of like a
Love is
plumb
for
bob.
fools.
Exactly. In fact, that's right across
Get
the
out
center
of my
it.
house.
Goes straight down to the
Grace's
center of there.
unthinkable.
And occasionally I try to move the
startles
line
us.
there, but
Three
moving that much
heads
line,
swing
you really
rapidly
can't
to
do a
where
whole lot
Grace
with it.
stands on the
But it
threshold of
seems
the
to,
room.
there seems
She's
to be,
glaring at
it's not
Eleanor.
resting against
Pales
anything
under
at this
San
point here. It continues to go down
Time
daily.
seems suspended as we
So while I was out there earlier, I let out a little bit of the line.
and Grace stalks
And,
deliberately.
So you actually went out there tonight
Her
after I
eyes
read
look
that.
Exactly.
never once Eleanor.
Well, it's
Until she stands
not too bad
before
out here
her.
right now. It's
Eleanor's eyes widen in
25
alarm.
degrees, so it's not
And
too
Grace
cold.
Have you ever
slaps her
heard
hard
anything
across the
coming
face.
from
The
any
sound
sounds or
impact
anything?
resounding off the walls of the
Well,
bedroom.
I mean,
Take
normal
your
things
filthy
is
paws off my
yell
son,
into it there.
you whore,
And
and get
I've never
out
heard
of my
that come
house.
out of that thing.
Now.
At all.
She hisses through her
It's
teeth.
one of the first things I noticed
Eleanor
about.
clutches her red-knee cheek and
As
stares
usual,
at
I
her
grew up
for
with
a
dogs
moment,
with me.
shocked and blinking
They
at
wouldn't go anywhere
Grace.
near the damn thing.
Then she hurries from the room,
I'm back to
not
the suburban
bothering
and
to close the
hung
door
out over
behind
there,
her.
so.
Grace turns slowly to face Christian,
I
and tense
can't,
in
if I
silence
try to
settles
bring them there on
like
a
a
leash,
thick blanket
they'll
over us,
they do
as
not want to
Christian
go
and
anywhere near
Grace
the hole.
stare at each other. After
So
a
that's,
minute,
I don't know.
Grace speaks.
Well, you've got miles and miles of
Before I hand to
Yeah,
Eleanor,
I think,
would you mind giving me a minute or two alone?
well,
with
I'm
myself?
I'm measuring it by
Her
feet,
voice is quiet.
for feet to yards, so I don't know how many miles it is. I
So
assume
strong.
that's
Of course,
a fair number
I
of miles,
whisper.
though.
Well,
And
I've
exit
got
as quickly as I
280
can,
miles.
glancing
So,
anxiously
you
over
really
my
think you've
shoulder.
got 80,000?
Yeah, I get line
We continue to
5,000
stare at
yards.
each other, their unspoken communication
And
blaring
so
loud.
I've
In the
got
hallway,
that many.
I am momentarily
Well,
lost.
you have got a
My heart
hole in
pounds
that
and my
goes,
blood races through my veins.
well, you
I
can't
feel
do
panicked
the center
and
of
out
the
of my
earth,
depth.
but you've got a hole that goes
Holy
miles and miles and
That
miles
was
into
heavy.
the earth. I would think a university would be out there, boom, just like that.
I can't
Well,
think what she's
my
going to
wife
say
does
to
work
Christian,
in
and I know it's wrong,
here, and
but
we've
I'm
been
leaning
talking
to
to
the
her about
door
it.
trying to listen. How long, Christian?
They find it quite incredible that
Grace's
I've
voice
let
is
that
soft.
much line into the
I can
ground.
barely hear her.
That's what I've been doing.
I cannot hear his reply.
Have you ever thought
How
of
old were you?
winding it all
The
back up
voice is
again?
more insistent.
Well,
Tell
when
me,
I let out
how
the
old
first
were you when this all started?
yards
Again,
of line,
I can't hear
I
Christian.
reeled all of that back in.
Everything okay?
And I wanted to know
Roz interrupts me.
if I hit water
Yes,
down
fine.
there.
Thank you.
That's a lot of
Roz smiles.
you bet.
I'm just going to get my
4,500 feet
I need a
of
cigarette.
line
For a
that I
brief
hit
moment,
water. So
I wanted
I
to join her.
what I did is I sent down a
I'm off to the bathroom.
Lifesaver.
I need
Yeah,
to
so
gather
when
my
it hit the
wits
water,
and
the
my
lifesavers will
thoughts
dissolve.
to process what I've just
That's
witnessed and
true. Oh,
heard.
I see. Very smart.
Upstairs
So
seems
all
the
shark
safest
fishermen
place to be on my own.
reasons that they're made
I
out
watch
on a
Roz
little
stroll into the
attached
drawing
to a
room
roll of
and then
lifesavers.
bolt 2 stairs
They
at a
would go
time
out
to the second
into
floor,
the ocean on
then
the
up
tide,
to the third.
and then eventually the lifesavers come out with the big all to the
I open the door to Christian's childhood
you
bedroom and
couldn't
shut it
cast a
behind
big
me,
old mackerel out there
taking
that far.
a
So
gulping breath.
So,
Heading for his bed, I flop onto it and stare at the blank ceiling.
I have no idea. I thought it could have been a mine shaft, but the thing
One
about
of
it
the
is
most
the
excruciating confrontations I've ever had to endure.
very
Now,
lovely
I feel numb.
wall
My
around it.
fiancé and his his
And
ex-lover.
All right, tell me
No,
about
it would
the
be
nature
wise
of the
to
side of
have
the
his
walls. In
step.
other words, you must be able to
Having
look
said
down
that,
far enough
part of
at
his
least
garage
to
is revealed to
examine
himself, and that I was there to
the
bear
side of the
witness.
walls.
it's
My thoughts
stone
turned
about
grace,
15 feet down.
or grace, to
And then
hear
after
all
that,
that.
you know,
Clutch one of
it's,
Christian's pillows.
soil
She'll have
or
overheard the
and
Christian
you know,
hour
further
to
down
help
rock.
fear, but
So
not the nature of it.
I can only see
Heavens.
to the extent of really powerful flashlights, front halogen lights out there
Perhaps
to
the
try to
evil witch had
get a better look down there, but the
No.
visibility really
I
isn't
refuse to
there.
believe
Not
that.
see much
She's so
after
cold.
a while.
I shake
But
my
it's
head. She's wrong.
tonight
I
is
am right for Christian.
retaining wall.
I am what he needs.
3.5 foot
The moment
retaining
of
wall.
stunning
And
clarity,
it goes down about
I don't
15
question
feet.
how.
Well, I'll tell you this much. No matter how powerful a light, and I was even thinking about a laser,
Countless girls.
when you're talking about 8,000 feet, forget it.
Well, they should have some technology that can give me an idea of how to do it. Obviously, the old fishing line doesn't going to go so far.
What we need here is a volunteer.
Why is it wrong?
We're not serving somebody who would be willing to be lowered.
Close my eyes and take my arm over them.
I don't, you know,
But now,
I don't even know if there's any here.
left it behind. We are both in
Well, I wouldn't know about that either.
Or what kind of pressures we're dealing with. These are things that are totally beyond my grasp in terms of knowledge.
Do you own this?
It's our property,
where
yeah.
I can lay this ghost to rest.
How long have you been working on this?
I
Well,
must
we've been out
this.
there for a couple of years,
Shakily,
about
I
4
get to
years
my
now.
feet,
But
take off my shoes, walk over
this
to his
project here
desk,
with letting down the line,
examine the bulletin board above it.
last summer here,
Photos of young Christian
so,
couples still
well,
there.
how come this
More
thing isn't
poignant
filling
than
up?
ever, as a
I talked to the neighbors around there.
Mrs. Robinson.
When you're out there in the country, your neighbors are really far away. They all know the whole lot.
They all know about it. So it's like,
Yeah, they're all pretty Christian.
so
I
the
switch on
local
the desk
legend
lamp and focus on my own
Yeah,
picture.
right.
I don't even know her.
This popular
She
story,
looks
the
so
one guy
much like
complained
me,
who
younger
parted
and
canine
sadder.
down into the hole.
And all I can help
And
looking at her sorrowful
he swears,
face,
well, the story is the guy
passion.
swears
I try to
dog
see the
actually came back
similarities
to
between
him.
her face and mine.
And
I squint at the picture.
he was a hunter. There's the story is that he was a hunter.
And see
And he was out there hunting. He saw the same dog,
but I think
same
hers is
collar,
lighter
same
than mine.
little
I don't look like
metal
her at
thing on
all.
his collar there.
It's something.
And he said it was the
My
same dog.
subconscious tightening,
Dog
arms
came
crossed,
through the hole.
glaring over her
But I mean,
half-open
that's not,
glasses.
that's not
Why
my
are
dog.
you torturing
It's not
yourself?
it's not your story, but it's a story of a resurrected dog.
I curse my lips at her.
This is,
Yes, I have.
this is well mentioned. It's all
I want to lie
Native
in that
American
bed
and
as Christian
one
for the
of
rest
the
of my
lines of
life.
inquiries I'd like to
My
make.
inner goddess, sitting in the lotus
Is there
position,
anything about
smiles
this whole
serenely.
movement to Native Americans?
Yes, I made the right decision.
That's something I'm really
I must
pursuing.
find him.
If you had a fatal disease, Mill,
I have no idea how long I
jump in the hole?
I would.
He'll think that I fled. I roll my eyes as I contemplate his
What
overreaction.
should be my
I
demise?
hope that he
That he
regrets
would
the
be
finish.
disposed
I
of.
shudder thinking about
I'm not sure that our department would allow that.
Well,
I meet Christian as he climbs the
what I
stairs
think
to the
would
second
be,
floor.
I thought about later on is,
His face is
what
strained
if this is
and
like
angry.
contaminating
Not
our
the
water,
carefree picnic I arrived with.
And,
As I
we've had,
stand on the landing, he stops
I'm
at
sure
the
you
top
just
stair.
out there for up
That
to
we are eye to
water
eye.
checked all the
Well,
time.
you have no personal offense
He says
to
cautiously,
Mill, but
"Hi,
if there was a possible contamination problem,
I was worried.
um,
I know."
I'm sure you're a clean
I
guy.
interrupted.
But as you deteriorated,
I hit face
you
with
would
festivities.
possibly
I just
produce
had
E.
to get
coli or
away.
something horrible along the way.
Well,
Reaching out,
again,
I
so far
caress
it
his
hasn't.
face.
Sure,
He
that's right.
closes his
The
eyes
water
and
around
leans
that
his
area
face
is
into my hand.
absolutely pure water.
Thought you'd do that in my room.
And so nothing thrown down, all the old junk and
He reaches
trash,
for my hand
nothing
and
is
pulls me
polluted
into
water.
an
No,
embrace.
I can't
His
speak for
arms.
everything that's
My
been thrown
favorite
down
place
there,
in the
but
whole world.
none of that
He
is
smells
showing
of
up
fresh
in
laundry,
the
body
water that
wash,
people draw to
and
themselves.
Christian. The most
The
calming
water's
and arousing scent
never
of
been
the
out there. We get
He inhales with his nose in my hair.
water that comes off the Cascades or something. It's really wonderful water.
Mel,
Why
you
would she
wouldn't be
hear?
pulling my leg.
No,
He
I'm
gazes
not.
down at me, and his mouth curls apologetically. apologies.
I'm one of the reasons that I
Try not to react.
went out to the property tonight, other than
How's
just
your mom?
something that weighs heavily on my mind. I was afraid that after I sent the bags out, that there would be people around there because
Well, there may be, but we have not identified specifically where it is.
well,
That bad, huh?
as far as I can tell,
Nods,
too many
his
big
eyes serious.
holes like
And I
that
sense his bewilderment and
around.
reaction.
So at least the people in my neck of the woods are
My
familiar
voice
with
is
it.
quiet,
And
controlling.
kind of almost expect to see
He
a
hugs
small
me
party of
tightly and
people.
he seems
Well, there
uncertain,
may be. Now, I mean,
processing his
come
thoughts.
daylight, there
Finally,
may be.
he
But
answers.
remember, folks, this is private property. This is
Hello?
It is posted too.
Oh, it is. All right.
Your consent? I
So without
asked.
knowing exactly where it is, I wouldn't look for that to occur. But there is
I
going to be
nod.
substantial
And he
curiosity
looks
about
at
it
the
now,
top
Mel.
of the
Well,
stairs.
I think I've
So, how
let
do
you know
you
as
feel?
much as I know about it. I certainly want to find out more. I'm mostly curious. I was mostly curious about the depth of it. I mean, how deep is the deepest hole anyone has ever found?
Well, I've never heard of anything deeper than this.
I thought
A
maybe this would be
glorious,
like
carefree
World
Christian
Book of
smile,
Records type
and the weariness and
type
strain
hole here.
present moments ago have
And
vanished. Really?
as far as
I lean back.
things I thought it would be like,
I'd crawl
would
over
have been
broken
like an
glass
old
for that
mine.
smile.
Well, now here's a couple things to think about. I've heard as you go down into the earth, Mel, that it gets hotter,
I frown at him.
right?
Will you liquidate
So you would
this
think that your fishing line with a weight on it
He
at
snorts.
some point
I'm
would
not that
melt
addicted,
or,
Anastasia. He
something.
admonishes me.
But there's still weight on it, huh?
Yeah.
I'll
The
talk
line
to
is
the
not
lawyer Monday.
really.
I
I mean,
overreact.
it still falls under its
I
own
arch
lane.
an eyebrow at him.
Oh, that's amazing.
No
Let's
more
let
Mrs.
some of the
Robinson.
audience ask you
His
questions.
mouth twists in
Okay, I
amusement.
think I can do
He
that.
shakes
All
his
right,
head.
because I just might be missing something. West of the Rockies, you're on the air with Mel,
I'm sorry you
who's
lost a
got the
friend.
hole in Washington.
He shrugs
Hello?
and then smirks. Are you?
Do you have any questions for
No,
Mel?
I confess, blushing.
Hello?
He stands and
Okay,
offers
well,
me his hand.
I guess that guy gave up. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Mel. Hello.
Hello. Oh, you got it.
Get drunk?
I did well.
I ask
Sure.
as I take his hand.
All
Not since I was a wild teenager.
All right, well, thank you. First time caller line, you're on the air with Mel. Hello.
Mel.
Yes, Mel.
Asks.
Mel.
No.
I wanted to talk to Art.
Well,
She's on the wrong line.
Yeah, you are.
I'm sorry, that's the 222 line.
1222 is first time caller line.
He gazes at me,
That's what I thought I was
failing to keep
Well,
the
that's what you
engagement off
got,
his
but I mean,
face.
we're talking with Mel right now. I'm trying to he's got with
He
the
holds
hole.
up his hand.
He's been washing.
No art
Okay,
Anastasia.
I just have something
Go
for
ahead and
Art.
drink
All
it.
right, Mel, call me back when we're in the open lines. Wildcard line, you're on the air with Mel. Hello.
Rule number one.
Hi, Dave.
I believe
Yeah, I was
we had that discussion after our
Yeah,
first
it is.
meeting together.
I just wanted to let you know I looked up an encyclopedia and the Mariana Trench, which is the
Back in the hallway, he pauses to
That's
caress
in the
my
ocean,
face.
right, it's
His fingers
36,000
skimming my jaw.
So this is,
I lay awake for hours and
well,
watch
it's
this.
certainly over double that already.
right.
I
And it also says on the finding that with current technology we can only go down to
leans
1,600
down,
feet.
kisses me softly.
Wow.
My belt everywhere. All the
That's
tension
great.
of the last hour or so
That
seemed
is
languidly
great.
from
So
my body.
you've got something here that already qualifies for Guinness.
That is wonderful.
I acquiesce.
Oh, God, I like that.
I'd
That's great.
probably do anything for
You
him.
said 1,600 feet?
Taking
That's
my
what they
hand,
said, yeah,
he leads me toward the
1,640
kitchen
feet
where
is
the
the
party
current
is at full
technology.
swing.
Wow.
All right. Thank you very much for
Good
that
night, John.
information. So already
Brian,
we now learn that you may
congratulations
have a
again.
Guinness qualifying hole there, no question about it.
Gee.
But I
Dr.
want to
Flynn
know,
smiles kindly at
I,
us,
and inquiring
standing
minds
arm in
want
arm
to
in the
know,
hallway as
I
we
would
get
think,
re-into
even if we
the
just had somebody lowered
good night.
past the
Christian closes the
1,600
door
foot
and
mark
shakes his head.
to see what's
He
down
gazes
there,
down at me.
That would
His
be cool,
eyes
but it wouldn't
suddenly
be
bright
me.
with excitement.
you wouldn't do it.
No, it would go down and
Just
All these not while you're still alive.
No, yeah,
Mother has had
then I
too
will,
much to drink.
with time
Grace
being.
is
No.
singing karaoke
All
on
right,
some
East of the Rockies, you're on the air with
What
Mel.
is the rope pro?
Kate and Mia
well,
are
that's-
giving her a run for her money.
Yeah, right.
Do you
Where
blame
are you
her?
calling from, sir?
I
I'm
smirk
in
at her,
Austin,
trying to
Texas,
keep
all
the
right.
atmosphere
Yeah,
to
you
be as
mentioned
light.
earlier
I succeed.
that you would like somebody to be lower
I
down.
am.
That's right.
I would be willing to do that.
See, there you go, sir, a volunteer.
Christian,
Well,
recently,
obviously under
every
certain
day
conditions.
feels
Like what?
like the day.
Just a
My voice
cage
is
for
so
one.
A
honest.
cage?
Yeah,
He
just give me
shakes
a
his
bit
head.
that
Your point well
there's some
made,
kind
Steve.
of weird weird subterranean thing eating all of that garbage down
Taking
there.
my hand,
Obviously, I
the
want
house
to
to
be
the
in some
kitchen.
kind of a cave.
Well, what makes you think so that chickens can gobble up,
Drinking the
say,
last
a
of the coffee
refrigerator?
house, eating
Would
my
be in the
peppers.
cave? Well, I would have obviously a very powerful light to be able
Elliot
to see
teases
it
suggestively
at some
as
point
we make
before
our way through the French doors.
So we have radio contact with you, and we can give you
Chris
some
frowns at
database.
Elliot,
Yeah,
shaking his head in silence.
Sounds too much like God.
As we make our way up the steps to the lawn,
an
I take
instrument
off my
of, but
shoes. The half moon shines white
on back
over
up.
the bay. It's
You know, it's like a hike.
passing through everything
And you can take
in
a
shades
camera
of
with
gray
you.
Yeah,
as the lights of
The light
Seattle
can show us
twinkle in the
everything
distance.
that's
yeah. I've got a pretty adventurous
The
nature
soft,
to me.
glowing beacon
So
past
that,
of the moon.
plus I have a
Christian,
uh,
I'd like to go to church
very
tomorrow.
appealing draw to the
I
supernatural.
pray you'd come back alive
To
at the end of the day.
my
Well,
personality.
nobody's saying there's anything supernatural about this, but
Well, the dog story was
We wander hand in hand in a
Well,
relaxed
that's
silence for a few moments.
Well,
Then
everyone's
something
dog is
occurs to
scared
me.
of the hole.
yeah.
And I
Where
think
are
my
you going
dog
to put
no,
your
that's a
photos
very
in
good point.
the
Other dogs will go anywhere near the hole, huh?
new house?
my dogs will follow me.
You bought it?
I mean, no matter what,
He stops to stare at me,
Except,
his voice
except
full of
the
concern.
well.
Yes.
now you know what I do.
Possibly at a Greek Queen clinic.
When did you buy it?
I went to the store about grid point.
Now we need to decide what to do.
I didn't know
You
the
murmurs, relieved.
Yes, thank you, sir. From us, I've heard about
Such
this,
a lovely house.
but I would have no way of
Just
knowing
needs some
where they are and whether
care.
this is one of them. I
Christian
wouldn't
glances
know.
at me and
Now,
smiles.
this is just a
Okay,
hole.
I'll talk to
And
Elliot.
he's right. There is something a little paranormal about it when you consider the dog story. I tell you. Now hold on, all
I
right?
snort.
Stand
Suddenly
by. We'll be
remembering
right
the
back.
last time we crossed the lawn up the house. Perhaps there was no one willing to be now. I grinned. I remember the last time you took me to the boathouse.
Well, here's somebody from Las Vegas. Mike suggested we throw a cat down the hole.
In fact,
Listen to the
he
cat
suddenly
screams
stops
goes down
and
so
looks
far.
over his shoulder, and I
How about
squeal.
people who do that throw
No,
down
we
the
don't
cat?
have
Oh,
far to go.
man. And
You were
if you're
really
the
angry,
echoes are
if I
going
remember
down,
correctly.
I'm not for
I
that at all.
guess.
All right, well, here comes some more people. First time caller line, you're on the air
No,
with
you're
Mel
not.
with the hole.
He swats my behind
Why
as he
don't you
stops
have
outside the
somebody,
door.
I know you're
He
connected
slides
with
me down
somebody
his
that's got
back
radar
back to the
available.
ground and
Radar
takes
would
my
be the way
head
to
in
go
his
to find out
hands.
the depth.
Well, would radar go down a hole
Absolutely
Leaning
without
down,
hitting
You don't
sides?
need a fancy radar to do it.
he pulls away.
You
I'm
mean like
breathless and
What,
desire
what
is
about
reaching
sonar?
around my
No, I
body.
guess
No,
that's...
sonar you couldn't
He
use
gazes
because
down
you don't have anything to
In the
you
glow
can go
of the
through
strip
like
of light
underwater
inside
sonar.
the boathouse,
But
he
radar
can
would
see
definitely
he's
work.
anxious.
In
My
other words,
I'm just curious
anxious
if you
man.
call it government
Not a white knight or a
Wouldn't
dark knight.
radar return a hit from the sides of the hole and all around that hole?
Early directional radar would it like
I reach up and caress his face,
driving down the highway.
running my fingers through his sideburns
Well,
and along his
you
jaw
use
to his
radar,
chin.
but that,
Exactly.
Then let my
that's out in the
index
open.
finger
That's
touch
not,
his lips.
I don't know enough about radar to know if that would work, but it's a good idea.
Well, I've used it for years.
He murmurs.
All right.
We try it.
All right, that's I
The
want,
harsh
how about
light of
cops radar?
fluorescence
I'm not
illuminates
sure if they'll return an echo off of that.
bobbing gently
Possible.
above dark
All right,
water.
all right.
Well, to tell you how fast the hole was going, wouldn't it?
Christian takes my hand and leads me up the wooden
Cute, Mel.
stairs.
Wildcard line, you're on the air with Mel. Hello.
He steps aside to let me
That's
in.
pretty funny.
My mouth drops
Good evening,
to the
Mel.
floor.
Hi.
The attic
My
is
name's Barry. I'm just
unrecognizable.
upstate
The
the
room is
jump
filled
point
with
down here in
flowers.
Yakima.
There
All
are
right.
flowers everywhere.
I'm awful surprised I
Someone
haven't
has
heard of this
created a
before now.
magical
Well,
doll
now,
of
Mel hasn't made
wild
this public
metal
as far as I
flowers.
know. Have you, Mel?
No, it's just on my land.
Lights.
All right. None of my neighbors know about it.
Glow
Well,
soft and
Wait, this
all
is the
around
first
the room.
public
My
announcement of the
face
whole.
whips around.
As far as I know, there's no newspaper accounts of it, not the Daily Record or the.
Well, there will be now. There will be now.
Well, as usual, you've heard it here first, folks. I'll let go.
What I'm saying.
Now, before I get serious, I just wanted to kind of lighten things up here and ask if you considered making a contract with the refuse collection department from Yakima County. Try making a killing on that. You know, I read an article in the paper how they wanted to close down our local
My heart is in my mouth as tears
dump
come
out
to my
here,
eyes.
and I almost
Tucking my
seriously
hand, he pulls me
suggested.
into the
All right,
room.
listen,
Before I
here's
know
another
it,
possibility for you. Do you know that I
in front
live
of me.
near an area where there's supposed to be a high-level
I did not expect this.
dump?
I stopped breathing.
Now, if this is really, in
From
effect,
his
a
inside
bottomless
jacket
pit,
pocket, he produces a
whoa,
ring.
you
Pages
may have
underneath.
something
His eyes
that the
run
U.S.
gray.
government wants.
So I could like rent this thing out.
You're damn right.
And the stage
And
is
move away as
That's a
quick as
great
possible. Anyways, I wanted to
the rest of
mention,
my life.
we've got many mediums of technology, and the gentleman who suggested radar, I think was on something.
My
You
favorite,
know,
my man.
say for instance, the Guinness was it,
And all I
came
can
out
say as the title
they're
leader
pretty
emotion
thorough
hits me
with their
is,
investigation before they're going to print you.
Yeah,
But anyways,
it's really
you know,
and slowly
maybe
slides
the way to go is to have someone lower in a sensor's
an oval
package,
diamond in a black ring.
you know, which is something that measures for noxious gases, temperature, and I'm sure they could focus a radar, you know, probably
I
pencil
saw
thin,
suddenly
you know,
overwhelmed with joy.
and just
And I
hook it
joined
up
him
to
on my
a
knees, fingers
supply
twisted in
of
his hair as I
cable
kissed him.
and lower down.
Just with all my heart and soul.
Awfully
I
interesting.
kissed this
Look, I'd be interested, even if we don't get hold of the guy
and
from
he
Austin,
wraps his arms around
to
me.
lower a
His
camera and a
hands
light down.
glued to my hair. His mouth on
You know, when
mine.
I was out there this evening, it's
I
kind
will
of
always be
sort
his.
of a full moon out there.
Always be
And
mine.
one of the things that
We
occurred to
come
me is
so
maybe
far
this has some
together.
sort of
We have so far to
astronomical
go.
type
We are
thing.
made for each other.
What do you mean? Well, you know, it's like, you know, how, you know, the various pyramids and things in Egypt, you know, are supposed to be lined up on various star systems or whatever.
Well, was it a thing like where the moonlight was shining into the hole?
Well, no, but I just, you know, happened to notice, you know, the full moon, and all of a sudden it just sort of put two and two together there.
You've never felt
drawn shabby brown paper.
to the whole,
Back between his eyes.
personally, have you? I mean, in terms of,
Can't believe he's still on the trail.
You mean in terms of some sort of spiritual involvement or?
no, suicide, no,
No,
suicide.
no,
One of the most exhilarating things he's ever done.
I mean, I keep the lid on it there because it's an attractive nuisance.
His eyes, ironically.
You don't want little local kids there climbing on the wall and falling in.
There's actually no way of knowing whether people have gone in.
They have underestimated
Because
Not in my,
down with a refrigerator.
yeah, if I can find out something from the local Native Americans on, you know, maybe it was some sort of burial thing or, you know, I mean,
And you can drop a big rock and you can hear it going down, probably bouncing off the walls or something, but you never hear a splash.
you never hear a splash. I've even taken like old television tubes, picture tubes, and
You drop picture tubes down?
yeah, I've dropped. I hate to say this here, but I've dropped more than one of them down there. And, I've never heard it implode or anything. Nothing.
EPA, you probably shouldn't say that on the air.
Well,
Come and get you for that. I mean, TV tubes.
well, it is my.
It's your own property, I know, but these days, Mel, it doesn't make any difference. I mean, tomorrow morning you'll happen to wake up with the tanks and Butcher's Golly.
That's true.
All right, east of the Rockies, you're on the air with Mel.
Okay, fly Sarasota.
Sarasota, Florida.
Let me say, let's throw Mike from my face down.
Chuckles
Really?
Yeah. Okay, you know, he's the cat. Okay. I do have a question. Now, you're a fisherman, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Have you ever felt a tug on the line? And if you did, what would you do?
Well, I don't have a hook on it. There's just a large. There's 1 pound weight.
Yeah, but she's saying it's something obviously that's pulling on that line.
He settles back in his seat.
What would I do?
Looks like
Yeah.
it's going to be a long
I'd run.
Yeah.
I'd seal that damn thing up and I'd never get near it again.
Yeah, I put the lid down on it at that point there and say, that's it. The dump is closed.
And at any point, did you ever pull up the weight and look at it?
Yeah, I asked that too.
This is
So,
regular time. We hope you have enjoyed
the
this
first
unabridged production
series of
Shades Darker.
letting down line when I got about 4,500 feet down there. I had a roll of lifesavers down on the bottom to determine if there's any water down there. And of course, if there's water, the lifesavers would melt. I didn't do that, but since that time, I've let the line continuously go down. I've just spliced onto the end of the line.
Yeah, I'm just trying to find out where the bottom is.
Yeah, that was my main question. Like, how deep is this thing? Where does it go? You know, well, it goes into the earth, but you know, how far does it go before it'll stop? You know,
Yeah. All right, thank you, ma'am. I think that a light and a video camera. I mean, Mel, you could have a special. As you got down past, what did they say was the deepest hole? 1,600 feet? 1,600 feet. As you got down past 1,600 feet, you'd have a network special on your hands, Mel.
That would be good. I'm thinking about putting up a web page on it there. If I get one of those.
What's his name? Rivera would come.
And then they'd lower him into the hole.
Only if we were all lucky. West of the Rockies, you're on the air with Mel. Hello.
Yeah, this is Terry from Bremerton.
Hello, Terry. Oh, you're up in Washington again, yeah.
Right. Well, I was wondering about how much does 15 miles of fishing line weigh? I have no idea. I'm just letting that sucker go down. I have not really. What if you've already hit the bottom? If you got a pound fishing line on it, that's right. Letting it down. Yeah, I should weigh one of those spools because I'm getting them at 5,000 yard spools. Yeah. And so I should weigh a spool and sort of deduct the cost of the spool itself and see what that would add up to in terms of how much that weighs.
So in other words, it could have hit bottom some time ago, and simply the pure weight of the line.
Right. It doesn't feel like it is reached bottom there. There's no slack in the line.
But even so, well, there might not be with that much weight. But even if that's true, caller, think about it. He's still got the deepest hole ever heard of in the world.
Yeah, he does. But the weight of the line is pulling the line down.
Yeah, but there would be so much line down there by then. But
what pound test line is it? I'm using 20 pound. I couldn't afford to go much higher. 20 pounds of line on it already. Pardon me? Do you think you have 20 pounds of line? No, I'm sure there's more line than that. Right there. We're talking.
There must be a lot of
I've got 20 spools of line on that.
Yeah.
20 spools of line on there. Wow. And it's still hanging on there. That weight continues to go down. I don't know if there's a way of weighing that thing, as it is. Yeah, I was just interested in how much the line would weigh itself. I don't know. I could probably do that. Get one of those hanging scales.
Sure.
And spring operating stuff, just sort of knot it off up there.
Yeah, why not? It's worth a try. And the other thing that's worth a try, I suppose, although you'd be cranking for a long time, would be to crank it back up again.
Well, no, I could just weigh like one spool of line and multiply it. I think I'm up to about like 18 spools of line right now. So, it wouldn't be too hard to get a weight on it.
All right. You'll report back to us on that?
Yeah, sure, definitely.
All right. First time caller line, you're on the air with Mel. Hello?
Yes.
Hi, where are you?
I'm down in Washington.
Yes. Oh, Washington again?
Yes.
Yes.
I was wondering, what was the melted that he had a triangular 1 pound weight on the end of the line?
You're right.
Yeah, I was wondering what elements was that weight, or is that weight composed? It's a standard lead fishing weight. You were talking earlier, Al was talking earlier about the heat when you get deep into
Well, I was speculating. I saw the movie with Pat Boone about the during descent of the Earth. He was supposed to get hot when you go down, right?
Yeah, and also, what about the magnetism?
The magnetism?
Yes.
You're off into a territory that I can't answer. Mel, you're gonna contact your wife works for a university,
local university.
Have they? Did you tell them about this? And if so, what did they say?
Well, the people she talked to, because I nag her about it occasionally, say they're telling her you don't have a whole day that deep,
So in other words, they don't believe her.
No. And what I'm trying to do is, kind of entice them out there and just bring something out there to measure how deep it is.
Well, Mel, would you be willing to talk to, like, newspaper people or television people? They're crazy. They'd send someone down there.
Well, I know I'm talking to a lot of people on the phone right now, on the radio, but I am not sure if I'd want to have a a TV crew and
So you're not sure you want that kind of publicity?
no, I mean, I'd be happy to, like I say, I could put together a website on it and keep people, informed about what's going on because, I'm sort of making this my.
People would accuse you of going to the well one time too many.
That's probably true.
West of the Rockies, you're on the air with Mel.
Hello.
Hello there. That's absolutely amazing.
Yes, sir.
And one thing I wanted to mention about that, you mentioned about a car that is apparently falling from the sky.
The Chevrolet, yeah.
Right. I recall reading about many incidents in England and throughout Europe of nuts, raining nuts of different kinds, Brazil nuts, hazelnuts.
Sometimes it rains nuts on my program. Listen, we're not talking about things falling from the sky right now. We're talking about a hole.
Right, I know. Well, it was open lines a minute ago. Now you switched it.
Well, I've switched it because I have Mel.
Oh, well, anyway, as far as the hole goes, isn't it possible there could be like an aquifer or something like that? There's
Well,
water.
Mel has not found any water at all. He lowered lifesavers in, and the lifesavers came back, and that was how far, Mel?
4,500 feet.
4,500 feet, and the lifesavers came back intact, right?
Oh yeah, they were absolutely dry. They weren't dissolved. They were just perfect.
It's pretty definitive. First time caller line, you're on the air with Mel. Hi.
Mel,
Hi.
hi, this is Conrad in Grass Valley, and I've got some thoughts about this whole well problem.
Sure.
First of all, if he's putting line down the well,
Wait a minute, sir. We've got to stop this because people are going to call it a well. There's never been any water found in this hole.
Okay, a hole.
Yeah, thank you.
All right. If he started out with a 1 pound weight and he starts adding fish line to it,
Right.
then the amount of weight down the hole increases. All right. Now, if he knows the weight of the line on a per foot basis, as he puts more weight down the hole, if he could measure the total strain on the top of the, or load on the top of the line, he would know if any of that line was draped on anything. See, the thing is, once he gets a fair amount of line down there,
That's a good point.
the 1 pound weight on the end is insignificant. And he wouldn't even, it could be hung up on something or laying on the bottom or something, and he would never know it.
Yeah, but he put lifesavers down at 4,500 feet. So even if what you're saying is true, this is still by a long shot the deepest hole ever.
Well, that assumes it's even that deep. The one thought that you had that I thought was very valid was the temperature as you go farther down into the ground.
Well, that's what I think that's right, isn't it?
Oh yes, of course. By the time it's down 4,000 feet to the ground, the temperature would probably be well over 100 degrees Fahrenheit.
If the 100, the monofilament and the lead would certainly survive 100 degrees just fine. You're probably right. That is interesting. Mel, I say that we got to put a person down there, a volunteer,
Not a cat.
No, not a cat, no cats, but a person, maybe like a medium person, one of these anchors from maybe one of the Seattle Como stations or something. Lower them down.
Oh boy. Again, I'm intrigued. Again, I've been running line down there for quite a while, and I don't think I've hit bottom. The weight seems to be hanging plumb over there, and like I said, we've been throwing things down there for a long time, and this hole that's not filled up. I don't know. Maybe it's getting incinerated down there. I don't know.
All right, and you would swear on all that is sacred to you that what you have told us is the absolute, unadulterated truth.
This is my hole, and this is the truth about it.
That's an amazing story, Mel. Who else besides your wife, the people you've tried to talk to at the university, and yourself? I guess your neighbors know about the hole?
Oh yeah, there's probably a good oh, well, you know, in terms, you know, not families, but individuals, probably a good 20 people that use the hole regularly.
To throw junk into.
Yeah. That's always been done.
Well, I remember when I was a kid, I used to like to throw stuff off bridges and stuff like that, and into holes just to hear it hit bottom.
Never heard anything good. I mean, if you hit the side, of course, but if you just drop it straight down,
Yeah, 9.5 feet.
Go straight.
9.5 feet is certainly large enough so that if you got the center and dropped it straight down, it would go straight down, right?
Yeah, you can just, you know, lead right over there and get it going straight down. You know, and as far as anything I can see, you know, visually, you know, with the, you know, halogens and flashlights,
the light just fades away into blackness.
You've got nothing after a while. You know, I mean, you can see as far as the beam will go, and that's it.
Does anybody have any theories about? You said a dog was thrown into the hole, dead, and then came back alive again, right?
The story is the guy was out hunting and he saw his dog, and he knew it was his dog, because it was the same dog, it had the same collar, it had the same tag on it, the whole thing.
Oh man, does anybody have any theories about what properties would be in the hole to resurrect a canine?
Gosh, I'd like to think that this is something like really benign, like, I mean, cows have gone down there. I mean, I've heard of cows coming back, you know, or at least that you would know, but I don't,
Well, it's not the creator. Well, look, we're out of time. Mel, you get the honors from near the hole in Washington State.
From the hole. It is good night to everyone from coast to coast.
And beyond. Thank you, Mel.
Stay tuned for more of the best of Art Bell with Mel Waters. Now we have that received message.
Well, we talked about it Friday night, Saturday morning, last hour. Now, a lot of you might not have heard that last hour, so I've got Mel, and there's an update. It may be the deepest hole anywhere in the ground. It may go on forever, for all we know. I'll catch you up here in a moment. I received the following fax message. Dear Art, I'm writing to you to see if I can get some help from you or your vast listening audience. I live in rural eastern Washington, near the Benastash Ridge. I think I'm pronouncing that correctly. On our property, there is a hole. Like the previous owners and the owners before them, we've been throwing our trash into the hole. Apparently, the hole has been there as long as anyone can remember. At first, I thought it was an ancient well. Anyway, the hole is 9 feet, 9 inches in diameter. There is a stone retaining wall around it, and we've put a steel door on top to keep anyone from falling into it. As I said earlier, people have been throwing their trash into the well, that's in quotes here, for decades. Furniture, household trash, dead cows, moving debris, you name it. Thing is, I noticed the hole never filled up. So I got curious, actually obsessed, began trying to measure the depth of the hole. I emptied 3 fishing reels of about 1,500 yards of monofilament trying to determine depth. Soon I was buying fishing line in bulk. So far, I've sunk about 80,000 feet of line into the hole without reaching bottom. My wife works in a local university with a geology department. We hope to get some professional scholarly help in determining the depth of the hole as far as I can tell. There's nothing else particularly strange about it except for 2 other things. Dogs refuse to get within 100 feet of the hole. Birds won't sit on the retaining wall or metal door. Another strange thing is there's no echo when you yell into the hole. Indeed, I've never heard anything hit bottom when tossed in. We once tossed in an old refrigerator, and we never heard it hit bottom, no crash, splash, or crunch. I hope your listeners can help with possible explanations. Wondering if this, based on my measurements thus far, might be the deepest hole on Earth. Signed, Mel Waters. Well, you know me, I get a fax like this and I jump right on it. So I called Mel in the middle of the night. We put him on the air. Last hour of the show last week. and we got the story of Mel's Hole. But now, Mel's Hole Part 2. I get the following fax earlier today, Art. You're receiving this fax simultaneously with a fax I attempted to send you earlier today, much yesterday, since the first fax. I'll try to explain as rationally as possible what has transpired since my earlier fax. Around 1 p.m., I drove to Yakima to shop at Costco there. On my way back, I decided to stop at the property. When I got there, my access road was blocked by military personnel that were armed. I noticed that several pieces of yellow gear had entered and exited my property based on the direction of their threat. I asked one of the guards what's going on. He said there was a plane crash on the property. I said, well, that's strange. I told him there's no smoke. I don't see any in the distance. He asked who I was, and I let him know I own the property. I then asked to talk to the officer in charge. A non-uniformed man came up to my Suburban and let me know that I won't have access to my property until the crash has been completely investigated. I mentioned the yellow gear and the lack of smoke, and that they were on my property. I was told by this man that it's not necessarily my property, and that it would be very easy to find a drug lab on my property while I got the grip. I asked if I could leave. He said, sure, no, come back until we contact you. I asked if he wanted a way to contact me. He said, they know how to contact me. I said, I suppose you don't want me to talk to anybody about this. He said, nobody would believe it anyway. That's about it for now. Oh, I talked to one of my neighbors earlier today, and he told me something very interesting. He said that some time ago, he was driving up to the hole at night and thought he saw the most bizarre thing. He said he saw a beam of solid black coming out of the then uncovered hole. I said, what do you mean? He said he saw something blacker than black coming out of the hole, like a searchlight reaching into the sky as far as he could see. So there you have it. There actually is more. Here is from the state of Washington. Here's Mel.
Hello, Art Bell.
Hi. When I got this second fax from you, I called you up, and you were totally freaked out.
Oh my God, I was. I feel a lot better now. Let me tell you that.
Yeah, you were just a pile of nerves when I talked to you now. What? Explain again. You went up to your property and you were going to examine the homes we were talking about. I'm sure you had interest, and they stopped you there, huh?
Yeah, well, I originally, after the show on Friday night, I went out there and in the evening and noticed there were some helicopter activity around the property. There was further helicopter activity the next day. And so I figured that clearly somebody out there listens to your program.
Oh, yes.
And I think...
I'm really sorry I brought this on for you. I didn't... It certainly wasn't intentional.
When we talked yesterday, you felt that probably the best thing to do is to be public in this matter. And
that's right. Your best protection is to be public now.
Well, anyway, so there was a lot of activity around there. And, I've had some thoughts about this. And if they knew where the hole was, I would imagine that they could take some readings of the depth of the hole from, like, satellites.
I don't know about that. I'm sure they have a way to measure it from ground. I'm not sure about satellites.
Well, we did have a lot of hovering up there in the air, I'll tell you that. So we did have that situation.
And they stopped you, right? In other words, there was a barrier there?
Well, there was on, I'm getting a little confused about the days, so I can get this now Tuesday morning.
Yeah, that's right.
But since what they had originally, there was a barrier, not a barrier, but just armed soldiers, basically. Armed soldiers. Since then, they've erected some further down the road. I mean, you can't even Okay. Okay, basically, there's the road, here's the access road, and finally kind of meander into the property. We now have Jersey barriers at the road.
What are those?
Jersey barriers, those are, they're kind of like big chunks of concrete.
Oh, like the bomb barriers they have in the last.
More or less, so you can squeeze maybe one vehicle through there, but it's definitely being controlled over there.
Now this is your property, right? You got the deed to this property.
This is, well, mine in the bank.
Well, you're the bank now. All the same situation. So they won't let you on your own property, and they're claiming there was a plane that you.
Yeah, that was the thing. And I said, well, where's the smoke? I've seen plane crashes before. There's got to be smoke. And, again, I had talked to the officer in charge there, and I figured, one of these military types would come up, and I don't know, maybe he was just dressed in civilian clothes because of, the nature of what happened there. But, he told me that I won't be able to go out there until the accident's been investigated, and I was insistent about my property rights, and he seemed to indicate that this might not necessarily be my property in regards to the drug lab. So, but the problem is I do have a sort of a lab on the property. But
no, wait a minute. No. You have a sort of lab? What kind of lab?
Well, I work working in the alternative health field here on the property. That's one of the reasons this has all come out now. I imported some plant life from northern Nevada. They were Native American plants that Indians use there for treatment of various illnesses, mostly colds and flu. Anyway, so we, because of the nature of the climate, it's very similar to northern Nevada, we would cultivate these plants and use it as cures, very effective cures.
It's not a narcotic, is it?
No, it's not narcotics.
Then what the hell are they talking about drug lab?
Well, there is a lab there, though. I mean, and
but there's no, you're not cranking out crank or methamphetamine or anything.
Yeah, but if they had, for instance, if they found like it was a drug lab, they could seize my property.
So it was their way of telling you, listen, brother, stay away, let us do what we're doing, or we might find a drug lab here, then we'll be your property anymore, and you might even be in jail.
Yeah, so they're clearly letting me know my business that they were in control.
What have we got? Have we got some kind of national security hole now, or is it what?
Well, excuse me, I assume by now they've made a lot of determinations about it, and it sounds like something they want. Today on my answering machine, I had a message from my real estate agent.
Oh?
And he says that he had someone who was very interested in purchasing my property, and would make me a very generous offer. Now, I haven't got back to him, but I think we put two and two together here. Somebody wants to get their hands on my property.
So what are you going to do now? Are you going to accept the, quote, generous offer and get out of this with your skin intact and a few bucks, or are you going to fight?
Well, that's a good question. That's one of the reasons why I didn't get back to my agent today. I wanted to sit down and think about it before I did anything. I don't know what their so-called very generous offer is. But on one side, you have a possible drug lab, and on the other side, you have a very generous offer. And so I would kind of be curious to know what their generous offer was.
Well, that's a carrot stick approach, no question about it.
Yeah, they're working me both ends here, I think. And, like I say, I feel a lot calmer about this now than I did before.
You were almost panicked, weren't you?
Yeah. It was just a little bit too much.
All right, you did some measurements. People were asking about the weight of the line that you were putting into the hole. And so, what have you determined?
Yeah, I did some real quick and dirty work here with this here. First of all, when I was out there on the weekend, I was able to actually measure or weigh the line that's in the hole. And basically, I tied it onto one of these little fisherman's scales, okay?
All right.
It's a little spring-operated thing there. But I had a weight on that, including the 1 pound sinker on there. It looks like it weighs about 17, 18 pounds.
What does?
The line that's in the hole.
Oh, in totality?
Yeah, the entire weight of the line. Basically, the line weighs 10 ounces for every 1,000 yards.
Okay, so 17 or 18 pounds.
Yeah.
It's 20-pound test line, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then you've got 1 pound down at the end of it, tied on the end of it, right?
That's right.
So
one of the things is and this has become a moot point at this point, but if I drop much more line down there, and based on what your caller said, this line will break at probably at the top of the line, because that's where all the pressure will be. So
but you believe you're down 80,000 feet?
Yeah. Yeah, without a doubt.
80,000?
Eight with, what is that, 4 zeros on there?
Well, it's miles, 5,280 feet.
Yeah, that's, I believe I haven't done the math on there. I always forget how long a mile is. But
how long have you owned this property with a hole?
We've had the property for about 4 years now. And, the guy that had it there had been there for a long time. I believe he's been there for over 40 years. It's very rustic. I think I might have indicated to you, we do not have electricity there. We do not have phone service.
No, it's just raw property, right?
Well, we have some buildings and housing structures. All of those were basically damaged with the heavy snowfall.
All right, Bill, that's right. Recent snowfall. Now hold on, we'll be back here after the bottom of the hour, right? Stay right there. I'm Art Bell, and this is CBC. Now back to Mel. And Mel, a lot of this audience would not have heard, but there was another little bit of a legend of the hole. Apparently, at some point, somebody threw a dead dog into the hole, right?
Oh yeah, I was telling you about that before the other night, and people throw everything in there. There's dead cows going down the hole. There's sheep, whatever you name it, it's gone down there. One guy threw his old hunting dog down into the hole. I guess it was a form of burial. And the story that I heard was that the hunter was out there hunting one day, and he saw his old departed dog. It looked exactly the same. In fact, it was wearing the same collar, the same tags on it. So he was absolutely, the story is they're like absolutely believe the dog came back somehow.
And you believed it to the degree that you changed your will so that when you die, they were going to throw your body into the hole, right?
When I'm gone, I'm going to the hole.
Oh, well, but maybe not now, huh?
Well, that's a matter for conjecture. Today, I have a chance to mention this. After finding out, the story about the black beam, the other day, I thought I'd go out there and do some more research amongst my neighbors who, may have.
That makes sense. You can't go on the property. Might as well talk to the neighbors.
Yeah, sure. So, you go buy them a cup of coffee and find out a few things here. Anyway, I had talked to one gentleman who's really quite elderly, who's lived in the area for a long time. He said that originally, and this is going way back, so this must go back about 40, 50, maybe longer, that there was a series of, around the hole, there was a series of stone columns. I said, stone columns?
And, stone columns?
Yeah. And so I asked him, could he I sketched out a little how the property looks there and see if he could place the stone columns on it. So, he drew it on the napkin there, and it's very interesting. Well, I had my power book with me, and I pulled up a picture of Stonehenge. And he says, that's exactly what the thing looked like. You're kidding. He said that they had these, pillars lined up, and just like that. He said it wasn't, it didn't have that thing on the top, they had some, things on top that pillars of Stonehenge.
Oh, that's really odd. Listen, you can't get photographs, Mel. I'm sorry to interrupt, but I asked you about photographs. They don't let you close enough to take any photographs.
I was afraid to take pictures of the guards, to be honest with you.
No, I understand. How about a drawing, Mel? Can you get us a drawing?
Yeah, I can do that. I had a question for you. The night that I talked to you, said you got another fax about another anomalous hole.
That's right.
Colville area?
Oh, that's right. That's exactly right. I've got that fax. And I'll try and get to it.
Okay. On Sunday, I listened to your show a bit, and you had Linda on talking about HARP.
That's right. Project HARP.
Now, HARP is supposed to look for
underground bunkers and tunnels and such. Yes.
That's right.
Now, maybe it's looking at your hole. Who knows? Here's a fact for you. The following is a theory regarding Mel's property. 1. Imagine 2 naturally occurring iron veins just happening to reach toward the Earth's surface around help me pronounce it. Manastash? Washington. There is a tremendous amount of naturally generated high-voltage electricity deep in the Earth. What if the bottom of the hole on Mel's property is a naturally occurring focal point, a lot like the device that Mr. Martin built? The Earth could have its own, in effect, time machine over the centuries through various quakes and so forth. All of the soil above the portal would have fallen into the bottom and been launched into some other time. This explains the lack of echoes and the apparent depth of the hole. Tell Mel to lower a clock down there.
Let me tell you, I was over at the university library today, and I wanted to find out a little bit more about Earth geology. And one of the things I found out is the crust, on average on the Earth, is about 20 miles deep. Now, underneath the crust, and this is something that a lot of people don't know about, there's something known as the MOHO discontinuity.
The what?
The MOHO, M-O-H-O, discontinuity.
What is that?
It's named for a guy named Mohorovic. He was a Croatian seismologist. But I don't know much about seismology, but I'll tell you what I know about this discontinuity. P waves, and I guess those are seismic waves, through this discontinuity, move faster than they do through the rest of the Earth. They like speed up. Normally they go like 7 kilometers per second. These are going like 8 kilometers per second when they go through there. It is believed that it has to do with a chemical difference in the type in that area of the Earth. So you have the crust, you have the MOHO discontinuity, and you have the mantle. And so that region is very little known, as you can well imagine, because you really can't get to it. At least not yet. And the scientists really don't understand that. But we have this thing that goes on underneath the crust that is very, very peculiar. And I just thought I might mention that.
All right. Well, I don't know anything about that. That's very interesting. All I know is we had all kinds of cool plans. I mean, I'm telling you, I've got volunteers who are willing to go down in your hole, but now that's obviously not going to occur because they have your hole. I mean, this is outrageous. This is your property.
Yeah, it is my property. That's the incredible thing. I did not step 1 inch onto my property. My deepest incursion only got me onto the access road. And I still got, I was getting way away from that thing there.
How far is it from the access road where you were stopped to the hole?
Oh, gosh, you'd have to travel, I would say it's from the access road it is very hilly ground over there, so you kind of have to go around all the low spots there. You might go about 1.5 miles or more, and you can't even see the little valley that I'm in.
Before you began dropping this monofilament line into the hole with a weight, you threw an entire refrigerator down this hole, and then listened and never heard a thing.
Nothing. The refrigerator, I didn't hear anything. I expected, something that massive, and I expected something. But, I'd thrown things there that I knew would make interesting sounds, like television tubes, picture tubes.
Yeah, they explode.
Yeah, those are my favorite. And, no, I wouldn't get an explosion or anything out of them. So I have not heard anything actually touch bottom in that thing.
That's It's almost impossible, it seems.
If the hole right now, I don't know, is 15, 16, 17 miles. How long would it take the sound to travel back? If it is hitting bottom. Let's say it's hitting bottom at, say, 15 miles. How long would it take, or would I hear it at all? Those are things I don't know.
I don't think so. You don't hear things that occur. Well, on the other hand, though, it's a channeled.
It sure is.
I don't know the physics involved in such a deep hole. Have you ever heard of any other holes?
No. That's why I was curious about the Colville hole. I did find out that actually the deepest mine is like 2.3 miles into the earth.
So this is way, way beyond anything that anybody's ever heard of.
But that's a mine. That's a mine structure. Another thing I was curious about was that tunnel that they built underneath the English Channel.
Oh, yes.
France. How deep? Not how deep it is, but how long is it? Is it several miles?
I almost rode on it. It's funny you should mention. I almost rode on it last time I was in London, but I didn't. So I don't exactly know. I saw the entrance to it. I rode right by the entrance to it.
I would be leery of going into that thing.
Well, then you certainly wouldn't want to go in. Would you go in this hole? Your hole, if you could?
I anticipate what will be going down into the hole in the future will be federal prisoners, I imagine. Will be going down there on a non-voluntary basis, I assume, because, if we're talking the government here, which is obviously the government's interest, they have every piece of technology they could ever want. They can send down cameras, they can send down whatever they wanted. I assume at some point if they determined that was safe for a human being to go down, they'll send a person down, and they take air readings and got good air, bad air, find out what's going on. I'd say that they would do that. I'm just like a poor ordinary little guy here who doesn't have a lot of technology.
Well, how would you like to get a whole bunch of citizens together, Mel, and go marching on that property and challenge their authority to take your property like that?
Well, we talked about that over coffee with the guy that told me about the stones up there. He was saying, we're pretty we're big on property rights here.
Yeah, this is your hole, not theirs.
And we're very militant about that. And they say, how can they do that here? The truth is, if they say a plane crashed on the property, and I didn't see evidence of that, but I expect to see some smoke. But if they're telling people this is an accident scene, it's an investigation, FAA and all that business there.
Did they tell you what kind of airplane, civilian, military, or what?
No.
All right. Are there any reports? After all, you can check on plane crashes.
Oh,
right?
well, first of all, over here, if you keep throwing a snowball at your car, every time that makes newspaper.
So there should have been big news if a plane went down.
You bet. We've had planes go down here before. We've had planes go down, on the other side of the mountain. It makes newspaper here. That's a big deal.
All right, well, look, then instead of a crowd of civilians, maybe that was a bad idea. How about a crowd of media? I could get Seattle media by your side and go marching right up to that group. Right up to the barrier.
Yeah, and then I end up being a convicted drug cooker. I am,
They actually said that to you.
Those were almost verbatim the exact words they said. We could find a drug lab on this property if you get my drift. Just very easily.
All right. Now let's take a few calls, see if anybody has any ideas. This one has me stumped. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Mel. Hello. Hello there.
Yes, this is Robert in Milwaukee.
Hi, Robert.
Just had a thought connecting Stephen Greer at C-City with what he said concerning interplanetary travel and drew a connection to the cloning. I find it very interesting that the scientists say they're not going to consider cloning humans.
Oh, baloney. That's a bunch of crap. You know, don't listen to that. Excuse me for a second, Mel, on the subject of cloning. You know, all day I've been listening to this drivel from the scientists about the cloning thing, that we're not going to do it. Oh, well, yes, this technology will allow cloning, but we're not going to do that. It's utter garbage, and when we get around to talking about cloning, which we will, we're going to talk about it in an entirely different vein, because unless you are naive beyond belief, spending your time talking about whether we should or will or won't is baloney, because we will. I guess you could say, should we? But we will, I guarantee we're going to clone. Anyway, that is not tonight's subject or the moment's subject. Mills Hole is. First time caller line, you're on the air.
Hey, Mel?
Yeah, hi there.
Hi there.
Where are you, sir?
I'm in Oregon. My name's Pete.
All right, Pete.
Okay.
Where in Oregon are you?
Corvallis?
Corvallis. Okay, I know what that is, sure.
Okay, yeah, I was listening to the show, and I guess it's a delayed broadcast out here. I was listening to earlier stuff.
No, this is about Mills Hole.
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead, sir.
And, yeah, I was having to say to Mel that you need to get in contact with just about every media person that you can think of and
Well,
get them up there.
he's done that with me, and I agree with you. I just said to Mel that he should take, like an army of cameras out there. But he's afraid that he's going to end up in jail. Now, he's got a point. I mean, suppose the army of cameras with Mel in tow arrive, and there's feds there saying, "Sorry, this is a crime scene." Is this Mel Waters? Well, you're under arrest, Mel.
Well, I have to tell you that as far as what I believe is now that the surface of the hole there has been, there's a lot of stone property that's been covered up with snow. I think that's what the yellow beer was there for, to groom it all, so you can't see it from there.
Well, I think there's a lot of questions that need to be answered. If the military's out there, if there was a plane crash, I think the media would want to know what kind of plane it was, who was flying it.
Well,
you see, the thing is, I'm the one that's saying that there was a plane crash.
Now, I'll tell you something. And for what it's worth, if it was a civilian airplane that crashed, that would be in the news. If it was a regular military airplane that crashed, that would be in the news. But there are some type of aircraft that crash, Mel, that, believe me, it does not make the news. We have them out here. They crash, and you see the military cordon off miles of area, and there's no news about it at all. There's secret aircraft that fly and crash, but I don't think that's what happened there, and neither do you.
No, I don't believe that anything crashed there, because I didn't have the smell of smoke. I didn't see any smoke. It was beautiful, clear day. I mean, if there was it wasn't particularly windy. If there was a crash, to be evidence of these smoke.
Well, I'll tell you one thing. I would be very cautious, Bill, about accepting a generous offer for the property with the hole, because you know what? No matter what else, Mel, your hole is worth millions of dollars if it's what you say it is. If it's as deep as you say it is, then you could fence property and sell tickets.
Well, I think I also mentioned that they actually moved onto the property several mobile, one of those like temporary buildings. Actually moved that onto the property.
Oh, really?
Yeah, one of the neighbors said he saw almost like a parade of these things going out there, like 3-4 of them, plus some generator equipment there too.
God,
all that stuff.
How long after the broadcast did this parade begin?
Well, it was Saturday night. I was out there pretty late.
We did the broadcast between, I think, 3 and 4 o'clock Pacific time Saturday morning.
Yeah, so I got some sleep, and I went out there, in the evening and did my weighing of the line in the hole, and that's when I saw the first helicopter right there, and that was a very strange experience. I actually looked up at this thing here for about 20 minutes. There were more helicopters out there Saturday morning early, several of them coming in and out. That was Saturday morning. That was Sunday morning. And then by today, the chronology is getting real confusing for me. But
yesterday, I guess, really.
Yeah. I lost a day in your heart. But what they saw was actually some mobile buildings being moved onto the property.
feel in a way guilty, Mel, but your original facts got me going. And there was no way not to follow up on that, and I guess once we aired that, it was too late. It was a done deal.
Well, you know, when I originally approached this thing here, you know, what I wanted to do is to, you know, to get some good ideas about the nature of this thing here. I guess I was pretty naive about it.
All right, Mel, one thing I've got to ask you. Yeah. Don't think me rude, but I've got to ask, Mel. Yeah. That's not a drug lab you've got out there, is it?
No. We are working with Native American plants that Native Americans used in making what they would. This was a North Nevada doctor back in World War I time who found a cure for the flu. He gave this stuff to his. He was a military doctor. He gave it to the people under his command.
All right, Mel. Hold on. We're going to do a break here at the top of the hour. We'll be back to Mel Waters, the guy with the endless hole, is my guest. We'll start taking some calls. Anybody have any advice for Mel or thoughts on all of this? Yikes, CBC in action. All right, back now to Mel and the dilemma of the endless hole. Mel, are you there?
I am here, Art.
All right, there are some people with questions. Do you have anything else you want to say?
Just that, you know, just after beginning to explore this thing here, you know, with the help of your audience and, you know, further questioning on, you know, people, you know, that live around in my area here, asking them, you know, really, do you remember anything strange about the hole in particular?
Well, I would say a resurrected dog would be pretty good.
It just becomes more and more mysterious. I have no way of understanding it.
I would say a darker than dark beam that seems to go straight up into the sky would be pretty strange.
Yeah, that to me was utterly fascinating. You know, it's like, you know, the hole itself is dark, but for it to send out darkness, you know, into the sky, to me was just
I couldn't begin to explain it.
I mean, it was, you know, the way he described it, it was just.
All right. Okay. Yeah. Let's bring some people on. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Mel. Hello, where are you?
This is Philip.
Hello, Philip. How you doing?
Great. Love your show.
Thank you.
Now, what type of work do you do for a living? Well, I'm a retired person. I get no criminal record of any kind. Pardon me? No criminal record or anything? No criminal record. I find a lawyer and get a local group of citizens and press and militia, and that's the good reason why we need the militia in this country, is to prevent this type of situation from happening. The government coming in, taking over your property, threatening your life. You know, I would call it bluff. I don't see how they can.
Well, that's easy to say, you know, from a distance. I'm not sure I'd call their bluff. I've got to be honest. If you had a property server and you're trying to get on it, they had it all roped off, and they said go away, you know,
I would come back with a gun. And they haul in a bunch of
you know, you'd be a dead martyr. You take your gun up to a
Now, are they impressed with me? And I mean, I would not go at this alone.
No, I see.
You know, but they're not going to drag you in a bunch of military trailers to examine a drug lab.
Well,
that's just not.
I agree. I agree with you. So they're obviously after the secret of the hole. West of the Rockies, you're on the air with Mel. Hello.
Hi, Stan from San Diego.
Hi, Stan.
I just got a question there for Mel. Is there like any way that you could charter a plane so you can do a class array your property? I suppose I could do that. I mean, there is a small airport here in Ellisburg, and I'm sure that can be, you know, arranged for. What I'd be interested to know is if actually planes can fly over that area, and I suppose I'm trying to find that out.
To get some photographs.
Yeah, but again, I do believe that the hole itself has been covered over with you know, the surrounding snow. They probably did a really nice job with what they brought in there of you know, keeping it that was my speculation of why they brought the yellow gear out, was to kind of dress it up a little bit there so that anyone casually going over there wouldn't notice anything. That's just my opinion.
And another thing is, I got a little assumption of why none of the animals want to go by there.
Why?
Maybe they see the impression of the dead dog, and it's warning them not to go there.
Maybe. I mean, that's pure conjecture. Who knows? But no animals will go near it.
The observations I made was my dogs and other people's dogs, that come visit, they won't go there. If I put them on a leash and try to drag them there, they'll dig their feet in there and they just will not budge.
You know what, Mel? I once was on a trip with my family we used to go to Florida, drive to Florida in the winter, and we once got near a slaughterhouse, and on one of our stops, and man, I had a golden retriever, and that golden wouldn't get anywhere. He did the same thing. He dug his feet in, and I don't care how you'd pull, he wouldn't get in. He could smell the death.
Well, when I was in college, I had brought from school a human skull, and I brought it home and put it on the coffee table. My cat walked into the room, and he saw that thing, and the cat literally jumped backwards about 8 feet.
I bet.
When he saw that. Now, how did the cat know?
They sense these things. There's something about it. First time caller line, you're on the air with Mel. Hello.
Hey, Art, this is Scott from Kirkland, Washington.
Yes, sir.
Oh, hi, Scott, Washington.
Yeah, not only from Kirkland, I've only been over on my side of the mountains for a little while, but born and bred in Yakima, a graduate of Central Washington University.
Oh.
Spent a lot of time in Ellsworth.
Yes.
In fact, I sat around with one of my old professors, who is one of these guys who has been living in the area for, God, forever. And he actually had told me rumors one morning over coffee, sitting down in one of the little restaurants, about a great big hole that nobody knew the bottom of.
Wow.
We'd actually heard of this. This was back, 1990, 1989.
Uh-huh.
Sometime about there, and we even heard that. And the one thing that it really surprises me, this guy that was saying, well, you could go in the media up there. What a lot of people don't realize, Art, and I think that most people don't realize, is he lives about, depending on where the hole is, between 5 and 10 miles away from one of the largest military reservations in the Pacific Northwest, possibly the Western United States.
It is.
The Yakima Firing Center is where they did all of the training for Desert Storm. They have a bunch of satellite dishes up there that theoretically don't exist, that they use for talking to satellites that aren't there, and all sorts of things, very interesting things go on up there. And so something like this, a hole appearing within spitting distance of this military reservation, it doesn't really surprise me a whole lot that they had trucks and stuff out there in a lightning bolt.
Hey, Mel, do we know how long that hole has actually been there? I mean,
I can probably trace this hole back, from, actual recollections, for a solid 40 years before I got there, and the previous owner said it was there, the next owner back. Before that, I don't know if anyone owned the property. I suppose I could check on that to see, from the records there's been any, ownership of it, or was, whatever. But I can trace it back for a good solid 40 years at least, from the verbatim accounts from the previous owner. Again, I don't really know. I would venture to say that given the nature of it, that it's been there for a very, very long time. I'm talking, not just decades there. I mean, how can this thing just be there? It has to be ancient.
Well, we should invest in figuring out what it is. And we're all of us local here. We're going to keep tuned in to see if there's anything worth driving back across the mountains to hang out and see.
Well, I've just been out here for just a couple of years. I decided to retire out here and pursue, my interest in alternative health. And, this is what I get.
All right, well, it's turned into a nightmare, an absolute nightmare. East of the Rockies, you're on there with Mel. Hello.
Yeah, about that hole.
Yes, sir.
There was a Rod Sterling thing I saw on the TNT, I think about 4 years ago. He was hosting it. It was like, must have been early 80s, late 70s. And and they were reenactments of like these true occurrences.
Yeah.
And there was a whole story about a boy. It looked like took place in like when they still rode horses or something. And a boy woke up with his dog missing or something. And he went looking for his dog and fell into a hole. Except he didn't fall in. He hung onto the edge and crawled out and went and told his dad. His dad went out there and they heard noises coming out of it. And so they didn't think it was the dog making the noises because it sounded real spooky and stuff. So he went to town and got a bunch of guys to go out there with him. And I guess a bunch of guys went out there. They thought, well, let's lower a rope in, and somebody's going to have to go down on it.
Sure.
And so the dad said, well, I'll do it since, you're looking for your dog and stuff. And they lowered him down, and he made this scream, deadly scream. And so they brought him up, and I guess after they brought him up, he went clinically insane for the rest of his life.
All right. Well, I hope you're not in any danger of going clinically insane, Mel.
I hope not.
But you sounded close to being discombobulated when I spoke with you. When was that? That was
Sunday afternoon, I think.
Was that Sunday afternoon?
So Sunday evening, something like that. Yeah, I was. Yeah,
you called me up and you were just a wreck.
Yeah, I was. Any negative, fearful emotion I had it there. I mean, I was shaking. I was sweating. I was. My body was doing things that I couldn't explain. I was a wreck.
What do you think about the idea of you're not even going out, but sending the media out?
I could do that as in terms of saying I think there's something interesting going on over there, and send them out there. And what I assume that'll happen is if they did go, if they thought it was a valid story, they'll say, look, we're conducting military exercises on this land here, and there's nothing for you to see. And I think that will be it. Again, this guy was clear to me. He said, look, I asked him, I said, look, I suppose you don't want me to talk to anybody about this. And he said, hey, no one's going to believe anyway. You can tell them anything you want. Why are they going to believe you?
All right. Well, first time caller line, you're on the air with Mel. Hello.
Hello there.
Hi.
Maxine from Southern California.
Hi, Maxine.
I am very interested in the conversation that's been going on with Mel. I heard the program the other night, and he's really in a big dilemma.
No, he is now. And I feel somewhat responsible.
Yeah, I understand that. The first thing you need to do is get a good lawyer, somebody that's prominent like that. I can't recall his name. Spence from Wyoming.
Jerry Spence.
Jerry Spence, somebody like that. And maybe your listeners could do a writing to Janet Reno, the president or the vice president, on his behalf. Keep him in the background, because with the power they've got, they can just wrap him up and we might never hear from him again.
Yeah, that's right. I guess I'm going to have to stay in touch with you, Mel, to be sure that you don't need some...
Well, they're working me from both sides here, as far as I can tell.
What it sounds like, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like I guess it's like the Godfather. They want to make me an offer I can't refuse.
There's a lot of armchair soldiers out there, Mel, and they're going to say, what's the matter with you? You've got to get in there and fight. Tell them to go to hell. But the fact of the matter is, if I were in your situation, I might be very disinclined to fight. I might be much more inclined to take a, quote, generous offer and get out from under while I can.
If I get to, if I actually get to talk to somebody in a position of authority who wants to sit down and talk turkey, and I'm not talking about my real estate agents. I'm gonna ask for like a relocation to another country is what I'm gonna do.
You want to be sent out of the country?
Yeah, I'd like to be sent to like Australia, for instance. Like where what Standeo is.
Be an expatriate.
But some place that's geologically sound.
Okay, east of the Rockies, you're on the air with Mel, who's still an American at this moment.
Hi, my name's Brad. I'm calling from Lexington, Kentucky.
Hi, Brad.
Hi. When I heard about this hole, it kind of reminded me of the story with the hole they dug. I think it was in Europe or
Scandinavia.
They lowered a microphone.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, that was an Associated Press story, and they lowered a microphone in, and they heard these screaming, agonized sounds of thousands of people in agony, they said. That was an actual AP story. Now, it may have turned out to have been not true, but AP ran that story.
So, I don't know. I mean, maybe it's the entrance to hell. I don't know.
There isn't even an echo that comes out of this. I mean, you don't even hear it.
And as far as the animals not wanting to go near it,
Yeah. There is that, but he says there's not a sound. I mean, it's totally dead, right, Mel?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, unless you hit the side of the thing there, when you drop something in, it's like close to the surface. You hear it there. But after a certain point, you wouldn't hear anything anyway.
Now, when you dropped a refrigerator in, I'm curious how you can drop a refrigerator. Right? Now, 9 feet 9 inches, pretty good size to have. But how do you get the fridge in the middle to drop it? Slam it into the sides.
Well, you get like one of your buddies over there, and you get it over there on its, so it's like leaning over on its back, and you slide it over on the stone wall, and you just kind of give it a shove, and it just sort of goes straight down.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, it's not too difficult. I mean, we've been throwing stuff in it, that hole of all sorts of descriptions here, and believe me, we've done it. I mean, it's a cow is a pretty big thing, but people have gotten cows down in there, so you just about throw anything down.
Actually, almost disgusting.
Yes.
In fact, the bottom of the hole, if there is a bottom to the damn thing, must be truly disgusting. A mixture of horrible things of earth that should not have been thrown in there. Mel, can you hold on?
Oh, yeah.
All right. Well, we'll do one more half hour, and we'll be right back. It is a strange and wonderful world out there, is it not? Just stay right there.
Tonight on Coast to Coast AM with Art Bell. It's an encore presentation featuring the best of Art Bell and his guest, Mel Waters, the story of Mel's Hole, the bottomless pit in Washington State. Art will be back live tomorrow night with his guest, best-selling author Dean Koontz.
It absolutely is. Good morning, everybody. Mel is my guest. She's got the hole. Mel's Hole, we call it. And now let's go back and give him a little challenge, all right? Mel, are you there?
I'm here.
All right. I've got a couple of faxes here that are not kind, Mel. They say this man is lying. His voice is shaking so much. He's stuttering. He's searching for words. He's in a bind because you're paying attention to his fable, his made-up story, they're saying. And you have to come up with something that would keep you from finding out about his lie. So here's another one that says, Mel's hoax. Aren't you falling for another one? Well, I am a little naive, and I like stories like yours, Mel, and so I do tend to go for them. Do you swear that this is absolutely the truth?
Well, look, I would have rather not have talked or called or faxed or anything in regards to this subject at all.
Yeah, people need to understand. You faxed me, but I'm the one who called you.
I would have preferred, to be honest with you, to be there tomorrow morning, letting a little more line down into the hole, and just going along my merry way.
And then getting you on the air stopped all that, and plus put the idiots there that are there taking hold of your...
when you have a situation about belief, what you believe in and what you don't believe in. A couple of days ago, we had this guy shoot a bunch of people on the Empire State Building.
That's right.
The Empire State Building's been there for like 60 years or whatever. And today day I heard that you put metal detectors on in the Empire State Building. Now, for 60 years, people believed that the Empire State Building was a safe place to be. That was belief. And in one day, people no longer believe. So beliefs change. And that's how I view beliefs. Should they've had a metal detector on it for 60 years?
All right, let me ask you this. You have neighbors. They know about the hole.
They've been there. They put their trash in it.
They put their trash in it. Would any of your neighbors talk, or do you think they're scared now too?
I'd be happy to talk to them and see if they want to talk to you.
All right.
And I'd be happy if they want to talk. I'll fax you a phone number.
That's great, Mel. Work on that one. That's at least one other angle to approach this with. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Mel. Where are you, please?
I'm in Cameron, Texas.
All right.
Gentlemen, how wide is that hole?
It's 9 3/4 feet.
9 3/4 feet.
9 feet,
That's the diameter.
9 feet 9 inches in diameter. He said.
Okay, Mel, to the library, why don't you go tomorrow and they can network books all over the United States. There's one called The Phantom of the Poles by William Reed. And there's one called The Hollow Earth by Dr. Raymond Bernard.
Okay.
And I'll guarantee you they'll open your eyes because the earth is hollow. They've never proved the earth is solid. And it's supposed it's totally a hole and it's about 1,400 miles wide. And people can't see across it. They don't realize they're going into the earth. But animal bird flew 1,700 miles inside the earth and they shut it up. So the government done stumped it here.
All right. As a matter of fact, here's the facts, Mel, saying regarding the hole, it sounds to me like the government's going to take the hole and give Mel the shaft.
That is what it sounds like.
West of the Rockies, you're on the air with Mel. Hello.
Hi, how you doing?
Well,
another fantastic story, Art.
Yeah, I know.
I appreciate you taking my call.
Sure.
I have a friend of mine who also believes in the hollow earth story. And I've read 2 scriptures in the Bible, which I won't quote, so I know you don't like to talk about that.
That's right.
But there's one that talks about making graven images of things.
Yeah.
And that would be even things that are under the earth. And then there's a...
Well, what are you driving at, though?
Well, there are scriptures in the Bible that also allude to a hollow earth. And so there's one in Revelation that talks about they were looking all around to try and find somebody who was worthy to open the scrolls or the seals or something. And even under the earth, no one was found.
All right, Mel, are you a religious person?
I wouldn't categorize myself as a religious person.
So then you don't necessarily feel there's any religious significance to the whole?
Starting to believe that there's some supernatural significance to the whole.
The dog part and the other thing about the beam of the blackness, that certainly would lead in that direction. But on the other hand, things that we don't understand will seem as magic.
Yeah, it is, and those are things that I cannot understand, and so I have to say I don't understand it.
All right, look here. Do you want any help from your representative? In other words, it may be that your state senator or your local representative, congressional representative, would help you out, and we could help you out with that too. In other words, fight power with power. That's an idea from John in Redding, California, and it's not a bad one necessarily.
Well, my local congressperson is Doc Hastings out here, and he is one of those guys that believes in property rights and so forth. So that would be an avenue. Again, this is an opportunity for me to gain as much information as I'm also disseminating, and I'm going to have to make a decision. When I go in one direction or go in another direction, that will be it. There's not going to be a point where I can take it back.
All right, well, here's another one for you to consider. I've got connections at Strange Universe, Hard Copy, all those kinds of shows. I could have those people in contact with you in 2 seconds flat, Mel. Once you decide which way you want to go, believe me, I can have either media power or a government power representation to help you out here.
Yeah, again, I'm going to have to, the main thing I have to do is decide, is this tantalizing enough for me to move forward and, say, well, I want to claim this as my own. I want to deal with it on my own basis. Do I want to get out of it? Do I want to get in trouble? I mean, these are the considerations that I have here.
All right, here's somebody saying, what about your local sheriff? Now, that is an idea. They're usually pretty friendly guys. Do you have a good local sheriff?
We have a local police department here, and we have a sheriff's department, and they're all great. They're all wonderful people. Every last one of them's a great guy. But I don't know. I don't even know how I would approach this here. My property is being illegally used. I
don't know about it. No question about it. And you have the deed, right? You can prove this.
Oh, I can prove it's my property. What I don't know is, how can the government use your property? At what point do they develop an authority to use your property? Let's say a plane crashed there, which is what that was told. Well, then they'd have the right to, salvage the plane, do whatever they're going to do.
All right. Now let me
establish a right to.
All right. Here's Carol in Rancho Mirage who says, kidding aside, Mel's Hole, if in fact he is sitting on top of an access point to an extraordinary depth, he's also right on top of a whole bunch of trouble. The potential military scientific significance can go as deep as one's imagination allows. One thing is for sure, the government doesn't have this kind of response to retrieve an old refrigerator. I think Mel better get an attorney presto if he doesn't have one already. Remember, if they accuse him of a drug-related violation, they can RICO that property in a flash.
That is exactly what I believe. And again, I have something on the property. I have an old parlor trailer out there. It's been gutted. And it's where I do a lot of the work I do with the plants I have. And, I have solvents there. I have alcohol there. I have trying equipment out there. And, it would take 30 seconds to make it look like a methamphetamine lab or whatever it is. I mean, it just, it's already my lab. I mean, that's where I do my work.
I hear you. All right. First time caller line. You're on the air with Mel. Hello. Hello. Where are you?
Hello. I'm calling from Reno, Nevada.
Reno. Okay. Speak up good and loud for us.
Okay. I'm sorry, but I just feel like you've got somebody there that got quite an imagination.
Well, you're talking to him, so I mean, I've just said the same thing to him. Some of the faxes that I've been receiving are saying that. Obviously, people don't believe.
I just hope that you don't get all wound up in this.
Well, I get wound up in all kinds of things, dear. I'm not going to stop. That's what I do. Don't worry about me.
Oh, okay. Well, I was just.
But I mean, if you doubt some part of Mel's story, go ahead and say so to Mel. He's here.
Now, I think that you're looking for some kind of notoriety for some reason, and I think that you think everybody is pretty gullible that is listening to our film program, and that you're taking unfair advantage of.
All right, you've got to remember, dear, I called him.
But didn't he originally
fax me? Yes, he did. He faxed me with information. As a matter of fact, I read the fax at the beginning of the program with Mel tonight, and I read it over the air. So he didn't anticipate that I would call him, didn't ask me to call him. And I had to look up at the top of the fax to get the fax ID to call him. So that's the truth of the matter. I have no way of knowing, of course, whether Mel's weaving us a story or not, except his word. And I can't imagine why he'd lie.
To be honest with you, and since you're from Reno, and if I wanted to be on the air talking about something, I'd much rather talk about my work with Indian herbal remedies. That would be the thing that I would prefer to be talking about. It just so happens that the materials I'm working from are from northern Nevada, from your local Indians out there, and they're the ones that have provided me with the line of research that I'm doing. I have, this whole thing is secondary, but if I had a topic I really wanted to speak about,
it would be that. All right, I understand. All right, east of the Rockies, you are on the air with Mel. Hello.
Will, WTDY, Madison, Wisconsin. Hello, fellas.
Hi.
Allegedly anti-religion scientists with billions of U.S. dollars profits who
what does this have to do with?
There's current future derivatives market.
All right, well, I don't know where he's always going all over the place where it has nothing to do with our topic. First time caller line, you're on the air with Mel. Hello.
Hi, this is Flo from Vancouver, BC.
Yeah, hi there.
I just think your last caller must have a wild imagination herself. But I have two questions here. Number one, is you called a psychic by any chance?
You know, that is a thought. I mean, it's
Look, when after if I decide to basically take the money and run, I still want to know what's down there. I want some mechanism to know. I mean, my original line of inquiry really was, is this the deep hall around? I mean, that was my original question I put forward, and I think I got an answer to that. But now I'd like to know, what the heck is this thing? So that's where I'm coming from now. And one way or another, I mean, I think I'm at the point where I'm open up. My beliefs are such that if we had a psychic look at it, a remote viewer, whatever, that I would be willing to accept, what they have to say about this. If they looked into it and saw what was at the bottom or what was going on over there, I think at this point I can accept that. Boy, I tell you what, if I had accepted in the last couple of days here, I can accept anything at this point.
all right. Thank you.
I know a really good psychic, and I know I'm going to be asking her tomorrow.
All right. Thank you, dear.
Can I ask a second question?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, what do you think the odds are of someone going ahead and finding out who he is and calling the media and
Well, we've
going
had
out
his full name on the air for one thing.
Yeah, I know.
All right. So, Mel, what do you think the odds are that somebody will? I mean, obviously, as a result of the first broadcast, look what's happened. So, the media may descend on you, Mel.
They very well could, and as the guy said at the road here, says, we already know where you're at. So,
well, what are you going to do if the media? I mean, suppose tomorrow KOMO or one of the big Seattle broadcasters comes to you and says, "Look, we got a camera crew. Will tell us where the property is. We want to go out and investigate."
I suppose that if they wanted to go there, I would lead them to the access road there and say, "Here, I'm out of here. You take a look. You talk to these guys here. You find out what's going on, and and then I'll watch it on the news tonight." But you won't find anywhere near that.
I hear you. West of the Rockies, you're on the air with Mel. Hello.
Yes, sir. This is the Skip in Sacramento, KSTE.
Yes.
A couple things for you, sir. The hole that he's talking about is 80,000 feet, and that's 15.15 miles deep. Sounds right. The photooftheday discontinuity is talking about the International Geophysical Year. I believe that's back in the early 80s, maybe in the 50s. I'm getting so that I don't remember now. It's called IGY, the International Geophysical Year, where all the world population took part, checking the depth of the shelf underneath the oceans and the molten mass down to the core and so on, how deep it was. There was a discontinuity. It wasn't even. And that's why it's called a discontinuity. It was named after this fellow, Rope Stick. Exactly. Your glue stuff, you know, was developed for surgery, for smashed spleens and kidneys. It made the glue skin better than anything else.
Yeah, well, trust me, it works real well, sir. Thank you very much. It even glues hearts into rocks. I don't want to talk about it. First time caller line, you're on the air with Mel. Hello. Oh, I think we just missed a wild card line. You're on the air with Mel. Good morning.
Hi, Art, Mel.
Hi.
Hello.
Yes, sir.
I have a couple of questions that are coming. Mel, I don't know if anybody's asked you yet, but have you ever seen a UFO out around in that area on your property?
Yeah, good question.
You know, out here, you're liable to see all sorts of things, and I myself have not seen anything personally. I mean, this is one of those areas that you can get pretty remote in a hurry. Ellensburg is like 30 miles away on either side from the nearest town.
Matter of fact, Mel, I've got a lot of confirmation of that, faxes and phone calls, people saying it is a very weird area.
Yep.
And they've heard stories there about holes. So, this is not that far out. A lot of people are saying, yes, there's a lot of weird stuff going on in that area. West of the Rockies, you're on the air with Mel.
Fred from
Sitka, Alaska, all right.
Yeah, and just like to say that Jesus thought the days of you'll just disappear into the Reagan administration and Art.
few cities, sir, but Sitka is not one of them. Sorry about that. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Mel.
This is Paul in Kansas City, and I want to tell Mel that I believe him entirely. And I think that Jerry Spence idea is a great idea, and it's probably a good story for Linda Moulton Howe to go check out.
I've already given it to Linda, as a matter of fact.
Oh, that's great. And I think if he's told over 10 million people on the air that he's been threatened that they're going to falsely accuse him of having a drug farm out there or something, and he got a really good lawyer like Jerry Spence, they would never be able to follow through on that, especially if he had a bunch of media attention like Strange Universe and stuff out there.
Well, that was another idea. There's a whole bunch of ideas here on the table.
Yeah, I really think he should go for it. And I totally disagree with that lady who thinks he just wants attention.
All right, well, I appreciate the call. Thank you. I did call Mel, folks. That's the truth. Yeah, he faxed me, but I'm the guy who dug out the number and called him. He didn't really want to go on the air. For the record, Wildcard Line, you're on the air.
Finally, I got through. Hello, Art. Hello, Mel. How are you?
Okay.
Mel.
Yes.
Now, with this hole and these people who are on your land, you have to understand they are listening to this radio program right now. I'm absolutely certain. And you also have to understand these are military spoofs. They are doing whatever they're doing right now. And anything that you do through the standard channels, like getting a lawyer or anything along those lines, is going to serve only as a delay tactic. I would suggest to you that you do some research. If it was a plane crash, there is radar coverage of that area, I'm certain.
Oh, yeah.
There would be a record of it somewhere.
Well, unless
If it's an airplane crash, where's the NTSB?
Well, sir, wait a minute. Hold on. Look, I live out here in Nevada, and I can tell you because there's been some experimental planes that have crashed out here. And A, it does not get into the media. B, the military cordons off the entire area. And trust me, you don't get anywhere near it. I know personally that's true.
All you need to do is contact one of the air traffic controllers for the area and find out if there's any record of anything in that area at that time. You can also find out, if it's an air crash, where's the NTSB? If it has anything to do with drugs, where's the DEA or the drug task force for that area, whatever it might be called? If there is anything to do with anything else as far as the geological properties of the area, you can find all this information out from USGS. You can get satellite photos in infrared. You can get anything you want.
These are all good ideas. Although I think the plane crash story is an obvious falsehood. It's a lie. And, Mel, again, they told you, look, they can find a drug lab there. So the plane crash story was obviously a cover. And the story about the lab was obviously a threat.
Yep.
Plain and simple. So, my friend, I don't know what you're going to do now. And I guess you don't know.
I'm going to think about it. I'm going to call the realtor tomorrow for one and ask him. I would prefer not to talk to him, but talk to someone.
I would ask him too. Who is making the offer? They have to tell you who's making the offer.
Sure. Well, you see, this property is not for sale. I don't have a listing out there. So
Well, yeah, but you can make an offer on anything, though.
I suppose you could.
Yeah, you can get a realtor and make an offer, and they will come and give you that offer. So, look, I don't know what else to say or do, Mel. If there's any way I can help you, if there's any media contacts or political contacts I can supply you with that will help when you decide what you're going to do, come to me. If there are any significant further developments that you want, or you get some neighbors who want to come on the air, yeah, I'll put them on. If you get any drawings, I'll put them up on the website. I'll do whatever I can do to help you. And I feel a little guilty about having solicited you on the air in the first place and causing all this.
Well, look, I'm pretty rattled about this, I have to say, and I'm usually a bit more articulate than I have been, and I apologize for that. This is a really stressful situation.
No, I understand. People are just nasty, Mel. That's all.
No, that's fine, and I generally find that usually the because of your involvement, but it may be could be happening a year from now without your involvement.
Yeah, and everybody out there ought to consider, something like this could happen to anybody.
10 million people, or how many are out there? They know about this.
Mel, we're out of time. Stay in touch, my friend.
I'll keep in touch.
All right, take care. That's Mel and the story of Mel's Hole, and that's the latest. When there's more, you'll hear about it right here. This is CBC. One of the greatest stories ever told was told on this program. How long ago was it cut? I don't even remember now. About a hole in the ground that had no end, or no end that anybody could find. It was a damnedest story you ever heard in your whole life. Anybody remember Mel's Hole? Well, guess who I've got on the line? I think. Mel. Mel, is it you?
It is him.
I can't believe it, Mel.
Yes, indeed.
Listen, brother, I just spent an hour red-faced, embarrassed, because I thought the Blair Witch Project was real. And I really thought it was real, Mel. I really thought it was real. I mean, I've still got the hook in my mouth here. And so, I guess the first question I had to ask you is, how long ago, Mel, did we do the shows that we did?
Oh, gosh, this must have been about, I'm going to say 97.
97. Well, it was one of the greatest stories, no doubt, ever told. In fact, it spurred all kinds of things. Television crews went up to Ellensburg, Washington.
I know it. I heard many things, and
so I must begin by asking you, before I go forward any further with you tonight at all, Mel, is Mel's Hole, the story of Mel's Hole, another Blair Witch Project?
I will not drop any bombshells on you in regards to this being Blair Witch Project. This is not the Blair Witch Project.
Real as a heart attack.
My property. I may end up telling you things that will maybe I haven't seen the Blair Witch Project. I don't know anything about that, but I will say that I can tell you some pretty scary things.
I know you can. But now, all right. So anyway, I just wanted to get that out of the way here at the beginning before my face goes.
No, this is not that.
All right. Well, back in '97, I forget. Did I get like a fax from you?
I sent you a fax way back then.
Is that how it began?
Basically, I was just curious about this hole on my property. And I knew with your big audience that somebody might be able to return some information to me. I tried to do a little research on the depth of various holes and so forth, and mines and all of those sort of things. And
well, all right.
And so it's basically picking your audience's brain is what I was doing at the time.
Well, we were picking yours. It's the damnedest story I ever heard. Let's, radio, you have time. Let's tell a lot of the audience, would not have been around then and would not have ever heard this story. And I've never heard one like it in my life. So, if you would.
Oh, sure. I'll recap.
Especially after all these years, it'll be good to see if your story now fits your story then.
Okay, well, sure. Well, basically, this all started. I sent artifacts, and I had this property. Well, we're going to get to that later on.
But you owned the property at the time, right?
Yeah, it was actually my wife's property.
Okay, was it an empty property ostensibly?
Oh, we had some outbuildings on there, a couple of trailers. It was really unimproved land, but while I could, I was living there. It was really I left the property.
Okay, so you lived in a trailer on the property?
Yeah.
Okay. And then there was another trailer or two on the property?
Yeah, there were several outbuildings out there, and I had basically was doing a lot of research in various Indian herbal medicine and so forth. I grew
Yeah, I
various
remember
things
that.
there.
I remember that. I remember that. And
That was my thing. Actually, I used to spend a lot of time going to Nevada, dealing with the various bands of Indians down there because the herbs that they use are the ones that I've been researching. You might talk a little bit about that too or something.
sure.
So I think you might find that interesting as well.
All right, now the location of this is near Ellensburg.
On the Monastash Ridge, which is a little bit south of Ellensburg, but it's the prominent mountains surrounding the Ellensburg area there. Ellensburg is a little town basically in the center of Washington State,
Right.
Right off of I-90.
Right.
And it's a very nice little place.
But yeah, I hear you. How long have you been living there?
Oh, we've been there for several years. I'd married this woman in Ellensburg, and we lived there for a while, and then we kind of got broken up.
Well, at the time that you faxed me, you simply said, I don't even remember the facts now, but you said there was a hole on your property, into which, I guess for years, people had been dumping stuff.
Oh, absolutely. And one of the things I didn't tell you about, one of the things that regularly was dumped in the hole was a little Mexican fellow used to come around about once a week, with like a big stake bed truck full of tires that he used to dump in there. The guy used to pick them up at various used tire places. And I guess, it costs money to dispose of tires, right?
Oh, well, yeah, they do, because they have these big yards where they have these tire fires by mistake.
Well, I don't know. He'd pick them up from, wherever had them, if they were too bald to be used as retreads or whatever. This guy, little Mexican guy, would pick them up, bring them over. He must have dumped like thousands of tires.
Now, let's describe the hole. Was the hole just a hole in the ground, or was it a well?
Well, if you looked at it, if you were walking up to it, you'd say, this is kind of interesting looking well. What it was is about 9 feet across.
9 feet across.
There was stonework around it, and I don't know when the stonework got put into it, but it was sort of...
it was round then?
Yes, it was perfectly round.
And you're saying it was not 9 feet in diameter?
The diameter of it was 9 feet, and what I did is I built a metal cover for the top, so when it wasn't being used as garbage disposal, for lack of a better term, it was covered up, so I didn't want any problems, people falling into it, kids falling into it, whatever.
Oh yeah, you could be charged with some kind of crime or something.
Well, yeah, I begin to wonder now if they would have ever been heard from again if the net got into it.
I don't think so. You just hear a scream disappearing.
Yeah, just kind of going on into infinity. But I'd written to you, and I said I basically let like 80,000 feet worth of monofilament fishing line.
But there's even more before that. I mean, you said that people were throwing like dead cows.
Cows. I used to love. One of my favorite things to chuck in there was like television tubes. Man, I'd throw television tubes, the picture tube down there, and
it was big enough so you could drop it. In other words, the hole, I take it, for as far as one could see or hear, went straight down. It must have.
I would, if I would hold something over like towards the center of the hole, and I couldn't go all the way to the center because going about 9 feet across, that's more than 4.5 feet across. But
sure.
If I held something out like the size of a picture tube, 19-inch picture tube from an old TV set, and drop that in there, I would never hear it hit anything. It would just fall.
And fall, and fall, and fall.
And that's what made me curious, is that how come, I didn't hear a splash.
No crash.
No crashing, no, I could hear something if I didn't get things like dead center there, and if it spun. And
if it would hit the sides,
But then eventually that sound would give up too, so.
By the way, going back, do you have any idea what this hole originally was? Was it anything? Was it something that anybody dug, do you think? Was it something that was naturally always there? Or what do you think was.
As far as I can determine, and everyone that I had spoken with said that hole has always been associated with that property. One person that I talked to says, well, as far as we know, the hole there, your property's been there as long as the whalebone has been the tree out there in Ellensburg. And Ellensburg is a strange place. We've got a tree out in Ellensburg, in someone's yard.
Yes.
There's a whalebone jaw growing out of the tree.
What?
Yeah, the jaw of a whalebone, and it's like embedded in the tree.
Are you telling me the truth?
Yeah, you can go to. In fact, I was familiar with it because I used to walk there and see it. You can see the tree, but you can actually go to the Yakima Herald newspaper. You can see a picture of it.
How? Look, that's Central Washington.
Yes.
That's not the ocean.
Yes. No, the ocean is a good. The Puget Sound's a good 90 miles away.
90 miles.
Yeah.
So how could there be a whalebone growing out of a tree?
There you go. But the whalebone's been there like for 100 years. And people tell me the ones I talked to, well, your hole's been there as long as. Ellensburg doesn't go back much further than I'd say 150 years. Yeah, so that it was a town,
So that hole was probably there long before.
Way before that. Other people held the property, and I don't know at what point did the rockery get built around it, but it's kind of nice. It looks nice.
So you're telling me like thousands of tires, refrigerator, even dead cows,
dead animals, dead dogs, whatever.
It's like you didn't have to burn trash.
Oh no, and we were kind of what I would say is sort of ecologically sensible people there, so we don't really generate a lot of garbage or trash or anything. But yes, we did put our household trash in there. We didn't use it for compost or things like that. Yeah.
Right.
We threw a lot of stuff in there.
So after years and years, you finally got, and I understand, incredibly curious about how deep this damn thing really was.
It was just one of those moments that all of a sudden you say, good grief, I got to get to the bottom of this, right? So to speak. And so I used to when I lived in California, I used to do a lot of shark fishing, and so I had some of those big old, reel type fishing poles. And so, the first thing I did was empty. It must have been about it could have been about 1,200 yards of fishing line down there.
What did you do? Did you take a rod, or how did you load?
Well, yeah, the first adventure that I had with this, and this was kind of before the obsession began with finding out more about this, is that I basically sent down into the hole from just my big shark fishing pole, a fishing weight, and then next to the fishing weight I also had a roll of lifesavers. And the reason I had the lifesavers at the end is that if I hit water, this old shark fisherman's trick, if I hit water, the lifesavers would melt.
Oh, sure.
Yeah. See, we used to do that when we go fishing.
Yeah, in other words, it would be so far down that anything else you would put down there, I see, would obviously be dry by the time you got it back up again.
So, I just emptied the fishing pole, and then, when I got to the end of the line, I just let it sit there for a while, and it takes a little while for a roll of lifesavers to melt. But that's how it was determined that it was wet down. If it was wet down there, and I hit water.
So how much initial line did you have on that first?
It must. I'm going, through trying to remember what these, big pin reels held, but it was like it must have been about 1,200 yards on there.
1,200 yards.
1,200 yards. That would have been about 3,600 feet at least. That was the first expedition into the hole.
So you let it all the way out?
That's right.
Could you feel at any point like the weight? Of course, I suppose at some point when you've got that much line reeled out, you've got weight period. But could you still sense the weight at the end of that line as you hold it?
Oh yeah. You, at that distance, you can actually move the line. You can move it, laterally, side to side. But it was kind of an effort. You can actually, if you could actually get a swing to it, but it was really hard. I mean, you think about that. You try to swing something that's 3,600 feet. It's difficult.
And as you let it down, you didn't feel any turns or twists or
no twist, no obstruction. Basically, I let the line go down freely with the weight on. I had a 1 pound fishing weight at the end of this line, and basically it went down and down and down and down and down on. It's in the same pace basically. And so that's at that point there, when I got the line, when I got all the line up there, I looked at my
you must have been scratching your head saying, how many feet was that again?
That was 3,600.
3,600 feet. I guess there are holes that go down 3,600 feet. I'm not an expert on holes, but
that's a little bit more than half a mile, right?
Yeah. And so I guess there are holes that maybe go that deep down.
That's right.
But that is where the story continues. So hold on, Mel. This is Mel of Mel's Hole, back in the U.S. from Australia. But then again, that's another story entirely. You're just beginning to hear this one. So, with a fishing reel, originally down 3,600 feet, no bottom. But that is not the end of this story. I'm Art Bell. This is Coast to Coast AM.
So you think you're a Romeo? Bang a body in a picture. Take a long way home. Take a long way home.
After the program we did with Mel, and the one we're doing now, I found out quickly that there was an abiding, gigantic fascination for this kind of thing. I mean, people, I guess, I don't know exactly what the fascination is. Frankly, I really don't know. All I know is I had thousands of emails and faxes from people wanting to know about this hole and telling me, in fact, about other holes. Mel's Hole is not the only deep mystery hole in the world. Mel, there are others, and people have told me about them, but yours is quite spectacular, to be sure. But there's some fascination, and you must have felt it when you got down 3,600 feet. You must have been saying to yourself, what the hell?
Oh, yeah, at that point there, it became kind of a quest to find out how far this will go down. So I went, basically when I hit 3,600 feet, came up with dry lifesaver candies.
Right.
I said, well, I'm going to need more fishing line than this. So basically, I, let out the 3,600 feet, let another 3,600 feet in from a similar reel. So down at that point to 36 and 7,200 feet.
So you're down you're like a mile and a half down.
Over a mile at that point there. And I was still going, it was still going down. At that point, their line is still going down. I'm going down. I'm going down.
Now, a number of people said after that first show that after a while, the weight on the end of the line would be insignificant with reference to the weight of the line itself.
Yes, and in fact, I quite in fact recall that, and I was curious about it myself. And the best I could do is, and I was going to bring up all the line I had let down at the point that we talked about this.
Yeah, you'd be cranking.
I would want to get like some sort of motor-driven winch at that point to deal with that. I didn't want to, or deal with that. But anyway, what I did is just attached, looped it around one of those spring fisherman scales, the kinds you tack a box there, and, kind of try to get a weight on that thing there. And I think when I weighed it was like 17, 18, somewhere around there, 17, 18 pounds.
70 degrees down.
Yeah, I'm not. I don't have this written down, so I don't remember exactly. But the combined weight of the weight that I had on there, plus the weight of all the line that went into the hole, when I took the final, reading of line, was about 17, 18 pounds line down there. And that's a lot. You think about monofilament fishing line. That stuff is when you have, like, even if you have a spool of it, it's pretty insignificant stuff. But when you get that much out there, it's going to weigh a lot.
Oh, well, sure.
And
what was the final total of how much you got down there?
Oh, I got down exactly at the point that I'd given up putting line in there. When I contacted you, I had 80,000 feet worth of line down in there.
80,000 feet.
80. And I don't know, that translates to like, 15 miles worth of line?
Oh, my God.
80,000 feet. And
is there any way that you could be sure? Now, eventually, did you reel all that back in again?
No. No, I did not bring that line back up again there.
So you never saw the lifesavers from that far down?
No. There were lifesavers at the end of it for sure, because I just let the sensor go down there. But it was only, it was just because it was already there. But I never brought it up. Not 80,000 feet worth, no.
And how far down again? I'm sorry, one more time.
80,000.
80,000 feet.
Just 80 with 3 other zeros. 80,000 feet.
God, you must have been going out to buy fishing line.
Oh yeah, well I would buy it like if you ever go, I don't know if you're a fisherman, Art, but
no, I'm not. That's why I'm struggling a little bit.
If you go to a professional fishing store where fishermen buy their stuff, they sell the line in they have the line there in huge bolts. These things are like about a foot across. They're big old things there, and they will fill each fisherman's reel from that.
I got you.
So
you bought the whole bolt?
I would buy both of mine. That's what I did. I said, I'm going to need this much here, and I figure I'll get a good deal on the line by the whole darn thing. That was my way of doing that.
Were you telling anybody about this when you were doing this? I mean,
the way I was doing that? When I was doing, I think a couple of people knew that. I didn't, when I went to buy the fishing line, I didn't tell them that I was going to, use this to measure the hole on my property. They don't really care what you do with the fishing line. I mean, as far as they know.
Yeah, they don't care.
I mean, you buy fishing line there. You must have a lot of reels to fill. So I think that was the thing there. So no, I didn't have any problem with that. The only thing that really differed at that point. And how I dealt with the line is that instead of when I exhausted the 2 fishing poles worth of line, I hooked the line up to what is known in fishing as an outrigger, which is kind of like a short little fishing pole that you'd have. It was like about 1.5 feet long, and it went through that. And I could swivel it over to the side if I needed to, but it didn't. I was going. It wasn't like going down to the middle of the hole. It was putting halfway from the side and let it go down from there. So I would let the line go through the outriggers, basically.
How could there be a hole? I mean, even if you had hit bottom, at 80,000 feet, how could there be a hole?
Let's say it stopped running at 50,000 feet. I would have, the line stopped running at 50,000 feet, and I got a reading there, 50,000 feet, it stopped. I said, boy, that's a deep hole, 50,000 feet.
But 80,000 and no stop.
Yeah, it had stopped at that point. Well, I...
had anything ever come out of that hole?
About the only thing that we kind of think came out of it is some guy who had a hunting dog that passed away. The dog died, put the dog in the hole, threw the dog in the hole. And it was the belief of several people that the dog came back from the dead.
And out of the hole?
Well, they didn't see it from the hole. They saw the dog out, around town and, in the area and stuff. And,
so then you're telling me the guy threw his dead dog in the hole, and then the same dog was seen later around.
Right. That's right. In fact, there was one other.
Well, you know, I always wondered, Mel. You'd once told me when you died,
yes,
you wanted to be thrown in the hole.
That was in my will, and that's how I wanted my remains to be dealt with.
Or reverently dropped, I guess.
Well, I was willing to take that journey. You know, I thought it would be a great journey. I believe when I wrote to you, the hole was kind of. My dogs wouldn't go anywhere near it, things like that. It kind of had a weird feeling.
Yeah, well, maybe they knew that another dog got tossed out.
Well, that could be it, but there was a weird just an eerie sense about it. And you know, I thought about this because you know after I talked to you, what was and actually I would get kind of a strange feeling to it. I'm going to kind of describe the feeling to you.
All right, please.
The sensation that you got there. Have you ever been surprised by the moon? It's like you go out, you look out the window, and the moon is up there, and it's like for a second you don't realize it's the moon.
Sure.
You get that eerie sense, and then your brain puts together that it is the moon.
Yeah, sure, that's happened to everybody.
You get, but that feeling, it's like this. You got that feeling a lot around the hole there.
Oh,
you felt that feeling. It was that kind of feeling that you would have. You get that sense that you were constantly surprised by the moon during the day or during the night. It didn't matter if the moon was in, the moon was out. Didn't matter. That was the sensation, and I finally was able to nail it down. It occurred to me, and I said, that's the same feeling I used to get. You know, when I was at my property. There's that strange feeling.
Well, you said there was one other thing too that happened with that hole that was unusual, besides the story about the dog.
There's a lot of unusual things about it. There's a specific unusual thing that you know about it.
Well,
the one thing that it was said. Are we talking about the thing where people would see like the dark black shaft of light coming out of it?
No, but tell me about that.
Well, this was something again that was told to me, but it was people said that from time to time, what they would see when they would look over towards the property, or if they were on my property, looking at that way, they would see like a shaft, black as black, that they'd ever see coming out of the hole and extending up into the sky.
Oh.
It was like just the...
That is weird.
Yeah. That is a totally... And
let me ask you this, Mel. It's a pretty wide hole, 9 feet. Could you take a real high-powered light?
Yes, I did shine lights down there, and really didn't get very far with the lights that I had.
I would presume you would see the sides of the hole
I
for
could
a while.
see up the side, and I could see where the rock work went down several feet, ran out, and then it was the masonry work around there, where it was like dirt or rocky below that, but I could see that. I could definitely see that far. But
and then I guess the light would just flat disappear.
Yeah, you just run out of light, and I'm not sure if I had one of those huge, 250,000 candle light power. I don't know how far it would have gone down.
I've got a 6 million candle power light.
Yeah,
I mean, even that would just poop out.
I mean, even those kind of things are cool to like shoot to the sky.
I rather found them useful for pointing at photographers hanging around.
Oh, those are. I've had similar uses of.
Yeah, they take their video cameras and they split, man.
Yeah,
they need that one.
Especially if they have the night vision on.
So then, you were so much of a believer in, I don't know, dare I say, the power of the whole.
Yeah.
That you wanted to be,
Yeah, I wanted to be. When I died, my body was supposed to be put into the hole.
And I take it your your real reason, if I were to ask you for that, is because of the dog story.
Absolutely, and it was just such a strange thing. I have talked to people about what the whole actually is. I mean, not the people that know what it is, but
And there are
speculating.
There are people who know what it is.
Oh, absolutely. But that, I cannot go to people that have my property and say, look, why don't you just pass up there and tell me what it is? They're not going to tell me.
All right. What happened was that you came on my program.
Yes.
Maybe your biggest mistake.
Yes. Yes.
And told this whole story and
Innocently.
Innocently, that's right, absolutely innocently. And then it was like the next day or a couple of days, or how long was it?
I talked the day I sent you the fax. I sent you the fax, and then I sent the fax, and I believe you read the fax that evening, and then I went out to the property just to think, oh, good grief, we're going to have a bunch of people down there,
Yep.
And so I went out there, and then I came back home. I wasn't living at the property there because our dwelling unit there got caved in from the snowstorm there. Some of these little tin shacks here don't hold up to when you get 2 feet of snow on top. So we moved. I'd rented an apartment in Ellensburg, and so I went back to the apartment that night. And that's when I talked to you. I don't remember.
All right. And then it was a day or two or whatever. You went back to the property.
Oh yeah.
After the show.
Yeah. What happened is that it was like the following day. I went back to my property, and there were, I don't want to sound like I'm a lunatic here, but there was like armed people on my property. I couldn't get in. There was barricades there. There was already a whole bunch of yellow gear, your earth moving equipment was at my property.
Oh yes.
And I was basically told that there was an airplane accident there, an airplane crashed on the property, and that I couldn't go in there. And
you told them it was your property.
Oh yes. And in fact, I think they knew it was my property. I mean, there was this is my property. So, well, we're gonna have to, we have to deal with the situation. But I didn't see smoke. I didn't see any evidence of a plane crash or anything. But they were not going to let me onto my property. So I decided, well, I'm going to go back to town at that point. There, it's okay. This stuff is going on. And I believe I had talked to you again at that point. There,
you did. I remember you called me that night, and you said, "My God, there's armed people up there. Yeah. They will let me in."
That's exactly it.
Okay.
And so again, all those times here, what I have is a situation where my property was taken over, and why they were out there, how come they chose to go to my particular property they knew was there.
Obvious. There's only one answer.
Yeah.
And it's that you were on this program talking about it.
That's right. But for someone to have that incredible level of mobilization, curiosity, wherewithal, and all these things here to deal with that. You know what I'm saying? It's like this is a big production.
Well,
they wanted this property.
Maybe a hole of this kind justifies that kind of big production. I mean, maybe there's something. I can imagine there's something really unusual, special, that
there has to have some property that someone was highly interested in, that they thought was very valuable to have, and that they had to have. That makes sense, doesn't it?
They, to you, meaning the government.
That's right.
Were these government employees?
I had at the property. I had both civilian and military people that were there.
Yeah, that would figure.
But I got to tell you something. I mean, I was in the Army many years ago, and I know what a green uniform looks like, and fatigues and so forth. But I got to tell you something. When I'm thinking about it, there, I couldn't tell you which Army they were.
Which Army?
Yeah, I mean, all I knew is they were in military uniforms. Okay.
Armed.
I couldn't tell you if they were U.S. I couldn't tell you if they were German.
Did they have Did they have sidearms? Did they have?
They all had weapons. Everyone there had weapons.
As well as like semi-automatic weapons or automatic weapons.
Exactly. From what I could tell, they
They also had fully automatic weapons.
Fully automatic weapons.
Yes.
Well, that's really intimidating. I've been in countries where I've encountered people with fully automatic weapons who frowned at me, and I didn't like it.
You went to Israel. You got used to seeing people.
Everywhere you go, there's guns in Israel. That's right.
You bet.
Mel, hold on. We'll be right back. This is Coast to Coast AM. Once again, Mel from Mel's Hole fame, and Mel, somebody just sent me a really interesting fact.
Okay.
Somebody named Scarlett. It says, how far is Mel's Hole from the place where Dr. Reed had his encounter with the alien? You know, and that never hit me until I just got this fact. They are similar areas, I think.
Indeed. Also, not far from where my property was. Well, I mean, relatively speaking, is where they found Kennewick Man.
Kennewick Man, yes, right. So that's a very unusual area up there.
Yeah, I was talking with my nephew about how peculiar Ellensburg is. I mean, it's a little town, about 12,000 people, half of them college students, actually more than half of them college students. So you basically got about 6,000 locals there. Pretty small place.
All right. Let me stop you. And when you and I last spoke,
yes.
Your encounter with those strange folks up there, you had another encounter with them, and they made you an offer you couldn't refuse.
Yeah. Well, first they intimidated the hell out of me because basically they said, look, one of the civilian fellows there says, hey, we could find a drug lab out here and we could put out a business in a hurry. You know what I'm talking about?
That's right. I remember, yes.
And for all intents and purposes, it sure as heck didn't look like I had a drug lab out there. I had a lot of strange non-native plants growing there. None of them, I have to say, of narcotic nature. These are just your typical desert, high desert type plants. And they basically say, hey, we can shut you down and, you don't have to worry about all of this. Ultimately, they did make me an offer that I could not refuse, and I will tell you the offer that they made me. It had to do with going to Australia, and I needed money to go to Australia, and I wanted to continue my research in medicinal plants. And so we put together a very interesting package and a very interesting lease on the land. This is pretty.
Well, as a matter of fact, did you tell me you were going to Australia? Yes, you did.
Yes.
Yeah, you told me that they had made you an offer for the land, essentially, which was going to be, if I recall correctly, leasing it
in perpetuity.
In perpetuity, in other words, forever, or for your life anyway.
That's exactly.
And so then you were off to Australia with a parcel of money.
I'll tell you, they basically gave me $250,000 a month for the property.
$250,000 a month, my God! And so you were, and I know you were in Australia because you sent me a number of emails, which I did mention to my audience, from Australia. I mean, there was no question where it was from. It was from Australia.
I was set up in Australia. I had I actually for a good while lived out there in Perth, which I loved living in Perth.
In Perth.
Oh, it's wonderful out there. I loved Australia. Oh,
well, I thought, here's Mel, gone to Australia. I had no idea you were getting that much money. Obviously set for life.
Oh, yeah. I'll tell you, it was great. I built some facilities out there in the off the outback, basically, where I can grow the various plants that I was allowed to bring with me and cultivate them over there. And we also did a fair amount of wombat rescue out there, which was very gratifying. And
wombat rescue?
Yeah. They're native marsupials out there, kind of good-sized critter out there, but a lot of them were becoming endangered. And I can tell you this right now: the wombats now, I do believe that to some degree with the work that I've done out there, they're making a comeback out there.
Well, that's wonderful that you know that. But Mel, what the hell happened? In other words, here you were in Australia with all this money, and now you're back here and you've fallen on hard times.
Well, look, you know, I'll tell you, I accepted their offers, but I was basically, you know, I was to leave town. I left town. I was actually told to leave my car and wait at the rest stop. Get off the road outside of Ellensburg, and I was taken to the airport, taken to San Francisco, and then taken to Australia. And so I left the country. Had my 2 dogs with me. And
they wanted to be damn sure you were going to Australia.
I took my dogs. I was set up there. I had already had, there was an account already set up for me. The complex paperwork that was involved in, moving as a resident to Australia was all taken care of for me. I mean, it was a piece of cake. They made the arrangements, and so there was some cooperation on the Australian government's part.
Holy smokes. I know they can do this kind of thing, but I mean, it tells you how important this hole must be.
They were basically willing to give me $3 million a year for the use of the property, and basically non-disclosure on certain aspects. And I can only disclose as much as I can disclose. There's a lot of things I don't know.
Well, listen, I can sympathize with that. Take the money and run. Hell yes.
Hey, to me, it was fine.
On the one hand, you got the guys with the automatic weapons, and on the other hand, you got the guys with the money and the ticket.
Yeah. So
not a hard choice.
No. I 99 of 100 people in the same situation taken.
And I don't blame you for 1 second. And so you went to Australia.
Well, it was wonderful. I loved it. I did a lot of good work out there.
Yeah, but what happened? What happened, Mel? I mean,
well, a number of things happened there, and I'll tell you one of the things is I did continue my work with herbs. I had some incredible successes out there with some of the things that I'd actually. I'm going to go out on a limb on this, but some of the things that I had imported from my property out there to Australia.
They usually don't like that stuff.
Pardon?
They usually don't like that stuff.
No, but we had found some of the plants that I had grown out there had some very remarkable properties. That,
you think that would have anything to do with the area where they were rattling?
Absolutely. That
near the hole.
Absolutely, because I've had other plants there that were not native to the whole property that did not have similar results. So I know that growing in proximity of the hole, and we did a lot of cultivation there. I grew a lot of that. One of the reasons for being where I was in Central Washington was the type of climate that was there was very conducive to growing the various things I did.
Right.
I tried to find similar conditions out there in Australia as well.
Yeah, but when I say, Mel, what happened? I mean, how did you go from being relatively rich and well off in Australia, now you're back here, not well off?
I'm back here, and as you recall, I was to make an appearance on the show, I believe.
Yeah, that's right. You sent me news.
I told you I was going to be in town. We got in touch, and I actually talked to you here in the States.
I promoted. I said, Mel's got hold of me. He's in the States. He's going to come on the show. And then, of course, you were a no-show.
Well, I'm gonna relate to you the chain of events that occurred.
Please.
From the day that I was supposed to appear on the show,
right?
As much as I can remember, and bring it up to date till now.
All right.
Okay, on the day that I was going to be on the show, I helped my nephew move from his apartment.
Right.
We got him a place down in the Olympia area.
Right.
And so, we moved down there and all of that. We got him down here, and then I was going to, basically, we had to return the truck back to the Tacoma area. So I got them all settled here. I got up to Tacoma, returned the truck, and I was going to take the bus down to Olympia. Just take the transit. There's a bus that runs from Tacoma to Olympia. So I got on the bus and went down there. And I got on the bus, and there was an altercation on the bus. There was fighting. There was commotion going on. Anyway, we pulled into the, and some of you listeners might actually remember this, but if they were on the bus, so they might have heard of it. But we pulled into the 512 park and ride, and some apparent transit people got on the bus, and they wanted to ask questions about what happened on the bus. And I got off the bus and I said, I talked to these guys here, but I have to get them back. I have to get back to Olympia here because we do all of this here. And so they said, that's no problem. We're gonna, we've got the transit bus here. We'll just take you back to Olympia. This is okay. That's the last thing I remember.
The last thing you remember?
About.
What do you mean?
Was it about 12 days later? I found myself in San Francisco.
Somebody did what to you?
I have no idea at that point. I found myself in San Francisco in a pretty rough part of town, in an alley. These bums were basically trying to wake me up.
Holy mackerel!
They were trying to get me to sing. I remember this. They were trying to get me to sing On the Road Again because I sort of looked like Willie Nelson.
Oh.
And
Phil, are you sure?
This is exactly what happened.
And you lost how many days?
12 days.
From an altercation on a bus.
I was told that they wanted to talk to me about it, and they were willing to take me back to Olympia from there. So, I got onto the little transit van. This is the last thing I remember.
So 12 days gone when you, God knows what, were knocked out or kept in some kind of coma or...
When I woke up there, I had nothing on me. I had no identification. I had no wallet. I had no keys. I had the clothes I had when I was, moving. They were still as grubby and filthy as, after you move, you get all grubby and filthy. I was in my clothes. I oriented myself down there. I looked around. I noticed there was pain in my arm. I rolled up my sleeve. It looked like, I'm looking at my elbow now here. It looked like, what would you say, an IV was taped to my skin.
Yeah.
There was still the residue of tape. Oh, my arms.
Yeah, I understand. So, obviously, somebody kept you out for 12 days for some reason.
And I listened to the first part of your show, and you were talking about teeth.
Yeah.
All of my back teeth have been removed.
What?
I have no back teeth.
You have no back teeth?
None.
You don't mean like
molars? No wisdom.
You're not talking about wisdom teeth. You're talking about
none. No back teeth. None on top, none on bottom.
Why would they take your teeth?
I have no idea, Art. The next thing I got in touch with my nephew. I said, look, I'm down here, and he gets me a Greyhound ticket to pick up at the bus station over there, get on the bus.
You were broke?
I had nothing.
Nothing.
I had nothing. That was it. I had no, he gets me on the bus, I take the bus back. He told me he was just absolutely frantic, because I called him to collect him down there.
I was frantic too. I couldn't figure out what happened to you.
So, what happened is there I am, looked like something had occurred to me there. I had no teeth there. I have no idea why I have no teeth. That front teeth.
Were there scars where your teeth had been, in other words, if there had been recent surgery or?
Oh yeah. In fact, at the time there, I was still bleeding from the back of the mouth. I could still taste blood in the back of my mouth there. So it was pretty ugly.
Boy, you were screwing with somebody you shouldn't have been screwing with.
Well, I would think that the easy answer would be is that it had something to do with I'm going to get on the air and blah 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 and say this and that.
In other words, since I had promoted the show.
Yeah, but that's really not it. That's
if that is it, then you could be in danger now.
Well, I don't believe that was it because there's a lot of things that I was doing. I got myself in trouble.
Yeah, but Mel, if you think about the fact that look what happened after the first time you came on my show.
Yeah.
Then look what happened after I promoted years later that you were going to be on my show again.
Yeah.
And you're gone for 12 days.
Mm-hmm.
You have to imagine there's a possibility of a relationship there.
We can take the connection and we can put it on the back burner. But I'm a curious fellow. I mean, any guy that runs 80,000 feet of line into
he's a curious guy.
Yeah, a curious guy. I got back to my nephew. I'm still with my nephew now.
Don't even say where.
No, but I found out that, and I don't know if you can appreciate this or that, but the next thing that happened to me is I found that there was some legal action taken against me.
Legal action?
Legal action was taken on behalf of my former wife.
Your former wife?
Yeah. Basically, I had the property on the Monastash.
You had said it was her property.
It was her property, and it was basically she had leased it to me in perpetuity as part of our divorce settlement. I had helped her go through school.
All right, Mel.
Yes.
Hold on. We're at the bottom of the hour. Oh, it just gets worse and worse. Oh, she didn't do that to him. Oh, man. We'll be right back.
I was without my belt buckle, and that really,
They took your belt buckle?
Yeah, I
now that's really low.
I made a...
Take a person's teeth, but you take your belt buckle.
Well, it was just, I had everything else, and there was another belt buckle on there. I had made a belt buckle out of silver fork, eating fork.
Yeah.
Bent it. I used to bend metal and do all kinds of things. They fashioned a nice belt buckle out of that, and
that was gone.
And I used to tumble stones and stuff too, and I just had nice looking rock that I had on there too that I picked up and put on there. And it was like, I had my pants, I had my shoes, I had my socks. Why take my belt buckle? Even that might be getting ahead of myself here. But anyway, I get back and find out that there was some legal action taken against me here, and it was initiated by my former wife.
I see.
Basically, I had the property through part of the divorce settlement there, and I helped her with the school, and it was pretty worthless land. And she said, "Well, I'll give you that as part of the settlement there." And I was.
So then, what was the legal action? She wanted the whole back?
Well, what happened was the papers I was served with said that I was in violation of the terms of the lease with her.
With her?
Exactly. Part of the divorce settlement, and a number of things that occurred in my property. One, that there were underground fuel tanks put in. Number two, there was a septic system put in.
Oh, this is what the people who came up there put in.
Number three, there was some paving of roads. These were all things that were not supposed to occur on the property.
Gotcha.
So basically, I had lost all rights to the property out there, period. The sad thing about it was I was stealing my former wife because we kind of had an agreement that if I were to profit from the property, I would, take care of her. We had, we didn't have enough there to keep a marriage going, but certainly didn't have anything against her. I was giving her $25,000 a month.
Oh, it's pretty generous.
Yeah, I would say.
That would keep her. Well, she must have smelled the color of the money. I mean,
basically, I figured.
She must have known if you were giving her $25,000, there was a lot more.
Well, someone
in that hole.
But I mean, there's no way that she would have had access to the property, as far as I can tell, and someone had to get to her.
Well, yeah, but if she's got control of the property now, then she's probably dealing
with them. Yes,
with them. And you're out in the cold, and you get left with the bums in San Francisco and no back teeth.
I'm down there in a really ugly part of town. I got to tell you, there I don't have any back teeth. You know, and I don't even have my belt buckle. And you know, right now I'm at the point there where I'm actually, you know, I don't know, you can probably tell I'm a smoker, but I'm actually having to sell plasma in order to buy cigarettes. That's how bad I am right now.
Oh my God! Talk about a riches to rags story.
I mean, we're talking, you know, all the way around there.
Well, and still you're pursuing this, Mel. I don't want to.
I have to know.
I don't want to name these people. You know, you've got some names here.
Yeah.
And I don't want to name them on the air because I just want to be careful here. But you want to find, for example, the Mexican fellow who used to throw the
tire guy.
Why do you want him? What do you a Catholic priest you're looking for?
That's right. There's a priest. There's a Hungarian fellow that I need to get in touch with.
People who have something to do with the whole. My question is, after all of this, Mel, what do you think you can do?
Well, you know, you know, maybe I should run this back to my time in Australia. Okay.
All right.
And you know, I did bring some of the various plants that we've grown in, on the property by the hole there. Just various plants that, if anyone wants to, they could probably do a little research and find out exactly which plants they are, because the plants themselves have been written about for the last 100 years, and they had remarkable properties.
Like what?
Pardon?
Like what?
Well, I'm not going to say the names of the plants there.
No. Properties remarkable.
They were used, for instance, during by a certain army doctor for dealing with the great influenza that we had at the turn of the century, the one that killed all those people.
Yes, millions.
Yes, and the people that received this was an Indian concoction. We're just fine. We had no problems whatsoever.
But I mean, you have been, pardon the pun, kicked in the teeth over this now.
Yes.
And so why do you want to keep pursuing it? I mean, if you keep going after this.
It doesn't matter at this point in a lot of ways. I'm 68 years old.
Yes, sir.
I will be 68 in June. I don't, you know, I mean, I had a simple life before this. I had an extraordinary run for the last several years. And I still need to get some answers for things. I need to get hold of the guy that I gave the gun to. I believe he contacted you. So
where did you get that gun?
That I dug up on the property. I have planted various things out there. And, you know, from time to time, you know, when I'm clearing a piece of land to plant on, you know, I'll dig up rocks and I'll dig up metal and all kinds of things there. And I found this gun and a holster and those little odds and ends along with it there. And I just basically took this and threw it in my drawer in my little workshop there, my office that I had on the property there. And then when I had to move, I gave it to this fellow, and because I need to move into the apartment, I gave it to him as a deposit on the apartment.
So it must have been a decent gun.
It was from what I could tell, and I'm not a big gun man, but it was a German P-38. It looked like one of those, like the Nazis used to use back in World War II.
Yeah, you might have really had some on your hands there, and you gave it to the guy.
Well, again, I'm not a gun person. I figure that might be worth something. I don't know. It didn't make any.
Why do you think getting hold of him now would be meaningful?
Well, for one, we can't get hold of him, and two, for some of the things that I remember about the gun now, and that I also found out, and also what he had indicated to you about the gun as well. And what I had found out, and I talked with his son is basically that this fellow is, he left the family, he left his wife, he left everyone there. He can't be found at all. So I'd like him to contact him.
So he's disappeared too.
And he had the gun that I gave him there, and it was found on the property.
And suppose you found the Mexican guy who threw down all the tires, thousands of tires. What would you do with him?
Well, part of this is also connected with the gun, so I'm going to tell you a little bit more about this here. I found out about it, and I might be able to verify it with some of my own experience.
Fire away.
I had talked with this guy's son, and this guy said that his father kind of became
he had indicated to you is that he would shoot this gun and it would make a sound.
Yeah, I remember that. That was a long time ago.
Yes. Well, I knew exactly who it was, and I'm here to tell you the guy is speaking the gospel there when he contacted you. But this thing was like dead silent, and it was really weird. Well, I talked to this guy's son because he's kind of close to my nephew, and we got talking. He says, what was interesting about this? Kind of what my dad told me, when so we were talking about it in a kind of demonstrative form, is that he would set the gun down like near the radio, and it would pick up signals from all over the place, like from the past, from the present, from any type of radio signal. So you could change the channels on the radio.
This is really weird, Mel.
Look,
Everything that comes out of the area of that hole is weird.
Well, this is what I'm telling you here, is that he would do that, and he would just like about a foot away, wave his hand near the gun. The channels would change there, and he would get something like a baseball game from 1963, or it would be a weather report from Iowa, or it would be something from Canada, or it would be Mexican music playing. But if he was very still, it would stay exactly on a certain channel there, and he would get something like Out of Time with it.
That's weird.
Okay.
That's really weird.
And so that is...
So now I see why you want to find the gun.
Well, I'd like to find him. I'd like to find out that he's okay and that, he hasn't done anything really peculiar or very strange.
Maybe it's true that everybody who in any way encountered the hole in the area came to problems.
Well, the guy with the tires, I want to get in touch with him because I had given his, it must have been a son or it must have been a grandson of his, he once drove the truck out there and he had some problems on the property, and his son drove out there after him to help him with the truck and get him going there. And he had trouble there too. To make a long story short, I gave him a couple of buckets of 5-gallon paint buckets full of like rocks and metal and stuff that I picked up on the property. That I was, instead of chucking them aside, I would just toss them in these buckets in case I'd sort through them and see what's going on. But I gave it to him, right, to put in the back of his car so he could get out of there because he wasn't getting any traction. So, normally, out there when you're on that part of the country, you always carry a couple of bags of sand or something in the back of your vehicle. Sure. So he has a couple of buckets of rocks, possibly dirt and stuff that I want to get on my hand.
So you think then that anything that came from that area has unusual properties?
I'm beginning to believe that. The reel this story up to Australia is that I was approached when I was in Australia. I was dealing with some people in the various ministries there, the government things, ministries of health, and different things there, and they were kind of interested in what I was doing. And I was approached at one point to take some of the things that I had brought from the U.S. And we gave them to some people up there, 3 men who had like advanced HIV. These guys were in hospice. Well, they're not in the hospice anymore. They're not on death row anymore. These guys are doing just fine.
Wow.
This was stuff that
And Mel, why did you? I don't understand why you left Australia. I mean,
I just came back here to be with my family, and what family I have here.
Obviously, a big mistake.
Back in the U.S. here, and that was my primary reason for coming up here.
But if you had stayed, I know. But if you had stayed there, you might still be sipping pina coladas and stuff.
Well, I do wish I was there. I got to tell you, on the beaches in Australia, the women there were barely more than
two Band-Aids and a postage stamp.
I've heard that, Mel.
Yeah, it is. I mean, it's gorgeous. More ways than one out there.
So the money's gone, the postage stamp girls are gone, the teeth are gone,
yes.
belt buckle's gone, gun's gone.
I'm trying to get hold of a few people. The Hungarian man, he lived in the area, and actually I have a lot of interest in getting to him. The priest fellow, same thing. He's kind of connected to the Hungarian fellow.
Mel, you know, I'm going to make a suggestion to you.
Yeah.
Maybe you should do what a lot of people do, and you should write a book about this. Have you considered it?
I don't know. I mean, that's my nephew was writing something based on me. Just he just thought it was great. I know this celebrity kind of guy here.
People wrote songs about what happened to you.
Oh, I know. My nephew just showed me the other day. He had a compact disc called "The Ballad of Mel's Hall."
That's right.
I mean, it's incredible. People told me they had drinks named after all of this, and
Mel's Hall drinks.
Yeah, at the various bars in town in Ellensburg, and it was quite a remarkable phenomenon out there.
Huh.
It's really amazing. I couldn't, it really created quite a stir out in that part of the country.
Well, have you tried, this is a key question, have you tried to go back to the hole, or the property where the hole is?
No, I
can't say as I blame you, really.
Right now, I'm keeping some of my cards close to the vest because I'd like to put some of the screws on my former wife there to see that, hey, let her know, and I hope she's listening, that, hey, what happened to me
Can happen to you.
Can happen to you, and it might be worth your while to keep me a little bit quiet about things.
Say 25 grand.
Look, right now I'm happy for an acre or two of land in a trailer I can call my own, where I can keep doing my work.
Well, this is some odyssey. This is something you've been through, Mel. All over us. Well, I was going to say stinking hole. It's not a stinking hole. It's an unusual hole.
Yeah, basically it's a hole, but I really did get the shaft in the end.
It's not funny. Sorry.
It has been a remarkable thing. I don't know. Did you read the facts that I sent you, or?
Yes.
Okay. I mean, did you read it to the audience, or?
Oh no, because there were names in it. I didn't want to.
Is there anything in there you wouldn't want me to talk about on the air?
Only the names.
No specific names.
No specific names.
Specific incidents.
Well, we've covered a lot of that.
Okay. Can I say this? There is a very, very, very strong connection with the Heaven's Gate incident and my property.
Well, okay, I will say this. You wanted to make contact with anyone who saw Marshall Applewhite up in that Ellensburg area.
Yes.
Prior to the last appearance on Coast to Coast. By the way, Mel, for your original appearance here was, damn, I had it here.
In February of 97.
I think it was February 21st of 1997. I got a call from my board op during the break here. And he said February 1st, 1997. And so you think somehow, there's some connection to the whole Heaven's Gate thing?
I do believe, and that happened, that occurred, as you recall, about a month after my appearance.
I recall, yeah, I recall.
On the show, and I don't want to hurt anybody's feelings.
Well, there's no way for people to get hold of you, is there? Nothing that you can give out.
I will give out an email address if anybody wants to touch me.
Really?
Yes.
Okay, buddy, go for it.
Okay, Mel Waters.
Mel Waters.
One word, run together, at home.com.
Mel Waters at home.
Home, H-O-M-E.
Home.
No, I don't have a domain name.
So that's MELWATERS at home, HOME, .com. Well, you're going to get a lot of email because a lot.
I really want to know if something if that priest will contact me. I want anyone that knows
Any of the people from back then that had to do with you and the whole.
That's right. The Hungarian man, I'm very, very, very anxious to get hold of, and I do believe he would get in touch with me.
Well, Bill, I'm so sorry all this happened to you. We're running out of time here, but you will never know how sorry I am that all this happened to you. And
I'm gonna move along here. You know, it's
you will prevail.
And who knows? You may not have heard the last of all of this.
Oh, listen.
If my wife is listening, ex-wife is listening, hey, you owe me.
All right, that's Mel Waters at home, HOME.com. You probably hear from the media too. Listen, buddy,
hold on your website there. I want those people to get hold of me.
Hold on to your front teeth, Mel.
Thank you.
Later, buddy.
Bye.
Every Sunday, in every corner of the world, people gather to hear a story. For more than 2,000 years, that story has been told and retold. Along the way, each generation has found in its telling its own meaning and interpretation. That story of a man called Jesus of Nazareth, a man who became Jesus Christ, was originally told by his first followers, and then retold in accounts by later believers in the Gospels. So began the building of a religion. Now it is our turn, with the help of scholars and historians, theologians and archaeologists, to return to that time and use our best efforts to understand that story. A man born in obscurity, in whose name of faith was made. 2,000 years ago, and that he lived in Palestine. We know he was baptized and became a preacher, and we know that he was publicly executed.
What manner of man is this, that even the winds and the seas obey him?
With so little evidence to go by, archaeologists must sift the clues. Scholars decode the stories told by the first followers of Jesus.
The problem for any historian in trying to reconstruct the life of Jesus is simply that we don't have sources that come from the actual time of Jesus himself.
The historian's task in understanding Jesus and the Jesus movement and early Christianity is a lot like the archaeologist's task in excavating until you peel back layer after layer after layer of interpretation. And what you always find is the plurality of Jesuses.
History isn't made to record the deeds of a person like Jesus. Jesus is very much like most people, statistically speaking, whoever existed. Poor, obscure, no protections, no royalty, distinction of any kind. They lived under less than conditions, and they died that way. There's nothing historically remarkable about that. Millions of people passed through this vale of tears in exactly that way. We can tell the story by looking at the way the earliest Christians themselves thought about Jesus, by the way they kept his memory alive, by the way that they told the story.
Central to the story is the fact that Jesus was born a subject of the Roman Empire.
And in those days, a decree went out from Caesar Augustus that all the world should be taxed.
Jesus was born during the reign of the Emperor Augustus in the sort of a booming economy of the Pax Romana, the Roman peace. And on every coin that Augustus had were the words Divi Filius, son of the divine Julius Caesar, son of God.
This is on every billboard in the Mediterranean world. He is the Savior of the world, and he brings the peace. Now, you may have scruples about how he brings the peace, but he brings peace to Rome, and as the saying goes in Latin, peace to the Rome and quiet to the provinces.
This is he, Augustus Caesar, son of a god, who shall restore the golden age and spread his empire.
Rome's empire spread across the Mediterranean, sweeping through North Africa and reaching as far west as Spain. To the east, it encompassed Egypt, Turkey, Greece, and Palestine, where Jesus was born in the Jewish land of Judea, then ruled by King Herod.
In Judea, King Herod was in fact a client king. He ruled almost in place of Rome. He was the voice of Rome, the instrument of Rome. Probably instrument of Rome is best in that because he had his own independent notion, certainly.
Herod the Great was probably one of the greatest kings of the post-biblical period in Israel, but you wouldn't want your daughter to date him. He was ambitious, brutal, extremely successful.
And it is one of the real untold ironies of Jewish history that this man, who's the guy you love to hate in Jewish history, really, leaves the most indelible mark on the face of the land of Israel.
In
appears that Herod thought of Jerusalem as his showpiece. He really wanted to make it a place where people would come, just as people would have gone to Athens or Rome or the great cities of the Mediterranean world.
A meticulously accurate model of ancient Jerusalem shows the extraordinary scale of Herod's building program.
And so when Herod built the city, or helped to rebuild the city, he did so on a monumental scale. And this can be seen in the rebuilding of the temple.
We know exactly how Herod rebuilt the temple, because detailed descriptions of the architecture have survived. Along the coast, Herod constructed an aqueduct 40 miles long. It brought water to a new seaport he had built. In honor of the Roman Emperor Caesar, Herod named the city Caesarea.
We really need to get a feel for a city like Caesarea Maritima at the time of Jesus, precisely because it shows the crucial intersection of Roman rule and Jesus' own homeland.
In this thriving seaport, the power of Rome, its culture and commerce, commanded every aspect of daily life.
In the middle of the city was a Roman city, complete with the capital, temples to the deified Roma, that is the personification of Rome itself. The political reality of the day was of a dominant power overseeing the life on a day-to-day basis.
Into this political climate, Jesus was born. The Gospels present the familiar account of his birth.
And she gave birth to her firstborn son, and wrapped him in bands of cloth, and laid him in a manger, because there was no place for them in the inn.
Our best guess for the birth date of Jesus would be 4 BCE. In other words, he was born before the death of Herod the Great, who died in 4 BCE. But I emphasize best and guess.
The Gospels claim Jesus was born in Bethlehem. Historians think it is more likely that he was born and grew up near the Sea of Galilee, in the village called Nazareth.
The region was known for being a hotbed of political activity, some of the violent. The last few generations of Jesuit scholarship in the Galilee has achieved its reputation for being a hotbed of radicalism. The 60s Berkeley of Palestine.
The Galilee, by most of the traditional accounts, is always portrayed as a kind of bucolic backwater. Peasants on the hillsides. And yet, our recent archaeological discoveries have shown this not to be the case. Nazareth stands less than 4 miles from a major urban center, Sepphoris. Sepphoris was founded as the capital of the Galilee, and so it was really invested, much like Caesarea Maritima, with all the trappings of Greek or Roman city life.
Recent archaeological discoveries at Sepphoris challenge the conventional picture of Jesus' life.
One of the more exciting discoveries that we made at Zephyrus was a magnificent Roman villa with a gorgeous mosaic on its floor in a banquet hall. The lady was dubbed Mona Lisa by the press when we found her because she is really an extraordinary depiction of a beautiful woman of Roman antiquity. And the picture we get is a community very much in the mainstream, but on the high end of the scale. Zephyrus was not just a city with houses and with waterworks and things like that, but it had satellite settlements around Nazareth. To all intents and purposes, was a satellite village attached to the region or municipality of Zephyrus.
The findings really are requiring us completely to rethink Jesus' social and economic setting, because we really had thought of Jesus as being really out in the hinterland, utterly removed from urban life, especially Roman-influenced urban life. What the excavations at Zephyrus suggest is that Jesus was quite proximate to a thriving and sophisticated urban environment that would have brought with it all the diversity of the Roman Empire, and would have required, just to get on, as the price of doing business, a level of sophistication that one would not have thought characteristic of Jesus, the humble carpenter. Scholars today question the image of Jesus, the humble carpenter, and disagree about his social class.
They were astounded and said, "Where did this man get this wisdom? Is not this the carpenter's son?"
The difficulty for us in hearing a term like carpenter is that we immediately think of a highly skilled worker, and at least in North America, in the middle class, making a very high income. As soon as we take that into the ancient world, we are totally lost, because first of all, there was no middle class in the ancient world. There were the haves and the have-nots, to put it very simply. And in the anthropology of peasant societies, to say that somebody is an artisan or a carpenter is not to compliment them. It is to say that they are lower in the pecking order than a peasant farmer.
Very few scholars now believe that Jesus was of such lowly birth. I'm not entirely convinced that we can characterize Jesus as a peasant. I think that probably miscasts Jesus, especially in view of the more recent discoveries at Zephyrus and elsewhere.
He must be someone in the artisan class if he's working in the building industry. And in all probability, that would mean where he might grow up and live in Nazareth. He likely went to Zephyrus to earn his living. And this puts him in the interesting mix of cultures that would have been the daily life of a city like Zephyrus, through the marketplace, in the building. And Zephyrus itself, as a city, was built precisely at the time that Jesus was growing up and living just next door.
You couldn't deal and wheel either in the workplace or in the market without knowing you could deal with Greek. And I can't hardly imagine anybody worth their salt who wouldn't know some Greek. Jesus was trilingual. Jesus participated in both the Aramaic and Hebrew culture and its literatures, as well as the kind of Hellenistic Greek that he needed to do his business and his ministry.
Despite its Greek and Roman influences, Zephyrus was a thoroughly Jewish city, and Jesus remained faithful to his religious heritage when he left Nazareth to become a preacher.
Then he began to speak and taught them, saying, "Do not think I have come to abolish the law or the prophets. I have come not to abolish, but to fulfill.
What we learn from the gospel stories is not that Jesus was not Jewish, quite the opposite. He's completely embedded in the Judaism of his time.
Was Jesus the Jew? Of course Jesus was a Jew. He was born of a Jewish mother in Galilee, a Jewish part of the world. All of his friends, associates, colleagues, disciples, all of them were Jews. He regularly worshipped in Jewish communal worship, what we call synagogues. He preached from Jewish texts from the Bible. He celebrated the Jewish festivals. He was born, lived, died, taught as a Jew. Nowadays, there are temples and synagogues everywhere you go. There's not a Jewish community in the world that doesn't have a synagogue, and many of them are called temples. In this period, however, we should always remember that there is only one temple. That's the one temple in Jerusalem.
For Jews living in the time of Jesus, the temple in Jerusalem was the center of their religious life.
The Jewish historian Josephus has a very powerful line. He says, "One temple for the one God." The Jews saw themselves as a unique people with one God alone. And this one God of this one special people had one temple. And that's a very powerful idea, reflecting accurately, I think, the historical truth that the temple was a very powerful unifying source within the Jewish community. This was the one most sacred place on earth, the one place on earth where the earth rises up and the heavens somehow descend just enough that they just touch. This is the only one place in the entire earth where this was so.
The temple in Jerusalem was the symbolic part of the country. Jews everywhere, if they chose to, if they were pious, would put aside part of their income. It's sort of like the way Christmas clubs operate now. You'd put aside money explicitly to be spent having a party in Jerusalem.
Although the temple was the centerpiece of Jewish life and worship, Judaism was not a state religion.
There's no such thing as a state church. It's not a monolithic religious or cultural entity at this time. Indeed, what we're seeing more and more through the research and the archaeological discoveries is how diverse Judaism was in this period.
Sometimes reading ancient sources is like overhearing family quarrels in a distant room. And some of the most endearing aspects, I can say this because I don't live in the first century, but the most endearing aspects of reading this evidence that we still have is overhearing the lively quarrels. I mean, people who weren't priests at all would have absolutely firm opinions on how the priest should be doing their business.
Well, in a whole wide variety of groups in Jerusalem and perhaps in the countryside as a whole. These are the revolutionary groups who took their religious understanding of what Judaism was and turned that into a political program, political agenda. We must destroy the Roman Empire, or we must destroy Jews who cooperate with the Roman Empire.
We now know that other groups had even more extreme views, and their ideas shed new light on Jesus' own message.
One of the best examples of the vibrantly different thought that's at work in Judaism in this period is, of course, now what we know from the discovery of the Dead Sea Scrolls. As you leave Jerusalem and go to the south or to the east toward the Dead Sea, the terrain changes rapidly and starkly. You move off gradually from rolling hillside through the ravines, and it becomes stark and desolate. It's dry, it's arid, it's rocky, and it's rough. And then all of a sudden, within a span of only about 13 miles, the entire terrain drops out in front of you at the surface of the Dead Sea. It is in that rugged cliff face on the banks of the Dead Sea that the Dead Sea Scrolls were discovered at the site known as Kibbet Qumran. The Dead Sea Scrolls are usually thought to have been produced by a group known as the Essenes. And the Essenes are a group that literally abandoned Jerusalem, it seems, in protest against the way the temple was being run. And they go to the desert to get away from what they see to be the worldliness of Jerusalem and the worldliness of the temple.
The Manual of Discipline, or in Hebrew, Sarah Hayachad, envisages a community living in almost total isolation. A community that is self-contained, that is governed very strictly. There is an oath of entry. It is very much a monastic community.
Everyone who wishes to join the congregation of the elect must pledge himself to live according to the rule of the community, to love all the children of light, and to hate all the children of darkness.
The Essenes are what we might best call an apocalyptic sect of Judaism. An apocalyptic sect is one that thinks of itself as, first of all, the true form of the religion.
By apocalyptic expectation, I mean that some group has an apocalypsis in Greek, a revelation that God is going to finally solve the problem of injustice, unrighteousness, evil in the world by totally eradicating the evil. That's the terrible price of apocalypse. There's going to be a lot of very dead people. Totally eradicating evil, and we, the good, wherever we are going to live with God, be it heaven on earth or earth and heaven, forever in justice and holiness and righteousness.
Among the Dead Sea Scrolls, we hear not of just one Messiah, but at least two Messiahs. Some of their writings talk about a Messiah of Aaron, a priestly figure who will come to restore the temple at Jerusalem to its proper purity and worship of God. But there's also a Messiah of David, that is a kind of kingly figure who will come to lead the war.
The Qumran scrolls reveal a variety of scenarios for the end of days. The best known one, perhaps, is the scroll called The War of the Sons of Light against the Sons of Darkness. And at some point, there will be a major battle, a cataclysmic struggle, not just between people, but also between cosmic forces, the cosmic forces of evil and the cosmic forces of good. And needless to say, this will end with a victory for the Sons of Light. In other words, for the group itself.
Now, we typically think of this as reflecting a belief in the end of the world. But in fact, that's not exactly what they thought. They use language like the end, or the last things, or the last days. What they mean is the present evil age is coming to an end. This is really more in the vein of a transformation of the present social order and a return to a kind of golden age of statehood and independence. So it's really kind of a political expectation, if It's not otherworldly. In fact, when it comes, it'll be right here and right now.
History offers no evidence that Jesus was influenced by the Essenes, but their apocalyptic challenge struck chords that reverberated throughout the homeland and echoed through the message of a prophet known as John the Baptist.
In those days, John the Baptist appeared in the wilderness of Judea, proclaiming, "Repent, for the kingdom of heaven has come near."
John the Baptist was a renowned kind of eccentric, it appears, from the way that Josephus describes him. But he seems to have had this quality of a kind of prophetic figure, one who was calling for change. So he is usually thought of as being off in the desert, wearing unusual clothes, a kind of ascetic almost.
John is taking people out into the desert, crossing the Jordan. He is recapitulating the Exodus, and he is planting little ticking time bombs of apocalyptic expectation all over the Jewish homeland, waiting for God to strike us.
It was as John's disciple, the Gospels say, that Jesus submitted to the ancient Jewish rite of baptism.
The evidence that Jesus was a follower of John is as strong as anything historians can find about Jesus. The reason is a certain embarrassment in the texts trying to explain why on earth would Jesus be apparently inferior to John. If he goes and is baptized by John, then somehow we have to explain how that can happen.
The Gospels then go on to say that Jesus was the one predicted by John. Most contemporary scholars would see that to be a construct developed by the early church to help explain the relationship between the two.
The difference I see between John the Baptist and Jesus is, to use some fancy academic language, John is an apocalyptic eschatologist. An eschatologist is somebody who sees that the problem of the world is so radical, it's going to take some kind of divine radicality. God is going to descend in some sort of a catastrophic event to solve the world. There is another type of eschatology, and that's what I think Jesus is talking. I'm going to call it ethical eschatology. That is the demand that God is making on us, not us on God so much as God on us, to do something about the evil.
We don't know to what extent Jesus remained faithful to John's apocalyptic message, but at some point after his baptism by John, Jesus seems to have embarked on his career as a preacher.
Jesus went throughout Galilee, teaching in the synagogues and proclaiming the good news of the kingdom, and curing every disease and every sickness among the people.
Jesus' career apparently was centered mostly in the towns and villages and a few small cities in the area of the Galilee, his home region.
Jesus' ministry in the Galilee is rather complicated, but I think we can begin to get the real better understanding of it through archaeology and through higher literary studies of the Gospels today. Those villages there were absolutely essential to his ministry. He's avoiding big towns from cities, probably because the elements who run those cities are of such a high class that they're probably not interested in Jesus' message.
Whether he was himself a simple man of the people, or someone far more sophisticated, Jesus does seem to have pitched his message at ordinary people and to have impressed them with his healing powers.
Healings seems to have been something of a specialty of his, for which he had a great reputation. He would bring from miles around, judging from the Gospels, to bring their sick, the frail, Jesus to be healed. I love the story about Jesus reaching down and picking up the dust and mixing it with his own spit and forming a kind of healing balm that he applies to someone. It's also interesting that in one healing case, Jesus sort of misses the mark and has to refine the cure that he's applying. So one finds the intrusions of popular culture in these Jesus traditions that are being elaborated through natural processes of storytelling.
Now we need to be aware that there are other miracle workers around the time. So just the idea of performing miracles is not in itself unique.
In the first century, in one sense, everyone, including later in the century Vespasian, he was becoming the emperor, were miracle workers if they were important enough. What really was unusual about Jesus is why would God work through a Jewish peasant? That's what would have struck the Roman imagination as unbelievable. Not that there would be miracles, but that miracles might be performed by a Jewish peasant.
Jesus limited his circulation to the agrarian populace, and his teaching was characterized by metaphors that would be readily understood by agrarian populations. Jesus said to his apostles, "Give them something to eat." They replied, "We have nothing here but 5 loaves and 2 fish." And he said, "Bring them here to me." The feeding of the multitudes is one of the few stories that's told in all 4 Gospels. That's a story near to people's hearts. Jesus goes into the Galilean hillside. It takes about 5,000 people with him. And it's there that they have a picnic, even though there are no provisions made for that. He multiplies 5 loaves and 2 fishes to feed this multitude of people. Well, I don't think it takes rocket science to figure out why that kind of story is so near to poor people. I mean, that's dinner and a show.
Behind the simple rustic imagery was the message of the coming kingdom of God, an enigma Jesus did not attempt to simplify.
Jesus tells a parable about somebody who takes a mustard seed, plants it in the ground, and it grows up to be a great tree or a bush at least. A weed, plain language. Now, imagine an audience reacting to that. Presumably the kingdom is like this. They have to figure out what's it like. You mean the kingdom is big. You just said it's a big weed, so why don't you say a big cedar of Lebanon? Why a big weed? Besides this mustard, we're not certain we like this mustard. It's very dangerous in our fields. We try to control it. We try to contain it. Why do you mean the kingdom is something that the people try to control and contain? Every reaction in the audience fighting with themselves, as it were, answering back to Jesus, is doing exactly what he wants. It's making them think, not about mustard, but about the kingdom. But the trap is that this is a very provocative, weird image. To say the kingdom is like a cedar of Lebanon, everyone would yawn. Say, of course. It's like a mustard seed. What's going on here?
Either people will tend to focus on Jesus as some sort of social reformer, or as an apocalyptic firebrand preaching a coming kingdom of God on earth. And yet, it must be recognized that those are very different images, very different kinds of individuals, and yet both are reflected within the Gospel's tradition.
He may have preached social change. He may have preached a new kingdom on earth. Either way, Jesus was bound to find himself in conflict with the Roman authorities.
The core of Jesus' preaching is the kingdom of God. And the difficulty for us is to hear that term as 100% political and 100% religious, not one, not the other. In the first century, those were inextricably intertwined. The kingdom, if you use that expression in the first century, what meant the Roman kingdom, meant the Roman Empire. When you talk about the kingdom of God and we're somehow setting it up in some tension with the Roman Empire, you were making a very caustic criticism of the Roman Empire, and you were saying that its system was not the system of God.
Jewish historian Josephus tells us a number of stories about characters whose career could be crudely summarized as following. Some guy wakes up in the morning and he thinks he's the Messiah or something, or he's a prophet, and then he says he gets a group of people to follow him. He says, we're going to go out in the desert and we'll wait for God to do something to us. So a whole bunch of people, they go with him, maybe thousands, go with him out to this deserted, unsecure place. And they wait for what Josephus calls the tokens of their deliverance. And the Romans send a vicious police action out there and kill everybody. That kind of police action is perpetrated against what we might consider harmless fanatics. The Romans are really giving us a very good historical lesson in how domination works.
All the time that Jesus is talking, I cannot not imagine the fact that he's going to be put to death. Everything that he is doing is politically dangerous. If you were following Jesus' life from day to day, you should be saying to yourself, somebody is going to kill this man.
After he had said this, he went on ahead, going up to Jerusalem.
Moving to Jerusalem, Jesus was moving from the territory ruled by Herod Antipas to the territory ruled directly by Rome through a prefect, Pontius Pilate.
Pontius Pilate was the governor from 26 to 36, and so that places us very clearly within the early period of Rome. These are some of our most important and clearest dates for the activities of Jesus' life. When Jesus actually died, we're not absolutely sure. Some people would say as early as maybe 27, maybe some others as late as 33. But we do know it's under Pilate.
Pontius Pilatus, Praefectus Judea. Pontius Pilate, Governor of Judea.
We know of him as an effective and fairly ruthless administrator of his territory, the area of Judea. And there are several episodes recorded by Josephus where eschatological prophets emerge, and Pilate has no hesitation in eliminating them or in suppressing episodes of potential conflict or revolt within that territory.
People from all over the empire went to Jerusalem on Passover. It's one of the most populated times in the whole city. It's a madhouse. There were extra animals being brought up, sheep, because of the Passover holiday. There were pilgrims coming in from everywhere. And Jesus comes into town too. He could have stayed home and had Passover in the Galilee, but he didn't. He's up in Jerusalem because this is important. Pilate would get nervous when there were crowds of Jews, and of course he was legally responsible to be up in Jerusalem when it was the most crowded of all. He would leave this very nice, plush seaside town in Caesarea, which was, a nice pagan city, plenty of pagan altars, all the stuff he wanted, and have to go up to Jerusalem, where where all these Jews were congregating and stay there for crowd control until the holiday was over. He was in a bad mood already by the time he got to town, and Passover would fray anybody's nerves.
If you were a pilgrim coming to Jerusalem in these days, you would walk through the streets of this magnificent city. As you approach the Temple Mount, you come up to this massive, monumental complex we call the Temple. And there are grand staircases up which one can go and get up to the top. And you come out up on top of the platform in the outer precincts of the temple complex. The soldiers that were garrisoned in Jerusalem would have been stationed in the nearby fortress called the Antonia, which literally stands adjacent to the temple complex and kind of looks over it. They could keep an eye on things there. And of course, everyone in the temple knew they were there too.
Particularly at Passover, which is a holiday that vibrates with this incredible historical memory of national creation and freedom. And the Roman soldiers standing along the colonnade of the temple, looking down at Jews celebrating this. So it's a politically and religiously electric holiday.
Then Jesus entered the temple and drove out all who were selling and buying in the temple. And he overturned the tables of the money changers.
The difficulty with the story of Jesus and the money changers in the temple is that the story is told in slightly different ways in different Gospels. For example, in Mark's Gospel, and in fact in Matthew, Mark, and Luke, all three,
Oh, she.
is fun.
Random House Audio presents 50 Shades Darker by E.L. James. Read for you by Becca Bateau. Prologue. He's come back. Mommy's asleep or she's sick again. I hide and curl up small under the table in the kitchen. Through my fingers I can see Mommy. She's asleep on the couch. Her hand is on the sticky green rug, and he's wearing his big boots with a shiny buckle and standing over Mommy, shouting. He hits Mommy with a belt. Get up! Get up! You are one fucked up bitch! 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 Mommy makes a sobbing noise. Stop. Please stop. Mommy doesn't scream. Mommy curls up and small. I have my fingers in my ears and I close my eyes. The sound stops. He turns and I can see his boots as he stomps into the kitchen. He still has the belt. He is trying to find me. He stoops down and grins. He smells nasty of cigarettes and drink. There you are, you little shit. A chilling wail wakes him. Christ! He's drenched in sweat, and his heart is pounding. What the fuck? He sits bolt upright in bed and puts his head in his hands. Fuck. They're back. The noise was me. He takes a deep, steady breath, trying to rid his mind and nostrils of the smell of cheap bourbon and stale Camel cigarettes. Chapter 1. I have survived day 3 post-Christian and my first day at work. It has been a welcome distraction. The time has flown by in a haze of new faces, work to do, and Mr. Jack Hyde. Mr. Jack Hyde. He smiles down at me, his blue eyes twinkling as he leans against my desk.
Excellent work, Anna. I think we're going to make a great team.
Somehow, I manage to curl my lips upward in a semblance of a smile. I'll be off if that's okay with you, I murmur.
Of course. It's 5:30. I'll see you tomorrow.
Good night, Jack.
Good night, Anna.
Collecting my bag, I shrug on my jacket and head for the door. Out in the early evening air of Seattle, I take a deep breath. It doesn't begin to fill the void in my chest, a void that's been present since Saturday morning, a painful, hollow reminder of my loss. I walk toward the bus stop with my head down, staring at my feet, and contemplating being without my beloved Wanda, my old Beetle, or the Audi. I shut the door on that thought immediately. No, don't think about him. Of course, I can afford a car, a nice new car. I suspect he has been overgenerous in his payment, and the thought leaves a bitter taste in my mouth, but I dismiss it and try to keep my mind as numb and as blank as possible. I can't think about him. I don't want to start crying again, not out on the street. The apartment is empty. I miss Kate, and I imagine her lying on a beach in Barbados sipping a cool cocktail. I turn on the flat screen television so there's noise to fill the vacuum and provide some semblance of company, but I don't listen or watch. I sit and stare blankly at the brick wall. I am numb. I feel nothing but the pain. How long must I endure this? The door buzzer startles me from my anguish, and my heart skips a beat. Who could that be? I press the intercom. Delivery for Miss Steele. A bored, disembodied voice answers, and disappointment crashes through me. I listlessly make my way downstairs and find a young man noisily chewing gum, holding a large cardboard box and leaning against the front door. I sign for the package and take it upstairs. The box is huge and surprisingly light. Inside are 24 long-stemmed white roses and a card. Congratulations on your first day at work. I hope it went well. And thank you for the glider. That was very thoughtful. It has pride a place on my desk. Christian. I stare at the typed card, the hollow in my chest expanding. No doubt his assistant sent this. Christian probably had very little to do with it. It's too painful to think about. I examine the roses. They are beautiful, and I can't bring myself to throw them in the trash. Dutifully, I make my way into the kitchen to hunt down a vase. And so, a pattern develops. Wake, work, cry, sleep. Well, try to sleep. I can't even escape him in my dreams. Gray, burning eyes, his lost look, his hair burnished and bright, all haunt me. And the music. So much music. I cannot bear to hear any music. I am careful to avoid it at all costs. Even the jingles and commercials make me shudder. I have spoken to no one, not even my mother or Ray. I don't have the capacity for idle talk now. No, I want none of it. I have become my own island state, a ravaged, war-torn land where nothing grows and the horizons are bleak. Yes, that's me. I can interact impersonally at work, but that's it. If I talk to Mom, I know I will break even further, and I have nothing left to break. I am finding it difficult to eat. By lunchtime on Wednesday, I manage a cup of yogurt, and it's the first thing I've eaten since Friday. I am surviving on a newfound tolerance for lattes and Diet Coke. It's the caffeine that keeps me going, but it's making me anxious. Jack has started to hover over me, irritating me, asking me personal questions. What does he want? I'm polite, but I need to keep him at arm's length. I sit and begin trawling through a pile of correspondence addressed to him, and I'm pleased with the distraction of menial work. My email pings, and I quickly check to see who it's from. Holy shit! An email from Christian. Oh no, not here, not at work. From Christian Gray, subject, tomorrow, date, June 8th, 2011, 14:05. To Anastasia Steele. Dear Anastasia, forgive this intrusion at work. I hope that it's going well. Did you get my flowers? I note that tomorrow is the gallery opening for your friend's show, and I'm sure you've not had time to purchase a car, and it's a long drive. I would be more than happy to take you, should you wish. Let me know. Christian Gray, CEO, Gray Enterprises Holdings, Inc. Tears swim in my eyes. I hastily leave my desk and bolt to the restroom to escape into one of the stalls. Jose's show. I'd forgotten all about it, and I promised him I'd go. Shit, Christian is right. How am I going to get there? I clutch my forehead. Why hasn't Jose phoned? Come to think of it, why hasn't anyone phoned? I've been so absent-minded, I haven't noticed that my cell phone has been silent. Shit! I am such an idiot! I still have it set to forward calls to the BlackBerry. Holy hell! Christian's been getting my calls. Unless he's just thrown the BlackBerry away. How did he get my email address? He knows my shoe size, and email address is hardly going to present him with many problems. Can I see him again? Could I bear it? Do I want to see him? I close my eyes and tilt my head back as grief and longing lance through me. Of course I do. Perhaps I can tell him I've changed my mind. No. I cannot be with someone who takes pleasure in inflicting pain on me. Someone who can't love me. Torturous memories flash through my mind. The gliding, holding hands, kissing, the bathtub, his gentleness, his humor, and his dark, brooding, sexy stare. I miss him. It's been 5 days. 5 days of agony that has felt like an eternity. I cry myself to sleep at night, wishing I hadn't walked out, wishing that he could be different, wishing that we were together. How long will this hideous, overwhelming feeling last? I am in purgatory. I wrap my arms around my body, hugging myself tightly, holding myself together. I miss him. I really miss him. I love him. Simple. Anastasia Steele, you are at work. I must be strong, but I want to go to Jose's show. And deep down, the masochist in me wants to see Christian. Taking a deep breath, I head back to my desk. From Anastasia Steele. Subject, tomorrow. Date, June 8th, 2011, 14:25. To Christian Gray. Hi, Christian. Thank you for the flowers. They are lovely. Yes, I would appreciate a lift. Thank you. Anastasia Steele. Assistant to Jack Hyde. Editor, SIP. Checking my phone, I find that it is still set to forward calls to the BlackBerry. Jack is in a meeting, so I quickly call Jose. Hi, Jose. It's Anna. Hello, stranger. His tone is so warm and welcoming. It's almost enough to push me over the edge again. I can't talk long. What time should I be there tomorrow for your show? You're still coming? He sounds excited. Yes, of course. I smile. My first genuine smile in 5 days as I picture his broad grin. 7:30. See you then. Goodbye, Jose. Bye, Anna. From Christian Gray. Subject, tomorrow. Date, June 8th, 2011, 14:27. To Anastasia Steele. Dear Anastasia, what time shall I pick you up? Christian Gray, CEO, Gray Enterprises Holdings, Inc. From Anastasia Steele. Subject, tomorrow. Date, June 8th, 2011, 14:32. To Christian Gray. Jose's show starts at 7:30. What time would you suggest? Anastasia Steele, Assistant to Jack Hyde, Editor, SIP. From Christian Gray. Subject, tomorrow. Date, June 8th, 2011, 14:34. To Anastasia Steele. Dear Anastasia, Portland is some distance away. I shall pick you up at 5:45. I look forward to seeing you. Christian Gray, CEO, Gray Enterprises Holdings, Inc. From Anastasia Steele. Subject, tomorrow. Date, June 8th, 2011, 14:38. To Christian Gray. See you then. Anastasia Steele, Assistant to Jack Hyde, Editor, SIP. Oh my, I'm going to see Christian. And for the first time in 5 days, my spirits lift a fraction and I allow myself to wonder how he's been. Has he missed me? Probably not like I've missed him. Has he found a new submissive? The thought is so painful that I dismiss it immediately. I look at the pile of correspondence I need to sort for Jack and tackle it as I try to push Christian out of my mind once more. That night in bed, I toss and turn, trying to sleep, and it's the first time in a while I haven't cried myself to sleep. In my mind's eye, I visualize Christian's face the last time I saw him as when I left. His tortured expression haunts me. I remember he didn't want me to go, which was odd. Why would I stay when things had reached such an impasse? We were each skirting around our own issues. My fear of punishment, his fear of what? Love? Turning on my side, I hug my pillow, filled with an overwhelming sadness. He thinks he doesn't deserve to be loved. Why does he feel that way? Does it have to do with his upbringing? His birth mom? The crack whore? My thoughts plagued me into the early hours until eventually I fall into a fitful, exhausted sleep. The day drags, and Jack is unusually attentive. I suspect it's due to Kate's plum dress and the black high-heeled boots I've stolen from her closet, but I don't dwell on the thought. I resolve to go clothes shopping with my first paycheck. The dress is looser on me than it was, but I pretend not to notice. Finally, it's 5:30 and I collect my jacket and purse, trying to quell my nerves. I'm going to see him. Do you have a date tonight? Jack asks as he strolls past my desk on his way out. Yes. No. Not really. He raises an eyebrow, his interest clearly piqued. Boyfriend? I flush. No, a friend. An ex-boyfriend. Maybe tomorrow you'd like to come for a drink after work. You've had a stellar first weekend. We should celebrate. He smiles and an unknown, unsettling emotion flits across his face, making me uneasy. Putting his hands in his pockets, he saunters through the double doors. I frown at his retreating back. Drinks with the boss? Is that a good idea? I shake my head. I have an evening of Christian Grey to get through first. How am I going to do this? I hurry into the restroom to make last-minute adjustments. In the large mirror on the wall, I take a long, hard look at my face. I'm my usual pale self. Dark circles around my two large eyes. I look gaunt, haunted. I wish I knew how to use makeup. I apply some mascara and eyeliner and pinch my cheeks, hoping for some color. Tidying my hair so that it hangs artfully down my back, I take a deep breath. This will have to do. Nervously, I walk through the foyer with a smile and a wave to Claire at reception. I think she and I could become friends. Jack is talking to Elizabeth as I head for the doors. Smiling broadly, he hurries over to open them for me. After you, Anna, he murmurs. Thank you. I smile, embarrassed. Outside on the curb, Taylor is waiting. He opens the rear door of the car. I glance hesitantly at Jack, who has followed me out. He's looking toward the Audi SUV in dismay. I turn and climb into the back, and there he sits, Christian Grey, wearing his gray suit, no tie, white shirt open at the collar. His gray eyes are glowing. My mouth dries. He looks glorious, except he's scowling at me. Why? When did you last eat? He snaps as Taylor closes the door behind me. Crap. Hello, Christian. Yes, it's nice to see you too. I don't want your smart mouth now. Answer me. His eyes blaze. Holy shit. I had a yogurt at lunchtime. Oh, and a banana. When did you last have a real meal? He asks acidly. Taylor slips into the driver's seat, starts the car, and pulls out into the traffic. I glance up, and Jack is waving at me, though how he can see me through the dark glass, I don't know. I wave back. Who's that? Christian snaps. My boss. I peek up at the beautiful man beside me, and his mouth is pressed into a hard line. Well, your last meal? Christian, that really is none of your concern, I murmur, feeling extraordinarily brave. Whatever you do concerns me. Tell me. No, it doesn't. I groan in frustration, rolling my eyes heavenward, and Christian narrows his eyes. And, for the first time in a long time, I want to laugh. I try hard to stifle the giggle that threatens to bubble up. Christian's face softens as I struggle to keep a straight face, and a trace of a smile kisses his lovely sculptured lips. Well, he asks, his voice softer. Hasta a la vongole, last Friday, I whisper. He closes his eyes as fury and possibly regret sweeps across his face. I see, he says, his voice expressionless. You look like you've lost at least 5 pounds, possibly more, since then. Please eat, Anastasia. He scolds. I stare down at the knotted fingers in my lap. Why does he always make me feel like an errant child? He shifts and turns toward me. How are you? He asks, his voice still soft. Well, I'm shit, really. I swallow. If I told you I was fine, I'd be lying. He inhales sharply. Me too, he murmurs and reaches over and clasps my hand. I miss you, he adds. Oh no, skin against skin. Christian, Anna, please. We need to talk. I'm going to cry. No. Christian, please, I've cried so much, I whisper, trying to keep my emotions in check. Oh, baby, no. He tugs my hand, and before I know it, I'm on his lap. He has his arms around me, and his nose is in my hair. I've missed you so much, Anastasia. He breathes. I want to struggle out of his hold, to maintain some distance, but his arms are wrapped around me. He's pressing me to his chest. I melt. Oh, this is where I want to be. I rest my head against him, and he kisses my hair repeatedly. This is home. He smells of linen, fabric softener, body wash, and my favorite smell, Christian. For a moment, I allow myself the illusion that all will be well, and it soothes my ravaged soul. A few minutes later, Taylor pulls to a stop at the curb, even though we're still in the city. Come. Christian shifts me off his lap. We're here. What? Helipad. On the top of this building. Christian glances toward the building by way of explanation. Of course. Charlie Tango. Taylor opens the door and I slide out. He gives me a warm, avuncular smile that makes me feel safe. I smile back. I should give you back your handkerchief. Keep it, Miss Steele, with my best wishes. I blush as Christian comes around the car and takes my hand. He looks quizzically at Taylor, who stares impassively back at him, revealing nothing. 9? Christian says to him. Yes, sir. Christian nods as he turns and leads me through the double doors into the grandiose foyer. I revel in the feel of his hand and his long, skilled fingers curled around mine. The familiar pull is there. I'm drawn, Icarus, to his sun. I've been burned already, and yet here I am, again. Reaching the elevators, he presses the call button. I peek up at him, and he's wearing his enigmatic half smile. As the doors open, he releases my hand and ushers me in. The doors close, and I risk a second peek. He glances down at me, and it's there in the air between us, that electricity. It's palpable. I can almost taste it, pulsing between us, drawing us together. Oh my, I gasp as I bask briefly in the intensity of this visceral, primal attraction. I feel it too, he says, his eyes clouded and intense. Desire pools dark and deadly in my groin. He clasps my hand and grazes my knuckles with his thumb, and all my muscles clench tightly, deliciously, deep inside me. How can he still do this to me? Please don't bite your lip, Anastasia, he whispers. I gaze up at him, releasing my lip. I want him. Here, now, in the elevator. How could I not? You know what it does to me, he murmurs. Oh, I still affect him. My inner goddess stirs from her 5-day sulk. Abruptly, the doors open, breaking the spell, and we're on the roof. It's windy, and despite my black jacket, I'm cold. Christian puts his arm around me, pulling me into his side, and we hurry across to where Charlie Tango stands in the center of the helipad, with its rotor blades slowly spinning. A tall, blonde, square-jawed man in a dark suit leaps out and, ducking low, runs toward us. Shaking hands with Christian, he shouts above the noise of the rotors. "Ready to go, sir. She's all yours." "All checks done?" "Yes, sir." "You'll collect her around 8:30? "Yes, sir." "Taylor's waiting for you out front." "Thank you, Mr. Gray. Safe flight to Portland." "Ma'am." He salutes me. Without releasing me, Christian nods, ducks down, and leads me to the helicopter door. Once inside, he buckles me firmly into my harness, cinching the straps tight. He gives me a knowing look and his secret smile. "This should keep you in your place," he murmurs. "I must say I like this harness on you. Don't touch anything." I flush a deep crimson, and he runs his index finger down my cheek before handing me the headphones. "I'd like to touch you too, but you won't let me." I scowl. Besides, he's pulled the straps so tight I can barely move. He sits in his seat and buckles himself in, then starts running through all his pre-flight checks. He's just so competent. It's very alluring. He puts on his headphones and flips a switch, and the rotors speed up, deafening me. Turning, he gazes at me. "Ready, baby?" His voice echoes through the headphones. "Yes." He grins his boyish grin. Wow, I've not seen it for so long. "SeaTac Tower, this is Charlie Tango Golf Golf Echo Hotel. Cleared for takeoff to Portland via PDX. Please confirm. Over." The disembodied voice of the air traffic controller answers, issuing instructions. "Roger, Tower. Charlie Tango set. Over and out." Christian flips two switches, grasps the stick, and the helicopter rises slowly and smoothly into the evening sky. Seattle and my stomach drop away from us, and there's so much to see. "We've chased the dawn, Anastasia. Now the dusk." His voice comes through on the headphones. I turn and gape at him in surprise. What does this mean? How is it that he can say the most romantic things? He smiles, and I can't help my shy smile. "As well as the evening sun. There's more to see this time," he says. The last time we flew to Seattle, it was dark. But this evening, the view is spectacular. Literally out of this world. We're up among the tallest buildings, going higher and higher. "A scala's over there." He points toward the building. "Going there, and you can just see the Space Needle." I crane my head. "I've never been." "I'll take you. We can eat there." "Christian, we broke up." "I know. I can still take you there and feed you." He glares at me. I shake my head and decide not to antagonize him. "It's very beautiful up here. Thank you." "Impressive, isn't it?" "Impressive that you can do this." "Flattery from you, Miss Steele. But I'm a man of many talents." "I'm fully aware of that, Mr. Gray." He turns and smirks at me, and for the first time in 5 days, I relax a little. Perhaps this won't be so bad. "How's the new job?" "Good, thank you." "Interesting." "What's your boss like?" "Oh, he's okay." How can I tell Christian that Jack makes me uncomfortable? Christian glances at me. "What's wrong?" he asks. Aside from the obvious, nothing. "The obvious?" "Oh, Christian, you really are very obtuse sometimes." "Obtuse? Me? I'm not sure I appreciate your tone, Miss Steele." "Well, don't then." His lips twitch into a smile. "I have missed your smart mouth, Anastasia." I gasp, and I want to shout. "I've missed you. All of you, not just your mouth." But I keep quiet and gaze out the glass fishbowl that is Charlie Tango's windshield as we continue south. The dusk is to our right, the sun low on the horizon, large, blazing, fiery orange, and I am Icarus again, flying far too close. The dusk follows us from Seattle, and the sky is awash with opal, pinks, and aquamarines woven seamlessly together as only Mother Nature knows how. It's a clear, crisp evening, and the lights of Portland twinkle and wink, welcoming us as Christian sets the helicopter down on the helipad. We are on top of the strange brown brick building in Portland we left less than 3 weeks ago. It's been hardly any time at all, yet I feel like I've known Christian for a lifetime. He powers down Charlie Tango, flipping various switches so the rotors stop, and eventually, all I hear is my own breathing through the headphones. Briefly, it reminds me of the Thomas Tallis experience. I blanch. I don't want to go there right now. Christian unbuckles his harness and leans across to undo mine. Good trip, Miss Steele? He asks, his voice mild, his eyes glowing. Yes, thank you, Mr. Gray, I reply politely. Well, let's go see the boys' photos. He holds his hand out to me, and, taking it, I climb out of Charlie Tango. A gray-haired man with a beard walks over to meet us, grinning broadly, and I recognize him as the old-timer from the last time we were here. Joe. Christian smiles and releases my hand to shake Joe's warmly. Keep her safe for Stefan. He'll be along around 8 or 9. Will do, Mr. Gray. Ma'am, he says, nodding at me. Your car's waiting downstairs, sir. Oh, and the elevator's out of order. You'll need to use the stairs. Thank you, Joe. Christian takes my hand, and we head to the emergency stairs. Good thing for you, this is only 3 floors, and those heels. He mutters in disapproval. No kidding. Don't you like the boots? I like them very much, Anastasia. His gaze darkens, and I think he might say something else, but he stops. Come, we'll take it slow. I don't want you falling and breaking your neck. We sit in silence as our driver takes us to the gallery. My anxiety has returned full force, and I realize that our time in Charlie Tango has been the eye of the storm. Christian is quiet and brooding, apprehensive even. Our lighter mood from earlier has dissipated. There's so much I want to say, but this journey is too short. Christian stares pensively out the window. Jose is just a friend, I murmur. Christian turns and gazes at me, his eyes dark and guarded, giving nothing away. His mouth is distracting and unbidden. I remember it on me, everywhere. My skin heats. He shifts in his seat and frowns. Those beautiful eyes look too large in your face, Anastasia. Please tell me you'll eat. Yes, Christian, I'll eat, I answer automatically, a platitude. I mean it. Do you now? I cannot keep the disdain out of my voice. Honestly, the audacity of this man who has put me through hell over the last few days. No, that's wrong. I've put myself through hell. No, it's him. I shake my head, confused. I don't want to fight with you, Anastasia. I want you back, and I want you healthy, he says. But nothing's changed. You're still 50 shades. Let's talk on the way back. We're here. The car pulls up in front of the gallery, and Christian climbs out, leaving me speechless. He opens the car door for me, and I clamber out. Why do you do that? My voice is louder than I expected. Do what? Christian is taken aback. Say something like that and then just stop. Anastasia, we're here. where you want to be. Let's do this and then talk. I don't particularly want a scene in the street. I glance around. He's right. It's too public. I press my lips together as he glares down at me. Okay, I mutter sulkily. Clasping my hand, he takes me into the building. We are in a converted warehouse. Brick walls, dark wood floors, white ceilings, and white pipework. It's airy and modern, and there are several people wandering across the gallery floor, sipping wine and admiring Jose's work. For a moment, my troubles melt away as I grasp that Jose has realized his dream. Way to go, Jose. Good evening, and welcome to Jose Rodriguez's show. A young woman dressed in black with very short brown hair, bright red lipstick, and large hooped earrings greets us. She glances briefly at me, then much longer than is strictly necessary at Christian, then turns back to me, blinking as she blushes. My brow creases. He's mine. Or was. I try hard not to scowl at her. As her eyes regain their focus, she blinks again. Oh, it's you, Anna. We'll want your take on all this, too. Grinning, she hands me a brochure and directs me to a table laden with drinks and snacks. You know her? Christian frowns. I shake my head, equally puzzled. He shrugs, distracted. What would you like to drink? I'll have a glass of white wine, thank you. His brow furrows, but he holds his tongue and heads for the open bar. Anna! Jose comes barreling through a throng of people. Holy cow! He's wearing a suit. He looks good and he's beaming at me. He enfolds me in his arms, hugging me hard, and it's all I can do not to burst into tears. My friend. He's my only friend while Kate is away. Tears pool in my eyes. Anna, I'm so glad you made it. He whispers in my ear. Abruptly, he holds me at arm's length, examining me. What? Hey, are you okay? You look, well, odd. Dios mío, have you lost weight? I blink back my tears. Not him, too. Jose, I'm fine. I'm just so happy for you. Congratulations on the show. My voice wavers as I see the concern etched on his oh-so-familiar face, but I have to hold myself together. How did you get here? He asks. Christian brought me, I say, suddenly apprehensive. Oh. Jose's face falls and he releases me. Where is he? His expression darkens. Over there, fetching drinks. I nod in Christian's direction and notice that he's exchanging pleasantries with someone waiting in line. Christian glances up and our eyes lock. And in that brief moment, I'm paralyzed, staring at the impossibly handsome man who gazes at me with some unfathomable emotion. His gaze hot, burning into me, and we're lost for a moment, staring at each other. Holy cow, this beautiful man wants me back, and deep down inside me, sweet joy slowly unfurls like a morning glory in the early dawn. Anna! Jose distracts me, and I'm dragged back to the here and now. I'm so glad you came. Listen, I should warn you. Suddenly, this very short hair and red lipstick cuts him off. Jose, the journalist from the Portland Prince is here to see you. Come on. She gives me a polite smile. How cool is this? The fame! He grins, and I can't help but grin back. He's so happy. Catch you later, Anna. He kisses my cheek, and I watch him stroll over to a young woman standing by a tall, lanky photographer. Jose's photographs are everywhere, and in some cases, blown up onto huge canvases. There are both monochromes and colors. There's an ethereal beauty to many of the landscapes. In one, taken near the lake at Vancouver, it's early evening and pink clouds are reflected in the stillness of the water. Briefly, I'm transported by the tranquility and the peace. It's stunning. Christian joins me and hands me my glass of white wine. Does it come up to scratch? My voice sounds more normal. He looks quizzically at me. The wine. No, rarely does at these kinds of events. The boy is quite talented, isn't he? Christian is admiring the lake photo. Why else do you think I asked him to take your portrait? The pride is obvious in my voice. His eyes glide impassively from the photograph to me. Christian Grey. The photographer from the Portland Prince approaches Christian. Can I have a picture, sir? Sure. Christian hides his scowl. I step back, but he grabs my hand and pulls me to his side. The photographer looks at both of us and can't hide his surprise. Mr. Gray, thank you. He snaps a couple of photos. Miss, he asks. Anna Steele, I reply. Thank you, Miss Steele. He scurries off. I looked for pictures of you with dates on the internet. There aren't any. That's why Kate thought you were gay. Christian's mouth twitches into a smile. That explains your inappropriate question. No, I don't do dates, Anastasia. Only with you. But you know that. His voice is quiet with sincerity. So you never took your... I glance around nervously to check no one can overhear us. Subs out? Sometimes. Not on dates. Shopping, you know. He shrugs, his eyes not leaving mine. Oh, so just in the playroom, his red room of pain, and his apartment. I don't know what to feel about that. Just you, Anastasia, he whispers. I blush and stare down at my fingers. In his own way, he does care about me. Your friend here seems more of a landscape man, not portraits. Let's look around. I take his outstretched hand. We wander past a few more prints, and I notice a couple nodding at me, smiling broadly as if they know me. It must be because I'm with Christian, but one young man is blatantly staring. Odd. We turn the corner, and I see why I've been getting strange looks. Hanging on the far wall are 7 huge portraits of me. I stare blankly at them, stupefied, the blood draining from my face. Me, pouting, laughing, scowling, serious, amused. All in super close up. All in black and white. Holy shit. I remember Jose messing with the camera on a couple of occasions when he was visiting and when I'd been out with him as driver and photographer's assistant. He took snapshots, or so I thought, not these invasive, candid shots. Christian is staring, transfixed, at each of the pictures in turn. Seems I'm not the only one, he mutters cryptically, his mouth settling into a hard line. I think he's angry. Excuse me, he says, pinning me with his bright gaze for a moment. He heads to the reception desk. What's his problem now? I watch mesmerized as he talks animatedly with Miss Very Short Hair and red lipstick. He fishes out his wallet and produces his credit card. Shit. He must have bought one of them. Hey, you're the muse. These photographs are terrific. A young man with a shock of bright blonde hair startles me. I feel a hand at my elbow and Christian is back. You're a lucky guy. Blonde shock says to Christian, who gives him a cold stare. That I am, he mutters darkly, as he pulls me over to one side. Did you just buy one of these? One of these? He snorts, not taking his eyes off them. You bought more than one? He rolls his eyes. I bought them all, Anastasia. I don't want some stranger ogling you in the privacy of their home. My first inclination is to laugh. You'd rather it was you? I scoff. He glares down at me, caught off guard by my audacity, I think, but he's trying to hide his amusement. Frankly, yes. Pervert. I mouth at him and bite my lower lip to prevent my smile. His mouth drops open, and now his amusement is obvious. He strokes his chin thoughtfully. Can't argue with that assessment, Anastasia. He shakes his head, and his eyes soften with humor. I'd discuss it further with you, but I've signed an NDA. He sighs, gazing at me, and his eyes darken. What I'd like to do to your smart mouth, he murmurs. I gasp, knowing full well what he means. You're very rude. I try to sound shocked and succeed. Has he no boundaries? He smirks, amused, then frowns. You look very relaxed in these photographs, Anastasia. I don't see you like that very often. What? Whoa, change of subject. Talk about non sequitur, from playful to serious. I flush and glance down at my fingers. He tilts my head back, and I inhale sharply at the contact with his fingers. I want you that relaxed with me, he whispers. All trace of humor has gone. Deep inside me, that joy stirs again. But how can this be? We have issues. You have to stop intimidating me if you want that, I snap. You have to learn to communicate and tell me how you feel. He snaps back, eyes blazing. I take a deep breath. Christian, you wanted me as a submissive. That's where the problem lies. It's in the definition of a submissive. You emailed it to me once? I pause, trying to recall the wording. I think the synonyms were, and I quote, compliant, pliant, amenable, passive, tractable, resigned, patient, docile, tame, subdued. I wasn't supposed to look at you, not talk to you unless you gave me permission to do so. What do you expect? I hiss at him. His frown deepens as I continue. It's very confusing being with you. You don't want me to defy you, but then you like my smart mouth. You want obedience, except when you don't, so you can punish me. I just don't know which way is up when I'm with you. He narrows his eyes. Good point, well made, as usual, Miss Steele. His voice is frigid. Come, let's go eat. We've only been here for half an hour. You've seen the photos, you've spoken to the boy. His name is Jose. You've spoken to Jose, the man who, the last time I met him, was trying to push his tongue into your reluctant mouth while you were drunk and sick. He snarls. He's never hit me. I spit at him. Christian scowls, fury emanating from every pore. That's a low blow, Anastasia, he whispers menacingly. I pale, and Christian runs his hands through his hair, bristling with barely contained anger. I glare back at him. I'm taking you for something to eat. You're fading away in front of me. Find the boy, say goodbye. Please, can we stay longer? No, go. Now, say goodbye. I glower at him, my blood boiling. Mr. Damned Control Freak. Angry is good. Angry is better than tearful. I drag my gaze away from him and scan the room for Jose. He's talking to a group of young women. I stalk off toward him and away from 50. Just because he brought me here, I have to do as he says? Who the hell does he think he is? The girls are hanging on Jose's every word. One of them gasps as I approach, no doubt recognizing me from the portraits. Jose, Anna, excuse me, girls. Jose grins at them and puts his arm around me, and on some level, I'm amused. Jose, all smooth, impressing the ladies. You look mad, he says. I have to go, I mutter mulishly. You just got here. I know, but Christian needs to get back. The pictures are fantastic, Jose. You're very talented. He beams. It was so cool seeing you. Jose sweeps me into a big bear hug, spinning me so I can see Christian across the gallery. He's scowling, and I realize it's because I'm in Jose's arms. So in a very calculating move, I wrap my arms around Jose's neck. I think Christian is going to expire. His glare darkens to something quite sinister, and slowly he makes his way toward us. Thanks for the warning about the portraits of me, I mumble. Shit. Sorry, Anna. I should have told you. Do you like them? I don't know, I answered truthfully, momentarily knocked off balance by his question. Well, they're all sold, so somebody likes them. How cool is that? You're a poster girl. He hugs me tighter as Christian reaches us, glowering at me now, though fortunately Jose doesn't see. Jose releases me. Don't be a stranger, Anna. Oh, Mr. Gray. Good evening. Mr. Rodriguez. Very impressive. Christian sounds icily polite. I'm sorry we can't stay longer, but we need to head back to Seattle. Anastasia. He subtly stresses we and takes my hand as he does so. Bye, Jose. Congratulations again. I give him a quick kiss on the cheek, and before I know it, Christian is dragging me out of the building. I know he's boiling with silent wrath, but so am I. He looks quickly up and down the street, then heads left and suddenly sweeps me into a side alley, abruptly pushing me up against a wall. He grabs my face between his hands, forcing me to look up into his ardent, determined eyes. I gasp, and his mouth swoops down. He's kissing me, violently. Briefly, our teeth clash, then his tongue is in my mouth. Desire explodes like the 4th of July throughout my body, and I'm kissing him back, matching his fervor, my hands knotting in his hair, pulling it hard. He groans, a low, sexy sound in the back of his throat that reverberates through me, and his hand moves down my body to the top of my thigh, his fingers digging into my flesh through the plum dress. I pour all the angst and heartbreak of the last few days into our kiss, binding him to me, and it hits me. In this moment of blinding passion, he is doing the same. He feels the same. He breaks off the kiss, panting. His eyes are luminous with desire, firing the already heated blood that is pounding through my body. My mouth is slack as I try to drag precious air into my lungs. You are mine, he snarls, emphasizing each word. He pushes away from me and bends, hands on his knees as if he's run a marathon. For the love of God, Anna. I lean against the wall, panting, trying to control the riotous reaction in my body, trying to find my equilibrium. I'm sorry, I whisper once my breath has returned. You should be. I know what you were doing. Do you want the photographer, Anastasia? He obviously has feelings for you. I shake my head guiltily. No, he's just a friend. I have spent all my adult life trying to avoid any extreme emotion, yet you bring out feelings in me that are completely alien. It's very... He frowns, grasping for the word. Unsettling. I like control, Anna, and around you, that just... He stands, his gaze intense. Evaporates. He waves his hand vaguely, then runs it through his hair and takes a deep breath. He clasps my hand. Come, we need to talk, and you need to eat. Chapter 2. He whisks me into a small, intimate restaurant. This place will have to do, Christian grumbles. We don't have much time. The restaurant looks fine to me. Wooden chairs, linen tablecloths, and walls the same color as Christian's playroom. Deep blood red, with randomly placed small gilt mirrors, white candles, and small vases of white roses. Ella Fitzgerald crooned softly in the background about this thing called love. It's very romantic. The waiter leads us to a table for two in a small alcove, and I sit, apprehensive and wondering what he's going to say. We don't have long, Christian says to the waiter as we sit. So we'll each have sirloin steak cooked medium, béarnaise sauce, if you have it, fries, and green vegetables, whatever the chef has, and bring me the wine list. Certainly, sir. The waiter, taken aback by Christian's cool, calm efficiency, scuttles off. Christian places his BlackBerry on the table. Geez, don't I get a choice? And if I don't like steak? He sighs. Don't start, Anastasia. I am not a child, Christian. Well, stop acting like one. It's as if he's slapped me. So this is how it will be. An agitated, fraught conversation, albeit in a very romantic setting, but certainly no hearts and flowers. I'm a child because I don't like steak, I mutter, trying to conceal my hurt, or deliberately making me jealous. It's a childish thing to do. Have you no regard for your friend's feelings, leading him on like that? Christian presses his lips together in a thin line and scowls as the waiter returns with the wine list. I blush. I hadn't thought of that. Poor Jose. I certainly don't want to encourage him. Suddenly, I'm mortified. Christian has a point. It was a thoughtless thing to do. He glances at the wine list. Would you like to choose the wine? He asks, raising his eyebrows at me expectantly. Arrogance personified. He knows I know nothing about wine. You choose, I answer, sullen but chastened. 2 glasses of the Barossa Valley Shiraz, please. We only sell that wine by the bottle, sir. A bottle, then, Christian snaps. Sir? He retreats, subdued, and I don't blame him. I frown at 50. What's eating him? Oh, myself, probably. And somewhere in the depths of my psyche, my inner goddess rises sleepily, stretches, and smiles. She's been asleep for a while. You're very grumpy. He gazes at me impassively. I wonder why that is. Well, it's good to set the right tone for an intimate and honest discussion about the future, wouldn't you say? I smile at him sweetly. His mouth presses into a hard line, but then, almost reluctantly, his lips lift, and I know he's trying to stifle his smile. I'm sorry, he says. Apology accepted, and I'm pleased to inform you I haven't decided to become a vegetarian since we last ate. Since that was the last time you ate, I think it's a moot point. There's that word again, moot. Moot. He mouths, and his eyes soften with humor. He runs his hand through his hair, and he's serious again. Anna, the last time we spoke, you left me. I am a little nervous. I've told you I want you back, and you've said nothing. His gaze is intense and expectant, while his candor is totally disarming. What the hell do I say to this? I've missed you. Really missed you, Christian. The past few days have been difficult. I swallow, and a lump in my throat swells as I recall my desperate anguish since I left him. This last week has been the worst in my life. The pain almost indescribable. Nothing has come close. But reality hits home, winding me. Nothing's changed. I can't be what you want me to be. I squeeze the words out past the lump in my throat. You are what I want you to be, he says, his voice emphatic. No, Christian, I'm not. You're upset because of what happened last time. I behaved stupidly, and you... So did you. Why didn't you say the word Anastasia? His tone changes, becomes accusatory. What? Whoa, change of direction. Answer me. I don't know. I was overwhelmed. I was trying to be what you wanted me to be, trying to deal with the pain, and it went out of my mind. You know, I forgot. I whisper, ashamed, and I shrug apologetically. Perhaps we could have avoided all this heartache. You forgot! He gasps with horror, grabbing the sides of the table and glaring. I wither under his stare. Shit! He's furious again. My inner goddess glares at me too. See, you brought this all on yourself. How can I trust you? His voice is low. Ever. The waiter arrives with our wine as we sit staring at each other, blue eyes to gray, both of us filled with unspoken recriminations, while the waiter removes the cork with an unnecessary flourish and pours a little wine into Christian's glass. Automatically, Christian reaches out and takes a sip. That's fine. His voice is curt. Gingerly, the waiter fills our glasses, placing the bottle on the table before beating a hasty retreat. Christian has not taken his eyes off me the whole time. I am the first to crack, breaking eye contact, picking up my glass and taking a large gulp. I barely taste it. I'm sorry, I whisper, suddenly feeling stupid. I left because I thought we were incompatible. But he's saying I could have stopped him? Sorry for what? He says, alarmed. Not using the safe word. He closes his eyes as if in relief. We might have avoided all this suffering, he mutters. You look fine. More than fine. You look like you. Appearances can be deceptive, he says quietly. I'm anything but fine. I feel like the sun has set and not risen for 5 days, Nana. I'm in perpetual night here. I'm winded by his admission. Oh my, like me. You said you'd never leave, yet the going gets tough and you're out the door. When did I say I'd never leave? In your sleep. It was the most comforting thing I'd heard in so long, Anastasia. It made me relax. My heart constricts and I reach for my wine. You said you loved me, he whispers. Is that now in the past tense? His voice is low, laced with anxiety. No, Christian, it's not. He looks so vulnerable as he exhales. Good, he murmurs. I'm shocked by his admission. He's had a change of heart. When I told him I loved him before, he was horrified. The waiter is back. Briskly, he places our plates in front of us and scuttles away. Holy hell. Eat, Christian commands. Deep down, I know I'm hungry, but right now, my stomach is in knots. Sitting across from the only man I have ever loved and debating our uncertain future does not promote a healthy appetite. I look dubiously at my food. So help me God, Anastasia, if you don't eat, I will take you across my knee here in this restaurant, and it will have nothing to do with my sexual gratification. Eat. Keep your hair on, Gray. My subconscious stares at me over her half-moon specs. She is wholeheartedly in agreement with 50 Shades. Okay, I'll eat. Stow your twitching palm, please. He doesn't smile, but continues to glare at me. Reluctantly, I lift my knife and fork and slice into my steak. Oh, it's mouth-wateringly good. I am hungry. Really hungry. I chew and he visibly relaxes. We eat our supper in silence. The music's changed. A soft-voiced woman sings in the background. her words echoing my thoughts. I'll never be the same since he came into my life. I glance at 50. He's eating and watching me. Hunger, longing, anxiety combined in one hot look. Do you know who's singing? I try for some normal conversation. Christian pauses and listens. No, but she's good, whoever she is. I like her too. Finally, he smiles his private, enigmatic smile. What's he planning? What? I ask. He shakes his head. Eat up, he says mildly. I have eaten half the food on my plate. I cannot eat any more. How can I negotiate this? I can't manage anymore. Have I eaten enough for Sir? He stares at me impassively, not answering, then glances at his watch. I'm really full, I add, taking a sip of the delicious wine. We have to go shortly. Taylor's here, and you have to be up for work in the morning. So do you. I function on a lot less sleep than you do, Anastasia. At least you've eaten something. Aren't we going back via Charlie Tango? No. I thought I might have a drink. Taylor will pick us up. Besides, this way I have you in the car all to myself for a few hours at least. What can we do but talk? Oh, that's his plan. Christian summons the waiter to ask for the check, then picks up his BlackBerry and makes a call. We're at Le Picoton, Southwest 3rd Avenue. He hangs up. He's still curt over the phone. You're very brusque with Taylor. In fact, with most people. I just get to the point quickly, Anastasia. You haven't gotten to the point this evening. Nothing's changed, Christian. I have a proposition for you. This started with a proposition. A different proposition. The waiter returns, and Christian hands over his credit card without checking the bill. He gazes at me speculatively while the waiter swipes his card. Christian's phone buzzes once, and he peers at it. He has a proposition? What now? A couple of scenarios run through my mind. Kidnapping, working for him. No, nothing makes sense. Christian finishes paying. Come, Taylor's outside. We stand and he takes my hand. I don't want to lose you, Anastasia. He kisses my knuckles tenderly, and the touch of his lips on my skin resonates through my body. Outside, the Audi is waiting. Christian opens my door. Climbing in, I sink into the plush leather. He heads to the driver's side. Taylor steps out of the car, and they talk briefly. This isn't their usual protocol. I'm curious. What are they talking about? Moments later, they are both back in the car, and I glance at Christian, who's wearing his impassive face as he stares ahead. I allow myself a brief moment to examine his profile. Straight nose, sculpted full lips, hair falling deliciously over his forehead. This divine man is surely not meant for me. Soft music fills the rear of the car, a grand orchestral piece that I don't know, and Taylor pulls into the light traffic, heading for I-5 and Seattle. Christian shifts to face me. As I was saying, Anastasia, I have a proposition for you. I glance nervously at Taylor. Taylor can't hear you. Christian reassures me. How? Taylor. Christian calls. Taylor doesn't respond. He calls again. Still no response. Christian leans over and taps his shoulder. Taylor removes an earbud I hadn't noticed. Yes, sir. Thank you, Taylor. It's okay. Resume your listening. Sir? Happy now? He's listening to his iPod. Puccini. Forget he's here. I do. Did you deliberately ask him to do that? Yes. No. Okay. Your proposition? Christian looks suddenly determined and businesslike. Holy shit. We're negotiating a deal. I listen attentively. Let me ask you something first. Do you want a regular vanilla relationship with no kinky fuckery at all? My mouth drops open. Kinky fuckery? I squeak. Kinky fuckery. I can't believe you said that. Well, I did. Answer me, he says calmly. I flush. My inner goddess is down on bended knee with her hands clasped in supplication, begging me. I like your kinky fuckery, I whisper. That's what I thought. So what don't you like? Not being able to touch you, you're enjoying my pain, the bite of the belt. The threat of cruel and unusual punishment. What does that mean? Well, you have all those canes and whips and stuff in your playroom, and they frighten the living daylights out of me. I don't want you to use them on me. Okay, so no whips or canes, or belts, for that matter, he says sardonically. I gaze at him, puzzled. Are you attempting to redefine the hard limits? Not as such. I'm just trying to understand you, get a clearer picture of what you do and don't like. Fundamentally, Christian, it's your joy in inflicting pain on me that's difficult for me to handle. And the idea that you'll do it because I have crossed some arbitrary line. But it's not arbitrary. The rules are written down. I don't want a set of rules. None at all. No rules. I shake my head, but my heart is in my mouth. Where is he going with this? But you don't mind if I spank you? Spank me with what? This. He holds up his hand. I squirm uncomfortably. No, not really. Especially with those silver balls. Thank heavens it's dark. My face is burning and my voice trails off as I recall that night. Yeah, I'd do that again. He smirks. Yes, that was fun. More than fun, I mutter. So you can deal with some pain. I shrug. Yes, I suppose. Oh, where is he going with this? My anxiety level has shot up several magnitudes on the Richter scale. He strokes his chin, deep in thought. Anastasia, I want to start again. Do the vanilla thing, and then maybe, once you trust me more and I trust you to be honest and to communicate with me, we could move on and do some of the things that I like to do. I stare at him, stunned, with no thoughts in my head at all, like a computer crash. I think he's anxious, but I can't see him clearly as we're shrouded in the Oregon darkness. It occurs to me, finally, this is it. He wants the light, but can I ask him to do this for me? And don't I like the dark? Some dark, sometimes. Memories of the Thomas Tallis night drift invitingly through my mind. But what about punishments? No punishments. He shakes his head. None. And the rules? No rules. None at all? But you have needs. I need you more, Anastasia. These last few days have been hell. All my instincts tell me to let you go. Tell me I don't deserve you. Those photos the boy took, I can see how he sees you. You look untroubled and beautiful. Not that you're not beautiful now, but here you sit. I see your pain. It's hard, knowing that I'm the one who has made you feel this way. But I'm a selfish man. I've wanted you since you fell into my office. You are exquisite, honest, warm, strong, witty, beguilingly innocent. The list is endless. I'm in awe of you. I want you. And the thought of anyone else having you is like a knife twisting in my dark soul. My mouth goes dry. Holy shit. If that isn't a declaration of love, I don't know what is. And the words tumble out of me. A dam breached. Christian, why do you think you have a dark soul? I would never say that. Sad, maybe, but you're a good man. I can see that. You're generous, you're kind, and you've never lied to me. And I haven't tried very hard. Last Saturday was such a shock to my system. It was my wake-up call. I realized that you'd been easy on me and that I couldn't be the person you wanted me to be. Then, after I left, it dawned on me that the physical pain you inflicted was not as bad as the pain of losing you. I do want to please you, but it's hard. You please me all the time, he whispers. How often do I have to tell you that? I never know what you're thinking. Sometimes you're so closed off, like an island state. You intimidate me. That's why I keep quiet. I don't know which way your mood is going to go. It swings from north to south and back again in a nanosecond. It's confusing, and you won't let me touch you. And I want so much to show you how much I love you. He blinks in the darkness, warily, I think, and I can resist him no longer. I unbuckle my seatbelt and scramble into his lap, taking him by surprise, and take his head in my hands. I love you, Christian Grey.